Chapter 97. Do not allow anyone to enter the depths of the cavern. As the water buffalo trudged forward, the heavy dragon keel was gradually pulled along. "Brother Feng, we are back," he announced. At that moment, 6 figures emerged from the bamboo grove. Ye Feng raised an eyebrow, surprised that these individuals had returned. Had they become addicted to the torment? "It's good that you're back. Come and assist in lifting the dragon keel. You 6 will handle the tail, while the 2 water buffalo will take the head. Let us hasten our pace," Ye Feng commanded coldly. "Understood, Brother Feng," Jiaying replied, leading the others to lift the dragon's tail. Ye Feng held fresh leaves in front to guide the buffalo, and with the addition of the 2 strong beasts, the others found the task remarkably easy, continuing all the way to the beach without resting. The 2 water buffalo bore 60% of the weight. After Jiaying and his companions had fled upstream, they regrouped with 3 engineers. Following a devious discussion, they resolved to return to the cavern, as only the tools within could craft a boat. Moreover, Jiaying felt a lingering desire to explore the women in the cave, and he was unwilling to let that opportunity slip away. Lastly, he sought vengeance. He believed he must eliminate Ye Feng to find peace. The 6 men unanimously agreed, and thus returned to deliver supplies. They rested briefly on the beach before Ye Feng issued a rallying cry to lift the keel and take it home. Upon his command, the group set the keel down. And surprisingly, the 2 water buffalo did not wander off, but stood beside Ye Feng, persistently nudging his arm with their noses. As Ye Feng stroked the buffalo's snout, he glanced at Jiaying and asked, "Jiaying, are you not afraid I will kill you now that you have returned?" Anticipating this, Jiaying proclaimed with feigned righteousness, "Brother Feng, I believe we cannot afford infighting at this moment. You saw the strange monkeys. They fear neither gunfire nor us. If we do not unite to build a boat and return home, it won't be long before those creatures find us." Ye Feng was slightly moved by Jiaying's words, but within 3 seconds, he erupted into a cold laugh. He understood human nature well. Could a dog change its habit of eating filth? "Very well, let us work together," Ye Feng replied dismissively, intending to deal with the boat issue first. At that moment, Jiaying approached Susan. "Assistant Susan, I did not expect you to still be alive. Why did I not see you in the cavern?" Susan's face was cold, and she ignored him. Jiaying awkwardly retreated and began addressing the remaining 5. "Listen carefully, everyone. Here, we must absolutely obey Brother Feng's orders, as well as those of Sister Susan. If anyone dares to disobey, they need not worry about Brother Feng or Sister Susan taking action. I can handle them myself." He had made up his mind to earn Ye Feng's trust. Having worked as a security guard, he understood what kind of character leaders favored. A sycophant like himself was always appreciated. After all, leaders needed to maintain their image, and some harsh words required someone like him to convey them. It was possible that initially, the leader would not notice him, but over time, the leader would surely feel indebted to him. In the past, Jiaying, ascended to the position of captain through this very tactic. However, trouble arose when we attempted to lift the dragon bones to the cliff's edge. The 2 water buffaloes were utterly incapable of ascending the mountain. Their hooves lacked the grip necessary for climbing, and despite Ye Feng's numerous attempts, the 2 buffaloes refused to budge. Faced with this dilemma, the only course of action left was to have the humans ascend first, and then haul the buffaloes up one by one with ropes, Ye Feng declared. A flurry of activity ensued among the group. When the buffaloes were finally hoisted up, they were so frightened that they lost control of their bowels, yet miraculously, they emerged unscathed. It took a full 2 hours to surpass this celestial obstacle. However, the buffaloes, still shaken from their ordeal, stumbled as they walked. "Am I mistaken? Or is there a person lying by the riverbank?" Jiaying paused, pointing towards the distant shore. Ye Feng quickly maneuvered around the dragon bones and glanced towards the river. Indeed, there lay a woman. He rushed over to her side. There truly was a woman reclining there. But her appearance did not conform to the typical features of the yellow, white, or black races. Her skin possessed a healthy wheat-like hue, and she was draped in a piece of animal hide that barely covered her chest and lower body. A mere glance downward revealed the eerie sight beneath her skirt. Could she be an indigenous person? He cautiously checked for her breath. It was faint, yet she was undeniably alive. Hence, Ye Feng took it upon himself to lift her and place her across his thigh. The indigenous woman wore a necklace of canine teeth around her neck, and her arms were adorned with 3 horizontal tattoos. She was certainly an indigenous female spy. I shall take her back for rigorous interrogation to uncover the whereabouts of the warship. With that thought, Ye Feng hoisted the woman onto his back. What have you picked up now? Susan inquired, her tone less than amiable. Oh, just a fellow indigenous person. I thought I might extract some intelligence from her. So I'm taking her back for treatment. If she regains consciousness, we shall commence our thorough interrogation, Ye Feng replied solemnly. Is that so? Susan shot him a disapproving glance and fell silent. Meanwhile, Jiaying was visibly excited, his gaze frequently darting beneath the indigenous woman's skirt. Jiaying, you go ahead and lift the dragon's head, Ye Feng commanded coldly. Why? Jiaying exclaimed in shock. There's no reason, just do as I say. Ye Feng's tone turned icy. After a short while, they finally returned to the cave. You're back. A group of women surrounded them, all gravitating towards Ye Feng in search of a semblance of safety. Engineer Chung? Engineer Zhang? You actually came? How wonderful. The 6 engineers embraced each other. Having worked together for such an extended period, Ye Feng observed them coldly, contemplating that he could not allow these 6 engineers to unite too closely. Otherwise, should they decide to strike collectively, his shipbuilding plans would be jeopardized. Moreover, it was paramount to prevent the newly arrived 6 from acquiring firearms or gaining access to the underground base. Thus, Ye Feng stealthily approached Long Wu. Although Long Wu's leg was injured, his hands remained functional. Brother Wu, take these 2 handguns. Aside from me, Susan, Zhang Yan, Narili Mei, and Dove. Do not allow anyone else to enter the depths of the cave, Ye Feng instructed. Long Wu nodded, positioning the 2 handguns within reach. Having served in the military, he possessed exceptional execution capabilities. Coupled with his limp, he was ideally suited to guard the cave. What about Su Yun and the initial 3 engineers? Should we not allow the other women in as well? Long Wu inquired. Sigh. Su Yun and the other women are unaware of the perils of society and could easily be deceived. They should not be permitted inside. As for the 3 engineers who initially joined us, observe how close-knit they appear from afar. They could easily be swayed, understand? Ye Feng pointed into the distance. Chapter 98. Brother Feng, just agree to it. Understood. Only you, Susan, Zhang Yan, Narili Mei, and Dove are allowed. Anyone who dares to intrude into the depths of the cave will face no mercy. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Long Wu's eyes. Wait, aside from the newly brought individuals who can be dealt with harshly, focus primarily on persuasion with the others, Ye Feng urged, making an effort to clarify his intention. He was not willing to harm the adorable little girl, Ding Tuan Tuan. Long Wu's face displayed a few question marks, clearly confused by Ye Feng's command. Those who had served in the military were often too straightforward and sometimes lacked flexibility. Let me provide you with an analogy. We, Susan, Narili Mei, Zhang Yan, and Dove, are allies with certain capabilities, wits, and means, thus forming the first tier. You can heed our words. Su Yun and the other women belong to the second tier. While they are trustworthy, we must guard against their overly compassionate hearts being exploited. The third tier consists of Chung Li Bin, Bao Qi Fong, and Yu Si Hai, who are the most susceptible to manipulation, possessing low trustworthiness and potentially acting irrationally at any moment. Then there are the 6 new individuals we brought back. They likely harbor ulterior motives. Yet they are robust laborers we require for shipbuilding. As long as they work diligently, we shall not disturb them for now. However, should they take any tangible actions against us, do not hesitate to extinguish them at the outset. Ye Feng concluded. Brother Feng, this is much clearer now. I feel assured. Long Wu nodded in agreement. Thank you, Brother Wu, Ye Feng replied. The 2 addressed each other as brothers, each holding their own views. Once the instructions were conveyed, Ye Feng reiterated the precautions regarding the 6 individuals to several key figures. Meanwhile, the engineers had begun their work, positioning the keel at the cave's entrance and commencing to drive piles around it to outline the ship's form. Hurry up. Do not let Brother Feng express dissatisfaction. Did you hear that? Jiaying, with his hands clasped behind his back, assumed the role of overseer. Jiaying, you should join in. I do not require an overseer here, Ye Feng said coldly. Yes. Jiaying obediently set off to chop wood. As for the injured fellow, he leaned against a tree to rest, occasionally touching the wound and bringing his fingers to his nose to smell. Ye Feng squinted as he approached. Is it rotten? It seems to be a bit, he replied. A flicker of terror crossed the security guard's eyes. On this desolate island, festering wounds were beyond salvation, even by divine intervention. Ye Feng crouched down for a moment and indeed caught a whiff of decay. Come, let me take you to the riverbank to gather medicinal herbs. There are specific remedies available there. With that, Ye Feng assisted the guard to his feet. I truly apologize for my past behavior. I often made things difficult for you alongside the captain, the guard admitted, somewhat moved. Say no more. Let's go, Ye Feng replied, ultimately guiding the guard to the riverside. Why have you stopped, Ye Feng? Suddenly, a horrific scream erupted as the guard was unceremoniously kicked into the river. In an instant, a swarm of parasitic catfish and piranhas converged, feasting upon him as he became the center of their gruesome banquet. Once he had fully vanished into the depths, Ye Feng returned to the cave. What about Xiaoyang? Jiaying inquired. He was devoured by that horde of monstrous monkeys. I exerted considerable effort to escape them. We must hasten to construct a vessel, or else those creatures will inevitably find their way here, Ye Feng fabricated. In this treacherous realm, a benevolent heart could not afford to linger. Compassion was a luxury he could not afford. Jiaying glanced once more toward the river before resuming his labor. However, this time, he worked with caution, as if fearful of injuring himself. Time passed, and it was not until dusk that Ye Feng allowed the group to rest outside the cave, simultaneously requesting Raimai to prepare sustenance for them. Li Bean and his companions were served generous portions of roasted meat and a hearty bowl of bone broth, while Jiaying and his 5 companions received merely a meager slice of roasted meat. As for the bone broth, it was entirely absent. If they were thirsty, they could drink from the mountain spring nearby. Has the indigenous woman awakened? Ye Feng asked Alice. Not yet. We've already administered meat broth to her several times. And Raimai has fed her milk twice, Alice replied. Raimai's cheeks flushed crimson at the revelation. In the frenzy of recent days, Ye Feng had been tirelessly occupied, leaving Raimai no choice but to resort to such measures. Those on night watch would keep a vigilant eye on her. It was imperative she survived so they could interrogate her about the whereabouts of her tribe, just in case. After finishing a hearty bite of meat, Ye Feng declared, to which everyone nodded in agreement. At that moment, engineers entered the cave, led by Li Bean and followed by 7 others. Brother Feng, is it fair to treat them differently? They worked diligently during the day, yet received so little to eat. I fear for their health, Li Bean expressed concern. Chung, as the leader of this team, I have my own reasoning for this decision. Moreover, our salt is scarce, and our food supplies are limited. If you feel sympathy for them, starting tomorrow, I can redistribute your rations to include them, Ye Feng said lazily, picking his teeth with a bamboo skewer. Li Bean and 2 engineers exchanged glances and promptly fell silent. Brother Feng, if salt is scarce and food is limited, grant us a firearm, and the 5 of us will go hunting. The tropical rainforest abounds with food, and as for salt, we can send 2 to the beach to harvest it. You need not worry about that, Jiaying proposed. He toiled throughout the day, engaging in strenuous labor, only to find himself half satiated by nightfall. If this continues, he would merely retain the most basic capacity for activity, leaving him no energy to eliminate Ye Feng. Leave the salt and the prey to us, Brother Feng. Rest assured, we shall not impose upon you. All we require is a firearm, they implored. Brother Feng, please acquiesce. The 5 of them began to persuade him, each contributing their voice to the chorus. Confronted by these 5 ill-intentioned individuals, Ye Feng's expression darkened. A firearm is a crucial resource. Can it be so freely bestowed upon you? Attend to your tasks diligently. Without my command, you are not to leave the mouth of the cave. Otherwise, I reserve the right to execute all 5 of you at any moment, Ye Feng stated coldly. The 5 fell silent, their faces clouded with discontent as they departed the cave, obediently returning to their fire outside. Well then, we shall take our leave, Li Bean remarked, a sense of superiority swelling within him. Look, everyone is busy building boats. Why is it that we can feast on large portions of meat and savor broth, while you 5 are relegated to a mere morsel of roasted meat? Indeed, happiness is often derived from comparison. The 3 of them stepped outside the cave, kindling another fire, establishing a clear boundary from the newcomers. Within the humble encampment, 3 distinct hierarchies emerged. As for the women inside the cave, a hint of amusement graced their faces. Even the act of consuming meat became more refined. After all, they occupied the pinnacle of the social pyramid and needed to maintain their image, eschewing the brutish behavior of primitive man. Chapter 99. Are there survivors? Listen closely, you 3. I am now your captain, and Shao Kai is your vice-captain. We must closely align ourselves with Brother Feng, adhering to his directives. Without Brother Feng's orders, you are not to leave the cave, and laziness during work is strictly prohibited. Jiaying would not willingly accept a subordinate position. Thus, he delineated a hierarchy among the 5 lowest-ranking individuals. Huh, what are you? A captain and a vice-captain? Is that merely an attempt to curry favor with Brother Feng? Do you see him acknowledging you? One engineer mocked. Damn it, Shao Kai, deal with him. Immediately, the 5 divided into 2 factions and commenced a brawl. As Susan prepared to intervene, Ye Feng raised a hand to block her. Do not interfere. They will cease when they tire, he stated calmly. These 5 must not unite. It would be best to incite genuine conflict, which would facilitate control. Otherwise, they might conspire against him, leading to his demise. After a lengthy skirmish, Jiaying and his companion emerged victorious, having a background in self-defense training that surpassed that of the office-bound engineers. Thus, the lowest tier was established. After some contemplation, Ye Feng heated a dagger in the fire and approached Jiaying. Brother Feng, what are you doing? Jiaying asked, startled. I will leave a mark on your face, a scar that symbolizes honor. Henceforth, you shall lead the other 4, and this mark will serve as a reminder for future reference. Any matters that arise will be communicated solely through you, Ye Feng declared. Indeed, thank you for your kind words, Feng. However, might I request that you refrain from scorching my face? You may apply the heat to my arm instead. Just a brief touch will suffice. With a sudden bray, Jiaying ascended to the position of captain. The 3 engineers at the lowest rung exchanged glances, seemingly recognizing the resolve reflected in each other's eyes. Ye Feng's stance was unmistakable. The strongest would command respect. Does this imply that in a few days, should we manage to overcome Jiaying, we too could ascend to leadership? Thus, the seeds of rivalry were sown in the minds of the trio. Ye Feng observed with a detached gaze, keenly aware of the broader dynamics at play. Presently, this microcosm had achieved a semblance of stability, with each member interdependent, thus mitigating the risk of collective dissent. With no further tasks at hand, the group settled into slumber, leaving 2 women to stand guard through the night. As for the lookout in the trees, that responsibility was entrusted to the agile Dofu, who, while resting during the day, kept watch at night, thus enjoying a relatively easy existence. Susan typically took the daytime watch, and when she needed to venture out, Ye Feng would ask Raimai to assign others to the lookout duty. In a state between wakefulness and sleep, Ye Feng discerned the heavy breathing of the indigenous woman beside him. The night air, chill with temperatures barely above 10 degrees, prompted him to embrace her, securing her form between his legs and resting her head against his warm chest. As anticipated, her breathing gradually steadied. At the break of dawn, Ye Feng awoke abruptly. While the others remained in slumber, the indigenous woman in his arms was already awake, her striking eyes fixed intently upon him. You're awake? He inquired, gently releasing her. She remained silent, extricating herself from his embrace and surveying the surroundings warily. What is your name? Ye Feng pressed. She offered no reply, instead rising barefoot to pace within the confines of the cavern. Still no words? Ye Feng placed his hand near his firearm. Finally, she met his gaze, and after a fleeting exchange of looks, she dashed towards the river with remarkable swiftness. Don't run, Ye Feng bellowed, rousing all the women from their slumber. The chase ensued, quickly leading them to the river's edge. Having only recently recovered, she was swiftly caught in Ye Feng's leap, enveloped in his arms. Unexpectedly, her grappling skills proved formidable. She ensnared his neck with her legs, pulling back with considerable force. Ye Feng felt as though his neck might snap under the pressure. In response, he seized her leather skirt and yanked it downwards. Before him lay a young body, exuding primal vigor. They continued their close-quarters entanglement. Ye Feng recognized that her fighting style resembled Brazilian jiu-jitsu, primarily focused on entanglement, akin to the serpentine moves seen in Stephen Chow's films. Her legs alternately coiled around his neck and limbs, ultimately wrapping around his waist, while her arms encircled his neck, pulling him toward her chest. In truth, Ye Feng did not exert excessive force. Otherwise, with his strength, he could have easily dispatched the woman in mere moments. Ultimately, he subdued her slippery form, pinning her to the ground while she clung to his waist. Why did you flee? Ye Feng demanded. You are from a foreign tribe. All foreign tribes deserve to perish. The indigenous woman retorted defiantly. Enraged, Ye Feng delivered a powerful blow to her cheek, rendering her unconscious. He then carried the unconscious woman back to his quarters and secured her with some ropes. The others began to awaken, gathering around eagerly. This woman harbors intense hostility towards us, we must remain cautious. Her body is as slippery as an eel, making it highly likely she could escape these bindings. Ye Feng advised. Understood. Long Wu nodded in response. Susan, you shall remain at the camp to oversee matters. Raimai and Zhang Yan, you will assist Susan. Ye Feng stretched lazily, prompting Susan to inquire, where are you going? I have unfinished business to attend to. The search for the wreckage of the warship is of utmost importance. He replied, summoning a security guard named Shao Kai. Shao Kai, you mentioned discovering a piece of iron plate several kilometers upstream. I require you to lead the way. Ye Feng commanded. But I can scarcely remember the route. Shao Kai stammered. The upstream area is a maze of waterways. We stumbled about haphazardly and have long lost our bearings. Regardless, you must accompany me and try to recall the path. If I can locate the warship wreck, I shall double your rations of roasted meat, Ye Feng stated calmly. Fear not. My memory is quite sharp. I will surely remember, Shao Kai declared, promptly taking the lead. Indeed, incentives are necessary. Without them, this group would merely go through the motions. After traversing the swamp teeming with crocodiles, Ye Feng finally spotted the markings he had made previously. He also noticed the remnants of a campfire lit by the 3 security guards last time. However, the embers appeared to have been disturbed, and several footprints were visible. They did not resemble those of wild beasts. Rather, they bore a striking resemblance to human prints. Could there be survivors? Chapter 100. Oh, it hurts. Ye Feng exclaimed, surveying his surroundings in bewilderment, his pupils suddenly narrowing. Shao Kai, get down, he shouted to the distant guard. Alas, it was too late. A spear descended from the sky in a parabolic arc, piercing through Shao Kai's mouth and emerging from his back, pinning his lifeless body in place. Immediately, a cacophony of screeches erupted from the nearby woods. Ye Feng swiftly raised his rifle, and from the thicket emerged several towering indigenous individuals, grotesque in appearance, their muscles bulging prominently. In their grasp, they held a small creature. Upon closer inspection, Ye Feng discerned that it was a bizarre monkey infant, barely 20 centimeters in length. The piercing shrieks intensified as a swarm of strange monkeys burst forth behind the indigenous people. Yet, these peculiar monkeys did not attack their captors. Instead, they bared their teeth and charged towards Ye Feng. Another indigenous warrior leveled his spear over his shoulder, aiming directly at Ye Feng. Bang! Without hesitation, Ye Feng pulled the trigger and swiftly turned to flee downstream. After some contemplation, he realized that these peculiar monkeys were the hunting dogs of the indigenous people, which explained their adeptness with tools and remarkable teamwork. Within half a minute, he discerned that he was no match for them. Suddenly, a spear whizzed past his shoulder. The indigenous throwers were remarkably precise. A sense of foreboding washed over him, prompting him to zigzag as he ran. When faced with danger, the instinct to flee home is often immediate. Soon, he found himself at a swamp, where a multitude of crocodiles lay ahead. Another spear flew his way. Ye Feng pivoted and aimed his rifle. Bang! The closest indigenous man was struck down. The remaining tribesmen emitted furious howls, intensifying their pursuit of Ye Feng, while the number of peculiar monkeys surrounding him swelled to over 50. Was this the end? Clenching his teeth, Ye Feng charged into the densely packed crocodile territory. Fortunately, his agility allowed him to navigate through the throngs of reptiles. In a brief moment, he emerged from the crocodile zone, just as the lethargic, cold-blooded creatures began to stir, their eyes wide open. Behind him, 5 or 6 indigenous men remained, seemingly aware of the danger posed by the crocodiles, resorting to frantic howls from across the way. Exhaling deeply, Ye Feng noticed that one of the indigenous men clutched a tattered dagger, identical to those from the underground base. This hinted at the presence of a warship upstream. Time for payback. Ye Feng crouched low, aiming his rifle at the opposite side of the crocodile area. Bang! Another indigenous man was blown away. Now, only 2 remained, leaping in frustration. One man pulled back, inadvertently sending his spear flying. Alas, despite his strength, it fell feebly among the crocodiles, barely reaching 30 meters. In contrast, Ye Feng's bullets were far more potent, capable of reaching 300 to 400 meters. Bang! Another shot rang out, missing the indigenous men, but causing them to shout in anger. Ye Feng gradually regained his composure, loading another bullet into the chamber. However, in the next instant, he was taken aback. The 2 indigenous men let out a piercing scream, a sound that resonated with authority. The 50 peculiar monkeys surged into the crocodile zone, charging towards Ye Feng's position. Instantly, a fierce battle erupted between the crocodiles and the monkeys. with several monkeys being torn in half. Yet, even without their lower halves, they crawled forward with terrifying determination, their eyes glinting with a chilling malice. The depth of their resentment sent shivers down Ye Feng's spine. The relentless charge of the monkeys was enough to instill fear even in the divine. Ye Feng fired several more shots, but the monkeys had already advanced significantly, now mere meters away from him. Among them, 5 or 6 had even taken to blowing into makeshift horns. This was dire. Ye Feng, in a flurry, discharged his final shot before hastily retreating downstream. After sprinting over 100 meters, he glanced back to see the remaining monstrous monkeys and indigenous people had already crossed the swamp and were relentlessly pursuing him. What to do? Surely, he could not lead this band of miscreants into the cavernous depths? If even one of those grotesque monkeys escaped, the indigenous horde would undoubtedly descend upon him. As he ran, his mind raced with thoughts. Gritting his teeth, he veered sharply into the thicket, fleeing in a different direction. The forest was thick with thorns and underbrush, and after only a brief sprint, his body bore several gashes. Yet the indigenous people and the monstrous monkeys were undeterred. In the jungle, they outpaced him effortlessly. The pursuers drew ever closer. Suddenly, 2 poisoned darts whizzed past him, accompanied by a spear. Ye Feng poured every ounce of his strength into his legs, propelling himself forward with fervor. As he continued, the woods ahead inexplicably brightened. Could it be? A sense of foreboding washed over him as he beheld the increasingly illuminated forest. Indeed, he soon discovered he was at an impasse, a sheer cliff rising approximately 30 meters, beneath which roared a tumultuous tropical tributary. The indigenous people and the grotesque monkeys were closing in. Grimly determined, Ye Feng cast his rifle into the river and unsheathed 2 handguns, firing them with fervent desperation. Bang, bang, bang. He discharged 14 rounds, managing to fell only 2 of the monstrous monkeys. His marksmanship faltered, compounded by the dense foliage that obstructed half of his shots. I shall leap, Ye Feng exclaimed, pinching his nose as he hurled himself from the 30-meter precipice. Splash! Water erupted in a plume several meters high. The instant he plunged into the water, he felt as though he had been struck by the hand of a giant. Gasping, he expelled a mouthful of blood, instantly staining the river a vivid red. He fought to maintain consciousness, glancing upwards to find 2 indigenous people peering down at him with cold, calculating gazes. It appeared they were too fearful to leap. Ye Feng was carried along by the current, yearning for the shore, but the swift waters relentlessly swept him downstream. Perhaps this was fortuitous, he mused. Maybe he would be carried directly to the sea. Time slipped by as he was buffeted by the current, until suddenly, the waters began to calm, indicating a change in terrain. Summoning every ounce of strength, he swam toward the grassy banks. Ouch! What the it hurts! Ye Feng cried out repeatedly as he crawled, half rolling, onto the shore. He discovered several leeches clinging to his wounds, their powerful suction causing his head to spin with each wriggle. Yet he refrained from immediately removing them, hastily shedding his trousers instead. To his dismay, a slender parasitic catfish was burrowing into his body at the point of urination. Ye Feng quickly seized its tail, pulling it out with urgency. Chapter 101. Digging within after a chilling scream, a bloodied parasitic catfish was pulled out, having burrowed 2 centimeters deep. Ye Feng, appearing feeble, lifted his hips and expelled 2 more parasitic catfish from his body. Once these acts were complete, he seemed to have exhausted all his strength, collapsing onto the ground, motionless. As several thick leeches writhed upon his wounds, the leeches, initially as thick as a finger, had swollen to the size of an infant's arm after squirming for several moments. So tired. With those words, Ye Feng succumbed to unconsciousness. In a semi-dazed state, he felt his body swaying side to side, while something sweet was placed in his mouth. Reluctantly, he opened his eyes to see several dark-skinned natives lifting him, progressing toward an unknown destination. The air was filled with a series of chirping sounds. Summoning all his strength, he turned his head, only to find himself surrounded by strange monkeys, at least 20 of them. 2 tall natives carried him, while another fed him juice, making a total of 3. This is the end. Ye Feng shut his eyes once more. When he opened them again, night had fallen. Ye Feng sensed that his strength had somewhat returned, allowing him to observe his situation more keenly. His hands and feet were bound, suspended from a straight spear held at both ends by 2 natives. Beside him flowed a tributary about a kilometer wide, where a massive and dilapidated warship lay stranded on the bank. The ship's insignia had long since faded, yet the outline of a swastika was still discernible. Unfortunately, the vessel was in such disrepair that vines covered its deck and gun positions, with some strange monkeys scampering about. Sounds of drumbeats and various chaotic howls echoed from the direction of his head. Ye Feng strained to look up, finally gaining clarity of his surroundings. Near the riverbank, dozens of canoes and bamboo rafts were tethered. Some petite native women were pounding clothes on the shore, while native men led a string of captives to the riverbank. Ye Feng's eyes brightened slightly, for among these captives were a few familiar faces from his company. It seemed they had survived the shipwreck but had not escaped the clutches of the natives. An eerie force was rapidly mending Ye Feng's wounds. He felt insatiably hungry, as if he could devour an entire leg of beef. Ye Feng, it's me, Xiaomei. A raggedly dressed woman among the captives called out to him. Xiaomei. Ye Feng's mouth opened slightly before he painfully shut his eyes again. Xiaomei, the sales champion at the company, had unexpectedly encountered misfortune during this team-building trip at sea. He remembered her saying that once she earned enough money, she would buy a small apartment in the bustling metropolis and live a life of a single aristocrat. It seemed that dream was now dashed. Shut up. A punch struck Ye Feng's face. Once they reached the enormous bonfire on the riverbank, Ye Feng was lowered and lined up with the other captives. Seizing the moment, Xiaomei squeezed her way next to him. Ye Feng, we must devise a means to escape. Do you not see the corpses nearby? Xiaomei, with her hands bound, gestured towards the distance with her chin. Ye Feng focused his gaze and was horrified to see nearly 100 headless corpses piled upon the riverbank. Some were already decayed, with flies buzzing about them, while others appeared relatively fresh, yet were smeared with black dye. Gritting his teeth, Ye Feng strained against the ropes binding his wrists. The cords were not particularly sturdy, and with his current strength, he could likely break free. However, severing the ropes did not guarantee his escape, as towering indigenous people surrounded them, and the dilapidated warship was teeming with peculiar monkeys. A calculated approach was essential to seize any opportunity for flight. At that moment, a middle-aged man was dragged to the fire pit. Four indigenous women approached, cradling some black dye in their hands, and began to smear it across the man's body. What are you doing? What are you doing? The man glanced at the blackened corpses by the riverbank, seemingly grasping the grim reality. In the next instant, his legs trembled, and a stream of urine flowed down. Ye Feng was startled, instinctively recoiling. Xiaomei appeared to notice his reaction and mirrored his retreat. For the indigenous people seized individuals at random. Whoever was nearest was taken. Such is human nature. Even a moment's respite is cherished. Ye Feng scrutinized the terrain, contemplating potential escape routes. This was a low riverbank, adorned with numerous piled stones resembling a dam. The women were washing animal skins atop the stones. The men bore tattoos on their arms, predominantly a single line, though occasionally two. Only the tallest man in the center exhibited 3 tattoos, indicating his esteemed status within the tribe. The women, devoid of tattoos, were strikingly petite, standing at approximately 1.40 meters. Yet, they were not dwarfs. Rather, they were statuesque, their long legs reminiscent of models from a fantastical realm. Ye Feng pondered why the indigenous men towered nearly 2 meters while the women were but 1.40 meters. Was it not customary for wealth to be displayed during courtship? The middle-aged man was now thrust before a brown wooden stump, where an indigenous man pinned him down while another restrained his head. Then, the man with 3 tattoos emerged, wielding a black stone dagger. No, please, no. The middle-aged man struggled desperately, but the indigenous people were too powerful, holding him firmly in place. Oh God, please protect my Kage tribe from extinction during this calamitous event that occurs once every 80 years. Accept our freshest offerings. Having uttered these words, the tattooed man plunged the dagger into the middle-aged man's chest and forcefully pulled downward, subsequently extending his other hand to delve within. A heart, pulsating fervently, was extracted by him and raised high towards the heavens. Oh, howls of exhilaration erupted from the natives gathered by the fire. Thump, thump, thump. Dozens of indigenous people struck their drums with fervor. Some women, shedding their animal skin skirts, danced wildly in their bare forms, embodying a primal beauty that left Ye Feng, despite his weakened state, feeling uncomfortable in his attire. This was a dance unlike any he had witnessed, showcasing the raw essence of nature. At that moment, the towering native stepped aside, and a woman with alabaster skin emerged. Upon seeing her, Ye Feng's eyes instantly reddened, not from familiarity, but due to her provocative attire. Her chest was adorned only with 2 palm-sized leaves, bound together with plant fibers. Below, A strip of animal hide, barely 2 centimeters wide, clung to her, covering only the most essential parts while leaving everything else exposed. This extreme embodiment of untamed beauty ignited a more primal instinct than nudity ever could. Yet, the tall and grotesque natives held this new woman in profound reverence, all bowing slightly, their heads lowered in respect. The leader, marked by 3 stripes, approached and offered the heart to her. She grasped it, murmuring an incantation in a tongue unknown to the onlookers. In the next instant, the bizarre monkeys aboard the warship became animated, engaging in a frenzied display of movement. As the incantation quickened, their actions intensified. What sorcery is this? Xiao Mei, blushing deeply, turned to Ye Feng, but her mouth fell agape in shock at the sight of his trousers. The 3-striped leader retreated a few paces, retrieving a massive stone axe from the ground, aiming it at the still-breathing middle-aged man. With a swift motion, the axe severed the head from its body. The corpse, painted in black dye, was dragged away by a group of savages and carelessly discarded by the riverside. Meanwhile, the severed head was tossed about like a ball by the other indigenous women. Another native approached, casting a sharp gaze over the group of captives. Ye Feng's heart sank. Though he possessed the strength to break free from his bindings, he lacked the confidence to escape unscathed. Should he be selected, it would spell his doom. "You," the native shouted, seizing a young man's collar. The lad shook his head vigorously but refrained from resisting, knowing well that defiance was futile. The grim scene unfolded once more. The youth's blood coursed rapidly, spraying over a meter away. In less than 5 minutes, the native returned to select another. His gaze swept across Ye Feng's face before slowly extending his hand. In the next moment, he grasped a nearby African man, whose spirit of resistance flared. He suddenly shoved the native aside and sprinted towards the periphery. However, having barely covered 10 meters, a spear descended from the heavens, pinning him in place. At that moment, the indigenous man approached once more, pausing momentarily with his right hand raised before abruptly seizing Xiao Mei. "Ye Feng, save me, please." Xiao Mei's voice trembled with palpable fear. Ye Feng's mouth fell agape, yearning to speak, yet paralyzed by the dread of becoming the next victim. He was gathering strength, needing just a moment to free himself from the ropes binding his hands, then to sever the ties around his feet, and ultimately leap into the river, allowing the current to carry him downstream. The leeches and parasitic catfish lurking within the waters were of little concern to him. Anything was preferable to being slaughtered like livestock. Xiao Mei's body weakened from fright, and the indigenous man easily forced her onto the reddish-brown pedestal. The 3 stripes raised a stone dagger. "Wait!" Ye Feng suddenly burst forth, only to be obstructed by 2 indigenous men. "Disrupt the ritual, bring him here first." At that moment, the fair-skinned priestess's expression darkened, her long finger pointing accusingly at Ye Feng. Instantly, the 2 indigenous men dragged Ye Feng to the pedestal's front. Regret consumed Ye Feng. He wished he had acted differently. Despite Xiao Mei's professional demeanor towards him at the company, unlike Wang Tao who had bullied him, she had spoken kindly on his behalf. He was indeed fierce, but had always been clear about his grudges. Yet now, he found himself regretting his choices. Xiao Mei, now utterly terrified, was hoisted by one of the indigenous men and thrown back into the captive throng. In contrast, Ye Feng was pressed against the pedestal. However, his body remained resolute, his arms as firm as steel, ever ready to strike. He had calculated that when the dagger plunged toward his heart, he would suddenly break free from his bonds. "Seize the dagger, and take the esteemed priestess hostage. O God, please protect the people of the Ge tribe from extinction during this 80-year calamity. Accept our freshest offerings." Once the 3 stripes concluded their incantation, the dagger was thrust toward Ye Feng's heart. In an instant, Ye Feng's eyes widened in horror. The next moment, he lurched sideways, his arms straining against the ropes, freeing himself entirely. At the same time, a loud bang echoed from the woods behind him. The 3 stripes lunged forward, a bullet erupting from their chest. "Ye Feng, we have come to rescue you." Susan's voice rang out from the forest. Ye Feng's heart soared with elation. He snatched the dagger from the corpse's hand and thrust it forward. The indigenous man who had pressed against his head was instantly pierced through. Another indigenous man clutched Ye Feng from behind. Bang! Warm blood splattered across Ye Feng's face as the man's skull was shattered. The priestess hastily retreated, uttering a brief incantation. "Cursed child." As her words fell, the monstrous monkeys aboard the warship went into a frenzy, charging toward the woods. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire erupted incessantly. and the indigenous men surrounding the priestess fell one after another. Ye Feng surmised that the entire camp must have mobilized. Such firepower could not be summoned by a mere few. Do not linger in battle. With that, he rolled away, pressing the dagger against the priestess's delicate skin. Release our great priestess. The indigenous people were paralyzed with fear, as if witnessing their long-adored goddess being violated. Do not approach. If you dare come closer, I shall pierce her, Ye Feng declared coldly. Pay no heed to me. Reduce this foreigner to a mere pulp. Yet, to Ye Feng's astonishment, the priestess exhibited remarkable fortitude, seemingly indifferent to life and death. Foreigner, should you lay a finger on the priestess, I shall slice your flesh piece by piece to feed the vengeful children. At that moment, an indigenous man emerged from the dilapidated village, his arms adorned with 4 tattoos. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing the formidable aura emanating from this man, who had evidently become a strong contender, capable of instilling a palpable tension in the air. Pusher, do not concern yourself with me. Eliminate this foreigner now, swiftly. The priestess, however, remained restless, writhing in Ye Feng's embrace while subtly guarding her left wrist with her right hand. Ye Feng immediately sensed something amiss. Just then, Susan and the others rushed over to encircle Ye Feng protectively. A cry echoed, as someone was struck by the venomous needle of the monstrous monkey. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Ye Feng's eyes. He suddenly directed his dagger toward the priestess's shoulder, delivering a fierce cut. Humph! The priestess merely stifled a groan. I will turn you into mincemeat. The indigenous people stirred, yet hesitated to advance, wary of the consequences. At that juncture, Ye Feng reached for the priestess's left wrist. Noticing the calm demeanor on her face vanish in an instant, replaced by sheer panic. Chapter 103. A chance for Ah Feng. Ye Feng seized the priestess's wrist, revealing a bracelet crafted from teeth. What is this? He yanked at the bracelet. The surrounding vengeful children of the monstrous monkeys erupted into excited chattering. You cannot touch it. The priestess protested, still struggling. I shall do as I please. With a determined pull, the frenzy of the vengeful children abruptly ceased. Their shrieks directed at Susan and the others diminished, and they turned their ominous gazes toward the indigenous men. This bracelet is sturdier than I anticipated, Ye Feng mused, securing the priestess with his arms while positioning his stone dagger against the bracelet. No. Both the priestess and the tattooed man exclaimed in shock. With a swift motion, the bracelet was severed, its teeth scattering to the ground. Susan sensed a shift in the atmosphere. She turned to observe the monstrous monkeys, and to her astonishment, one of them stood upright, fixing its gaze on the nearest indigenous man. In the next moment, it placed a blowpipe in its mouth and aimed at the man. With a sharp exhale, the indigenous man was struck by a dart. Ah! He yelped in pain, jumping in place. One monkey led the charge, and the others erupted into frenzied cries, suddenly turning their aggression upon the indigenous men. An indigenous man attempted to resist, only to be subdued by a horde of grotesque monkeys that pinned him to the ground. Their claws flailed with alarming speed, resulting in the man being disemboweled, his entrails violently torn from his body. This is dire. The figure marked with 4 stripes seized a spear and hurled it fiercely towards Ye Feng, simultaneously charging forward with great speed. What in the world is happening? Ye Feng rolled aside to evade the attack and landed next to Susan. Ye Feng, we must flee at once. This is our chance, Susan urged. Everyone, heed my command and run, Ye Feng declared, leading the way downstream. After sprinting several dozen meters, he glanced back to witness a swarm of grotesque monkeys charging towards the indigenous man, initiating a gruesome slaughter. Only the 4-striped figure plunged into the crowd of vengeful children, picking up teeth scattered on the ground and stringing them onto a rope. With each tooth he strung, the monkey's assault weakened, and it seemed that, before long, these treacherous creatures would be entirely subdued. Ye Feng remained uncertain of the connection between the bracelet and the vengeful children, but it was likely some form of control mechanism. After running for over 20 meters, Ye Feng and his companions burst into the forest. Keep running ahead. Ye Feng leaped onto a rock, once again gazing towards the riverbank. Chaos reigned there, with some indigenous people battling the vengeful children while others fled towards their tribe. The captives finally seized their opportunity. Some ran upstream, others downstream. And in their panic, a few leapt into the river, with several even jumping into a canoe. Xiao Mei, come over here. Ye Feng called out from a distance. Xiao Mei, hiding behind a large tree, hurried towards Ye Feng upon hearing his call, but her legs felt weak, reminiscent of the effects of polio. In exasperation, Ye Feng ran back. Their bodies collided, and he hoisted Xiao Mei onto his shoulder, striding forward with long strides. The four-striped indigenous man worked diligently for several minutes before finally reassembling the bracelet. He quickly rolled over and knelt before the female priestess, presenting the bracelet with both hands. The priestess took a deep breath, disregarding her wounds, and swiftly donned the bracelet on her wrist, then caressed it while reciting an incantation. Vengeful children. The voice seemed to resonate from the heavens. In an instant, the vengeful children, who had been attacking, ceased their slaughter, their gazes becoming murky and filled with malice. Vengeful children, return to the nest. The priestess recited the incantation once more. Most of the vengeful children stirred, hesitantly making their way towards the battleship. Yet, a few remained stationary, their eyes flickering between murkiness and clarity. The four-striped figure narrowed his eyes and seized a spear from the ground, charging forward to strike. Bang! 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 The disobedient, vengeful children had their heads smashed open. The riverbank was littered with the remains of several indigenous men, alongside the corpses of numerous vengeful children. The priestess clutched her wrist, her expression one of pain. The leader of the Firestone Sky, addressing the gathered, expressed her concern regarding the weakening of the curses cast upon the vengeful children. I require a span of 10 days to fortify their spells. During this time, you must vigilantly guard the periphery of our tribe, ensuring that no foreign beings or beasts disrupt our peace. Once the 10 days have elapsed, we shall expunge these outsiders entirely. The priestess spoke, her hand clasping her wrist. Understood, great messenger of the divine, replied the man named Firestone, bowing slightly, though a flicker of defiance glimmered in his eyes. Unbeknownst to Ye Feng, the peril had yet to be averted as he continued his rapid descent downstream. The forest loomed ominously dark, and their frantic escape was punctuated by anguished cries. I feel as if I've been pricked by countless thorns, one lamented. My face itches terribly. I must have brushed against some toxic plant. Who can extract the poison for me? Just moments ago, I was struck by a dart on my rear. A group burst forth from the thicket, collapsing by the riverbank, gasping for breath. Illuminated by the bright moonlight, Ye Feng discerned the faces of his rescuers, 8 in total: Susan, Su Yun, Ramiko, Zhang Yin, Cheng Libin, and astonishingly, Su Jiaying, along with Ding Tuanshuan and Lina. It was Su Jiaying who had been pierced by the dart, and leading the charge was Susan, who had thoughtfully ensured Su Jiaying's inclusion. Had she not, he would have surely rebelled within the camp. Chapter 104. Do not call me darling, I shall inspect the site where you were struck, Ye Feng stated, squatting before Su Jiaying, pulling down his trousers halfway to examine the wound. Do you feel the effects of the poison overwhelming you? He inquired coolly. And no, I'm fine, just a bit swollen. A wash will suffice. Su Jiaying's voice trembled with fear. Ye Feng nodded, pressing upon the injury with his hand. Ouch! Su Jiaying yelped. Ah! Ye Feng responded. And after a moment, he spat out several mouthfuls of blackened blood. The swelling of Su Jiaying's inflamed wound diminished slightly, as if the venom had receded. This struck Ye Feng as peculiar. He distinctly remembered that the poison from the vengeful children's darts could fell even a water buffalo. Yet it had not claimed Su Jiaying's life. Could it be that the toxins had waned after languishing for a considerable time? His decision to assist Su Jiaying stemmed from the fact that he had been injured while attempting to rescue him. Despite his disdain for Su Jiaying, he recognized the necessity of fairness. Should he neglect to reward courage, he would find himself abandoned in future crises. How do you feel now? Ye Feng asked, chewing on some tender grass before spitting it out as a makeshift mouth rinse. He dared not drink from the tributary's waters. I feel much improved, Su Jiaying exclaimed, pulling up his trousers, a look of unexpected joy illuminating his face. Ye Feng nodded and turned to Susan. Thank you for coming to my aid. You truly are my invaluable ally. Nay, my devoted partner. No, you are my esteemed assistant, and I am grateful. His earnest words elevated Susan to the foremost position in his esteem, eclipsing Su Yun entirely. There's no need for such formality, Susan replied, her expression tinged with embarrassment. Indeed, in addition to Susan, Ye Feng felt gratitude towards the rest of his rescuers. He immediately approached everyone, shaking hands one by one, occasionally patting shoulders and embracing some. The atmosphere was reminiscent of a commander rallying his troops. All right, let us hasten our departure. Otherwise, the natives will be upon us. Susan felt a surge of irritation at Ye Feng's pretentious demeanor. Indeed, Let us make haste. Ye Feng, startled, swiftly abandoned his authoritative posturing. Unfortunately, it was too late. From upstream, the trees began to sway, as if someone was rushing towards them. Do not be afraid. The native tribe is in disarray. Even if they do pursue us, their numbers will be limited. We shall deal with this pursuer. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes, accepting the handgun handed to him by Susan. Xiao Mei, startled, cautiously retreated behind Ye Feng. Yet, in the next moment, a dozen disheveled individuals emerged, some bound with ropes, the very captives who had narrowly escaped. Upon seeing Ye Feng, they approached him in a daze, silent and bewildered. Are you hungry? Ye Feng broke the silence. The group, gaunt and emaciated, had evidently not eaten since the shipwreck. Yes. The middle-aged leader nodded slightly. Come, return with us. I shall prepare food for you. With that, Ye Feng stepped forward and gently lifted a young girl of about 10, resting her head on his shoulder. The weary group, seemingly devoid of strength to speak, followed closely behind him, though he found himself in dire straits. Ye Feng could not deny the slight gains he had made. He had at least ascertained the location of the warship and gleaned that the strange creature, the vengeful child, was akin to a pet of the natives. Most importantly, he understood that the vengeful child seemed capable of retaliating, a phenomenon closely linked to the female priestess's bracelet. Finally, they reached the end of a small tributary and entered another stream. After traversing 3 tributaries, Ye Feng finally beheld the main river. Further downstream lay the location of the cave where he had been. Susan, my dear, how did you manage to locate the tribe amidst this winding stream? Ye Feng asked, incredulous. Of course, I inquired from that native woman. I even had her draw a map. Otherwise, we would have been unable to rescue you. My sister. She suddenly wept during the day, asserting that you were in danger and needed our help. Otherwise, I would have assumed you would return on your own. And one more thing, call me Sister Susan. Do not refer to me as my dear, understand? Susan emphasized her last words. Very well, Sister Susan, Ye Feng replied, nodding, casting a tender glance at Su Yun. Su Yun's cheeks flushed, and she quickly lowered her head. It was unexpected that Su Yun had developed feelings for him. Could she sense when he was in peril? It seemed she had been genuinely worried for him. Ye Feng felt deeply moved. He resolved to cherish Su Yun more upon their return. With urgency, Ye Feng and his companions finally returned to the cave. Unable to contain himself, Ye Feng knelt upon the ground, kissing the earth of his domain. He once believed he could never return. Chapter 105. Ye Feng, I hold you in high regard. How about it? Ye Feng, Ah Feng, Brother Feng. A throng of women encircled Ye Feng, leaving him with no escape. The voice of Long Wu resonated within the cave. My good brother, it is enough that you have returned. Ye Feng embraced or shook hands with these old friends, creating a profoundly emotional atmosphere. Particularly, the golden-haired little girl, Irian, clung tightly to Ye Feng's back, refusing to let go no matter what. Everyone, please take your seats. Anna, could you kindly prepare some food for us? We have newcomers who must be famished after missing several meals, Ye Feng said. The women in the cave busied themselves. Some cooked, others grilled meat, while a few simmered bone soup, and some took the captives to the nearby pond for a bath. This time, Ye Feng treated everyone equally. Even Su Jiaying and the other 3 engineers received ample food and steaming bowls of bone soup. Su Jiaying, having injured his rear, retired to the cave's entrance to rest after his meal. He needed to recuperate. Although Ye Feng was also injured, as the leader, he bore the pain and set objectives for everyone. After half an hour, Ye Feng finally shared the day's experiences with everyone in the cave. The expressions of the crowd turned grave, and Irian was so frightened she began to weep. Ah Feng, how many natives do you think there are in that tribe? Susan suddenly inquired. I'm not quite sure, but just on the riverbank, there are at least 50 or 60 native warriors. As for the total number of natives within the tribe, I cannot say, but it should not exceed 200 male natives. However, it appears that there are more females. Ye Feng recalled the wild dances of the native women. If only we could eliminate all the native men and leave just the women. Though they stand only around 4 feet tall, their figures are elongated and resemble models, not like dwarves with peculiar shapes. Moreover, their skin is a healthy shade of wheat, visually rivaling that of the known 3 races. To all the new friends joining us, rest well tonight. Tomorrow, you shall join the shipbuilding crew. We must expedite the construction of our vessel, for once completed, we shall sail freely in the great river, and no matter how formidable the natives may be, they shall not be able to hinder us, Ye Feng stated with gravity. Indeed, tomorrow we shall diligently build the ship, The group nodded eagerly. At that moment, Jiaying suddenly awoke. He stepped into the crowd and pointed at Ye Feng, declaring, "Everyone, remember, from this day forth, we shall rally around Brother Feng and follow his commands unconditionally. Furthermore, as Brother Feng is preoccupied with numerous matters, I shall take the lead among you newcomers. If anyone disagrees, let us spar a bit." Ye Feng, Susan, the women. After the speech, it was already late at night. Exhausted and weary, Ye Feng collapsed onto the women's bedding and fell asleep. In a state between slumber and wakefulness, Ye Feng felt something soft being placed in his mouth, and he instinctively began to suck greedily. The following morning, Ye Feng was awakened by a cacophony of sounds. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed that everyone had already taken their positions. Cheng Libin had assumed the role of the leader, as his shipbuilding crew had unexpectedly expanded by 12 individuals. Jiaying stood with his hands clasped behind his back, directing others in felling trees and drilling holes. Ye Feng glanced up at the sky, where Rimai was cradling him in her arms. "Are you awake?" she asked, her cheeks flushing with a rosy hue. "Indeed. Rimai, could you perhaps sweeten things up a bit next time? I would like a change of flavor," Ye Feng replied earnestly. Rimai stifled a giggle behind her hand. Ye Feng felt that his strength had recovered to about 50%. His injuries from the previous day were quite severe, and it would likely take about a week to fully regain his peak condition. Upon noticing Ye Feng had awakened, Jiaying quickly placed his hands in front of him and dutifully returned to his work. Ye Feng discerned that while he had been unconscious, this fellow had likely been shirking his responsibilities under the guise of a supervisor. Given his valiant protection of Ye Feng yesterday, he decided to overlook it for now and grant him a modicum of respect in front of the newcomers. "Alice, Lena, Anna, cease your tasks and arm yourselves. Follow me upstream," Ye Feng instructed suddenly. Men are instinctively warriors, acutely aware of impending threats. The three women did not inquire further, but obediently trailed behind Ye Feng. After reaching a point 1 kilometer upstream, Ye Feng handed a rifle to Anna. "Anna, do you see that tree? It's quite climbable. I'll boost you up, and you can keep watch from there. If you spot any indigenous people drifting downstream, return swiftly to inform us," he directed. "Understood," Anna replied as she ascended the tree. While Ye Feng had been unconscious, their efforts had lacked organization, but his awakening instantly set the team into motion, with each member finding their rightful place. After advancing another 500 meters upstream, Ye Feng passed a rifle to Lena. "Lena, your position allows you to form a mutual vantage point with Anna, serving the same purpose of surveillance." "Got it." Lena clambered up a banyan tree, continuing into the dense forest for another 500 meters. Ye Feng handed the last rifle to Alice. "Alice, you will take position in this tree. With this arrangement, the three of you will form a triangular lookout. If one is in peril, the others can provide immediate support." Alice accepted the rifle, a mischievous grin playing on her lips, still clad in her bikini. Her bold demeanor was evident as she wrapped her arms around Ye Feng's neck. "Ye Feng, I admire you, what do you say?" she purred, suddenly grasping him. Chapter 106. The others are of no assistance. Ye Feng felt a surge of excitement, yet it was accompanied by sharp pangs of pain. The wounds inflicted by the parasitic catfish from the previous day had not fully healed. Although he was capable now, it would undoubtedly compromise his overall experience. "Miss Alice, let us postpone this matter for a while. I am currently nursing some injuries. Rest assured, I shall recover within a week at most," Ye Feng replied. Alice chuckled softly and leaned in, her crimson lips drawing near. The two individuals remained entwined for an extended period, until Alice finally released Ye Feng. Once the triangular formation was established, Ye Feng could return to the camp with a sense of relief. Passing by the site where he had previously buried explosives, he gathered some dry branches to add a layer of camouflage, lest some wild beast should unearth them. The explosive's power could undoubtedly encompass a radius of several dozen meters, serving as his most formidable weapon. Subsequently, there were no issues. The shipbuilding crew's expansion allowed the vessel's outline to take shape rapidly. Everyone was acutely aware of the natives' prowess. Thus, each individual devoted immense effort to the task. Indeed, the framework of the ship was completely constructed, with the keels serving as the foundation for the lower hull. To prevent leakage from the lower hull, Cheng Libin not only employed a clasping technique, but also enhanced it with synthetic glue. A chemical engineer played a pivotal role in this process. By combining various resins with special materials, he managed to create an adhesive that could sustain its contraction. Ye Feng tested the hardened glue, which proved to be even tougher than wood. It could not be shattered by stones and could only be severed with a knife. In his words, once the adhesive solidified, it would integrate seamlessly with the wood, and its contracting properties would tighten the seams of the lower hull, preventing any leakage. Cheng Libin promptly appointed this chemical engineer as the deputy chief engineer, allowing him to focus solely on producing glue while the laborious tasks were assigned to those with lesser skills. Su Jiaying, now devoid of any subordinates, adeptly leveraged Ye Feng's momentum. He recruited 2 unskilled followers and, behind Ye Feng's back, boasted about the strength of his alliance with Ye Feng, instilling a profound trust in the 2 men. Ye Feng recognized that such individuals were occasionally necessary to bolster his authority. Otherwise, a disjointed group could never achieve greatness. The priority was to complete the ship. Su Jiaying would certainly not remain. After addressing his 2 new subordinates, Su Jiaying's greedy gaze turned towards the women in the camp. He resolved that once the ship was finished, it would be the opportune moment to turn against Ye Feng. He was determined never to remain Ye Feng's subordinate indefinitely. With the ship, he could seize control of firearms alongside his 2 accomplices, allowing him to indulge in the women at will. He envisioned a life aboard the vessel replete with luxury, spending a year and a half in the primeval forest, exhausting all the women before disposing of them one by one, ultimately returning to civilized society. As time flowed steadily, a week elapsed in the blink of an eye. Ye Feng sensed that his body had regained its peak condition, yet he found it peculiar that the natives had not dispatched anyone to hunt them down. He repeatedly inquired with the 3 women stationed upstream, who confirmed that not only had no natives come to pursue them, but they had not even encountered a single vengeful spirit. Moreover, the shipbuilding endeavor had made commendable progress. The keel and lower hull were now seamlessly connected, and the entire lower section of the vessel was complete. In fact, it was feasible to launch the ship into the water at that moment, subsequently assembling the deck, bulwarks, upper hull, and mast while afloat. Beside the mighty river, the vastness of the surroundings left Ye Feng apprehensive about being discovered by the indigenous people. Thus, he resolved to complete all tasks within the cave. If necessary, they could all join forces to drag the vessel to the riverbank using logs as leverage. After all, they still had 2 large water buffaloes, which had contributed significantly throughout the week by assisting in transporting timber and carrying heavier goods. The little dog had grown to a size reminiscent of a Tibetan Mastiff and would occasionally scamper over to lick Ye Feng. Transitioning from initial resistance to acceptance and eventually fondness, Ye Feng had come to regard the little dog as a member of his family. Then there was the young water buffalo, whose mother Ye Feng had hunted. Left with no place to go, it too had become part of the camp, often leaving sizable droppings around. Cheng Libin was directing the others in the construction of the ship when Ye Feng approached him. "Brother Feng, grant us 4 more days, and the ship will be nearly complete. We can then construct the mast and set sail," Cheng Libin said excitedly. Ye Feng was eager to inform him that even if they constructed a ship, returning to civilization would be impossible, but he could not dampen Cheng Libin's enthusiasm. "Engineer Cheng, do you think this 15-meter vessel can accommodate all of us?" Ye Feng gestured towards the 20 or so individuals in the camp. "Absolutely, 15 meters is ample. We can divide it into a lower hold, a mid-hold, and an upper hold, allowing 4 people to share a room. Plenty of space." Cheng Libin smiled. "However, we must also store food and fresh water on the ship, and most importantly, I wish to bring those 2 large water buffaloes aboard," Ye Feng added. Cheng Libin fell silent, casting a wary glance at the water buffaloes. "That might be a challenge," Cheng Libin said slowly. "Don't worry, I will handle it," Ye Feng reassured him, patting Cheng Libin's shoulder before returning to study the ship's propulsion system. It was fortunate to have Cheng Libin. If Ye Feng were to build the ship alone, its power would rely solely on his 2 arms. The propulsion system was crafted by Cheng Libin and several skilled engineers, leaving the others unable to contribute effectively. Chapter 107. You are a liar. Downstream of the great river, Ma Xikong and Wang Tao finally scaled the cliffs, gazing in awe at the immense river flowing toward the sea. The winds, contrasting in temperature, tousled their hair. Such a wide river?" Ma Xikong exclaimed, his astonishment tinged with a hint of doubt. As a king of small boats, he had traversed every island and continent in the world. Now, upon witnessing this grand river, he was almost certain that this deserted island was not part of Earth. Meanwhile, Wang Tao, filled with delight, pried open an oyster and slurped it down. "Delicious." Ma Xikong shot Wang Tao a glance, annoyance boiling within him. He had initially thought Wang Tao could be of some assistance, only to discover that he was utterly useless. Indolent and gluttonous, Wang Tao had spent the days merely eating, while Ma Xikong had taken on the burden of hunting, starting fires, and roasting meat, effectively reducing himself to Wang Tao's servant. All you do is eat. Do you even know where we are right now? Ma Xikong fumed. Whatever, Wang Tao remarked nonchalantly. As long as we can fill our bellies, the rescue aircraft will eventually find us. After all, the sky is teeming with satellites. With a long sigh, Ma Xikong slid down the cliff and landed by the riverbank. Such a wide estuary, if it were on Earth, would have long since given rise to a sprawling metropolis. Yet here lay a desolate wilderness. Moreover, the river bore no trace of civilization, not even a single plastic bag, indicating that its upstream was devoid of any urban settlements. Ma Xikong felt a pang of despair. In the civilized world, he had once basked in a fortune of billions, yet now it seemed of little consequence, leaving him to survive like a primitive man. Suddenly, Ma Xikong crouched down, his eyes fixating on a human footprint near the riverbank. Is this truly a human footprint? His astute mind raced into action. Wang Tao, you imbecile, stop eating. I suspect Ye Feng is upstream of this river. You need to be cautious, or you might end up with a bullet in your head, Ma Xikong warned coldly. What? Wang Tao quickly ceased his slurping, casting a terrified glance upstream. Then we should retreat to the creek. We mustn't let Ye Feng discover us, for he is armed. He turned to ascend the cliff. Ma Xikong yanked him back. You spineless fool, this presents an opportunity for us. Consider it. Ye Feng has many women and shipbuilding engineers on his side. Now that we know he is upstream, it is advantageous for us. We are hidden while he is exposed. We must find a chance to eliminate Ye Feng and then seize his engineers and women. Only then can we construct a vessel and harbor a glimmer of hope to return to civilization. Ma Xikong calmly analyzed the situation. Indeed, Ma, you are brilliant. What should we do now? Wang Tao inquired. We shall first venture into the dense forest and stealthily move upstream. By the way, crush these leaves and paint camouflage stripes on our faces. It will provide us with some degree of concealment. With that, the two men began their disguise and delved deep into the thicket, quietly advancing upstream. Unbeknownst to them, Ye Feng had shifted all his sentries upstream to thwart potential attacks from the indigenous people, neglecting the downstream area. In his mind, the river led to the sea, and the indigenous people's small canoes could hardly launch a surprise assault from the ocean. As night fell, Ye Feng's party consisted of over 20 individuals, divided into 3 campfires. Among the newcomers, only the chemical engineers sat apart. The others clustered around a fire with Su Jiaying. Once they had eaten their fill, Su Jiaying stood up, declaring, I must train you well. I wouldn't want Feng Gu to find it cumbersome to work with you. Su Jiaying had emerged as the leader of the newcomers. Ye Feng refrained from exposing his facade, allowing Su Jiaying to maintain control over the group temporarily. Yet Ye Feng harbored his own concerns. He needed Su Jiaying to manage the newcomers while simultaneously guarding against him consolidating power. See, follow my lead and march in step. 1, 2, 1, 2. Su Jiaying began instilling a sense of unity among the newcomers. The group of newcomers was utterly exhausted during the day, and they had hoped for a restful night. However, Su Jiaying had begun to stir things up again. They harbored no fear of Su Jiaying, primarily out of respect for Ye Feng. After all, those in the cave were armed. They were also grateful to Ye Feng for providing them shelter. At the very least, they were assured of their daily meals. Ye Feng observed Su Jiaying in the distance, believing he could endure the disturbance. Susan, go and urge that fellow to quiet down a bit. There are certain words that I, as the leader, should refrain from uttering. It is essential that others convey the message. Susan nodded and approached Su Jiaying, rifle slung over her shoulder. Su Jiaying, ostensibly training the newcomers, was actually vigilant, keenly aware of the happenings within the cave. Before Susan could draw near, he began shouting slogans. Everyone, chant with me. Long live Brother Feng. Long live Sister Susan. Long live Brother Feng. Long live Sister Susan. Susan, initially intent on reprimanding Su Jiaying, softened her approach after hearing the chant. Captain Su, everyone is quite fatigued. A brief training session will suffice. Her tone was measured, neither harsh nor lenient. People are often swayed by flattery, and it is rare for them to maintain their resolve after receiving praise. It's Sister Susan. Everyone, chant with me. Thank you, Sister Susan. Thank you, Sister Susan. Suddenly, a lump of cow dung struck Su Jiaying squarely in the face. He quickly wiped his eyes and, upon focusing, realized that the culprit was none other than the little girl, Ilian. You monster! You are the real villain, Ilian accused, pointing an accusatory finger at Su Jiaying. Little Ilian, it was your parents who disregarded the unified command. Under duress, I had no choice but to drive them away. Who could have anticipated that they would attempt to ambush me, only to fall victim to a crocodile? Su Jiaying retorted, his fluent Chinese rendering Ilian momentarily speechless. You are a liar. You are dishonest. Ilian's repertoire of retorts was limited, and she could only repeat these phrases. Ultimately, she was carried back by Ye Feng. In a secluded area behind a large tree, Ma Xikong and Wang Tao gazed in astonishment at the cavern ahead and the 3 campfires beside it. Incredible. They've discovered such a splendid location? They are nearly finished constructing a boat? Ma Xikong remarked, swatting away mosquitoes. Wang Tao, equally wide-eyed, responded, Boss Ma, we are destined for fortune. If we eliminate Ye Feng, all the women inside will be ours. And that boat, imagine sailing back to civilization. But first, we must enjoy the company of all those women. Wang Tao was visibly thrilled. Pathetic. Have you never encountered a woman in your entire life? You seem oblivious to the reality. Ye Feng's group is armed. Even if we were to dispose of him, the others would surely retaliate, Ma Xikong analyzed coolly. Indeed, we must discreetly eliminate Ye Feng and then win over those women. Wang Tao nodded, suddenly fixating on a familiar figure, Su Jiaying, who was sitting at the periphery. Su Jiaying appeared to be faring well, training a group of newcomers. An acquaintance? Ma Xikong inquired of Wang Tao. Indeed, there is an old friend, once unwaveringly loyal to me, but now I find myself uncertain, especially on this desolate island. Wang Tao hesitated, while Ma Xikong nodded, continuing to observe the situation within the camp. Seasoned by experience, he quickly discerned that Ye Feng's group had divided into 3 tiers. The individuals residing at the outermost edge of the cave were evidently the lowest class, as their location was far from the cavern, leaving them exposed to the elements. Next came those positioned closer to the cave, who could at least find some shelter from the rain. The highest echelon resided within the cave itself, where it was not only warm at night, but also offered protection from the storm. Furthermore, those inside the cave were generally well armed. Although Ma Xikong could not ascertain the details of the innermost area, Ma Xikong's eyes narrowed. It was apparent that the 2 groups outside the cave were not favored by Ye Feng, yet they were compelled to remain subservient due to the firearms in Ye Feng's possession. Given that Ye Feng's reign was still in its infancy, and his authority had yet to take firm root in the hearts of the people, Ma Xikong speculated that he might have an opportunity to incite rebellion among them. With this thought in mind, he picked up a dagger and found a stone, quietly etching a message upon it. As time passed, only 2 individuals remained on watch beside the cave, while the others lay sprawled on the ground, sound asleep. The inhabitants of the cave enjoyed a comfortable slumber on beds of straw, whereas those outside endured a more miserable fate, forced to rest on a bed of weeds. Su Jiaying tossed and turned, unable to find rest. The ground was too hard, causing his bones to ache. He was also beset by a sense of impending doom. Aware that Ye Feng was exploiting him to build a boat, yet uncertain of his own fate once the vessel was completed. At that moment, a stone fell beside him. Su Jiaying remained silent, picking up the stone and glancing at it, his eyes widening in shock. In the fig tree, Defu was attentively surveying the surroundings when her eyes narrowed, and she aimed her rifle at a shadowy figure. Bang! The gunshot echoed through the dense forest, causing a flock of birds to take flight. Ye Feng was the first to awaken, quickly dousing the fire with water and brandishing his weapon as he stormed out of the cave. The others were jolted awake by the gunfire, yet remained in a state of confusion. From her perch in the tree, Defu pointed towards the direction of the river. Ye Feng understood and pursued the river with his gun drawn. Su Jiaying was so frightened that he nearly lost control, hastily closing his eyes. After a moment, he feigned awakening in a daze, gazing into the distance with a bewildered expression. What just happened? He inquired. Captain, did you not hear the gunfire? Came the reply. I did not hear it. It felt as if something had shaken me. Su Jiaying exhaled in relief. At that moment, Ye Feng returned, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. Su Jiaying hurried to approach him. Brother Feng, do you need assistance? Hand me a gun. I can help you keep watch. Ye Feng scrutinized Su Jiaying. Brother Feng, please do not look at me like that. Our greatest adversary is the indigenous people. Despite our misunderstandings, I am fully aware of the situation. Su Jiaying spoke earnestly. Ye Feng chuckled coldly within. Recognizing that this individual harbored nefarious intentions and that some people were inherently wicked, incapable of perceiving the situation, only intent on causing chaos. Noticing the discomfort in Jiaying, he hastily shifted the topic. Brother Feng, was that an indigenous person we just saw? It should not be, unless the indigenous people could take a detour from downstream. But that would consume too much time, and they lack the energy for it, Ye Feng replied as he gradually made his way toward the cave. Jiaying, like a loyal hound, followed closely behind. According to your estimation, who was that just now? Jiaying inquired once more. At that moment, Dove slid down from a tree. Brother Feng, come here, I have something to tell you. She beckoned to Ye Feng. He immediately approached her, leaving Jiaying in a state of panic. Uncertain if Dove had noticed him picking up stones earlier, he feared that if she had, he might soon face dire consequences. Brother Feng, I saw. Dove began, glancing at Jiaying. I understand. Ye Feng nodded, giving her delicate shoulder a reassuring pat before instructing her to keep watch from the tree. After sending Dove away, he approached Jiaying with a beaming smile. Jiaying's heart raced, his eyes darting nervously. Old Su, come over here, Ye Feng said, as he placed a hand on Jiaying's shoulder and led him to the edge of the woods, away from the crowd. Jiaying swallowed hard, his heart sinking. Old Su, we must accelerate the shipbuilding process. Starting tomorrow, instruct the newcomers to increase their pace. If anyone lags behind, do not hesitate to discipline them. Ye Feng stated solemnly, feigning trust in Jiaying. Jiaying's gaze froze. So, it turned out that Dove's commendation had led to Brother Feng's trust in him? Perhaps Dove was aware of his stone-picking incident, but chose not to expose him. This suggested that she was also displeased with Ye Feng, given that she was forced to keep watch every night, which was detrimental to her complexion. Realizing this, Jiaying gradually regained his confidence, and his respect for Ye Feng diminished. After all, Ye Feng had never held a managerial position. Perhaps the women in the cave did not share his sentiments. Rest assured, Brother Feng, I will know what to do tomorrow. Jiaying nodded. Then go back and rest. From now on, you will be responsible for supervising them, Ye Feng added, patting Jiaying's shoulder once more. Understood. Jiaying returned with his head held high, lying down as he envisioned a bright future ahead. Ye Feng observed Jiaying's retreating figure, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. The strategy of nurturing him to his downfall was perfectly suited to deal with Jiaying. Once Jiaying had ensured the newcomers completed the ship, Ye Feng would publicly reveal Jiaying's numerous transgressions against them and subsequently relieve him of his captaincy. There would be no need for him to intervene directly. The newcomers would likely turn on Jiaying and deal with him violently. After all, one could not expect a dog to change its nature, especially one bold enough to conspire with outsiders. As dawn broke on the second day, Ye Feng remained enveloped in slumber, only to be roused by the resounding calls of Jiaying echoing from outside the cave. What time is it? Still sleeping? Rise and shine. Those assigned to drilling, drill. Those tasked with logging, log. No slacking off. Ye Feng opened his eyes to see Jiaying wielding a whip, cracking it at the newcomers. Groggy and irritable, the newcomers sat up, casting furious glances at Jiaying. What are you staring at? He barked, lashing out once more. Ultimately, although they simmered with anger, the newcomers complied and set to work. A sly, cold smile crept across Ye Feng's face as he approached an indigenous woman, who appeared to have endured Susan's torment and was still lost in a deep sleep. After breakfast, Ye Feng dispatched 3 armed women upstream to replace the sentinels. The triangular watchtower required a total of 6 individuals, 3 to guard during the day and 3 for the night. Suddenly, Ye Feng noticed Ding Tuanshuan still nestled in slumber. He approached her, lifting the bare skin, and gently placed his hand on her forehead. Running a fever? He murmured, quickly enveloping her in his embrace and kissing her forehead. Illness in humans does not solely stem from physical ailments, but often arises from psychological distress. Since the arrival of the golden-haired little girl, everyone had gathered around her, inadvertently neglecting Ding Tuanshuan, which led to her feeling unloved by the group. Overthinking thus took its toll on her body. Ding Tuanshuan weakly opened her eyes and glanced at Ye Feng. Little Tuanshuan, you're unwell, he said with affectionate concern. I feel so hot, brother Ye Feng. She replied, gazing at him with confusion. Do not worry, I shall gather some herbs for you shortly. My dear little Tuanshuan, a fever signifies detoxification. You shall be fine. Ye Feng cooed in the gentlest of tones. Indeed, Ding Tuanshuan's expression relaxed a bit, as she gradually closed her eyes once more. Ye Feng picked up his rifle and ventured upstream, collecting herbs before enlisting Raimai Zs help to prepare a concoction for Ding Tuanshuan. On this herb-gathering expedition, he deliberately ventured an additional 2 to 3 kilometers upstream, ensuring no indigenous people were in sight before returning with ease. Curiously, despite the significant losses they had suffered, the indigenous people had yet to pursue them. Ye Feng speculated that the aftermath of the last encounter with the vengeful children necessitated internal restructuring among the indigenous ranks. However, once they regrouped, their formidable forces would undoubtedly converge. One must ponder, with hundreds of indigenous warriors and countless vengeful children, even if they were armed, they might not prevail. Furthermore, the vengeful children possessed the ability to launch poisoned darts, while the indigenous people were adept at throwing spears. Not to worry, once the boat is completed, all will be well. Ye Feng then set out to inspect the progress of the shipbuilding. Brother Feng, the hardware will be ready in 2 days. The propulsion system will likely take 3. I am employing manual steering while utilizing a small wheel to drive a larger wheel, thus propelling the oars. Cheng Li Bin explained with a smile, noticeably slimmer than before. How many individuals will be required to operate the small wheel? Ye Feng inquired. Every team requires 3 individuals. We work in groups of 3, each team laboring for an hour. When the wind is favorable, we raise the sails, thus conserving manpower, remarked Cheng Li Bin. If that is the case, does it not imply that we need to dispatch at least 5 teams to operate the small wheel daily? That amounts to a total of 15 individuals? Ye Feng furrowed his brow, having thought that merely the captain's oversight would suffice. He anticipated the complexity involved. That seems about right. Operating the small wheel demands considerable effort. I believe even 15 might be insufficient. Ideally, we should have 24 individuals. Allowing everyone to work with greater ease, Cheng Li Bin responded. He had exerted his utmost to alter the ship's kinetic energy, as he lacked the means to construct a steam engine or similar machinery. I understand now. Ye Feng nodded, shifting his gaze towards Su Jiaying's position. There. He observed the fellow bullying the newcomers. Work diligently. We must saw all the materials for the deck today, or there will be no food, Su Jiaying barked. The group of newcomers seethed with anger, yet, mindful of Ye Feng's reputation, they dared not resist and could only hasten their tasks. They were astute enough to realize that Su Jiaying's boldness likely stemmed from Ye Feng's tacit approval. Ye Feng, however, chose not to interfere. Despite being a good person, he understood that sometimes one must possess the means to contend, lest one be labeled a fool for kindness. Ma Xikong and Wang Tao returned to the beach, both terrified, fearing that Ye Feng might pursue them. Yet, after waiting all day without incident, they finally dared to emerge. Boss Ma, this is troublesome. I did not anticipate that Ye Feng had stationed sentinels in the trees. Wang Tao raked his fingers through his disheveled hair. Ma Xikong squinted into the distance. We must devise a plan to eliminate Ye Feng, otherwise, we shall be unable to return home by boat. A cold glint flickered in Ma Xikong's eyes. The previous night, he had witnessed Raimai at the cave entrance, feeding Ye Feng, an affront he could not tolerate. Furthermore, he had yet to hear the cries of an infant, leading him to conclude with certainty that his son had perished. Yet, this did not preoccupy him. His primary concern was to remove Ye Feng's ship. After all, in civilized society, he possessed nearly 100 billion in assets, and he had no desire to live as a primitive on a deserted island. Boss, you are well educated. Surely you know how to make a makeshift bomb? Wang Tao inquired suddenly. What? Ma Xikong's eyes brightened. What if we quietly ascend to the top of the cave and use a homemade bomb to collapse it, burying everyone inside? What do you think? Wang Tao proposed. I did not expect you to conceive such an idea. Let me ponder it. Ma Xikong blinked rapidly. By the way, I have a plan, but it may take 2 days to prepare the bombs, and I cannot guarantee their potency. However, collapsing the cave should be feasible. I intend to bury all of Ye Feng's group alive, and then those outside will be at our mercy. Ma Xikong erupted into laughter. Time passed slowly. Before long, darkness enveloped the land once more, as Ye Feng sat by the cave entrance, observing Su Jiaying delivering orders. Listen carefully. After dinner, there shall be no rest. We must continue to drill, for only then can the grand vessel set sail. Do you comprehend? This fellow is inciting public discontent. Yet these newcomers dare not oppose Su Jiaying, for in their minds, Su Jiaying and Ye Feng are allies. Ye Feng allows him to act recklessly, as there are only 2 days left until the ship's power system is fully operational. Chapter 110, My Masterpiece. We merely need to push the vessel to the riverbank to commence the splendid life of 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. In the dead of night, the indigenous woman stirred. She appeared quite feeble, and Ye Feng offered her a sip of water, yet withheld food. "What is your name?" Ye Feng inquired. The indigenous woman glared at him fiercely, her wild spirit undiminished. "If you refuse to divulge your name, then tell me how many male natives reside in your tribe and how many vengeful monkeys there are. Share everything you know," Ye Feng pressed on. The woman remained unresponsive, her gaze sharp enough to chill Ye Feng's bones. "How about this? If you tell me your name, I shall release you back to your tribe," Ye Feng proposed, opting for a gradual approach. Indeed, a flicker of wildness diminished in her eyes. "Heli," the woman conceded. "Heli, I assure you, I harbor no intention of harming you or your indigenous kin. We merely seek to ensure our safety. Do you understand?" Ye Feng spoke earnestly. Heli nodded. "Can I be freed from these bonds now?" Ye Feng surveyed the surroundings, noting that others were asleep. "Of course, but before I cut your ropes, I have one small request," he replied. "Speak," Heli said, a fierce fire igniting within her chest. "Who is the highest leader of your tribe?" Ye Feng inquired. "The chieftain," Heli answered, a hint of impatience creeping into her voice, her serpentine form beginning to writhe. "Does the chieftain have several tattoos on his arms?" Ye Feng pressed further. "You cunning outsider, I have already answered you 2 questions. Must you inquire more?" Heli retorted with rising anger. "Do not be so harsh. This is not questioning. It is merely conversation, you see." Ye Feng shamelessly positioned himself beside Heli, offering her a piece of roasted meat. After she finished eating, he continued. "Your chieftain must have at least 10 stripes on his arms, yes?" "No, 6, Heli replied earnestly, completely unaware she had fallen into Ye Feng's trap. "So it is 6 stripes. He must indeed be a warrior," Ye Feng remarked, placing his hand on Heli's shoulder. "Our chieftain is the foremost warrior of our tribe," Heli said, a trace of pride crossing her face. "That cannot be right. Does he qualify as a warrior as well? How does he compare to the shaman?" Ye Feng continued to extract information. He discerned that the indigenous woman's thinking was rather straightforward. The shamans? They are enchantresses, unworthy of trust. Sooner or later, I will compel the chieftain to slay all these enchantresses and collect their heads, Heli expressed with palpable agitation upon hearing the word shaman. "They?" Ye Feng seized the opportunity. "Are you suggesting that there is more than one female shaman?" Ye Feng's brow furrowed in contemplation. "Indeed, there are 7 of them in total, sustained by our tribe. As they provide us with vengeful offspring and assure us of our survival through the calamity that occurs once every 80 years. When Heli spoke of the catastrophe, a flicker of terror illuminated her eyes for the first time. Ye Feng felt a tumult in his mind. He required time to untangle this overwhelming information. After a moment's pause, he inquired, "Heli, why is your skin the color of wheat, while that of the priest is fair and supple? They do not seem to belong to your tribe." "Indeed, they do not belong to the Blacktree River Basin," Heli replied succinctly. Ye Feng stroked his chin, utterly perplexed, as the magnitude of the information left him without a single clue. "Very well, I understand. Are you thirsty? Shall I warm up the bone soup from last night for you?" he asked gently. He began to discern that this indigenous woman, despite her somewhat savage demeanor, possessed a certain honesty and was not particularly astute. At least she was not as treacherous as those from civilized societies. "Feng, you promised to let me go. Please, uphold your promise." Heli fixed her gaze upon Ye Feng unwaveringly. "Rest assured, I shall release you, but not at this moment. 3 days hence, I, Ye Feng, vow that should I fail to set you free, I will sacrifice one of my own in atonement." Ye Feng swore, pointing heavenward. "Oh, the foreigner, an untrustworthy foreigner." Heli's roar echoed through the cavern. Ye Feng plucked a few leaves to block his ears and continued to sleep, cradling Ding to Anchuan. The dawn arrived swiftly, and the work crew resumed their labor. Under Su Jiaying's forceful urging, the deck, midship, and upper deck were all completed. Together, they exerted their strength to erect a 15-meter mast. Grooves were fashioned upon the mast, and Changli personally secured the pulley, testing its smoothness with a rope. "Not bad. We must frequently apply some oil, or else it may become stuck," Changli Bean remarked with a smile. Thereafter, Ye Feng ascended the rope ladder to the deck, single-handedly hauling the massive sail aloft. Under Chung Li Bean's guidance, he hung the sail upon the crossbar. "Set sail," Chung Li Bean called out, initiating the pulley mechanism. The enormous canvas gradually unfurled. At that moment, a warm breeze wafted from the riverbank, filling the sail with vigor, causing the entire vessel to tilt. "Quick! Bring the sail down!" Ye Feng exclaimed in alarm. Cheng Libin nodded and swiftly untied the rope. The great sail collapsed instantly, folding into a compact mass. "Brother Feng, allow me to introduce you to my pride and joy." Cheng Libin led Ye Feng to the front of the ship, where a diminutive cabin, approximately 2 square meters in size, equivalent to a restroom in a first-tier city, was located. Yet within, there was a steering wheel. "This is the helm. We rely on it to navigate the vessel's course. By the way, the adjacent one is a spare helm," Cheng Libin stated with a grin. "Quite intriguing." Ye Feng clasped his hands behind his back, feigning an air of expertise. Chapter 111. Shocked, he covered his mouth. The two exited the captain's quarters and proceeded to the midship. This is a restaurant, a place where meals are typically enjoyed, though it spans less than 10 square meters. The camaraderie allows everyone to dine together without significant inconvenience. This is your room, measuring 4 square meters. It can only accommodate a single bed. Yet we must not be overly particular. These are the rooms of others, just enough space for 2 to lie down, though turning over at night may pose a challenge. To optimize space, I have constructed triple-decker beds, allowing 6 individuals to rest comfortably. Cheng Libin has ingeniously utilized every inch of available space. On the deck, there are 7 rooms in total. Ye Feng's is a couple's chamber, suitable for 2, while the others serve as dormitories, each designed to house 6. This arrangement leaves Ye Feng feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Old Cheng, you worked hard to build this ship. Perhaps the couple's room should be yours," Ye Feng said earnestly. Cheng Libin chuckled and gestured towards the upper cabin. "Brother Feng, come and see my room." Thus, they ascended to the upper cabin, where the quarters were even more compact, comprising 3 rooms, 1 large and 2 small. The larger room was more than twice the size of Ye Feng's couple's chamber, complete with a table, chairs, a bookcase, and a grand bed measuring 2 meters square, plus a private bathroom. "Brother Feng, this is my captain's quarters, ha ha ha." Cheng Libin proudly indicated the spacious room. Ye Feng replied, "I felt a bit embarrassed earlier. I hadn't anticipated your lavish accommodations. Never mind, I shall switch rooms once the ship is launched." Ye Feng then explored the lower cabin, which contained 2 rooms meant for the watch personnel. Here, a massive wheel was situated, with 6 handrails aboard the ship. Beneath the wheel was a rope connected to a wooden propeller at the rear. By turning the wheel, the propeller would spin rapidly, propelling the entire vessel forward. The rudder was directly linked to the propeller, allowing for directional control. Ye Feng examined the floor of the lower cabin, which was constructed from large wooden planks, with gaps filled with a chemical engineer's shrinkage adhesive. Rest assured, the flooring in the lower cabin consists of 2 layers of wood. Unless subjected to thousands of kilograms of impact, it will remain intact, Cheng Libin reassured him with a smile. "All right, old Cheng, I appreciate your hard work. I shall ensure you are well taken care of." Ye Feng contemplated that once the ship was completed, they would embark on a journey down the great river. Cheng Libin should be granted a position of considerable esteem, at least on par with a prime minister, to instill a sense of superiority. Cheng Libin regarded Ye Feng with puzzlement. "Isn't the purpose of completing the ship to return to civilization? How could you not treat me well? From your current state, what does not treating me well even mean?" No one could fathom Ye Feng's thoughts. After disembarking, work resumed. The exterior of the ship needed to be coated with oil from the stinking ash tree, which, due to its strong odor, deterred pests and prevented corrosion from parasitic marine organisms. "It's progressing faster than I imagined. I feel that once the tree oil dries, we can set sail on the great river," Ye Feng remarked with a smile. "Indeed, it is all thanks to the diligent efforts of our new friends." Cheng Libin nodded in agreement. Jiaying's whip struck the back of a burly man, leaving behind a crimson mark. Since acquiring the power bestowed by Ye Feng, his behavior had become increasingly outrageous. "Chenin, why did you slack off?" Jiaying raised his whip threateningly. "Captain, I just carried a 200-pound log and my legs are trembling from exhaustion. I barely sat for 2 minutes before you struck me." Chenin suppressed his anger, his voice trembling. Had it not been for the sight of Ye Feng's firearm, he might have confronted Jiaying fiercely. Ultimately, he refrained from resistance and returned to his labor obediently. Jiaying felt a surge of pride. Being a captain here was rather enjoyable, especially when he could exert his dominance. Once he eliminated Ye Feng, all the women in the cave would be his, a pleasure surpassing that of an emperor. The scorching sun beat down, saturating the wood with the pungent essence of the Chinese parasol tree oil. In the blink of an eye, an entire day had passed, and Ye Feng returned to the cave. The native woman, Heli, had ceased her scolding and now sat on the ground in a daze. Ye Feng felt a pang of guilt, so he ensured she had 3 meals a day. "Ah Feng, come here," Zhang Yan suddenly beckoned, subtly adjusting her skirt. The two retreated behind the water pool, and after their earlier confrontation, they lay back against the stones. From a nearby fig tree, Anna observed everything intently. Moments ago, she had glimpsed their movements through the branches and faintly heard Zhang Yan's alluring voice. As a woman herself, she understood the implications of such sounds, recognizing that Zhang Yan was enjoying herself. Yet, being a 30-year-old woman accustomed to indulgence, Anna felt her own body responding. "No, how can I think of such things?" She quickly turned her gaze elsewhere. Upon doing so, her eyes widened in shock. By the riverbank, a native man was leading a dozen cursed children, who sniffed the ground like hunting dogs with every few steps. She quietly descended from the tree and swiftly made her way to Ye Feng and Zhang Yan. "Feng, huh?" Zhang Yan hastily covered her body with her clothing. Ye Feng, his face flushed, stood there unabashedly. Anna gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. Although she had heard tales of his endowment, witnessing it firsthand was unexpectedly enticing. In that moment, she crossed her legs tightly. "What is happening, Anna?" Ye Feng inquired. "A strange monkey and a tall native are about a kilometer away by the river, seemingly scouting," Anna stammered. Ye Feng's expression shifted dramatically as he quickly dashed back to the camp. Chapter 112. "So it was your own initiative all along? Everyone, listen carefully. Remain silent and return to the cave at once. Also, extinguish the fire with dirt," Ye Feng ordered in a grave tone. The group immediately sprang into action. Within 5 minutes, the outdoor fire was completely snuffed out, and everyone retreated into the cave. Ye Feng crouched in the shadows, aiming his rifle at the river's position. In less than 20 minutes, the branches ahead swayed violently, and a few vengeful spirits emerged, swirling around the vessel. Shortly thereafter, an indigenous man appeared. The moment he caught sight of the grand ship, he turned and fled toward the riverbank. He must not return to deliver news. Without hesitation, Ye Feng pulled the trigger. Bang! The indigenous man was pierced through, collapsing to the ground. Ye Feng and Susan dashed out of the cave, charging toward the group of vengeful spirits. It was a one-sided massacre, with only a dozen spirits present. Each of Ye Feng's companions fired a shot, eliminating them all. Ye Feng approached the fallen indigenous man, whose back had been shattered, yet he persisted in crawling toward the riverbank. "My apologies." Ye Feng stepped on his back and delivered a fatal blow to the back of his head. The fire was rekindled, but Ye Feng dared not sleep. After pacing within the cave for a while, he suddenly summoned everyone to the entrance. "Listen closely, the boat is ready to set sail. Now, under the cover of darkness, we shall push it into the water and board it, leaving this cave behind. Who knows what extraordinary methods the indigenous people might employ to track us down," Ye Feng proclaimed. The group was taken aback. Some brandished torches while others grasped the towing ropes, hauling the vessel, weighing over 10,000 pounds, toward the riverbank. The 2 large water buffaloes played a crucial role, and even the small, devoted follower seemed to understand, tugging the rope with its mouth. Naturally, Ye Feng did not need to pull the boat. He stood guard with his firearm. Upon hearing that the boat was to enter the water, Su Jiaying's eyes began to gleam mischievously, clearly plotting something. 5 kilometers behind the cave, Ma Xikong and Wang Tao advanced cautiously. The night woods were teeming with pesky mosquitoes, leaving their bodies covered in welts. Yet, they paid no mind, as the explosive devices were ready. Detonating them above the cave would entomb Ye Feng alive. In the dark, shadowy underground base, a loud splash echoed. A massive silhouette swam forth, slowly making its way toward the cave's entrance. It had been 2 months. It was time to feast. "On my command, 121, 121. Su Jiaying shouted, taking the chance to slack off. A group of newcomers seethed with anger, but dared not rebel. Humph. At the rear of the grand ship, Ye Feng smirked slightly. 2 hours later, the vessel was finally inching its way into the river, producing a resounding splash. "Quick, secure the anchor to the tree, or the ship will be swept away," Cheng Libin shouted. Ye Feng's expression shifted. The current here was quite swift, and they could not afford any mishaps. Thus, he single-handedly hoisted the 200-pound anchor and secured it to a sturdy tree. The ship, drawing about 1.5 meters of water, finally stabilized at the riverbank. "Cheng, Susan, You take the women aboard first. The men will return with me to the cave to gather the scattered belongings for the ship. Ye Feng grasped his rifle. Understood. A group of individuals followed closely behind Ye Feng. Upon arriving at the cavern, Ye Feng cast a glance at the group of newcomers. You. Lift fifth brother onto the boat, and ensure there are no mistakes. Otherwise, Susan on the vessel will execute you, Ye Feng stated coldly. Two engineers nodded and carried Long Wu away from the cave. Now, only a few scattered items remained. As for the firearms, they were, of course, carried by the women. Brother Feng, allow me to handle these gourds, Su Jiaying said, a sense of foreboding creeping over him as he took up several old gourds, which could be used to hold fresh water. However, Ye Feng raised his hand to stop him. Captain Su, I have already instructed you to treat these newcomers kindly. Yet, over the past few days, I have received reports that you not only shirked your duties, but also assaulted the newcomers. Is that true? Ye Feng inquired nonchalantly. Me? Brother Feng, it's not what you think. How dare I speak back? Su Jiaying stammered, hastily conceding. The group of newcomers exchanged glances, suddenly enlightened as they looked at Su Jiaying. I knew it. Brother Feng is so kind. How could he allow you to mistreat us? So it turns out it was your own doing? A newcomer named Chun and stepped forward, often receiving lashes due to his more handsome appearance than Su Jiaying. The others also stepped forward, glaring at Su Jiaying with gritted teeth. Do as you see fit. From now on, Su Jiaying is no longer the captain. Chunin, you shall take on the role, Ye Feng declared languidly as he sat upon a piece of wood, announcing the latest change in command. Thank you, Brother Feng, Chunin said joyfully, turning to cast a cold glare at Su Jiaying. Brothers, what are we waiting for? Let's teach him a lesson, Chunin proclaimed. Instantly, a dozen newcomers rushed forward, unleashing their fury upon Su Jiaying. They had suffered greatly at his hands in recent days, and they were merciless in their reprisal. 10 minutes later, Su Jiaying lay on the ground, unable to move, reduced to a state reminiscent of a vegetable. His waist felt broken. His right arm had been shattered by stones, and he bore several large lumps on his forehead, one eye completely blinded. It was a scene of utter devastation. Ye Feng finally stood up and slowly approached Su Jiaying, looking down upon him from a height. Su Jiaying, Ilian has informed me of your actions. You not only assaulted her mother, but also murdered her father. The men who followed you were all killed by your 3 accomplices, and all the women were violated by you. This is your punishment, Ye Feng stated coldly. Humph. Ye Feng, you scoundrel, I accept my fate. Do as you will. Kill or torture me as you please. In 18 years, I shall rise again. Su Jiaying glared at Ye Feng with venomous resentment. No. How could I bear to kill you? You are already half dead. It is best to leave you here, Ye Feng chuckled lightly, instructing everyone to take their belongings and depart from the cave, heading towards the river. At first, Su Jiaying maintained his composure, but as the torches gradually flickered out, plunging the surroundings into darkness, he could no longer hold his ground. Ye Feng, you bastard. If you have the guts, just kill me. Go on, end my life. Ye Feng, I shall not spare you even in death. Brother Feng, I implore you, do not leave. Grant me a swift resolution. Su Jiaying's voice gradually faded until it was inaudible to Ye Feng. At that moment, he suddenly shifted his gaze towards the mouth of the cave. Deep within the inky blackness, it appeared that something was approaching. Ah, a snake? What a colossal python. Su Jiaying, with only one hand able to move, was unable to flee or crawl and could only emit a chilling scream. Upon reaching the riverside, Ye Feng whistled upstream. The triangular signal was swiftly deactivated, and Alice and her companions hurried towards the large vessel. Quick aboard, Ye Feng commanded, pulling the 2 women up onto the ship. He then lifted the small sycophant and the little ox aboard. At last, only the 2 large water buffaloes remained. Will this boat withstand the weight of the water buffaloes? Ye Feng inquired of Chung Li Bin. Chung Li Bin surveyed the ship's draft, his expression darkening. I fear it may not bear it. Alas, there is no other option. Ye Feng raised his rifle, aiming at the 2 water buffaloes. Ultimately, he lowered the rifle and gave them a couple of light taps on their hindquarters. Hurry and go. Run far away. May you live long and prosper. With that, Ye Feng ascended the rope ladder to the deck. Raise the anchor, set sail. Chung Li Bin commanded from the captain's cabin. The grand vessel glided downstream towards the sea. Not long after departing, Ye Feng suddenly heard a deafening explosion. A massive fireball erupted at the cave's entrance, accompanied by the shrill cries of a gigantic creature. What? Everyone gaped, their mouths agape as if they could swallow an apple whole. Illuminated by the flames, they beheld the enormous creature, a python. The portion that stood upright spanned over 10 meters in length, with a girth comparable to that of a millstone. Ma Xikong and Wang Tao had already lost control in fear. They had not anticipated that merely firing a cannon would unleash a monstrous presence. The sheer size of the python transcended the limits of human comprehension. Mother, run! The two men hastily retreated into the depths of the dense forest, followed by the sounds of small trees being crushed. The enraged giant python was determined to exact severe consequences, intent on devouring the two instigators. Cheng Li Bin, hard to starboard. We shall head upstream on the great river. Ye Feng suddenly entered the captain's cabin. What? Are we not returning home? Why head upstream? Cheng Li Bin queried, bewildered. Well, we need to replenish our fresh water and provisions, do we not? Moreover, there may be survivors of civilized society upstream. Since we have the means, we ought to assist if possible. Am I not correct? Ye Feng feigned benevolence. Cut it out. Susan shot Ye Feng a glare before turning and entering the cabin. Fortuitously slipping into the room Ye Feng occupied. The others, unfamiliar with Ye Feng's true nature, cast him looks of reverence. Alas! However, truth be told, Cheng Li Bin was not particularly eager to rescue fellow countrymen, considering his own precarious situation. Yet, as Ye Feng was the leader, he felt compelled to comply. Otherwise, he was well aware of the consequences of defying Ye Feng's authority. Chapter 114. What nonsense are you spouting? I am a person of integrity. The river surged toward the sea, propelling swirling currents upward. Cheng Li Bin unfurled the sails, guiding the vessel against the flow. Now, none could find sleep. Everyone crowded onto the deck to admire the surrounding scenery. The foredeck was rather limited, accommodating only 4 or 5 individuals, while the aft deck was spacious enough for all to enjoy the cool breeze. Ding Tuanshuan approached and nestled into Ye Feng's embrace, seeking affection. Ye Feng smiled gently, wrapping his arms around her. Soon after, the golden-haired little girl, Ilian, squeezed in as well. Ye Feng affectionately rubbed the heads of the two girls with his chin, embodying the warmth of a loving guardian. Those who are weary may return to rest. Cheng, I appreciate your assistance in arranging the watch schedule. The lower cabin should be organized in groups of 3, ready to respond at a moment's notice. Should manual power be required, they must turn the wheel. Ye Feng instructed Cheng Li Bin. Cheng Li Bin nodded, summoning all the men to assign tasks. He displayed discernment, wisely omitting the prominent figures such as Susan and Su Yun, and mostly designating men for the duties. After all, Susan and Su Yun were Ye Feng's trusted confidants, belonging to his inner circle. A while later, the two adorable girls had fallen asleep in Ye Feng's arms. He carried them back to the cabin to rest while he himself, brimming with excitement, found sleep elusive and wandered the deck for some time. An idea struck him. Climbing to the mast might afford a view for several kilometers. Without hesitation, Ye Feng scaled the 15-meter-high mast, where the wind howled fiercely, tousling his hair. At this elevation, he could see approximately 3 kilometers, and under clear daylight conditions, even up to 5 kilometers. As dawn broke, the sky transformed into a deep azure, heralding the imminent rise of the sun. Perched atop the mast, Ye Feng savored the river breeze, his eyes gradually closing. Below, the marshland teemed with crocodiles, and a multitude of vengeful children appeared, accompanied by over 30 indigenous warriors. Armed with bows and arrows, and wielding spears, they surged downstream, exuding an aura of hostility. At that moment, the leading indigenous warrior halted, astonished by the sight of the grand vessel on the river. Greetings. How do you do? Ye Feng called out, waving vigorously from the mast. There was no doubt. This group of indigenous people had come seeking vengeance, yet regrettably, they found themselves in the midst of the river. The ship lay over 300 meters from the shore, and even with extraordinary strength, the natives could hardly shoot their arrows that far. They were indeed from another tribe. The leading warrior pointed at the ship, prompting the others to react. Some hurled their spears, while others released arrows, but alas, the mightiest among them could only manage to shoot an arrow about 150 meters. In a civilized society, such skill would be considered that of an expert marksman. Yet it was still over 100 meters short of the vessel. Others had gathered on the deck, curiously observing the indigenous people on the shore. Oh, the foreigners are in the river. The indigenous warriors were filled with fury, with several leaping into the river, drawing closer to the large vessel to shoot arrows from a distance of a mere 10 meters. However, such proximity proved futile. as countless arrows and spears fell into the water, failing to even graze the ship. "Ha ha ha, come shoot me. Come on, shoot me," Chunin shouted gleefully on the deck. Ye Feng slid onto the deck in response, preparing to return the favor to the natives. "Brother Feng." Defu handed a rifle to Ye Feng. Steadying the rifle, Ye Feng aimed towards the shore. Bang! A native fell dead instantly. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive shots claimed the lives of 2 more indigenous men. It was only then that the arrogant warriors realized the peril they faced, hastily retreating towards the shore. But Ye Feng fired 2 more shots, taking down yet another native. The rifle had a range of 300 to 500 meters, whereas the bow and arrow could only reach a maximum of 150 meters, and the spear even less, at just 50 meters. As for the child's blowgun, it barely reached 20 meters. For the natives, Ye Feng's rifle represented a devastating advantage. "Listen well, if you refrain from troubling me, I shall not seek conflict with you either. Let us coexist in peace," Ye Feng called out towards the shore. The natives, infuriated, stomped their feet and let out a series of wails. At that moment, Susan approached. "Ye Feng, do not provoke the natives too much. If they continue to track our ship along the shore, we may find ourselves unable to land," she cautioned. Upon hearing this, the others were taken aback, their smiles instantly fading. After all, the river's waters teemed with parasites, rendering them unsafe to drink, necessitating a trip to the shore every few days for fresh water. As for food, there was no shortage. The river was the world's largest granary, brimming with countless fish and lobsters. "Fear not. If the natives persist in tracking us along the shore, we can easily navigate to the opposite bank of the great river." Ye Feng gestured towards the distant shore. Several kilometers away, even from the ship, he could only discern a vague outline of the opposite bank, indicating its great distance. The ship sailed upstream, unimpeded by tributaries, as it could consistently traverse the main channel. "Bring that indigenous woman up to the deck," Ye Feng commanded. "Yes." Chunin, as the team leader, hurried to bring He Li onto the deck. "He Li, I promised you I would set you free. I shall anchor the ship at the shore ahead, and then you may disembark," Ye Feng stated earnestly, emphasizing the importance of honor in one's word. The fierce glint in He Li's eyes gradually faded, and she nodded in acquiescence. After the ship traveled upstream for 5 or 6 kilometers, it encountered 2 tributaries that effectively obstructed the pursuing natives. "Bring the ship to the shore," Ye Feng shouted. "Received, left half rudder," Cheng Li Bin called out, and the crew in the hold began to turn the wheel. The ship docked at the shore, and Ye Feng produced a dagger, cutting the ropes binding He Li's hands. With a splash, Susan and Defu aimed their rifles at He Li, ready to prevent any sudden aggression. Ye Feng contemplated for a moment before retrieving a long spear and a German dagger, which he handed over to Miss Helly with both hands. "Thank you for providing us with invaluable information. This is what you deserve." Upon hearing Ye Feng's words, Helly paused momentarily, yet ultimately accepted the weapons and leapt from the grand vessel. Just as she was about to disappear into the woods, she turned back to cast a lingering gaze at Ye Feng. He too regarded her with unwavering attention. "I shall forever remember you, my kindred spirit," Helly declared before vanishing among the twisting banyan trees. A wave of melancholy washed over Ye Feng as he let such a captivating beauty slip away. It was disheartening indeed. "What is the matter? Are you regretting not having taken the plunge?" A voice echoed from behind. "Susan." "Indeed," he replied. "Huh, what nonsensical notions are you entertaining? I am a man of integrity." Ye Feng hastily shook his head. "Spare me your theatrics," Susan retorted, shooting him a pointed look before heading to the aft deck to keep watch. Chapter 115. Riding on my shoulders at that moment. A sharp crack emanated from the lower hold. "Not good. One of the propeller blades has broken," someone shouted from below. Ye Feng rushed to the back deck and peered down. Indeed, a wooden leaf had floated up, as if something had snapped it. Cheng Li Bin also hurried to the rear of the vessel. "What happened?" Ye Feng inquired, knowing Cheng Li Bin was the expert in such matters. "This is rather troublesome," Cheng Li Bin replied, his brow furrowed. "The propeller should have been forged from iron, but lacking iron, I substituted it with wood. The downside is evident. When encountering areas thick with aquatic vegetation, the wooden leaf is prone to being severed. However, the break appears to have been bitten off by something, likely some pike or arapaima, or even a crocodile could have shattered the propeller." Cheng Li Bin's face was etched with concern. "Now there are only 2 leaves left. Can it still function?" Ye Feng's anxieties surged, for the propeller was the primary source of propulsion for the vessel. If it were damaged, they would be marooned in the middle of the river. Swimming back to shore would expose them to various carnivorous fish, leeches, and parasitic catfish that could threaten their very lives. It can still move, albeit at an exceedingly sluggish pace, Cheng Li Bin remarked, casting a reproachful glance at Ye Feng. Brother Feng, I must say, we should have set sail directly into the ocean after constructing the vessel. Look where we are now. This river is fraught with aquatic plants and predatory creatures. My propeller is not designed for river navigation. Had we been at sea, this predicament would not have arisen. Alas, what good is it to dwell on the past? We must find a way to resolve this issue, ideally once and for all, lest we find ourselves constructing another propeller in the future, Ye Feng lamented, feeling a throbbing headache. After all, constructing a ship on a deserted island without any industrial foundation was an arduous task, and it was thanks to Cheng Li Bin, a top-tier engineer, that they had managed to transform the vessel's propulsion. Had it been anyone else stranded on that island, crafting a ship would have been utterly impossible. At this juncture, our only option is to select a landing spot, procure some iron, forge molds, and craft iron propellers. Furthermore, the lotus leaves must be sharpened. Even if we encounter aquatic vegetation, the sharp edges will sever it. Should any fish attempt to assault the propellers, they will be reduced to mere pulp. Cheng Li Bin remarked slowly. Does that mean we must return to the cave? Su Yun gasped, but there is a massive serpent guarding the entrance. Last night, they had all witnessed the shadow of the colossal snake, resembling a giant python, and it left them feeling quite apprehensive. By the way, isn't there a warship adjacent to the natives' village? Ye Feng suddenly inquired. Do you think there might be propellers aboard the warship? Certainly, there are propellers on a warship, but they are exceedingly large. Just one propeller might weigh twice as much as our boat, making it impossible to install. Cheng Li Bin shook his head in disapproval. That cannot be. A warship must have smaller boats. Otherwise, it would be constrained to the open ocean. To transport troops to the shore, they would need small vessels. And those boats would likely have compatible propellers, Ye Feng countered. You raise a valid point. There is a reasonable chance of locating smaller propellers. However, as we previously noted, the natives' village is situated along a tributary that is a kilometer wide. If we were to navigate our vessel there, we would likely be surrounded by the natives, Cheng Li Bin cautioned. This won't do, nor will that. How about this? I have decided to bring a companion with me to stealthily board the warship and explore its interior for small boat propellers. If we find any, we will proceed. If not, we shall abandon the plan, Ye Feng resolved firmly. You must not go. It is far too perilous. Have you forgotten? There are many vengeful spirits aboard the warship. Su Yun grasped Ye Feng's arm in concern. If I do not go, then who will? I truly regret letting Healy go without first inquiring whether there are any spare propellers aboard the warship, Ye Feng lamented. Cheng, please maneuver the boat to the shore. I will enter the jungle from here. By the way, who is willing to accompany me? Ye Feng contemplated, believing that two individuals could offer mutual support. I will go with you, Susan volunteered, rising to her feet. You cannot. You must remain on the boat to oversee the situation. Ye Feng shook his head, his gaze shifting to the others. Among those he trusted most were Susan, Su Yun, and Ding Tuanchuan. As for the others, he felt uncertain. Human nature can be quite treacherous. What if, in Susan's absence, Cheng Li Bin decided to abscond with the ship? After all, even two lotus leaves could navigate the sea, albeit at a slower pace. Anna, are you proficient with a firearm? Ye Feng turned to her. Yes, I am, Anna nodded. Her country had a more lenient approach to such matters, and she possessed some combat skills. Then you shall accompany me. Certainly, Anna readily agreed. To reassure her, Ye Feng added, we will approach quietly. The natives number only a few hundred warriors, and they cannot possibly cover the entire Black Tree River basin. I'm afraid this time, the reconnaissance mission on the warship will merely serve as a leisurely excursion. Do not feel overly anxious. If we cannot board the vessel, we shall retrace our steps. I understand, Anna sighed in relief. Immediately, Cheng Li Bin maneuvered the large ship close to the shore, while armed personnel on the deck raised their weapons, keeping a vigilant watch for Ye Feng and Anna. Unfortunately, the riverbank here is rather shallow, forcing the ship to anchor a good 10 meters from the bank, as only at this distance does the water possess sufficient depth to bear the weight of the vessel. Any closer would lead to grounding. With no other option, Ye Feng plunged into the water, which reached up to his chest. Anna, however, hesitated to jump in, deterred by the dense population of parasitic catfish lurking below. The thought of them invading her personal space was utterly unacceptable to her. Anna, climb onto my back, and I shall carry you to the shore, Ye Feng offered. waving his hand from the water, feeling an assortment of creatures brushing against his legs. But there are no buts. Trust me, I won't let you fall. Ultimately, Anna climbed onto Ye Feng's back. A sensation of warmth enveloped his head, accompanied by an intoxicating scent of femininity. Yet, Ye Feng had no time to indulge in such distractions. He hurried towards the bank, slicing through the dense underwater vegetation with his dagger every few steps. The aquatic plants concealed even more creatures, causing Ye Feng's face to flush crimson. I can't take it anymore. Something is burrowing in, he exclaimed, beginning to sprint through the water. However, after just 3 meters, he stumbled over the vegetation, causing Anna to tumble into the water as well. It's burrowing in. I can't stand it. Anna scrambled frantically to the shore. Ye Feng followed closely behind her. Chapter 116. The bullet pierced through her head. The two exchanged a glance before dashing into the woods. In her current state, Anna disregarded her modesty, stripping off her clothes entirely, including her undergarments. Ye Feng, too, hastily removed his garments, eager to rid himself of the leeches and small fish clinging to his lower body. The water here was exceptionally conducive to the proliferation of aquatic life, featuring many species unfamiliar to Ye Feng. At that moment, Anna struck a pose that could ignite flames, desperately attempting to remove something from her body. I can't take it anymore. It's inside me. Anna cried, on the verge of tears. Ye Feng swallowed hard. These parasitic catfish certainly knew how to infiltrate. Do you need my assistance? He inquired, approaching her, towering over the blushing Anna. In her position, with her legs spread apart, he could see her intimate area clearly, and to his surprise, her second visage was strikingly beautiful. I would appreciate your help. Please hurry, Anna shyly nodded. Thus, Ye Feng began to assist her, initially using his hands, but as the creature was lodged too deeply, he resorted to suction. Finally, with a resounding ft, a slimy parasitic catfish was expelled from his mouth, writhing on the ground. How disgusting! Anna exclaimed, crushing the creature beneath her foot. As she lifted her gaze, she was met with the sight of Ye Feng's lower abdomen, and her face flushed crimson. Please, do not misunderstand, Anna. This is a natural reaction. I assure you. I am not that type of person, Ye Feng clarified. Anna nodded and suddenly reached behind her. It seemed there was yet another one. Please lie down on the ground, facing me. Let me assist you, she urged. Ye Feng busied himself once more. Is this satisfactory? He pondered as he admired every inch of Anna, truly exquisite. A paragon of beauty. In her homeland, conscription was mandatory for all, resulting in remarkably alluring physiques among the women. Eventually, they adorned themselves with clothing and trousers. Anna squatted on the ground, her gaze vacant as she stared at the distant ship. The vessel had drifted toward the center of the river, poised to linger there, awaiting Ye Feng's return. Can you walk now? Ye Feng inquired, supporting one of Anna's arms. I can, but... Anna hesitated, recalling how insufferable that parasitic catfish had been, leaving her feeling feverish and in dire need of a larger one. Ye Feng glanced at Anna's flushed skin, seemingly comprehending her plight. Consequently, he squatted behind her, encircling her waist with both hands. Anna offered no resistance, resting her head against his chest. They embraced for a considerable duration until Anna finally turned her head to meet Ye Feng's gaze. Is this all you can do, hold me? She asked. Or do you wish for something else? Ye Feng's eyes widened in surprise. Moments later, a banyan tree began to sway, accompanied by Anna's suppressed sounds. An hour later, Ye Feng, satisfied, had donned his attire. Anna, her cheeks adorned with a captivating blush, leaped down from the banyan tree. Let us go, Anna, Ye Feng said. Taking her hand, their fingers interlaced, they ventured towards the tributary downstream. Their current location was upstream from the indigenous tribe, requiring a further journey of several kilometers downstream, followed by detours around 3 tributaries to locate the tribe. The trees around them grew increasingly primitive, with banyan trees of impressive girth, resembling serpents entwined on either side. Ye Feng felt that if a python were indeed hidden within the banyan, humans would struggle to discern its presence. Be cautious. At that moment, Anna suddenly brandished her rifle. Ye Feng, startled, slowly raised his head. Before them, 10 meters away, stood a tiger with striking yellow and black stripes. Its massive head was intimidating, resembling a small water barrel, with its tawny eyes fixed intently on Ye Feng. He quietly lifted his rifle, aiming at the formidable beast. With a roar, the tiger leaped, soaring at least 5 meters high. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out, accompanied by the tiger's mournful cry. It proved that no matter how powerful an animal, it could not withstand firearms. The tiger staggered a few steps forward before collapsing with a thud. Ye Feng approached, placing the rifle against the tiger's head. Bang! Once the tiger was assuredly lifeless, Ye Feng gently caressed its fur. This pelt, if returned to civilization, would fetch a fortune of at least 1 million. Ye Feng sighed. Let us proceed. Do not forget our mission, Anna reminded him. Wait. Ye Feng drew his dagger and severed the tiger's whiskers, handing a few to Anna. What is this for? Anna inquired, puzzled. The tiger reigns as the king of the jungle, causing many creatures to flee at the mere scent of its presence. Carrying a tiger's whisker can help us avoid numerous troubles, Ye Feng remarked with a smile. Feng, you possess such vast knowledge, Anna replied as she accepted the whisker. The duo continued their journey, though they refrained from holding hands, with Ye Feng leading the way and Anna following behind. At that moment, Ye Feng abruptly raised his rifle. After a brief interval, the foliage ahead rustled, and 2 women emerged. Their faces were pale, their eyes vacant, and their attire marked them as survivors. Ye Feng exhaled in relief and hastened towards them. Hello, have you encountered any other survivors? He inquired. The women stared at him blankly, devoid of surprise or fear, merely exhibiting a sense of numbness. Is everything all right? Ye Feng quickly supported one of the women, feeling her forehead. You're burning up. Do you have a high fever? He hesitated, realizing they had yet to enter the territory of the indigenous tribe. Anna, what do you think? Should we escort them back to the ship? Ye Feng proposed. Yes. Anna, possessing a kind heart, promptly agreed. Just then, one of the women began to cough violently, as though she might expel her very lungs. You don't have pneumonia from a high fever, do you? Ye Feng's brow furrowed, recognizing the potential contagion of pneumonia. Throughout this ordeal, the women remained silent, resembling mere tools, which heightened Ye Feng's apprehension. Can you speak? He asked again. At that instant, a faint sound was heard, followed by an arrowhead piercing through one of the women's mouth. What the? Ye Feng swiftly raised his rifle and aimed ahead. Another arrow shot forth, striking the heart of the other woman. Bang! Ye Feng fired a shot in response. Feng, don't shoot. It's me, Heli. A voice emerged from the trees, revealing Heli brandishing a makeshift bow and arrow. Heli, why did you kill them? Ye Feng demanded, keeping his rifle trained on her. However, Heli pointed to the woman with the arrow in her chest. Look for yourself. Her heart has been struck. Yet she is still alive, Heli explained, readjusting her aim towards the woman's head. Ye Feng focused intently, and indeed, the woman bore an arrow in her chest, but showed no signs of life or pain. Whoosh! Heli released another arrow, this time penetrating the woman's skull. Isn't this rather straightforward? Anna bit her lip in anger, casting a furious glance at Heli. What is happening to them? Ye Feng inquired. A parasitic infectious disease. A newly emerged contagion, exceedingly dreadful. I had a cough and high fever not long ago, and the shaman deemed it an infectious disease, banishing me from the tribe. Even if you set me down at the ship, I cannot return to the tribe. I can only wander the forest, Heli explained, a deep hatred flickering in her eyes at the mention of the shaman. What is this parasitic infectious disease? Ye Feng's heart sank, distancing himself from the 2 corpses. It's a bizarre illness that appeared 3 months ago, coinciding with the 80th anniversary of the last great disaster, she revealed. Harry's lips trembled as she spoke. What could possibly be the source of this contagion? Ye Feng hastily rubbed a few leaves in his hands, fearing he might become infected. I don't know. It's a peculiar disease. In its initial stages, one experiences a cough, followed by a high fever, and ultimately, a complete numbness. As if the brain can no longer control the body's muscles and expressions. The only way to eliminate them is to annihilate their brains directly. Moreover, the infected tend to exhibit bizarre behaviors, seemingly seeking to transmit the infection to others. The priests have proclaimed that these individuals are no longer human. They have become puppets of parasites, controlling their brains to spread the contagion to more humans, she stated gravely. Yikes! Ye Feng shuddered, stepping back from the corpse once more. Does your tribe have any doctors? He inquired. Doctors? Harry clearly struggled with the unfamiliar term. Yes, healers who can treat illnesses. Do you not understand? Those who can cure infectious diseases, Ye Feng clarified. Are you referring to shamans? They are the priests, who claim that the only way to rid ourselves of this contagion is through sacrificial offerings to the deities, providing fresh tributes to make the disease vanish, Harry explained. Ye Feng rolled his eyes, muttering, sorcery is detrimental. Harry, since you're here, could you guide us to the warship? We have an important component on our vessel that requires parts from the ship, Ye Feng said earnestly. Since I have returned to find you, I am indeed prepared to accompany you. You are the most trustworthy of the outsiders I have encountered, even if your trustworthiness is considerably lacking compared to ours. Nevertheless, I have no other option at this moment, Harry admitted, her previously firm tones softening gradually. This shift stirred within Ye Feng a desire to protect her. Rest assured, aboard my ship, you shall eat the same as I do, live as I do, and work as I do, he assured, patting Harry on the shoulder. Very well. I shall lead the way. The waters here are intricate. Tread carefully lest you fall into the marsh, Harry said, taking the initiative to walk ahead. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes and followed closely behind. Though it was unlikely that Harry would bring him harm, one must always remain vigilant, and he prepared for contingencies. Fortunately, with Harry guiding the way, they traversed swiftly, covering 5 or 6 kilometers in no time, though darkness began to envelop the surroundings. They reached the end of a tributary, where water cascaded down from higher ground, forming a small stream. Ye Feng squinted and suddenly directed his gaze toward a small tree at the tributary's end, where 3 white fruits hung. Without hesitation, he dashed forward and struck with his knife. The 3 fruits fell to the ground, and Ye Feng quickly picked them up and devoured them in swift bites, finishing them almost instantaneously. These fruits were extraordinary, dissolving almost instantly upon entry. A surge of powerful warmth enveloped his body. Ye Feng felt his muscles tighten, and remarkably, all his previous injuries had healed. Incredible, he exclaimed. You dared to consume ghost fruits? Harry's eyes widened in shock as she stared at Ye Feng. Ghost fruits? Why shouldn't I eat them? Ye Feng retorted. Ghost fruits. Incredibly toxic, consuming it would lead to death. Yet, why have you not succumbed? Harry gazed at Ye Feng in astonishment. Ye Feng inquired, who told you that this fruit is inedible? He sensed that Harry, being a rather naive woman, had been misled. This was common knowledge. The chieftain had proclaimed it, as had the priests. The ghost fruit must never be consumed. Harry continued to stare at Ye Feng, shocked. Alas, what a sin. What kind of chieftain and priests are these, deceiving you, foolish girl? Unable to contain himself, Ye Feng embraced Harry gently. She fell silent, suddenly squatting on the ground, her striking black and white eyes blinking incessantly. Since childhood, she had been warned against the ghost fruit, yet this man before her had consumed it without consequence. Why? Why would the chieftain deceive her? Why would the priests also lie? Observing the conflict within Harry's expression, Ye Feng sighed deeply. Perhaps the rulers wished to keep certain secrets from these insignificant individuals. After all, the ghost fruit was scarce, and the elite had not enough for themselves. So why would they share it with her? With this thought, Ye Feng began to pace beside the tributary. Suddenly, a jolt coursed through him, and an idea flickered in his mind. Fruit? River? Tributary? It seemed he had grasped something elusive, yet not entirely. Ye Feng also crouched down, cradling his head in his hands. 5 minutes later, he sprang to his feet. I understand. Harry, Anna, I know where these ghost fruits will appear. With that, he pulled the 2 women along towards the end of another tributary. They traveled through the night, and by midnight, Ye Feng finally arrived at another tributary. He scanned the surroundings and was suddenly illuminated by a discovery. Indeed, at the end of this tributary stood a small tree bearing 3 white fruits. Ye Feng swiftly severed the tree and collected the fruits, distributing 1 to each of them. Initially hesitant, Harry held the fruit near her lips, wavering. Seizing the moment, Ye Feng forcefully assisted her in consuming it. Moments later, Harry's eyes widened in surprise. This is astonishing. The sensation is remarkably similar to the candy beans the chieftain rewards us with, yet more wondrous. Harry exclaimed in amazement. What candy beans? Ye Feng asked. Whenever we achieve merit for the tribe, the chieftain and priests reward us warriors with these. I have tasted candy beans thrice, earning 3 honor tattoos on my arm. But those 3 candy beans lack the purity of flavor found in this fruit, Harry explained. Isn't it obvious? The candy beans the chieftain rewards you with are merely processed from this fruit. You, my dear, have been deceived by those in high places and are still toiling for them. Ye Feng embraced Harry once more. His ability to uncover the growth patterns of the white fruit stemmed from his frequent viewing of documentaries on the animal kingdom and tropical rainforests. From a height of several thousand meters, this vast black tree river resembled a magnificent tree itself. Chapter 118. The most intimate contact. The primary river channel symbolizes the trunk of a tree, while the tributaries represent the branches, with the end of each tributary akin to a flower on the tree. And what occurs when the tree flower withers? It undoubtedly yields fruit. But why are fruits found along the coastline? It is because the fruits on the tree have ripened and subsequently fallen to the ground below, allowing him to collect several along the shoreline. Thus, it is evident that he must hasten his pace. Otherwise, in a few days, he will be left to search for such white fruits along the coast. Nonetheless, this secret is one he must keep to himself and not disclose to others. Ye Feng felt an inexplicable excitement as he suddenly unlocked the door to a new world. This realization stemmed from his own contemplation, perfectly aligning with some of nature's wondrous laws. Let us proceed, Heli, to your tribe, Ye Feng smiled. At that moment, Heli abruptly stood up, gazing intently into Ye Feng's eyes. Feng, the tribe I hold dear has deceived me. The chieftain and the priest are in collusion, perpetually misleading me to serve their interests. What have they offered me in return? Thus, I must reveal the truth to you. Do not approach the location of the warship, for it is fraught with countless traps awaiting your arrival, and I have been sent to lure you into their snare, Heli declared with unwavering determination. Ye Feng responded, Anna, why would you do such a thing? Anna seized Heli by the throat, vigorously shaking her. Heli did not resist, seemingly resigned to her fate, as if inviting Anna to end her life. Ye Feng sighed and pulled Anna away. Enough. Having narrowly escaped this peril, I believe Heli genuinely wishes to ally with us. Heli, I welcome you to my team, where no deceit will be tolerated. Everything will be transparent and just. Once you join my team, I shall treat you as family. Never to betray your trust, Ye Feng spoke earnestly. Heli appeared somewhat bewildered, merely nodding in response. Since we cannot reach the warship, let us seek some fruits instead. I have discovered that my sense of smell is quite acute, and fortune favors me. With a casual search, I can easily find these white fruits, Ye Feng boasted, unwilling to share the growth patterns of the white fruits with the two women. This secret, even to his own father, must remain undisclosed, otherwise, it could lead to rivalry and, potentially, fatal consequences. The white fruit possesses the ability to enhance human strength, along with formidable restorative properties and a degree of resistance to toxins, akin to the elixirs found in fantastical novels. Consider this. In such tales, individuals would kill for miraculous potions. If one were to possess the ability to locate such elixirs, others would undoubtedly resort to murder to monopolize that knowledge, leading to a solitary existence of greed. After traversing the ends of 3 or 4 tributaries, Ye Feng discovered 6 white fruits. He consumed 4 while bestowing 1 upon each of the 2 women. Given his considerable contributions, it was only natural for him to indulge a bit more. Approaching a large stone, Ye Feng suddenly summoned his strength, lifting the hefty boulder overhead before casting it forcefully ahead. The massive rock was hurled over 7 meters away. One can only wonder if the legendary Xiangyu from ancient times possessed such strength. Ye Feng was both astonished and delighted, envisioning a future where he could carry great vessels with ease. Anna had also developed considerable strength, capable of lifting objects weighing around 150 to 160 pounds, and her endurance had notably improved. As for Heli, being a native, her innate strength surpassed that of ordinary individuals. She could likely lift as much as 300 pounds. Feng, how did you come across these ginkgo nuts? Anna inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. Intuition, Ye Feng replied enigmatically. You're incredible. Could you help us find a few more of these ginkgo nuts? Anna asked with a look of eager anticipation. I'm afraid not. I've discovered that one cannot consume too many ginkgo nuts in a single day, or it may overwhelm the body. The dawn is approaching. Let us huddle together beneath a tree for rest. After we awaken, I shall take you to find more ginkgo nuts, Ye Feng said with a serious demeanor. Agreed. The trio made their way towards the riverbank when suddenly, a crocodile ambled towards them, shaking its head menacingly. Quick, take cover, Anna warned urgently. However, Ye Feng did not retreat. In the past, he might have shied away from a crocodile, but now, he felt an inexplicable sense of disdain towards it. He sank into a horse stance, and as the black caiman charged, he seized its tail. With a powerful thrust of his arms, he lifted the 500 to 600 pound crocodile effortlessly. The creature, clearly alarmed, thrashed desperately in his grasp. After swinging it around 3 times, Ye Feng hurled the crocodile like a shot put, sending it crashing into a large tree several meters away. The crocodile's body contorted upon impact, and it seemed unlikely to survive. Before we sleep, let us have a bite to eat, Ye Feng declared, retrieving his dagger. Half an hour later, the three were roasting crocodile meat. For some reason, after consuming the ginkgo nuts, they felt an insatiable hunger, yet their meridians felt distinctly swollen. Ye Feng devoured an entire crocodile tail, consuming at least 10 pounds of meat, while Anna and Helly combined managed to eat around 6 or 7 pounds. Let us rest in the trees, Ye Feng suggested. He swiftly climbed the banyan tree, effortlessly pulling both women up with him. 10 kilometers downstream, at the indigenous tribe's riverbank, the priestess sat with her hands clasped, reciting an obscure incantation. Upon completing her chant, she released her hands, revealing a single strand of black hair cradled in her palms. Messenger of the divine, why has Helly not yet brought the individuals here? Has something gone awry? Asked a figure adorned with 4 stripes. Indeed, an incident has occurred. According to the resonant waves emanating from Helly's hair, she has betrayed her own kin and engaged in the most intimate of contacts with those of another race. The priestess revealed, allowing the hair to disperse in the wind. How despicable! Helly is the only tri-feathered leader of our tribe. How could she betray her own kind? The 4-striped figure paced the riverbank, his eyes burning with rage. Please, messenger of the divine, show me the path to vengeance. The 4-striped figure knelt in despair. The priestess nodded, extending a slender, jade-like finger to indicate the upstream direction. Achoo! Ye Feng sneezed, gazing at the 2 enchanting women nestled in his embrace. Moments ago, he had experienced the exquisite pleasures offered by Helly and Anna. How to describe it? A delightful duality. This was his first encounter with such a splendid convergence of sensations, an experience beyond compare. The sun had already risen high, yet both beauties remained in a deep slumber. Ye Feng, having been rather vigorous earlier, had thoroughly exhausted them. He gently laid the 2 ladies on the banyan tree before leaping down himself. The crocodile carcass lay unfinished. He sliced the meat into strips and set them over the fire to roast. At that moment, his expression shifted as he turned his gaze towards the woods. Helly, Anna, awaken, Ye Feng commanded in a low voice while grasping his rifle. Chapter 119. Holding Ye Feng at bay after a brief moment, a figure emerged from the thicket. Ye Feng aimed his rifle at the man's head, noting the 4 tattoos adorning his arm. Where are the others? Bring them out, Ye Feng demanded coldly, his finger resting on the trigger. There are no others, Ye Feng. You have taken my dearest. I seek a contest of manhood with you, the tattooed man declared, suddenly biting his finger to smear his blood upon his brow. Ha ha. Ye Feng released the safety, taking aim at the man's forehead. You are quite considerate. You've even marked the target for me. Just then, Helly leaped down from the tree, grasping Ye Feng's arm. No. This is a battle between the men of the God tribe. Weapons cannot be used, Helly implored anxiously. The tattooed man, upon seeing Helly in her nakedness, turned beet red. Helly, why? Why do you betray your own kind? And why do you betray me? He lamented, his expression one of desperate longing. Helly remained silent, her head bowed in shame. Although she was aware of the deceptions perpetuated by the tribe's elite, the education she received from childhood instilled within her a profound sense of guilt. At that moment, Anna raised her rifle, disengaging the safety. Do not. Helly interposed herself before their weapons. This is a battle between men, Feng. If you wish for me to be yours, to offer you both my body and heart, then please fight him as a man. If you win, I will belong entirely to you and remain ever loyal. Helly spoke earnestly. After a lengthy moment of hesitation with his finger on the trigger, Ye Feng finally nodded and set the rifle aside. Having recently consumed an abundance of ginkgo nuts, he deemed it fitting to test the strength of this tattooed man, gauging his prowess among the indigenous people, thereby assessing their overall capabilities. Most importantly, Helly was a pivotal figure. Her knowledge of the tribe was invaluable. If he could conquer both her heart and mind, he would gain access to all the intelligence he sought. Observing Ye Feng's decision, Anna reluctantly retreated, still holding her weapon. Come, let the battle commence, Ye Feng declared, casually taking his stance. I'm coming. The tattooed man charged forward. However, within mere exchanges, Ye Feng effortlessly subdued him to the ground. Ye Feng had not anticipated that the 4-striped indigenous man would be so feeble. In terms of combat skills, strength, and speed, Ye Feng held an unequivocal advantage. Do you yield? He inquired coldly. Suddenly, with a fierce roar, the 4-striped man summoned a cacophony of footsteps from the surrounding woods. A dozen towering indigenous warriors emerged, followed by a throng of vengeful children, their numbers impossible to tally. You barbaric savages, Do you dare to resort to trickery? Is this truly a contest between men? Without the slightest hesitation, the indigenous warriors charged directly at Ye Feng. In his fury, Ye Feng seized the four-striped man and wielded him like a human weapon against the oncoming foes. The foremost two indigenous fighters were sent flying, their chests caving in from the impact. Ye Feng then released the four-striped man into the crowd and swiftly drew two pistols. The air erupted with the sound of gunfire. Anna joined in the fray. Helplessly, Helly stood by, unable to engage against her own kin. One by one, the indigenous warriors and vengeful children fell to the ground. Eventually, as Ye Feng expended the last of his ammunition, he resorted to his dagger and engaged the remaining indigenous warriors in fierce combat. Suddenly, 3 blow darts struck Ye Feng's back. Simultaneously, a vengeful child clawed at his thigh, opening a grievous wound from which blood gushed forth. "Ah!" Anna cried out in horror, covering her face with her hands, clearly having been hit by a blow dart herself. "Anna!" Ye Feng roared, turning to rush towards her, intent on safeguarding his beloved. Alas, the other indigenous fighters recklessly surged forward, restraining him. "Feng! Feng!" Anna's anguished cries echoed, swallowed by a swarm of vengeful children, blood spurting from the chaos. Within moments, her voice fell silent, replaced by the sound of blades slicing through flesh. "You savage dogs, I shall eradicate you all." Ye Feng's eyes blazed crimson as he seized one of the indigenous men, tearing him apart with sheer force. Gasping for breath, Helly finally raised her bow. 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 3 arrows. Each found its mark, toppling the towering indigenous warriors. With a sudden thud, a blow dart struck Helly, but having consumed the ginkgo fruit, her body had developed a resistance to toxins. Now, only 6 vengeful children and 2 indigenous warriors remained. These 2 stubbornly fought to the bitter end. One clung to Ye Feng's leg while the other grasped his waist, their mouths busy gnawing at his arms. Ye Feng forcefully yanked his arm free, slashing with his dagger. The indigenous man behind him staggered back, clutching his throat, before gradually collapsing to the ground. Yet Ye Feng did not pause. He plunged his dagger downward, piercing the remaining indigenous warrior with lethal precision. The remaining vengeful children charged forward, their claws as hard as steel, leaving deep gashes in Ye Feng's flesh with a mere swipe. Enduring the agony, he seized one of the vengeful children and swung it around. 3 vengeful children were dispatched, and then his body soared 5 meters into the air, decisively crushing the last 2 vengeful children. Thus, the battle finally reached its conclusion. Ye Feng, panting heavily, collapsed onto the ground. Healy hurried over, meticulously extracting the needles embedded in Ye Feng's body. However, Ye Feng forcefully shoved her aside and crawled towards Anna's location. All that remained was a heap of tattered flesh and blood, the innards completely hollowed out, and the face a gruesome mess. "Anna!" Ye Feng bellowed as he clutched the mangled remains. "Ye Feng, let us return to the ship. The priest is all-knowing. Our position has been compromised," Healy urged as she helped him up. Ye Feng nodded, cradling Anna's lifeless form as he made his way to the riverbank, where he cast her body into the water. "Home!" Ye Feng sighed deeply, his steps faltering as he approached the great ship. From that moment on, he truly felt the malice of this primordial land. After a prolonged journey, the 2 finally arrived beside the tributary, but in the next instant, Ye Feng quickly crouched down. There stood over 40 indigenous people on the riverbank, accompanied by nearly 100 vengeful children. As for the great ship, it had drifted to the middle of the river, approximately 300 meters away from the natives. "Coward, if you have the guts, come down from the ship and engage in a true contest of manhood with us. You timid outsiders, will you only cower in the middle of the river? Come down and fight, or the river god will devour you." The indigenous people employed tactics reminiscent of the 3 Kingdoms era, attempting to bait those aboard the ship. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out from the ship, claiming the life of 1 native. Yet the remaining natives stood their ground, unabashedly hurling insults from the riverbank. Chapter 120. Healy, hold me tight. Ye Feng's expression darkened. He was uncertain how the natives had reached this point. If they remained there, neither he nor Healy could board the great ship. He longed for Chung Li Bean to maneuver the vessel to another tributary, but should they reveal their position, the natives would undoubtedly charge forth without hesitation. Previously, when faced with merely a dozen natives, he had lost Anna and sustained injuries himself. Now, confronted with such a multitude, Ye Feng could assure that their chances of survival were non-existent. On the deck, Susan held her rifle, her expression grave. The ammunition was running low, and she dared not waste it frivolously. However, allowing the natives to continue their raucous taunts on the riverbank would certainly prevent Ye Feng from boarding the ship. Susan, why don't we navigate the ship to the cave and wait for Ye Feng there? It would also allow us to replenish some ammunition, Raimai suggested. What if Ye Feng returns and cannot find us? He would be frantic. Susan shook her head. She had gradually come to understand Ye Feng. Summarizing him in 5 words, lecherous yet reliable, hence she did not wish to abandon him. Indeed, if Ye Feng and Anna return only to discover the ship missing, they would surely be driven to despair, Su Yun added. The others nodded in silent agreement. Under Ye Feng's leadership, they had finally constructed the great ship and he had ensured their sustenance, providing them with a relatively stable environment for survival. Once, they wandered through the woods, enduring hunger for 9 meals over 3 days while remaining vigilant against elusive predators, a truly harrowing experience. Do you have any other alternatives? Raimai inquired in retort. Susan hesitated momentarily. After Ye Feng's departure, Susan had assumed command aboard the vessel. Her martial prowess and commendable marksmanship, coupled with her striking beauty, earned her the respect of the crew. Most significantly, she was appointed as Ye Feng's second-in-command. Very well, let us first procure some firearms and ammunition downstream, and then return immediately to await Ye Feng, Susan declared. In the jungle, Ye Feng gazed at the receding ship, his eyes filled with dread. Hey, Susan, you can't just leave like this. Don't go, don't abandon me. At that moment, despair consumed Ye Feng's heart. Shall we pursue the ship? Perhaps they are merely waiting for you downstream, Heli suggested. Indeed. With that, the two hastened toward the downstream path. But scarcely had they run a dozen meters when a spear shot forth from behind. The natives had spotted him. Run. Ye Feng urged Heli as they fled. After running a kilometer, Ye Feng was taken aback. Before them lay a tributary, approximately 2 kilometers wide, blocking their escape. What now? Ye Feng surveyed the tributary teeming with piranhas, his countenance darkening. We must find a way around. With that, the duo quickly made their way toward the tributary's end. Behind them, the cries of the natives echoed, mingled with the sounds of their pursuit. After 2 kilometers, Heli's stamina waned, prompting Ye Feng to carry her on his back as they continued their flight. Although the natives could not match Ye Feng's speed, they relentlessly closed in whenever he paused to rest. The natives, being exceptional hunters within the jungle, possessed tracking skills far superior to Ye Feng's. After 3 desperate exchanges, Ye Feng managed to shoot down 2 natives, yet his ammunition was depleted. He had hoped to intimidate them, but to no avail. They remained tenaciously on his heels. The chase persisted, a relentless ebb and flow, until darkness enveloped the land. Time became indiscernible as Ye Feng reached the tributary's end. There, atop an elevated area, a silver tree blossomed at a visible pace, soon bearing pale silver fruits. Gulp. For reasons unknown, upon seeing the fruit, Ye Feng's mouth began to salivate profusely. Do not disturb it, the tree seems alive. If it senses danger, the fruit will retract, Ye Feng cautioned as he and Heli concealed themselves in the underbrush. Heli nodded, leaning her back against Ye Feng's. After several minutes, the silver fruit slowly emerged, growing rapidly to the size of a fist, yet lamentably, there was only one. Hush! Ye Feng gestured for silence, drawing forth his dagger. He stealthily approached the silver tree, and when he was about 5 meters away, he suddenly quickened his pace. With a swift motion, he severed the silver tree in 2. Ye Feng swiftly snatched the fruit, only to his dismay. He noticed that the fruit began to shrink rapidly after the tree was cut. This is not good. He made a swift decision, immediately stuffing the fruit into his mouth and swallowing it in a few bites. A powerful surge of heat began to ravage within Ye Feng's body, causing him to collapse onto the ground in pain. Feng. Heli quickly rushed to support Ye Feng. Ye Feng, however, rolled up his sleeves. On his arm, a serpentine mark gradually took shape, soon transforming into a silver streak akin to a tattoo. In the next moment, Ye Feng swung his arm. Unlike his previous experience after consuming the ginkgo, he sensed that not only had his strength increased, but his mental acuity, physical constitution, and vision had all been significantly enhanced. This sensation was utterly marvelous. Ye Feng glanced across the stream and suddenly felt an irresistible urge to test his newfound abilities. Wait for me here, he declared, and with a powerful leap, he bounded towards the opposite bank, spanning several meters in a single jump. With a splash, he landed, his legs sinking into the earth on the other side. Ah! Heli gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. Just moments ago, Ye Feng had leaped like a sprinter, covering such an incredible distance. Ha! Ye Feng could not contain his laughter, taking another run up and landing next to He Li with a thud. Quick, climb onto my back. Ye Feng squatted down. He Li was not very tall, standing around 1.5 meters, but among the indigenous women, she was considered tall, weighing approximately 80 pounds. Ye Feng felt no strain carrying her. However, at that moment, a long spear shot from behind, grazing He Li's skin. You cannot escape, foreigner. The indigenous people pursued them, arrows and spears raining down. He Li, hold on tight. I'm jumping, Ye Feng announced, taking another leap with He Li on his back. With a splash, they both landed in the woods on the opposite bank. Turning back, they saw a dozen indigenous people rushing to their former location, firing arrows and throwing spears at Ye Feng. He Li bit down on the blowpipe. With a whoosh, 2 poison darts struck Ye Feng's arm, yet he felt no pain. After consuming the silver fruit, his body's resistance to toxins had greatly improved. He quickly moved 20 meters into the woods, hiding behind a tree and coldly observing the indigenous people across the way. I have no intention of becoming your enemy, and I hope you do not force my hand, for it would bring no benefit to either of us, Ye Feng called from behind the tree. However, the indigenous people were unfazed, anxiously pacing back and forth on the opposite bank. Eventually, one of the indigenous men with 2 stripes retreated 5 or 6 meters, then made a running leap, splashing into the river. In an instant, a swarm of piranhas and crocodiles encircled him. The indigenous man, startled, swam toward Ye Feng's side, desperate to reach the shore. Unfortunately, the creatures of the river provided him no chance. Just 5 meters from the bank, he writhed in agony, unable to move forward. Within 2 minutes, a crocodile clamped down on his leg, dragging him to the riverbed. A cloud of red, accompanied by a flurry of bubbles, erupted from the depths. The expressions of the other indigenous people shifted, their hesitation palpable. We, the Ga tribes, have been your eternal adversaries. Your women shall be toyed with until death. Your children will be flayed alive, and as for you, you will be reduced to a mere pulp. One of the natives glared at Ye Feng with clenched teeth. I reiterate, I harbor no intention of opposing the Ga tribe. However, should you insist on my demise, I shall resist with all my might. The outcome remains uncertain. With that declaration, Ye Feng did not linger, but continued his swift descent downstream. The network of waterways required frequent detours every few hundred meters. Were it not for Ye Feng's enhanced vision and the assistance of Heli, he might have lost his way. In the primeval forest, Ye Feng, carrying Heli, dashed forth with the speed of a cheetah. They encountered a wild boar along the way, which fell to Ye Feng's single punch. At his current strength, the boar was no more than a slightly larger cat, posing no threat whatsoever. The most pressing concern was that he had run out of ammunition. His rifle had become a mere club. At that moment, the sounds of human conversation reached his ears. Ma, what shall we do now? The large ship has been shattered by Ye Feng and swept into the river, and your wife was aboard. As the underbrush parted, Ma Xikong and Wang Tao emerged. The moment they raised their heads, they spotted Ye Feng and Heli. Ma Xikong squinted and bolted downstream. Wang Tao, after a brief moment of shock, followed suit. Humph. Ye Feng raised his weapon and pulled the trigger. Click. Almost forgot. No bullets. Ye Feng paid little heed to that, and immediately pursued Heli downstream. The two groups engaged in a chase, eventually reaching the location of the cave. Ye Feng gazed into the distance, astonished to find the large ship stranded in this stretch of the river, unable to dock due to the propeller, swept downstream by the current. After careful consideration, he resolved to deal with Wang Tao and Ma Xikong first. Otherwise, these two would become a lingering threat. Finally arriving at the cave, Ye Feng was taken aback by the sight of what was once their camp. The cave had collapsed, its entrance blocked by countless stones. With no escape route, Ma Xikong and Wang Tao were forced to flee towards the rubble. Heli, wait for me here. With that, Ye Feng swiftly pursued into the pile of stones. The cave had not been entirely sealed. Some crevices still allowed access to the underground base. Upon glancing back, Ma Xikong was shocked to see Ye Feng charging at him with a dagger. Noticing Ye Feng was unarmed with a rifle, he stood atop a large rock, arms crossed defiantly. Ye Feng, you seek death, Ma Xikong declared, striking a karate pose, convinced that he and Wang Tao could easily overpower Ye Feng. Internally, Ye Feng scoffed, while outwardly feigning fear to prevent their escape. At his current strength, even 3 Ma Xikongs would pose no challenge. Consider yourselves formidable. I shall retreat, Ye Feng proclaimed, pretending to flee. Ma, he is afraid. He is no match for you. Wang Tao exclaimed, quickly charging at Ye Feng. Ye Feng pretended to sprint a few meters before abruptly turning back to retrieve something. At that moment, a spear hurtled towards him from behind, nearly striking his back. Upon glancing back, he noticed that a group of indigenous people had pursued him. Healy, you must flee, Ye Feng exclaimed, immediately slipping into a crevice in the rocks and darting towards the cave. Ahead of him, Wang Tao and Ma Xikong were also in flight. Aware of the peril posed by the natives, to remain would mean being subjected to a fate akin to that of a roasted lamb. Having barely run 20 meters, darkness enveloped them. Ye Feng widened his eyes, straining to observe his surroundings. You cannot escape, alien. The group of natives followed into the cave, yet the wailing children paused, jumping in place, refusing to heed the natives' urgings to enter. Mori, the priests have warned us. The cave harbors a serpent god. Do we truly wish to proceed? One indigenous individual asked, a tremor of fear evident in his voice. The alien is just ahead. Capturing him alive will surely earn us the divine beings from the priests, bestowing us with formidable power. Those lacking courage may remain here. Those with valor, follow me. The one named Mori declared, suddenly inverting his spear and producing 2 black stones to rub together. In no time, a torch flickered to life. After a moment's hesitation, the natives extended their spears once more, and soon 12 torches illuminated the cave's entrance. Mori pushed 2 of his companions to the front to lead the way, while he nestled himself in the middle. As for the wailing children, they dared only to emit high-pitched cries at the entrance, too fearful to pursue further. Ye Feng, concealed in the depths of the dark cave, observed this scene unfold. He had not anticipated that the fearsome children would show trepidation towards the cave, indicating that something within frightened them. Yet it was certainly not a python. He had witnessed the children dismember a tiger, and if they were unafraid of tigers, how could they fear a serpent? With the natives' torches drawing ever closer, Ye Feng had no choice but to continue deeper into the cave. At last, he descended a staircase, arriving at a waterlogged area where he unexpectedly collided with someone. Ouch! Came Wang Tao's voice. Ye Feng instinctively slashed with his dagger, but struck nothing, indicating that Wang Tao had hidden away. Dismissing the encounter, Ye Feng groped through the water, cautiously stepping forward, his hands seeking to avoid any horrifying encounters. He heard splashing sounds to his left, undoubtedly Wang Tao and Ma Xikong also entering the water. Yet, Ye Feng's immediate concern was the natives, not his companions. At that moment, several torches appeared on the shore as the natives finally reached the foot of the staircase. One individual hurled a torch into the cave. Illuminated by the flickering flame, Ye Feng caught a glimpse of the structures surrounding him within a dozen meters, and he resumed his hurried pace. Time seemed to stretch as he navigated through the shallower water, eventually reaching a dry patch, where he began to feel around in the pitch-black void. His fingers brushed against something cold and metallic. As such, Ye Feng exerted a forceful push, yet it yielded no result. He then grasped a recess and pulled with all his might. With a creak, it resembled an iron door being drawn open, accompanied by a waft of damp, musty dust. Coughing twice, Ye Feng hurriedly covered his mouth, like a blind man stumbling in the dark. He could not see his hands before him and was compelled to feel his way along the wall. Soon, his fingers brushed against something cold. Chapter 122. Are you not one of them? Ye Feng tapped it with his hand. It appeared neither metallic nor stony, and its surface was exceedingly smooth. Glass. He continued to explore the area with his hands, confirming that it indeed resembled a pane of glass. Had glass existed during World War II? Ye Feng was unsure of when glass was invented, so he pressed onward. Suddenly, a clatter echoed as something was knocked over. Instantly, a pale green flame ignited, casting an eerie glow throughout the chamber. Gasping, Ye Feng inhaled sharply. Before him lay an octagonal chamber, where, near the walls, 8 enormous glass containers were systematically arranged. Some had shattered, revealing a viscous, dark gray liquid within. The intact containers were cloaked in dust. After brushing away the grime, Ye Feng finally discerned the contents. Within one glass vessel was a specimen, its fangs bared, eyes bulging, and hands formed into claw-like appendages. Notably, a tail had sprouted from its rear, its tip having ossified, bearing a resemblance to the Wraith Child. Is this the research of the Germans? Ye Feng mused, striving to calm his racing heart. He turned his gaze to the next container, where the specimen bore fine black hairs, its physique seemingly shrunken, resembling the Wraith Child to a degree of 30%. Observing the next intact glass vessel, He noted that while its eyes retained some distinct features, its body exhibited no differences from the Wraith Child. After much contemplation, could the Wraith Child be a product of German experimentation? In this laboratory, only 3 glass containers remained unscathed, the rest lay in ruin. Whether shattered by human hands or the creatures within, he could not ascertain. Accordingly, Ye Feng approached the inner door, gently pushing open the corroded iron barrier. Upon entry, he felt as if he had stepped into a pile of excrement. Lifting his foot, he discovered a large smear of a viscous, dark gray substance clinging to the sole, reminiscent of freshly extracted oil or unsolidified asphalt, odorless yet utterly repulsive. Illuminated by the sinister green glow, he beheld 9 stone beds within the chamber, each bound by corroded iron chains to the desiccated corpses of various creatures. Among them were lions, tigers, humans, and spotted hyenas. Due to the chamber's sealed nature, these bodies had not decomposed into mere skeletons, but had instead transformed into mummies. Ye Feng surveyed each stone bed, noticing the carts beside them adorned with various glass containers, some still filled with undried liquids. These must be potions designed to induce mutations. With this thought in mind, he seized a dust-covered bag nearby and stowed the potions inside, slinging his backpack over his shoulder. Perhaps they would prove useful one day. At that moment, the sound of water echoed from outside, suggesting that a multitude of individuals was approaching. Startled, he quickly concealed himself beneath a stone bed. The voices grew clearer. "Chief, there is water here. It seems the foreign tribes have landed. Enter." Lying beneath the bed, Ye Feng grasped his dagger, preparing for the impending arrival of the natives. In this sealed environment, the effectiveness of their bows and spears would be diminished. Perhaps he could consume this band of pursuers entirely. He resolved to ambush 2 of the natives first, leaving the remaining 10 to be dealt with through sheer force. Footsteps echoed in the outer chamber as the natives entered, busying themselves with various tasks. Suddenly, a crash resonated, likely the sound of a glass container shattering. "Ouch! This liquid stinks." One of the natives cried out. "Stay away from me. My body, it's melting. Oh, help me. Chief Mori, save me." Silence ensued outside. "We must leave. This place is eerie. The serpent god may be nearby," one native remarked. And Ye Feng heard their footsteps retreating from the outer chamber. He exhaled in relief and rose from beneath the stone bed. He felt it was prudent to vacate the area, but he had managed to acquire some potions. He would need to investigate their effects. If they were indeed mutagens, he would discard them. However, if they were capable of enhancing strength, he would secretly utilize them. Stepping onto the black-gray liquid, Ye Feng moved toward the outer chamber, only to find himself stunned in the next moment. 12 pairs of eyes coldly scrutinized him. "Ah, a foreigner. It seems you are not particularly clever." A mere shout drew you out. One of the natives, referring to Mori, sneered as they began to encircle Ye Feng. Damn it! Rather than retreating, Ye Feng plunged into the fray. The battle raged for a full half-hour. His smaller stature was a disadvantage, as all his adversaries stood over 2 meters tall. Fortunately, his strength had increased, and after exhausting his energy, he finally managed to slay the last native. Exhausted, Ye Feng collapsed onto the black-gray liquid, dislodging a long spear from his abdomen, and removed his shirt to bind around his waist. As for the broken spear lodged in his back, he had no means to extract it and would have to endure its presence. If he removed it, he would be unable to dress the wound and risk excessive blood loss. After resting for 5 minutes, he stood up, breathless, and began to make his way outside. Though the natives had left him gravely injured, they had unwittingly provided him with 2 pieces of black stone. When rubbed together, these stones sparked, presumably the fabled firestone. Ye Feng, brandishing a torch, waded through the water for 50 meters before finally arriving at the old armory. He retrieved a rifle, a handgun, along with 100 rounds of rifle ammunition and 200 rounds of handgun ammunition, before making his way towards the cave's exit. The cave's mouth was still teeming with vengeful monkeys, and in his severely injured state, he could only rely on firearms. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed from outside the cave, causing rocks to rain down from above. Ye Feng swiftly crouched down, cradling his head with both hands. What was happening? Who was using grenades outside? A thought crossed his mind, and he surmised that Wang Tao and Ma Xikong must have found some heavy weaponry and were engaged in a fierce battle with the vengeful children outside. He decided to wait by the shore, hoping the 2 would carve a path through the chaos for him. After about an hour, the sounds of the vengeful children ceased, indicating either their retreat or their demise at the hands of Wang Tao and Ma Xikong. Good. It seems my turn has come. Ye Feng weakly rose to his feet and staggered toward the cave's entrance. Upon reaching the mouth of the cave, he was met with the sight of vengeful children's corpses strewn across the ground, alongside a large crater created by a grenade explosion. This could be problematic. What if the two were lying in wait outside? Ye Feng's expression shifted. Chapter 123. Heli, I have come to rescue you. With that thought, he pulled out a grenade, aiming it at the crevice outside. Following the cave's collapse, numerous fissures had formed, and Ye Feng planned to create a diversion. He quickly tossed the grenade and darted into another crevice. Boom! The grenade detonated, sending a shower of debris cascading down. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Feng glimpsed the sunlight once more. Sure enough, 2 gunshots rang out as Wang Tao and Ma Xikong lay in ambush outside the cave, firing at the location of the explosion. However, as the smoke cleared, there was nothing to be found. At last, Ye Feng had found his opportunity. He raised his rifle, taking aim at Ma Xikong first, for this fellow possessed the best marksmanship. Eliminating him would leave Wang Tao vulnerable. Bang! Yet, it was too late. Ma Xikong immediately detected Ye Feng emerging from his hiding place. With a single shot, he sent Ye Feng's rifle flying. Ye Feng rolled over, attempting to pull out his handgun, but in the next moment, a bullet whizzed past his ear. The rush of wind left his ears ringing. Run! In mere moments, Ye Feng realized he could not outshoot Ma Xikong. Thus, he zigzagged toward the riverbank. Bang! A bullet grazed his backside, sending a chill of terror coursing through him. He had not anticipated Ma Xikong's exceptional marksmanship. Without pretense, Ye Feng dashed at full speed. Bang bang! 2 more shots rang out, but the dense foliage provided him with a much-needed shield, sparing his life. Bang! Another bullet zipped past Ye Feng's head, parting his hair in the process. At last, he spotted the great river, disregarding the leeches and parasitic catfish lurking within, and leaped into the water with a splash. Gurgling, he dove 5 meters beneath the surface. Beginning to swim, he held his breath, diving deep until he could no longer sustain himself, finally surfacing. Bang! Another bullet struck the water mere half a meter from him. Ye Feng glanced towards the shore, 40 meters away, where Ma Xikong and Wang Tao had burst from the trees, rifles aimed directly at him. Damn it! Gritting his teeth, he submerged once more. This time, after swimming 50 meters, he emerged again, gasping for air. Bang! Another shot rang out, and he felt a sharp pain at his ribs. The water around him instantly tinged crimson. This is bad. Ye Feng quickly clasped his side, but it was too late. A swarm of voracious piranhas surged towards him, their teeth gnashing hungrily. Simultaneously, a multitude of parasitic catfish rushed in, encircling him in a wall of flesh-eating creatures. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots echoed behind him. It was Susan from the ship firing her weapon. Ma Xikong, startled, hastily retreated into the forest with Wang Tao. A Feng swim this way, Suyin shouted from the deck. Brother Yi, hurry. There's something behind you. It looks like a crocodile. Ding Tamanchuan yelled frantically. Ye Feng was terrified, releasing his wound and propelling himself towards the ship with all his might. He felt something viciously tearing at his wound, the pain causing his entire body to convulse, nearly rendering his arms immobile. In the next moment, he heard the sound of splashing. He saw Susan swimming towards him with all her strength. As the ship couldn't dock in the raging river, she had no choice but to leap into the water to rescue him. Ye Feng felt his ribs growing numb, and his left arm was completely incapacitated, leaving him to paddle with one hand. Ye Feng. Susan grasped his arm tightly, pulling him through the water with great effort. Just beneath the ship, a knotted rope fell, perfectly looping around his neck. The people on the deck, disregarding everything else, began to hoist him up. Ugh! With the noose around his neck, he was yanked upward as if being hanged. Bang! His body finally landed on the deck, and he clutched his throat, gasping for breath. Quick! Pull Susan up too, hurry! Ye Feng shouted urgently. Thus, everyone scrambled to hoist Susan onto the deck. The moment she was aboard, she stripped off her clothes and began extracting the parasitic catfish from her body. Ye Feng, I'll help you. Raimai rushed over to assist him in removing the parasites. After half an hour, they finally managed to rid Ye Feng and Susan of the leeches and catfish. The two lay flat on the deck, gasping for air. After a prolonged silence, Ye Feng propped himself up, his gaze blankly surveying the others on the ship. Which bastard put the rope around my neck? Ye Feng asked coldly. I almost got hanged. I don't know. The group quickly spread their hands, feigning innocence. Forget it. I do not hold any resentment towards you. If it were not for the noose around my neck that pulled me onto the deck, I might have been devoured by piranhas by now. Regardless, I am grateful to you all. Ye Feng's tone suddenly softened. Ah, brother Ye, it was I who ensnared you with the rope, so tell me, how do you intend to express your gratitude? Ding Tuanshuan stepped forward, eager to claim credit once she sensed there was no danger. So it was you, you little rascal, who fell for my trick. Ye Feng encircled Ding Tuanshuan with one arm and playfully nibbled on her cherubic cheek. As for Susan, she had already been assisted to the cabin to rest, her legs wobbling as she walked. Ye Feng's heart sank. What if Susan's first experience was with that parasitic catfish? Ma Xikong and Wang Tao hid in the woods, watching helplessly as the large ship raised its sails and headed upstream. Damn it! How did that scoundrel Ye Feng escape again? Wang Tao exclaimed, anxious and agitated. Ma Xikong furrowed his brow, ready to scold him. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he swiftly turned, gun drawn, aiming at the dense trees behind them. Is it human or beast? Ma Xikong's voice trembled as he gazed into the thicket. He sensed a formidable presence lurking behind the foliage. Humans could perceive such energies, especially when attuned to high-pressure environments, which heightened their instincts. As a few small trees parted, a native emerged, hands clasped behind his back, his face an impassive mask. Ma Xikong noted that the native was not tall, yet his arms moved with strength and agility, reminiscent of a monkey. Most strikingly, the native bore 7 tattoos on his arms. An outsider, are you not allied with them? The native pointed towards the distant ship. Indeed, Ma Xikong swallowed hard. Despite wielding a firearm, he felt no inclination to resist this native. Excellent. You possess that sacred crossbow. We could collaborate to seize that vessel. Perhaps we could utilize it to escape upstream and evade the cataclysm that occurs once every 80 years. Chapter 124. Fearful of the water upon the native's words. The surrounding thicket rustled, revealing at least 20 more natives, accompanied by a throng of resentful children. Ma Xikong and Wang Tao exchanged a glance and simultaneously lowered their rifles. Very well. Firearms may be formidable, but, the native continued, abruptly moving his arm. A stone dagger flew through the air, embedding itself into a large tree, nearly reaching the hilt. Ma Xikong broke into a cold sweat. The precision of this native's throw was remarkable. Had a confrontation ensued earlier, he doubted he could have bested this native. Chieftain, can we trust these 2 outsiders? What if they deceive us? A native stepped forward, his arms adorned with 5 tattoos. Badu, I am the chief. I have my own plans, so stand aside. The one with 7 tattoos stated flatly. No, outsiders are too cunning. Only their blood can restore my pride. Badu shook his head. The chieftain slowly turned his head, fixing a piercing gaze upon Bachdu. With a swift motion, he drew forth a dagger, confronting Bachdu directly. Shall we? It was evident that a duel was imminent between the two. Bachdu swallowed hard, unable to suppress a step back, a flicker of trepidation crossing his eyes. Observing Bachdu's submission, the chieftain gradually sheathed his dagger. Bachdu, bring your 2 foreign friends into the tribe. Thus, Ma Xikong and Wang Tao became esteemed guests of the Gaha tribe, following their lead towards the heart of the settlement. Ye Feng reclined on the cot in the midsection of the vessel, as Rimai Zi tended to his wounds with herbal remedies. The piranha had been merciless, gnawing a hole where his ribs were. Does it hurt? Rimai Zi leaned against Ye Feng's arm, hoping her softness might alleviate his pain. It's a bit itchy. I can feel new flesh growing. Ye Feng replied nonchalantly. Given his current constitution, he mused that even if his ribs were gnawed away, they might eventually regenerate. Yes, such confidence. That silver fruit is truly miraculous. Its regenerative powers are extraordinary. As for the propeller issue, we can't resolve it now. Our ship's primary propulsion relies solely on the sails. Should I disembark to search for the propeller? Rimai Zi inquired. No, absolutely not. The natives are unpredictable, and their shaman seems to possess omniscience. They might even discern our location. We stand no chance against them. Ye Feng shook his head. He pondered about Healy, wondering how she fared after fleeing into the jungle. She might still have a slim chance of survival, but if captured by the natives, she would likely endure unspeakable torment until death. Ma Xikong and Wang Tao entered the tribal settlement, both appearing cautious, their rifles at the ready. The riverbank was strewn with a multitude of corpses, while some natives cradled children nearby, smearing the blood from the bodies onto the children's foreheads, the significance of which remained a mystery. Ugh! Wang Tao stifled a retch. Esteemed guests, please enter our tribe. The chieftain gestured forward, and two rudimentary wooden doors swung open. Massey Kong wrinkled his nose, the pungent stench of excrement nearly inducing him to vomit. Inside the tribe, men, women, and children mingled, while groups of native warriors patrolled. Boss, this tribe is immense. I reckon there are at least 600 or 700 warriors, Wang Tao whispered. Speak less, observe more. Massey Kong inhaled deeply, trailing behind the chieftain. His singular goal was to seize Ye Feng's grand vessel. Yet, the ship lay in the middle of the river. Chieftain, perhaps I could teach you how to construct a ballista. By affixing barbed hooks at the front and tying ropes at the rear, we could shoot at the ship and, with the ballista's pulling power, drag it ashore. Thus, we could capture Ye Feng and his woman. Massey Kong stepped forward suddenly, this plan having just dawned upon him. Oh, what is a ballista? The chieftain turned his head, regarding Massey Kong with curiosity. Let us gather all the artisans of the tribe. I will instruct them on how to create a ballista. Massey Kong smiled subtly. Certainly, as long as I can acquire a large ship. I will have all the craftsmen of the tribe heed your command. The chieftain nodded. Helly was sprinting through the jungle, blood streaming down her thigh from a gunshot inflicted by a marauder. Behind her, a pack of wild wolves, numbering at least 20, was in hot pursuit. Although she had slain several with her spear, her strength was rapidly waning. Feng, where are you? Helly felt a surge of anxiety, lost and helpless. She sensed her energy depleting quickly. If she could not escape the wolves, her fate was all but sealed. At that moment, she cast her gaze towards the center of the river. A boat. Elation surged through her as she dashed from the underbrush, waving frantically towards the vessel. Feng, I'm over here. Turn around quickly. Alas, the ship was too distant to hear her desperate cries. With all her might, she hurled her spear, but it fell feebly into the water after traveling a mere 20 meters. Feng, come back and save me. Helly sank to her knees at the riverbank, tears streaming down her face. The rustling sounds from the woods behind revealed that the wolves had encircled her. Those foreign tribesmen, utterly unreliable, cursed be them. After cursing, Helly resignedly closed her eyes. She heard the growls of the wolves approaching from behind, but she was too exhausted to flee. The loss of blood rendering her dizzy and weak, awaiting death. A roar echoed as the lead wolf lunged at her. Is this truly how it ends? Regret filled her heart that she would not perish upon the sacred mountain. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, startling her, and she glanced toward the river's center. The large ship was drawing closer, and dark figures began to materialize on the deck. Bang! 2 more shots fired, and 2 wolves fell dead. Ah! Feng, he sees me. The fierce will to survive compelled Helly to draw her dagger, standing her ground against the wolves. Bang! Another 2 shots rang out, claiming another wolf's life. Helly, I am coming to rescue you. It was Ye Feng's voice, as if he possessed a sixth sense. Earlier, the ship had been upstream. Yet he had heard her calling from 2 kilometers away. Standing on the deck, he scanned the horizon and immediately spotted Helly kneeling by the shore. After consuming the silver fruit, his vision had become exceptional, allowing him to see clearly up to 2 kilometers. Helly, swim towards the ship. Cover any wounds you have to prevent the parasitic catfish from getting in. Ye Feng shouted from the deck. He was covered in injuries and dared not enter the water. Gritting her teeth, Helly scooped a handful of mud from the bank and smeared it over her wounds, then plunged into the river with a determined leap. Chapter 125. One more crucial question. The agony tore through her thigh, yet Helly pressed on, her arms flailing in the water. Finally, she was drawing nearer to the ship, but it seemed to be drifting uncontrollably. Hurry, come aboard. Ye Feng extended a rope and looped it around her waist, pulling her upward with a single strong tug. Upon reaching the upper deck, Helly hurriedly removed the leeches and the parasitic catfish from her thigh. Subsequently, she shed her clothing. Allow me to assist you. Ye Feng skillfully extracted the parasitic catfish from her body. Once the creatures were banished from her skin, Helly leapt into Ye Feng's embrace. In that moment, she was overwhelmed with exhilaration, yearning to scream with joy. Having narrowly escaped death on 2 occasions in her life, first by her own tenacity, and second, thanks to Ye Feng, she resolved that from that moment forth, he would be her light, her deity, to whom she would wholly dedicate her body and soul. Oh, it's nothing. Let me carry you back to rest. You there, quickly prepare some herbs for Helly. And you, make something to eat. Look at how famished Helly appears. Ye Feng instructed. Lena glanced at Helly and eventually nodded, already aware of Anna's demise, having just wept profusely. After carrying Helly back to the cabin, She clung tightly to Ye Feng's neck, refusing to let go. The normally resilient Heli seemed to have found her anchor. What troubles you, Heli? Ye Feng inquired, cradling her tenderly. Feng, I must share a secret with you. Our tribe consists of 800 warriors, elders, the ill, women, and countless children. You must not oppose them. You cannot prevail, Heli revealed. 800? Ye Feng's expression fell. He had believed the indigenous warriors numbered only 200, unaware of the true scale. Moreover, the priestesses possess a unique ability. They can ascertain your location through certain items on your person. You are currently under their surveillance, Heli added. Ye Feng's countenance darkened once more, realizing the indigenous people possessed such capabilities. Is there no limit to this? For instance, if I were to flee 1,000 kilometers away, could she still determine my whereabouts? He queried, confident that any ability must have its constraints. If the priestess were indeed that formidable, she would be akin to a deity. There should be limitations, likely within a few kilometers. Heli's words alleviated Ye Feng's concerns. Is there any other secret? Share it all with me, he said, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead as a reward. Yes, in 30 days, all tribespeople will journey upstream to perform a ritual. Following this, a beast warrior will emerge. The beast warrior is immensely powerful. Once manifested, he will depart from the Black Tree River Basin, becoming a servant of the deity, Heli explained. What is a beast warrior? How powerful is he? Is he stronger than your mightiest warriors? Ye Feng asked, puzzled. Indeed, the beast warrior surpasses even our chieftain in strength. Furthermore, I previously deceived you. Our chieftain bears 7 tattoos and can lift a great water buffalo with one hand. With a spear, he can strike down the sun from the sky. Yet, even the chieftain's strength pales in comparison to that of the beast warrior, who is far too formidable. Thus, he must depart from the Black Tree River Basin. Heli stammered in her explanation. Ye Feng speculated that the indigenous people had a penchant for exaggeration, striking down the sun with a spear. This should be an exaggerated embellishment. However, the chieftain, adorned with 7 tattoos, is evidently the mightiest warrior of the tribe. I grasped the origin of the beast fighters. Can you elaborate on the specific process? Have you ever participated? Ye Feng inquired further. Indeed, participation is required, involving the sacrifice of 100 different beings, which includes pure maidens, robust warriors, powerful tigers, strong water buffaloes, and jungle elephants, altogether 100 creatures. Additionally, one must consume a golden fruit. After ingesting this fruit, the chosen warrior transforms into a beast fighter, Heli explained. The words of the indigenous people were succinct, lacking ornamentation, and only when describing strength did they employ a touch of hyperbolic syntax. Ye Feng stroked his chin, his eyes narrowing. Clearly, the preceding sacrifices were mere facades, perhaps a tactic employed by the chieftain to eliminate internal adversaries. It is the final golden fruit that holds the true significance. Where does this golden fruit manifest? Ye Feng inquired. The golden fruit resides upstream, at least 100 kilometers from here, and it bears fruit only once every 3 years. Thus, a powerful beast fighter is typically produced every 3 years. Should a beast fighter fail to emerge, the priests become quite irate. They will dispatch 100 robust warriors to perform sacrifices in the Great Marsh. Seemingly as an offering of atonement to the gods, Heli elaborated. I understand. Ye Feng nodded, his gaze drifting to the window, while his astute mind raced with thoughts. Evidently, there are secrets lurking in the northern expanse of the Black Tree River Basin, secrets known only to the tribal elite. Heli, being merely a third-degree member, lacks the privilege of such knowledge. However, as long as these indigenous people refrain from interfering with his affairs, he remains unconcerned. Nonetheless, that golden fruit appears to be worth acquiring for clandestine study. Who knows, consuming it might grant him superhuman abilities? After all, after ingesting the silver fruit, he felt his strength surge to 1,000 pounds. Surely, the golden fruit must be of a higher caliber. Perhaps, after consumption, his strength could reach 2,000 pounds, or even 5,000. Suddenly, Ye Feng recalled a pivotal question. Heli, during your sacrifices, does everyone venture upstream for 100 kilometers? He posed. Almost everyone. The more formidable leaders typically attend upstream, leaving only a handful of ordinary warriors to guard the tribe. Women, the weak, children, and the elderly are deemed unqualified to participate in the grand sacrifice that occurs every 3 years, Heli replied. Understood. Essentially, in 30 days, the God Tribe's warships will be unguarded. By the way, what of the resentful children? Do they also partake in the sacrificial rites? Ye Feng asked again. Some of them do attend, though the elder resentful children and the weaker ones do not, Heli answered decisively. Ye Feng sensed an opportunity. In 30 days, when the majority of the tribe's strong warriors are engaged in the sacrificial ceremony, he could seize the moment to infiltrate the warship. First, he would create artificial smoke bombs to drive out all the resentful children from within the vessel, allowing them to advance unhindered and locate the propeller. Heli, I must ask you one last critical question. Does your warship possess a propeller? Ye Feng pressed on. What is a propeller? Heli appeared utterly bewildered, clearly indicating the limited understanding of the indigenous people. Chapter 126. Do not be so restrained. Ye Feng casually produced a piece of charcoal and began to sketch on the floor. Fortunately, my artistic skills are rather remarkable. Do you see this? It is the object I have depicted. He indicated towards the floor, urging Heli to comprehend. What is this? Heli gazed at the watermelon on the ground, her mind filled with questions. It's a propeller. Can you not discern that? Ye Feng urged, exasperation creeping into his voice. Without a propeller on the warship, what would be the point? If they were to fabricate one themselves, it would undoubtedly take several months, if not a year. And they might not even achieve a properly shaped propeller. At that moment, Raimai entered, glancing at the watermelon Ye Feng had drawn. Feng, your drawing skills are lacking. Here, feed her the medicine while I take over, she said, taking the charcoal and slowly sketching the shape of the propeller on the floor. Ye Feng's face flushed with embarrassment as he murmured, Maisie, I did not anticipate that your artistry would surpass mine. You must have studied fine arts previously? No, I am quite amateurish, Raimai replied modestly. As the propeller took shape, Heli's eyes widened. Yes, there is such a thing, but it is underwater and extraordinarily large, weighing at least several tens of thousands of pounds. Are you intending to retrieve it? She inquired. No, I am not inquiring about the warship's propeller. I am asking whether there is a smaller propeller within the warship, Ye Feng asked, feeling a headache coming on. Communicating with the indigenous people indeed required considerable effort. I am not certain. There should be one. I recall when I was very young, a warrior ventured into the interior of the colossal ship. Upon his return, he informed us that there were 3 smaller vessels inside, identical to the great ship, Heli recounted. Ye Feng rejoiced. Those must be the small boats carried by the warship, which would indeed have smaller propellers that could match the specifications of his own ship. Just wait a moment. He pondered the size of the warship's auxiliary vessels. If he could manage to retrieve all 3 small boats, that would mean he would possess 4 vessels. Heli, you have done splendidly. Please rest well. I must go attend a meeting, Ye Feng said gently. Feng, please do not leave me just yet. Hold me tightly. Heli suddenly became attached to Ye Feng, wrapping her arms around his neck. Very well, Ye Feng acquiesced, embracing Heli and softly patting her back. Heli appeared brave. Yet Ye Feng surmised she was merely around 15 or 16 years old. In the world of the indigenous people, girls as young as 12 or 13 were capable of bearing children. Thus their coming of age differed from that of civilized societies. In civilized societies, adulthood is typically recognized at 18 or even 20, whereas in the tribes of the indigenous people, one is considered an adult at 12 or 13. Heli seemed to be around 15 or 16, similar in age to Ding Tuanchuan, still a child in need of parental affection. Finally, having lulled Heli to sleep, Ye Feng quietly ascended to the deck. With the propeller malfunctioning, the lower hold required fewer personnel, allowing everyone the leisure to enjoy the river breeze on the deck. Chunin had even fashioned a bamboo pole, leisurely fishing on the deck. As Ye Feng stepped onto the deck, he immediately caught a pomfret weighing around 3 to 4 pounds. Brother Feng. Upon seeing Ye Feng ascend, Chunin promptly rose with utmost respect. Brother Feng. The other gentleman also stood up in an orderly manner to greet him. Ah Feng, ye de go? Several women looked at Ye Feng with sincerity. Only Susan, the hard-headed one, refrained from addressing him. Yet Ye Feng held a deep trust in her. Sometimes, trust is a peculiar phenomenon. Although Susan could be sharp-tongued, Ye Feng felt she was reliable and capable of bearing significant responsibilities. Chung Li Bin and the other gentlemen were perceptive. They likely surmised Ye Feng's intentions of wanting to embrace these women into his harem. Thus, in the days that followed, Chung Li Bin and the other men behaved themselves on the deck, avoiding any flirtations with the women, lest they risk being thrown overboard to feed the fish by Ye Feng. Even if they were not deterred by Ye Feng's methods, they had no desire to compete for women with him. After all, Ye Feng had provided them with a stable refuge, a place with food, drink, and shelter, which was infinitely better than their previous lives. One must inquire, what leader would not command respect in such a manner? Please, do not be so formal, relax a bit. The more you act this way, the more uncomfortable I feel. Ye Feng sensed their apprehension, fearing he might abandon them. Moreover, after several trials, the people aboard the ship had demonstrated their loyalty to him, as evidenced by their previous actions. Now that they were united, Ye Feng naturally wished for them to live more comfortably and joyously. Come, let us gather and hold a meeting in a consultative manner. Let us not adopt such a somber demeanor. Thus, as the river breeze blew, they began to listen to Ye Feng as he outlined their future. Do you all understand now? In 30 days, when the indigenous tribesmen take the resentful children upstream for a ritual, we will ignite some dry wood and cover it with damp branches, ensuring we are upwind. The thick smoke will envelop the warship, drawing out the resentful children within. Then, all the men will rush inside the warship, launching 3 small boats into the river, allowing them to drift downstream, while we wait with the larger vessel at the mouth of a tributary. This plan will essentially be complete, Ye Feng stated earnestly. Excellent. If the 3 small boats are still operational, we can abandon this inferior wooden vessel, Chen responded with palpable excitement. However, Chung Libin shook his head. The small boats will surely require fuel. We can only say that we should dismantle the propellers from the small boats and install them on the larger one. Unless you can procure fuel or a substitute, ultimately, you will still have to rely on this subpar wooden ship to return home. Ah, yes, Engineer Chung. I apologize. I am not dismissing your contributions. I merely meant to say that if we have something better, we will undoubtedly utilize it. And I did not intend to belittle this wooden vessel. Chen quickly offered his apologies. In any community, there exists a hierarchy. Although Chun was the captain, his standing could not rival that of Chung Libin, who was, after all, a shipbuilding engineer. At that moment, a man stepped forward, carrying a bamboo basket. There are so many fish and shrimp in this river. I casually placed some meat into this bamboo basket, and soon, we had caught a multitude of fish and shrimp. How about this? Let us host a barbecue on the deck, proposed the man. Certainly, everyone has worked hard recently, so I declare that from this moment forth, you may indulge in merriment. This evening, we shall hold a grand barbecue feast. Ye Feng nodded in agreement. Consequently, a group of individuals began to retrieve bamboo skewers, threading various shrimp and fish to create delectable barbecue skewers, igniting the festivities on the deck. However, the atmosphere of the gathering was rather stifled, with everyone feeling quite restrained. Loosen up, everyone. If we are to have fun, let us do so wholeheartedly. Allow me to entertain you. During my school days, I was the champion singer. With that, Ye Feng seized a microphone fashioned from bamboo and commenced his vigorous performance. Chapter 127. How immense must it be? The ambience gradually transformed. On the banks of the Gahira tribe, a colossal chariot slowly took shape, as Chief Engineer Masakong directed the indigenous people in the construction of a gigantic crossbow. Each bolt of the crossbow was twice the thickness of a spear, reaching an impressive length of around 4 meters. The pointed ends of the bolts were crafted into barbed shapes. A number of indigenous craftsmen were busy forging massive bows, categorized into large, medium, and small. When overlapped, these bows would form a triple-bow crossbow capable of launching the enormous bolts over a distance of 1,000 meters. However, this was a meticulous endeavor that would undoubtedly require significant time for completion. The primary challenge lay in the fact that the indigenous craftsmen were far behind in their understanding. It was only after extensive explanations from Masakong that they began to grasp certain aspects of modern civilization. Even so, the slightest glimpse of civilization commanded great respect from these craftsmen, who honored Masakong with the title of Master Artisan. Upon arriving at the tribe, Wang Tao began to slack off, spending 10 hours a day in slumber, with the remaining hours wandering aimlessly and surreptitiously observing the indigenous women bathing. Wang Tao, you inept fool. You offer no assistance at all. I am at a loss as to why you are here. Were it not for our shared status as civilized individuals, I would have cast you aside long ago. Masakong glared at Wang Tao in fury. Master Masakong, who dares label me as useless? Over the past week, I have overheard numerous secrets, such as the fact that in 23 days, the tribe will embark on a significant sacrificial ceremony 100 kilometers upstream. Have you not noticed the indigenous people returning with a multitude of animals recently? Furthermore, that strong young indigenous man and the beautiful young woman have been captured as well, destined for sacrifice. What a pity it would be to miss out on such a delight before the offering. Wang Tao lamented as he gazed longingly at the cage containing the man and woman. What does sacrifice have to do with you? Our objective is to seize Ye Feng's ship. Do you understand? Masakong sighed. Wang Xiong, at least a notable figure in the business world, never imagined he would father such a worthless son. No, this is a grand sacrifice that occurs every 3 years. Every man, woman, and child in the tribe will participate. When that time comes, the tribe will be left desolate, with only women and the weak remaining. We will have free reign, Wang Tao asserted. What nonsense! Masakong kicked in frustration. Please, Mr. Ma, do not act this way. It is said that during each grand sacrifice, a chosen one is selected, who then undergoes a certain ritual. Following this ceremony, the power of the chosen one surpasses that of the chieftain, becoming an unparalleled force, destined to serve as a servant of the gods in the northern swamps, Wang Tao remarked. This time, Ma Sikong refrained from his usual outbursts, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully. During his days in the tribe, he had witnessed the chieftain's formidable prowess. If the chosen one were indeed stronger than the chieftain, could this not present an opportunity for him? Why could he not be the chosen one? Very well, on the day of the grand sacrifice. Let us devise a plan to attend and see if we might seize a chance. Ma Sikong nodded in agreement. It was a clear day, and Ye Feng stood on the deck, peering through a homemade telescope, observing the movements along the shore. It appeared that the grand ritual was indeed underway. The indigenous people were busy capturing animals, and even upon sighting their grand vessel, they did not approach to provoke. Ye Feng lowered the telescope. He noted that He Li's injuries had healed, and she was gently nestled beside him, which evoked displeasure among the other women. Hey, He Li, why do you always cling to my big brother Yi? He is not solely yours. Step aside. Ding Tianquan squeezed into Ye Feng's embrace, followed closely by the blonde little girl, Elian. Although He Li was of similar age to Ding Tianquan, her prolonged exposure to hardship had matured her disposition. Thus she chose not to engage in conflict. Meanwhile, the chemical engineer was engaged in crafting on the deck. He was preparing a bamboo tube filled with various materials, which, when ignited, would emit a pungent smoke. Ye Feng referred to this as a smoke bomb, intending to toss it into the warship to drive out the resentful children within. How many smoke bombs have you made, Zhou? Ye Feng inquired, patting Zhou Qiming on the shoulder. A particular chemical element is quite elusive. So far, we have only produced 20 smoke bombs, Zhou Qiming replied with a smile. As the chemical engineer, he indeed possessed notable skills, ranking just below Long Wu and Cheng Li Bin among the men. Excellent. Continue your work, Ye Feng nodded in satisfaction. Over the past week, they had been reveling on the deck daily, as the natives were preoccupied with the grand ritual, leaving them undisturbed. Their days had been quite leisurely. Since we have ample time, why don't we go to the beach and gather some salt? Rimai Zi suggested, emerging with a coconut shell in hand. Upon inspection, Ye Feng noted that only a smidgen of salt remained. Indeed, would everyone like to enjoy some oysters? Ye Feng asked with a smile. Yes. The people on the deck responded in unison. All right, we are tired of river delicacies. Let us change our palate and indulge in seafood. Thus, the grand vessel lowered its sails and began to drift downstream towards the ocean. After consuming the silver fruit, Ye Feng experienced a significant enhancement in his vision. He could even discern the towering trees on the opposite bank and occasionally spot a gigantic creature emerging from the far side of the river, which instilled a sense of fear within him. Several kilometers away, an organism visible to the naked eye must be of considerable size, perhaps even larger than an elephant. What could it possibly be? Never mind. The opposite shore is far from here, so let us not dwell on it for now. The large vessel successfully reached the coastline, and Ye Feng navigated around the cliff, arriving at the very beach where they had first set foot on the deserted island. With a soft thud, Ye Feng stepped barefoot onto the sandy shore, holding Su Yun's hand. This was the place where they first met, and now, months had passed. Thoughts of Chun Li and her family arose, evoking a tinge of nostalgia. Chinen, could you please take 3 people to gather salt? The rest. Kindle a fire and collect some more ashes. Susan, Su Yun, Ding Tuan Tuan, let us go hunt for oysters. Ye Feng instructed as he led a few women to the shallow waters, only to find 5 individuals sitting despondently. Among them, a captivating beauty immediately captured Ye Feng's attention. She held a pair of high-heeled shoes, her clothing tattered beyond recognition, yet it was evident that she once wore a doctor's white coat. Beside her, a short middle-aged man donned a similarly stained white garment. Upon noticing Ye Feng, they all rose simultaneously. Are you the rescue team? The short man inquired with excitement, his previously vacant gaze now alight with hope. The others slowly approached Ye Feng, resembling a group of stiffly moving zombies. I am not part of a rescue team. Like you, I am merely an ordinary person marooned on this island, Ye Feng replied coldly. Chapter 128. She finally let go of her reserve. The ship had no spare capacity. It seemed these individuals could not be accommodated. But you have a boat. The short man pointed at Ye Feng's vessel. That is our own creation, yet the propeller is currently broken. Excuse us, we must go hunt for oysters to eat, Ye Feng stated, leading the women to gather a bountiful supply of oysters before returning to the other side of the reef to share their feast. It must be said, oysters from unpolluted waters are truly delectable. Ye Feng indulged in 20 oysters before he could eat no more. However, the unfortunate souls followed closely behind, gazing longingly at Ye Feng and his companions. I am Shi Zhengliang, the head chef of the Regal Hotel. The short man introduced himself, extending his hand toward Ye Feng. Initially, Ye Feng had no intention of engaging, but upon learning of his culinary background, he reacted. Ah, Chef Shi, it is a pleasure to meet you. Would you be interested in taking on the role of head chef aboard our ship? Ye Feng warmly shook Shi Zhengliang's hand. Absolutely. If you allow me aboard, I can prepare delicious meals for you. Additionally, I can forage for spices in the tropical rainforest and even brew various beverages from local plants. With me around, you shall savor the finest cuisine, Shi Zhengliang proclaimed proudly. That's fantastic, Brother Yi. We won't have to eat Li Meizi's sashimi anymore. We can finally change our diet. Ding Tuan Tuan exclaimed joyfully, as smiles spread across the faces of the other women. Excellent. Chef Shi, come join me over here, Ye Feng beckoned, guiding Shi Zhengliang to sit beside his fire. The four others, however, were left in stunned silence. A young man with an extravagant hairstyle approached. Hello, I am Kai Kuan. I believe you have often seen me on various variety shows. I can even entertain you with a dance aboard the ship. Kai Kuan, feigning modesty, ran his fingers through his hair and loosened one of his suspenders. Oh, it's you. Get lost. Who needs your entertainment? Ye Feng swiftly waved him off. Without cosmetics, Kai Kuan appeared utterly ordinary, lacking any striking handsomeness. However, Ding Tuanchuan rushed forward, her eyes wide with surprise. You are Kuan Kuan. So handsome. I adored that moment when you played basketball. Ding Tuanchuan gazed at Kai Kuan with infatuation. Little Tuanchuan, come here quickly. Ye Feng forcibly pulled her away. Enraged, Kai Kuan pointed at Ye Feng. You, lad, truly have no eye for talent. I am a major celebrity. How about I send you a few autographed photos when I return? Would that suffice? Those photos can serve as your memorial, and just so you know, I have no interest in men, Ye Feng retorted, returning to the warmth of the fire. At that moment, a woman in her 40s approached. Hello, Mr. Yi. I am an insurance seller and the top sales champion of my company. I possess excellent eloquence. May I board your ship? I apologize, but I never purchase insurance. Please step aside, Ye Feng replied curtly, harboring no fondness for insurance salespeople. Shortly after, a man selling financial courses approached, agitated, demanding that Ye Feng take him aboard, threatening that not doing so would be akin to ignoring a plea for help. A conflict ensued, resulting in Ye Feng shattering the man's glasses with a single punch. Finally, a woman clad in a tattered white coat approached. Ye Feng had been awaiting her arrival and greeted her with a smile. His current desire was to recruit beautiful women and individuals with survival skills, dismissing the so-called financial elites and insurance sellers from civilized society. The female doctor finally stood before Ye Feng, prompting him to adopt a serious demeanor, encouraging her with his gaze to speak. He needed to maintain his upright image, refraining from extending an olive branch, especially with so many women observing. Are you Ye Feng? How can you stand idly by? We are all from civilized society and should assist one another. Yet, you choose to shelter only those you deem useful? The woman chastised him with righteous indignation. Ye Feng's smile gradually faded. My dear, this ship was built through our own hard work. If you humbly plead for passage, I might consider allowing you aboard. However, if you attempt to bind me with morality and civility, I must regretfully inform you that this is a savage island, and I only require those who can contribute. Ye Feng replied coldly. You? Upon your return to civilized society, you will face a judgment of conscience. We have struggled to survive thus far, hoping for a savior, only to encounter your indifference. Consider our position. If you were to encounter a grand ship only to be rejected, how would you feel? The woman continued her admonishment of Ye Feng. Ye Feng pondered for a moment before addressing Kai Kuan and the others. Dear friends, I currently have but one remaining berth on my vessel. Therefore, amongst the four of you, only one may join me aboard. This charming lady has just advocated on your behalf. Might you consider relinquishing this precious spot to her?" Kai Kuan and the other two exchanged glances and swiftly shook their heads vigorously. "No, she is a doctor, skilled in self-rescue. While I am a superstar with a delicate constitution. Please allow me to board." Kai Kuan was the first to betray the female doctor. Then, the financial expert chimed in. "Mr. Ye, I understand you are a benevolent man. If you permit me to embark, I shall forego any payment upon my return and impart all my financial wisdom to you." Ye Feng observed the female doctor's reaction, which was nothing short of spectacular. Clearly, she had not anticipated being so easily cast aside, her pleas forgotten by the others. "However, should I choose you, it signifies the abandonment of the remaining three, particularly this lady who just defended you." Ye Feng feigned reluctance. He aimed to illuminate the darker facets of human nature for the doctor. "But I am a financial expert, earning tens of millions annually. She, a mere doctor, perhaps makes $1 million at most. How can she possibly compare? Let me board, and upon my return, I shall present you with a generous gift," the financial expert insisted earnestly. "Is earning tens of millions truly impressive? With a casual appearance on a variety show, I could easily rake in several $100 million in a year. Ye Feng, if you allow me to board, I will ensure you receive $1 billion upon my return." The competition grew fierce among the three men, each unwilling to yield, for only one berth remained on the grand vessel. The female doctor, her lips moving slightly, finally could not restrain herself. "Mr. Yi, my name is Bai Chuxue, and I hold a doctorate in medicine. Might you permit me to board?" Indeed, in the face of survival, she had finally set aside her reservations. "Well, what ailments are you capable of treating? Enlighten me, and I shall contemplate further." Ye Feng affected an air of reserve. "I have knowledge in both Western and traditional medicine, capable of treating various fundamental ailments, however, without the necessary instruments. I cannot perform surgeries," Bai Chuxue replied with commendable honesty, devoid of boastfulness, a quality that pleased Ye Feng, as he had little patience for braggarts. "Can you treat infectious diseases, particularly parasitic ones?" Ye Feng inquired further. "Well, I know how to prevent them, but generally, they are quite difficult to cure," the doctor responded. "That suffices. Welcome to my team." Ye Feng extended his hand, clasping Bai Chuxue's. Her hand was soft and delicate, befitting a physician's touch. "Mr. Yi, might you release my hand now?" Bai Chuxue's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. "My apologies, I was merely assessing whether your hands had undergone surgery." Ye Feng reluctantly relinquished her hand. At that moment, Shi Zhongliang approached. "Young man, to demonstrate my worth, I shall now gather some spices for you. Perfect for barbecuing or stewing. I assure you, I will provide the most delectable culinary delights." With that, Shi Zhongliang strode confidently toward the coconut grove. Ye Feng awaited on the beach, conducting a subtle assessment of Shi Zhongliang. Should this individual prove to be inept, there would be no necessity for Ye Feng to offer him refuge. An hour later, Shi Zhongliang returned, cradling a substantial collection of items. "I have found substitutes for star anise and bay leaves, yet garlic and scallions remain irreplaceable. Once we dry these spices and grind them into powder, they will serve as seasoning. Rest assured, I have tasted them. They pose no harm to the human body," Shi Zhongliang declared, placing the spices beside Ye Feng. A mere whiff was sufficient for Ye Feng to ascertain the man's competence. "Bring Master Shi aboard and arrange for his accommodation," he instructed, prompting immediate action from those present. Bai Chuxue swallowed hard, hesitating to voice her thoughts. Tuan, escort Dr. Bai onto the ship and assign her a suitable berth. If none are available, she may stay in my quarters. We are marooned on a deserted island. Let us not be overly particular," Ye Feng stated with gravity. Tuan huffed but complied, leading Bai Chuxue toward the vessel. Meanwhile, 3 individuals remained on the beach. "Gentlemen, it is not that I wish to turn you away. Rather, there are no beds left aboard. Do you comprehend?" Ye Feng expressed his dilemma. "It matters not. We can sleep elsewhere, perhaps on the deck or in the hold. As long as there is a place to squat, we are content," one of them replied. "Indeed, please allow us aboard," the trio pleaded earnestly. Moved by their plight, Ye Feng relented. "Very well, but understand this. Once on the ship, you must display some initiative, clean the deck, maintain order, or volunteer as grill masters during our barbecues without needing reminders," he finally conceded. "What? I am a prominent star. You expect me to play the role of a janitor?" Kai Kun retorted, indignant. If you are unwilling, then remain on the beach, Ye Feng replied coldly. We are stranded on an island. Who would indulge a celebrity here? The other two exchanged glances and shook their heads, considering themselves above such menial tasks. Since all three of you declined to board, so be it. As time drifted by, individuals from the ship gradually made their way to the beach to rest, and soon darkness would descend. Ye Feng's gaze turned towards the dim jungle, an ominous feeling gnawing at him. Well, the salt has dried sufficiently, and we have gathered ample seafood. Everyone, let us return to the ship to rest, Ye Feng urged. Please, Fenggu, we tire of swaying on the ship. Why not host a barbecue on the beach tonight? Master Shi's seasonings are ready. We can grill oysters. A man suggested. Yes, Feng, we would prefer not to remain aboard. It is too unsteady, causing seasickness, Su Yan added. Very well. However, we must station 3 individuals in the coconut grove as sentinels, in case any creatures emerge to capture us, Ye Feng stipulated. Thus, a group of men began a game of rock, paper, scissors, with the last 3 designated as lookouts. Ye Feng, still uneasy, instructed Defu to ascend a tree and monitor the vicinity for several hundred meters. As the barbecue party reached its midpoint, Alice suddenly beckoned to Ye Feng with a finger gesture. Initially reluctant, Ye Feng pondered if Alice had something significant to discuss. Consequently, he followed her into the woods. Once inside, Alice wrapped her arms around his neck. Feng, your injury has completely healed. I believe the moment has arrived, she declared before leaning in for a kiss. Ye Feng did not resist, understanding the importance of camaraderie among teammates. He feared that denying Alice might compromise her dignity, leading to potential discord behind the scenes. Feng, you are too strong. Please be gentle, Alice implored, revealing that she had a boyfriend and had not been intimate with a man for 2 months, igniting her longing. Rest assured, I know my limits, Ye Feng assured her with a nod. Soon, the woods echoed with harmonious sounds. Ye Feng found it difficult to articulate his emotions. It was his first experience with someone from another culture. After what felt like an eternity, Alice said, Let us leave, darling. You've been away for too long, and they might grow suspicious. She planted a kiss on Ye Feng's cheek, thoroughly satisfied in a way she had never experienced before. Let us head to the beach. If Susan inquires, just say you twisted your ankle, and I'm tending to it, Ye Feng suggested, playfully swatting Alice's back. However, as they exited the palm grove, his expression darkened. He spotted Kai Kun conversing with Susan, a greasy smile plastered on his face, which immediately signaled trouble. How dare you tread upon sacred ground? Ye Feng stormed over, filled with fury. Susan, your figure and grace captivate me deeply. Please forgive my candor. I abhor insincerity. A beauty deserves praise, while an unattractive one shall not receive my favor, Kai Kun boasted. Suddenly, he felt a tightness in his throat, in his line of sight. Susan's expression shifted drastically as she raised her rifle. He instinctively touched his throat, feeling something sharp and damp. PFF. Blood erupted from Kai Kun's mouth, and he swiftly succumbed to unconsciousness. Not good. An ambush. Chapter 130. The hungry tiger pounces on the sheep. Ye Feng dashed toward the location of the rifle. From the woods emerged a multitude of indigenous people. After Susan eliminated one, her rifle was swiftly knocked from her grasp. The others scrambled to ready their weapons. But the proximity of their foes and the presence of allies created hesitation, allowing the indigenous people to close in. Ye Feng seized a stone and smashed it forcefully against an indigenous warrior's head. Brother Leaf, the gun. Ding Tuanshuan tossed his rifle to Ye Feng. But as it soared through the air, an arrow struck it askew. The indigenous people and vengeful spirits surged forth from the woods, numbering over 30. Tuanshuan, hurry to the boat, Ye Feng shouted. On the deck, Chung Li Bean and several sailors raised their rifles, yet chaos reigned on the beach, instilling fear of harming their own. Die! Ye Feng brandished his dagger, swiftly slitting the throats of 2 indigenous men. In contrast, the others were no match for the natives. Even a skilled fighter like Susan could only manage a stalemate against 2 of them. Suddenly, a financial expert was impaled through the chest by a spear. Shizheng Liang discarded his barbecue and leapt into the sea, prompting the others to follow suit, all scrambling toward the water. A horrifying scream echoed as an insurance salesman had his skull shattered. The indigenous people, silent as machines, harvested lives with ruthless efficiency. In a shocking turn, Raimai was seized by one of the natives, who, in a frenzied manner, lifted her skirt and pinned her to the beach. Gritting his teeth, Ye Feng launched his spear, piercing the native through and through. Mai finally regained her footing, though her eyes appeared dazed. Run! Ye Feng shouted into the distance. Mai, now aware, stumbled towards the ocean. At that moment, Ye Feng felt a jolt in his back as a spear pierced him. The agonizing pain nearly caused him to faint. He attempted to turn and dispatch his assailant with his dagger. However, the attacker was crafty, mirroring Ye Feng's movements and remaining steadfastly behind him. The assailant gripped the spear tightly, restraining Ye Feng's movements. Cursing under his breath, Ye Feng surveyed the encroaching natives. He had no choice but to pivot forcefully, snapping the spear against his bones. At last, he turned to confront his foe, a native adorned with 5 tattoos, wielding a broken spear. Die! Ye Feng gritted his teeth, enduring the pain in his back as he lunged forward. To his surprise, the tattooed man did not engage directly. Instead, he retreated, drawing Ye Feng deeper into a trap surrounded by both natives and vengeful children. Ye Feng managed to kill 2 more natives, but his body was riddled with darts from the vengeful children. Although he possessed some resistance to toxins, the sheer number of darts hampered his agility. With a swift motion, he snapped another native's neck. The beach was now littered with over 10 corpses, 5 of which belonged to the natives. The rest were from civilized society. He glanced around, noticing only Susan fighting alongside him. 3 natives were pressing her back, yet they refrained from killing her, seemingly intent on capturing her alive. The chief will find this woman strong. She can be offered as a sacrifice, one native remarked, his greasy eyes wandering over Susan's chest and thighs. Indeed, capturing her alive is the way to go, Bada chuckled, discarding his broken spear and drawing a stone dagger. I found you on the beach only through the priest's guidance. Today, I will ensure your capture, Bada declared, waving his hand as over 20 natives closed in. Most insidious were the vengeful children, continuously firing darts that disrupted Ye Feng's fluidity. Just then, a large ship suddenly surged towards the shore, rapidly approaching within mere meters of the beach. On the deck, Chung Li Bin steadied his rifle. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire rang out incessantly, causing the indigenous people to fall one by one. Susan, breathless and exhausted, was sustained solely by sheer willpower. Upon hearing the gunfire, she dashed towards the sea without hesitation. The others on the deck, shedding all caution, unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon the natives, turning them into live targets. Within moments, a dozen shots had felled numerous indigenous individuals. Retreat. Bada's expression changed dramatically as he led the charge into the forest. How dare they inflict such suffering upon me and think they could flee? Ye Feng grasped his spear and hurled it forcefully at Badu. Thud! The spear pierced through Badu's back, emerging from his abdomen, pinning him to a tree. True to his reputation as a formidable figure, he endured the pain and pried the spear free, continuing his flight into the depths of the forest. Ye Feng wasted no words. He seized a torch from the fire and plunged into the woods. These savage natives, if not instilled with fear, would return, each time more ferocious than before. After pursuing for several meters, Ye Feng finally caught up to Badu, who was leaning against a large tree, stuffing leaves into his wound in a desperate attempt to staunch the bleeding. Without hesitation, Ye Feng thrust his spear into Badu's abdomen once more, securing him to the tree. Badu, with a fierce determination, broke the spear in 2 with a swift chop of his hand. Ye Feng swiftly closed in, gripping Badu's neck with both hands, rendering him immobile. At that moment, a multitude of torches illuminated the area. Chung Li Bin, concerned for Ye Feng's safety, had led a group of men into the forest. Seeing his situation deteriorate, Badu's gaze turned defiant. Ye Feng, if you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, I shall return to ambush you again. Despite being surrounded, Badu maintained an air of contempt, embodying the pride of a fierce warrior. Prepare the ropes, bind him tightly, Ye Feng commanded coldly. Soon, Badu was secured like a dumpling. Take him back to the ship and bind him more securely with additional ropes. Assign 2 guards to watch over him. After issuing his orders, Ye Feng, with a spear in his left hand and a rifle in his right, continued deeper into the woods. Ye Feng, where are you going? Susan called out from behind. Ye Feng had no time to respond, as he swiftly ran in a specific direction. After running a kilometer, he used his torch to examine the footprints on the ground. These footprints were clearly not those of indigenous men, nor were they of children, but rather belonged to a very small foot. Ye Feng followed the trail. At last, he spotted a torch ahead. A woman dressed provocatively was fleeing towards the river. She was the priestess of the god tribe. Trying to escape? With a swift, predatory leap, Ye Feng captured the priestess in his embrace. However, she was quite unruly, writhing like a slippery serpent, were it not for Ye Feng's strength. He might have lost his grip. Stop squirming, or this knife will mar your pretty face, he warned, pressing the blade against her cheek. Indeed, fear washed over her as her expression turned pale, and she ceased her struggles. Chapter 131. What does she look like? How is her figure? Ye Feng lifted her up and bound her hands with a rope. Move, he commanded, kicking her forward, causing her to stumble. He recalled what Heli had mentioned. The sensing ability of the priestesses extended only a few kilometers. The fact that these natives could locate him so precisely indicated the guidance of a priestess. Thus, Ye Feng deduced that another priestess lay hidden several kilometers away. As expected, he had finally captured a significant prize. Alas, such a beautiful woman would likely meet a tragic fate soon. Upon bringing the priestess back to the beach, everyone was astonished. How did you capture a priestess? How did you know there was one? Susan inquired. I will explain later. Take her aboard the ship, Ye Feng replied, utterly exhausted, as he sank onto the sand, gasping for breath. Fortunately, Chung Li Bin had managed to navigate the ship into shallow waters. Otherwise, both he and Susan might have perished there. A foam. We have lost many people. Xiao Mei approached him, her presence seeming diminished since Ye Feng had rescued her. She rarely spoke, her brow perpetually furrowed. I will go take a look, Ye Feng said, glancing at the bodies on the beach. Several men had perished, and Chunin was injured. Most heartbreaking was Dove, who had been struck in the abdomen by a spear while firing from a tree. Such an injury would require a long recovery. Carry Chun and Dove onto the ship. Bai Chushua, it is your turn to shine. If you can heal them, you will ascend to the first tier and earn my favor, Ye Feng stated earnestly. Understood. Bai Chushua nodded, her instinct to save lives taking precedence over Ye Feng's promise of recognition. Let us bury these civilized bodies. No. Let us cast them into the sea for a water burial. We cannot afford to waste our strength, Ye Feng sighed, boarding the ship. Chung Li Bin had driven the vessel onto the beach, but the remaining 2 lotus leaves on the propeller had been damaged, further slowing their progress to a crawl. Even slower than a snail. As the ship slowly departed from the shore, Ye Feng collapsed onto the bed, utterly drained. After an unknown duration of slumber, he finally awoke. His body bandaged, but the one attending to him was not Raimai, for she too had been injured. Xiao Mei, how are the others faring? Ye Feng sat up, feeling pain in his back. The previous injuries were not merely punctures, but also lacerations, making healing a slow process. Dove's wound has become infected, and she is now running a high fever. Bai Chushua has been caring for her. The others are fine. Their wounds have not become infected, Xiao Mei replied, her demeanor uncharacteristically subdued. Once a champion of sails, she had transformed into the quietest among them on this deserted island. I will go check on her, Ye Feng said as he made his way to Dove's cabin. The young woman looked quite unwell, lying flat on the bed, covered with a bare skin. Bai Chushua diligently wiped her sweat and applied herbs to her wound. Dr. Bai, I implore you, please save her, Ye Feng said gravely. Dove may not have had extensive interactions with Ye Feng, yet her role within the team is second only to a select few. She routinely selflessly assists in the night watch, and her contributions to the team are surpassed only by Long Wu and Susan. These indigenous miscreants. Ye Feng's expression gradually contorted into a grimace. Bring Badu and the priestess to the deck, he commanded. Shortly thereafter, a man and a woman were dragged onto the deck. The priestess, petite in stature, had been stripped of her modesty, leaving her utterly bare. Although Badu was gravely injured, he still mustered the strength to glare at everyone on the deck with fury. Chunin, give Badu a thorough beating, but do not kill him, Ye Feng ordered, handing the whip to Chunin. I'll do it. Sure, Chunin exclaimed, seizing the whip. To Ye Feng's disappointment, the whip had no effect on Badu, who clenched his teeth in defiance, refusing to cry out. Someone come up with a plan. We need this fellow to relent, or we won't be able to extract useful information from him later. Ye Feng gestured to the group. Shall we rub salt in his wounds? Inflict 1,000 slaps? Bathe him in boiling water and scrub him afterward? Poke him with a red-hot iron rod? Various cruel forms of torture spilled from the mouths of the onlookers. Initially, Badu maintained his composure, but soon his face turned pale with fear. Ye Feng, if you intend to kill me, then do it. I fear not death, Badu stammered, his lips trembling, terrified that Ye Feng would enact all the tortures he had just mentioned. I ask you, What secrets lie north of the Black Tree River Basin? Ye Feng inquired, placing a metal rod into the fire to heat it. I do not know. Bada's eyes were bloodshot. Are you truly unaware? Ye Feng scrutinized Bada's gaze. I truly do not know. Bada gasped heavily, his eyes fixated on the glowing iron rod. He did not appear to be lying. Let me ask you again. How do you select the beast fighters for your grand sacrificial offering held every 3 years? What grants the beast fighters their strength? Ye Feng pressed on, recognizing the crux of the matter. If he could uncover the source of the beast fighter's power, he could seize an opportunity to gain the favor of the gods. Strength is bestowed by the divine, Badu answered, revealing no deceit. Though he was a 5-feather warrior, he had yet to enter the true inner circle. Only a few elders of the 6 paths were privy to the core secrets. Let me inquire further. Are there smaller vessels within the warship? Ye Feng's expression shifted. He could not rely solely on one account, lest Healy was deceiving him. No. Badu's eyes darted, a clear indication of falsehood. Ye Feng wasted no time and traced a totem on Badu's body with the heated rod. Yes, there are 3 smaller boats. But our Gaha tribe does not utilize such vessels, so they remain aboard the larger ship. Badu capitulated. Ye Feng felt a modicum of trust in Healy grow. Let me ask you again, are you not preparing for the grand sacrificial offering? How then can you spare manpower to deal with me? Ye Feng continued his interrogation. The high priest stated that in fear of the grand sacrifice, you would cause chaos within the tribe. Thus, all of you must be dealt with before the grand offering can commence. Bado seemed to have succumbed to a psychological collapse, losing the bravado he had moments earlier. The high priest? Is it her? Ye Feng gestured towards the priestess kneeling beside him. No, she is merely an ordinary priestess. The high priest possesses all knowledge. How could you possibly capture her? Bado shook his head. Quickly, tell me, is your high priest male or female? What is their appearance like? What is their stature? Oh no, what special abilities do they possess? Ye Feng continued his interrogation. Susan, Su Yun, Ding Tuanchuan. Chapter 132. What is happening? Hurry up, Bado replied. Our high priest is the saintess of the tribe, an unparalleled beauty who resides deep within the tribe. She has an exquisite physique and is the true messenger of the gods, capable of communicating with them. Recently, she has been interpreting the nature of impending calamities. Bado was surprisingly candid, divulging both what Ye Feng wished to hear and what he did not. The nature of calamities? Are there indeed types of calamities? Ye Feng retorted. Certainly. The great calamity 160 years ago was the solar catastrophe, during which the world's temperature soared to 80 degrees, leaving only a handful of species to survive. Bado explained. And what about the calamity 80 years ago? Ye Feng inquired further. 80 years ago was the curse of the wretched children. Outsiders arrived in our tribe aboard great ships, bringing with them the wretched children, who nearly obliterated all life. Ultimately, divine messengers appeared within the tribe, teaching us how to tame the wretched children and control their reproduction, allowing us to gradually emerge from the disaster, Bado recounted. Then, what of the calamity 240 years ago? What type was it? Ye Feng pressed on. That, I truly do not know. It was too long ago. It is said that the calamity 240 years ago nearly led to the extinction of all life. With no records remaining, Bado replied, his voice filled with fear. Ye Feng nodded thoughtfully and turned to Susan and the others. If you have any inquiries, feel free to approach him. I will question that priestess. With that, Ye Feng seated himself before the female priestess, gazing down into her eyes. What is your name? He asked. The priestess lowered her head, remaining silent. Refusing to speak? Ye Feng glanced at the wound on her arm, a remnant of his previous escape from the Ga tribe. Outsiders, surrender your great ships, and the Ga tribe shall no longer trouble you. The priestess finally spoke, her voice imbued with a magnetic quality, capable of ensnaring one's senses. On the brink of death, yet still defiant? Ye Feng unsheathed his dagger, intent on demonstrating the severity of the situation. At that moment, Chenin approached. Brother Feng, how about this? I will take her to the hold and conduct a rigorous interrogation myself. You? Ye Feng's eyes narrowed, noting the unappealing nature of Chun An's trousers. Yes, Brother Feng, rest assured, I have a way with women. I believe she will surely reveal everything. Chunin replied, his face flushed, his eyes ablaze as he gazed at the priestess. In truth, during the days Ye Feng remained unconscious, Chunin had long desired to take action, but hesitated, fearing Ye Feng's wrath upon awakening. Hence, he now proposed this arrangement. Chun-un, a man of principle, understands the distinction between actions worthy of a gentleman and those unbecoming. Though she is indeed an adversary, I find it unacceptable to employ coercive measures against a woman. Do you comprehend my sentiment? You may terminate her life, but you must not engage in any acts against her will, such as picking her nose. Ye Feng endeavored to articulate his point more vividly. Very well. Shannon, visibly embarrassed, retreated to the side, her attire still unflattering. I inquire of you, what is your name? Ye Feng pressed once more. I am called Lu Yin Duona. The priestess finally divulged her name. Very well, Miss Lu. Could you please elaborate on the precise steps of the grand sacrifice and how it empowers individuals? Ye Feng inquired. I apologize, I do not bear the surname Lu. My full name is Lu Yin. Lu Yin Duona clarified. Very well, Miss Lu Yin, that is inconsequential. Please inform me how the grand sacrifice bestows strength upon individuals. If you honestly recount the truth, I promise to spare your life, Ye Feng stated with gravity. Lu Yin Duona hesitated but eventually nodded. To become the chosen one in the grand sacrifice, one must receive the blessing of our high priestess. Only those graced by her can aspire to become beast fighters and venture north of the great swamp to serve the divine. What the hell? Ye Feng struck her with a resounding slap, causing Lu Yin Duona to collapse onto the deck. Do not offer me any vague explanations. Speak to the core of the matter, Ye Feng admonished, his patience now entirely depleted. This, I assure you, is all the truth, otherworldly being. If you do not believe me, there is little I can do, Lu Yin Duona responded. Ye Feng seized a heated branding iron. It seemed that a more serious approach was necessary with this woman. Yet, in the next moment, Lu Yin Duona abruptly raised her head, locking eyes with Ye Feng. A wave of disorientation washed over him, as a cacophony of noises filled his ears, and numerous natives surged toward him. This is bad. Ye Feng vigorously shook his head and opened his eyes once more. The surroundings fell silent again. How dare that wretched woman use witchcraft to bewitch me? Ye Feng fumed, pressing the iron against her. Lu Yin Duona emitted a piercing scream and fainted. Douse her with water to awaken her. I refuse to believe her resolve is unbreakable, Ye Feng remarked coldly. It appears these priestesses possess some extraordinary abilities. This woman may remain aboard the ship, where her secrets can be unraveled gradually. Chunin splashed the priestess with seawater to revive her. I will pose a question, and you shall respond plainly, without any embellishments or attempts to elevate or belittle. Answer me in the most straightforward manner, understood? Ye Feng waved the branding iron before Lu Yin Duona. I understand. She nodded, her complexion paling. By what means do your priestesses ascertain my precise location? Ye Feng inquired. By divine power. Damn it. I refuse to believe I cannot pry the truth from you. Ye Feng brandished a whip. The priestess had been knocked unconscious several times, while she possessed some enigmatic abilities. Her physical prowess was akin to that of an ordinary woman, lacking any significant combat strength. If we are to assess fighting capability, she likely could not even match Helly. Brother Feng, please stop. Just look at the way Susan and the others are gazing at you, Chunin implored, grasping Ye Feng's arm. Turning his head, Ye Feng indeed noticed the wary glances from several women. Perhaps his image had gradually transformed into that of an abusive man in their eyes. No, he would not bear such a stigma. Chunin, take her down to the lower deck and confine her. We have many secrets yet to uncover, Ye Feng commanded. Thank you for your generosity, Brother Feng. Chunin's demeanor shifted, his trousers becoming increasingly unsightly. Wait, take her to my room and bind her to my bed. I will interrogate her once I awaken tonight. Ye Feng reconsidered. Chunin appeared disheartened. What are you exclaiming about? Hurry up. Ultimately, Chunin escorted Lu Yin Hina to Ye Feng's marital quarters, provoking dissatisfaction among the women present. Do not cast such glances at me. I am merely conducting business. If you do not trust me, you are welcome to stay and supervise tonight, Ye Feng declared, raising his hands in surrender. TCH. Susan led the exodus, and the others, seeing no further entertainment, departed the deck. On the deck, only Badu remained. Chapter 133. A temporary facade. Badu. You have slain numerous individuals and gravely injured my most trusted night watchman, thus I must provide an account to my family. With that, Ye Feng dragged Badu to the edge of the ship. With a swift motion, he severed Badu's throat. The body thrashed violently before Ye Feng cast it into the sea. His actions instilled fear in those behind him, leaving them trembling. They regarded Ye Feng with a mix of respect and dread, fearful of becoming the next victim. Fear not, everyone. I am always this ruthless towards enemies. As long as you stand united with me, I shall treat you well, Ye Feng reassured, nonchalantly flicking the bloodied dagger. In a rush, everyone vacated the deck, avoiding his gaze. Due to his severe injuries, Ye Feng resolved to rest in his marital quarters. Though referred to as such, he occupied it alone. While Su Yun was his nominal girlfriend, they had never engaged in any genuine intimacy. Upon entering the room, he found Lu Yanhina bound to the bed. Without hesitation, he lay down beside her and closed his eyes. Having sustained multiple serious injuries since arriving on the deserted island, he doubted he would have survived without that miraculous fruit. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Ye Feng suddenly felt a dampness beneath him. Slowly opening his eyes, he saw Lu Yanhina staring at him, clearly on the verge of speaking. "Did you wet the bed?" Ye Feng inquired, feeling the cool mat. "You, barbarian. No matter how much I call, you remain unresponsive. Do you have any idea how long you have slept?" Lu Yanhina nearly lost her composure. She had been holding her bladder for over 20 hours. But Ye Feng slept like a log. In exasperation, she had no choice but to resolve the matter herself. "Next time you cannot rouse me. Just bite my ear to wake me in pain. What bad luck, I must change the sheets again." Ye Feng rose, disposing of the damp mat and straw through the window into the sea, before laying down a leather hide atop the bed. Lu Yanhina was feeling quite uncomfortable, incessantly rubbing her thighs. She had wrapped her lower body in a damp hide. "Allow me to replace the hide for you," said Ye Feng, as he unfastened her leather skirt. "I can't believe you haven't grown any grass," Ye Feng exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise, though he quickly regained his composure. Having just sustained a grave injury, it was not the right time for any distractions. He needed to conserve his energy to seize the golden fruit. "Ye Feng, my legs are bound, and it is quite uncomfortable. Could you untie the ropes?" Lu Yanhina inquired. "What do you think?" Ye Feng replied with a cold chuckle. "However, I need the sea breeze to dry me off," Lu Yanhina admitted, her cheeks flushing for the first time. "No worries, I shall assist you with that," Ye Feng responded, retrieving another hide to help clean her up. "Lu Yanhina, let me reiterate my original words. As long as you divulge the secret to becoming powerful, I will ensure your safe return home. I will not go back on my word." Ye Feng then reclined on the bed, locking eyes with Lu Yanhina. "Do you wish to hear the truth?" She appeared to have made a significant decision. "Of course," he replied. "All right, then let me tell you. The emergence of beast fighters is a secret known only to the High Priestess, for she alone traversed from the northern side of the Great Marsh. Since our memories began, we have been brought to this region of the Black Tree River by her, and we possess no recollection of the northern side of the marsh." Lu Yanhina gazed directly at Ye Feng, showing no signs of deceit. Lying requires contemplation, and contemplation necessitates blinking. Yet, at that moment, Lu Yanhina did not blink at all, indicating a low probability of her lying. Indeed, some elite operatives can lie without blinking, but such skills require extensive training. Clearly, the indigenous people lacked such advanced methods. So, it stands to reason that only by capturing your high priestess can all secrets be revealed? Ye Feng inquired further. "Yes, but that is impossible. The high priestess knows everything. You could never capture her, but she certainly has ways to ensnare you," Lu Yanhina said, a flicker of profound fear flashing in her eyes. The high priestess was terrifying. Perhaps even as I speak to you, my words are under her surveillance. Her abilities are beyond my description. I fear that even if you were to let me return, the high priestess would not spare me. The defiance in Lu Yanhina's eyes gradually faded, revealing a hint of helplessness. Ye Feng contemplated for a moment before gently embracing her head in his arms. This gesture was meant to encourage her to continue revealing her secrets. Despite being a priestess, Lu Yanhina was still quite young, likely only a year or two older than Ding Tuanshuan, and in many ways, she was still a child. To engage with such a young girl, one must provide a sense of reliable security for her to fully align herself with you. "Miss Lu Yan, rest assured, if your high priestess intends to target you, you may join my team. As you have observed, we possess firearms, which you refer to as divine crossbows, as well as large vessels. If your high priestess wished to confront me, it would not be an easy endeavor. Otherwise, she would have acted long ago. Am I not correct?" Ye Feng reassured her. Lu Yanhina initially felt some resistance, but after listening to Ye Feng's words, she obediently rested her head against his chest. The priestess, after all, was a tragic figure. Once they became priestesses, they entered into a lifelong pact with the divine, forbidding any union with men, lest they suffer the backlash of divine retribution. Now, The potent masculinity emanating from Ye Feng stirred something deep within her. Ye Feng, your methods are unlike anything I have ever encountered. This divine crossbow, I have heard, has not been seen for decades, yet you are the first to wield it. Perhaps you are indeed the fabled savior warrior, Lu Yin murmured, nestling closer into Ye Feng's embrace. What does it mean to be a savior warrior? Ye Feng gently patted her smooth back, encouraging her to continue. It is said that before each great calamity, a savior warrior emerges, becoming a formidable force capable of confronting the disaster and rescuing humanity. According to the High Priestess's calculations, this savior may not originate from our world, but rather from beyond. Lu Yin spoke softly, her voice imbued with a mix of wonder and trepidation. She had never experienced such a feeling, being held by a strong man, feeling secure, dependable, and warm. Congratulations, you are correct. I am indeed that unparalleled warrior. And in the future, I will lead all of humanity to victory. Most importantly, I will guide you to triumph. Ye Feng replied with a slight smile, continuing his charade. He was a wise man and, of course, did not genuinely believe himself to be the savior warrior. However, he needed Lu Yanhina's information and could only temporarily assume this guise. Chapter 134. Reluctant to release Feng. I feel a sharp pain in my forehead. Could you scratch it for me? Suddenly, Lu Yanhina's voice grew urgent, as if she were enduring great suffering. Of course, no problem. Ye Feng lowered his gaze to her forehead. In the next moment, his expression changed dramatically. A small bulge had formed on Lu Yan's forehead. Something within it seemed to be moving, creating an unsettling sight. Feng, why haven't you scratched it yet? It's unbearably itchy. Please hurry, if it doesn't work. Just untie my hands and I'll do it myself, quickly. Lu Yan's voice escalated in pitch. Ye Feng extended a trembling hand, cautiously approaching her forehead. Hurry please. Lu Yan's voice not only grew shrill, but also edged on hysteria. A piercing scream erupted. With a sudden explosion, blood splattered across Ye Feng's face. He stumbled back, horrified, as he gazed at the headless corpse on the bed. What on earth just happened? Ye Feng's breath quickened, his heart racing wildly. A chill surged from his feet, swiftly enveloping his entire being. Just moments ago, Lu Yanhina had been resting peacefully in his arms, and now, she had tragically perished. Remy and Susan burst in, rifles in hand. Ye Feng, did you kill her? Susan inquired. Ye Feng remained silent, shaking his head with great difficulty as he gazed upon the headless corpse lying on the bed. In the next moment, a pale red worm emerged from the mass of flesh, swaying its head left and right, crawling a few steps toward Ye Feng. A chill coursed through Rymai's entire being, causing her to stomp down forcefully upon it. The worm exploded, splattering its remains across the floor. Find someone to clean this up. I need to sit on the deck for a while. Ye Feng felt his hands and feet tremble uncontrollably. After sitting on the deck for a time, he finally sensed the tremors subside. It was evident that Lu Yanhina had been ensnared by some form of sorcery. She had revealed so many secrets only to have her head burst moments later. Thus, Ye Feng could almost ascertain that Lu Yanhina's demise was orchestrated through a curse. As for the perpetrator, most likely, it was the high priest she had mentioned. Ye Feng feared neither the heavens nor the earth, nor even formidable beasts. However, when confronted with a realm entirely foreign to him, he found himself utterly at a loss. Bai Chuxue approached, placing her hand gently on Ye Feng's forehead. You aren't ill, are you? Why do you appear so dazed? She inquired. Me? I have always been brimming with confidence, but now, I find myself somewhat lacking in it. Do you understand? A worm that can cause a person's head to explode. What manner of creature is this? Ye Feng stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts to Bai Chuxue. A worm controlling a person's head to explode? Surely not. I have only heard of certain fungi that can manipulate insects, as their body temperature is notably low, making them susceptible to fungal control. Bai Chuxue replied earnestly. Are you suggesting that fungi can control insects? Ye Feng seemed to grasp a fleeting notion, though not entirely. Indeed. Then, can fungi control humans? No, because the human body temperature is too high for fungi to thrive and exert control. Ye Feng nodded, casting his gaze toward the distant beach. Chuxue, I must trouble you. Henceforth, please oversee the cleanliness aboard the ship to prevent the emergence of any mold or insects. This is crucial. He grasped Bai Chuxue's hand. Understood, she replied, forcefully withdrawing her hand and regarding him with caution. She was uncertain whether Ye Feng was issuing instructions or attempting to take advantage of the situation. Raimai and Susan worked together to cast the headless corpse into the sea. As the body hit the water, it began to sink slowly. However, in the next moment, slender worms burrowed into the seawater, swiftly attaching themselves to the hull of the ship. Fortunately, the hull had been coated with a layer of stinkwood oil, dislodging most of the worms, leaving only a few that struggled to crawl upward along the vessel's underside. Ye Feng glanced at the sky, realizing that he had slept for nearly 20 hours. From the previous afternoon until this afternoon. Dinner is served. Dinner is served. Shi Zhengliang called out, banging a stick against the ship's side. Ye Feng made his way to the dining area, where a variety of primitive vessels adorned the table, some crafted from shells, others from conch shells, with a military helmet placed in the center. Dear Feng, this time I have prepared several exquisite dishes for you, which I am certain you will relish. This is bamboo tube braised meat, where the meat is finely chopped and placed within a bamboo tube, accompanied by a medley of seasonings to ensure that both the meat and the spices' aromas are fully concentrated within, infused with the fragrant essence of bamboo. As Shi Zhengliang concluded his explanation, he removed the stopper from the bamboo tube. Indeed, a rich and savory aroma of meat wafted through the air. Ye Feng picked up his chopsticks and took a bite, his eyes widening in astonishment. Delicious. Absolutely delightful. Master Shi, I hadn't realized you were our true treasure. Ye Feng nearly bit his tongue in excitement. The dish crafted by the head chef was truly exceptional. The others eagerly extended their chopsticks and simultaneously gave a thumbs up, awarding it 5 stars. The second dish, boiled wild vegetables, was prepared with the awareness that you consume meat daily, leaving little room for vitamins in your body. Thus, I have procured some wild greens. As for the water, it is not just plain boiled water. Rather, it is filtered from a delectable fish broth, imparting a briny freshness from the fish, requiring just a pinch of salt. It is essential not to overdo the salt, lest it overshadow the taste of the vegetables and the fish's freshness. Ye Feng hastily took a bite. Wonderful, 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 he exclaimed thrice, as he finally enjoyed a vegetable dish after days of rich fare. The slight bitterness of the wild greens melded with the fish's umami, creating a unique flavor that left his palate tingling. Next came the steamed pomfret. Shi Zhengliang unveiled yet another dish without further introduction, allowing everyone to savor it at their leisure. Ye Feng glanced back to see that the first 2 dishes had been devoured entirely. Chuan had even cradled the shell, drinking every last drop of the fish broth. Ye Feng picked up a piece of tender pomfret, placing it in his mouth, where it melted away, bursting with the fish's authentic flavor. It was truly authentic. It became evident that a true chef does not rely on excessive seasonings. Their role is to evoke the intrinsic aroma of the ingredients. Clearly, Shi Zhengliang had achieved this feat. Ye Feng had previously only tasted the flavor of seasonings, but now he was finally experiencing the true essence of the food itself. The 4th dish was braised soft-shelled turtle. Shi Zhengliang had prepared 8 dishes today, all of which were consumed with gusto. Even the bones were cherished by Chuan, who was reluctant to spit them out. Ultimately, he did relinquish them, offering them to the little pup. This little creature now weighed nearly 100 pounds. In an environment abundant with food, the black bear's weight gain was astonishingly swift. Little pup. Ye Feng summoned the little creature, which immediately began to prance around, displaying its eagerness to please its master. Once it matures, it will be a great asset, serving as a pack leader, conveniently carrying heavy loads. Ye Feng addressed the group. The little pup seemed to comprehend his words and scurried behind Ding Tuanshuan, as it was closest to her, followed by Alice. Now that everyone is satiated, allow me to announce something. As Ye Feng observed the relaxed expressions on everyone's faces, he felt compelled to offer a warning to prevent any unforeseen misfortunes. Surely, you have heard of the concept of goo, have you not? Today, I have witnessed firsthand its formidable nature. With that, Ye Feng recounted the fate of Lu Yin and He Na, which left Ding Tuanshuan's face as pale as a ghost, causing her to burrow into Ye Feng's embrace and refuse to emerge. The others also bore grim expressions, as the once jovial atmosphere had been shattered by Ye Feng's revelations. However, I implore you not to succumb to excessive psychological pressure, for it may lead to the deterioration of your health. Thus, commencing today, I shall initiate a new directive. Ye Feng's demeanor turned serious. The first appointment is to designate by Chu Xue as the Minister of Hygiene, tasked with overseeing the cleanliness of all dormitories. Under her guidance, you are to bathe regularly and groom your hair with a dagger, with the primary focus on pest and mosquito prevention. Should anyone fail to comply, I shall impose a penalty of a week's worth of cleaning the ship, Ye Feng stated with gravity. But we have no water. The river is infested with parasites. Chunin interjected. We will periodically seek out clean water sources. We shall discuss this matter further later, Ye Feng replied awkwardly. The ship's facilities were rudimentary, and the freshwater supply was only sufficient for drinking and washing faces, rendering bathing a mere luxury. Nevertheless, this command must be issued. Secondly, I hereby appoint myself as captain. No objections? Ye Feng inquired once more. Of course, no objections. Brother Feng, you are our son, came the unanimous response. Indeed, with Brother Feng as captain. Our roots are strong and true. I support Brother Yi, echoed another voice. Ye Feng garnered overwhelming support, with nearly unanimous approval. Please, I do not wish for this meeting to devolve into a mere autocracy. I am still quite young and have many shortcomings, so I welcome your guidance. Ye Feng feigned humility. The more you say this, the more I feel compelled to support you, Chunin replied earnestly. Alice and Lena nodded in agreement, as foreigners often do with such sentiments. Now, let us select a vice-captain. Please cast your votes. The assembly began voting, with Chung Li-bin and Susan receiving the highest votes. Ultimately, Chung Li-bin secured one additional vote, as he was a shipbuilding expert, making his appointment as vice-captain well-deserved. Susan regarded this outcome with disdain. Enough, enough. I hereby officially announce Chung Li-bin as the vice-captain. However, Susan's vote count was impressive, so I appoint her as the executive vice-captain. For tradition dictates 1 captain and 2 vice-captains. Then, Chunin, your recent performance has been commendable, displaying excellent execution capabilities. So I appoint you as the deputy chief of security. All male crew members shall report to you, though you will have superiors as well. At this juncture, Ye Feng turned his gaze toward Long Wu, who had a limp. Brother Wu has known me long before your arrival, and he is a retired veteran with exceptional marksmanship. He was injured in the line of duty while protecting women. Thus he will serve as the chief of security, albeit in name only. The actual responsibility shall be managed by you, Chunin, but should you encounter any uncertainties, you may consult Brother Wu, Ye Feng declared with earnestness, having resolved to set a precedent. In the future, when faced with adversaries, individuals will bravely confront them rather than cower like timid turtles. Regardless of any injuries sustained, Ye Feng would care for them and bestow upon them great honor. This serves as a means to enhance cohesion. Previously, Ye Feng did not comprehend this, but since assuming the leadership role, he has gradually unraveled the intricacies of power. Brother Yi, what about me? What position shall I hold? Ding Tuanchuan inquired, gazing up at Ye Feng. Well, in that regard, Ye Feng felt a headache coming on. Ding Tuanchuan, I appoint you as the sanitation worker, responsible for cleaning the deck, Ye Feng stated with a serious demeanor. I refuse. You are the sanitation worker, and your entire family are sanitation workers, Ding Tuanchuan retorted, playfully punching Ye Feng. Laughter erupted in the dining hall. It was evident that Ye Feng held a fondness for Ding Tuanchuan and was deliberately teasing her. Very well. I hereby appoint Ding Tuanchuan as the supreme commander of the universe's incredibly adorable sanitation workers, Ye Feng declared with a serious tone. Unaware of Ye Feng's jest, Ding Tuanchuan's mood brightened upon hearing Ye Feng's compliment about her adorableness, and she once again dove into his embrace. In the lower hold, dozens of slender insects had infiltrated. Upon entering, they all raised their upper bodies and collectively self-destructed, transforming into swirling clouds of green mist. This mist ascended from the hold, gradually enveloping the entire vessel. Ye Feng yawned, suddenly feeling a wave of drowsiness. Deputy Chief of Security Chunin, please assign 3 individuals to keep watch on the deck tonight. Everyone seems weary. Those who wish to sleep may return to their quarters. Ye Feng spoke with sleepy eyes. Others began to stifle yawns, succumbing to fatigue. Ding Tuanchuan squinted, then suddenly shouted, Chunin, in my capacity as the supreme commander of the universe's incredibly adorable sanitation workers, I command you to clean the deck thoroughly tonight. With that, she leapt into Ye Feng's arms, purring like a cat. Chunin, the little sycophant, stood up, twitching his nose and making snuffling sounds, appearing rather vexed. It seemed this little creature was still hungry. Come along, let us head to the kitchen, and I shall prepare something more for you. Once you grow, I shall appoint you as the captain of the supply team. Ye Feng gently patted its head. Chung Li-bin was also yawning profusely, but persevered to navigate the vessel downstream, anchoring it firmly by sinking the heavy anchor into the depths, ensnaring some aquatic vegetation. Thus, the ship floated, anchored 200 meters from the shore. On the deck, 3 men clutched their rifles, their eyes half closed. That Shunin, instead of keeping watch himself, leaves it to us 3 brothers. Damn it, I'm exhausted. Let us take turns sleeping. Each of us can stand guard for 3 hours until dawn, one of them suggested, collapsing onto the deck, his heavy snoring soon filling the air. The final watchman, holding his rifle, squatted for a moment before succumbing to fatigue, falling onto the deck with a soft thud. So tired. Chapter 136. First, cover your mouth and remain silent as the last figure collapsed. A pair of luminous green eyes suddenly illuminated the jungle by the riverbank. Hundreds of vengeful spirits approached the shore, casting their malevolent gazes towards the ship 200 meters away. At the same moment, a heavy sound resonated behind them. A colossal wagon was pushed forth by the indigenous people, atop which was mounted an enormous crossbow. Ma Xikong and Wang Tao sat upon the wagon, gripping the crossbow's wheel with both hands. Once all the indigenous people emerged, 2 fair-skinned priestesses stepped forward from the forest, their cold eyes fixated on the ship. Shortly thereafter, the foliage swayed once more, and a rudimentary palanquin was raised. It was carried by 8 of the largest vengeful spirits. Within the palanquin sat a woman shrouded in a delicate veil. She was tall, approximately 1.7 meters in height, with a slender figure and an ethereal aura. The high priestess. The indigenous people knelt on the ground, performing a full prostration. The previously restless, vengeful spirits stood in perfect stillness upon her appearance, as if confronted by a formidable adversary. As the palanquin came to a halt, the woman finally stepped out. Her elongated figure exuded an indescribable elegance that left an indelible impression at a mere glance. Although her full visage remained obscured, her otherworldly grace rendered all the women aboard the ship utterly overshadowed. Particularly striking were her deep-set eyes, chillingly calm, which elevated her presence to an even greater height. The high priestess nodded at Ma Xikong. As if receiving an order, he aimed the crossbow directly at the ship. With a swift release, a 4-meter-long bolt shot forth, tethered by a rope. Regrettably, it fell short of expectations, landing feebly in the water less than 150 meters away. My apologies, High Priestess. There was a miscalculation, and our resources lack sufficient iron. The wooden crossbow simply cannot achieve the desired range, Ma Xikong stammered, his voice faltering before the High Priestess. He had encountered countless beauties, yet not a single one could compare to even a single hair on the High Priestess's head. Her beauty was beyond description. Any man who caught a glimpse of her would willingly become her devoted admirer, even to the point of sacrificing his life for her. With her hands clasped behind her back, the river breeze caused the white veil draping her to sway gently. In that moment, both Ma Xikong and Wang Tao were entranced. I do not blame you. This is the extent of your capabilities, the High Priestess stated calmly, her expression betraying neither disappointment nor elation, as if everything unfolded precisely as she had anticipated. Ah, thank you, High Priestess, for your understanding, the two replied, nodding fervently, unable to suppress the drool at the corners of their mouths. Rook, can your men swim to the ship? The High Priestess inquired, turning her gaze to one behind her. Rook, the chief adorned with 7 tattoos, stood there, his demeanor somewhat uneasy even in the presence of the High Priestess, a figure revered among the indigenous people. The High Priest spoke, declaring that regardless of the peril lurking in the river, he would allow them to test their fate. Upon finishing his words, Rook gestured forward, and in an instant, dozens of indigenous people leapt into the water, swimming toward the position of the grand vessel. However, after a brief moment, their bodies began to convulse, rolling violently in the river while muffled cries of anguish escaped their lips. To Ma Xikong's astonishment, these individuals did not retreat. Instead, they pressed on toward the grand ship. Yet, it was too late. This entire group met a grim fate, either devoured by piranhas until reduced to mere skeletons or tortured by other creatures, sinking to the riverbed. I shall go myself, Rook declared, removing his leather attire. No. For this grand sacrifice, you have the opportunity to become a beast fighter. You cannot take such risks. The High Priest's cold voice admonished, suddenly directing his gaze toward the throng of vengeful children, as if receiving some unspoken cue. These children jumped into the great river in unison. Ye Feng, embracing Ding Tuanshuan in their marital chamber, found his mind restless, as if ensnared by a nightmare. He dreamt of Chun Li, then by Guifan, followed by Chun Guohua. Ultimately, by Guifan approached him, suddenly shouting, "Run!" Startled, Ye Feng bolted upright, his body slick with sweat. Ding Tuanshuan remained deep in slumber, drooling onto the pillow. He glanced outside. The distant calls of birds echoed from the far shore, signaling the dawn. However, around the grand vessel, an eerie silence prevailed, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Ye Feng sensed an unsettling atmosphere. He hurried to check the other sleeping quarters, discovering that everyone else was in a deep, undisturbed sleep. He then ventured into the rooms of Susan and Raimai, two women who usually rose early before dawn. Yet they too were soundly asleep. Ye Feng remained silent, removing his tattered shoes and padding barefoot toward the dining area, peering through the cabin's crevice to gaze outside. Suddenly, he gasped sharply. On the foredeck stood a dense throng of vengeful children, and on the ground lay 3 clusters of flesh. A potent stench of blood wafting into the cabin. Covering his mouth, Ye Feng stealthily crept to the last sleeping quarter at the stern, peering through the gap once more. The aft deck was similarly occupied by a multitude of vengeful children. Through the cracks in the cabin's ceiling, Ye Feng caught sight of the mast, which bore 5 or 6 of these children. Strangely, they remained utterly silent, like a cohort of poised assassins, not a sound escaping their lips. It was evident that these vengeful children were under unified command, and the one directing them was no ordinary individual, possessing the uncanny ability to maintain such remarkable coordination. Ye Feng approached Susan's room, first covering her mouth before gently blowing into her ear. Susan's long eyelashes fluttered a few times, and she gradually opened her eyes, though they lacked vibrancy. "Do not speak loudly," Ye Feng whispered. Susan nodded, prompting him to release his grip on her mouth. "Follow me barefoot." Ye Feng gently grasped Susan's hand as they stealthily made their way towards the dining hall. In an instant, Susan's eyes widened in alarm, and she cautiously retreated to the center of the dining area, pressing closely against Ye Feng. "Go wake the others, but first, cover your mouths and remain silent," Ye Feng whispered. Susan nodded and softly approached the various dormitories. Meanwhile, Ye Feng seized his rifle and opened a barrel filled with palm oil, revealing a flammable substance that would ignite fiercely upon contact with fire. The sheer number of vengeful children outside was overwhelming, all gathered on the deck. It seemed a fiery assault was imperative. Clearly, the malevolent beings were lying in wait for the cabin door to be opened, poised to surge in and devour everyone within. Fortunately, when Chung Li Bean constructed the cabin door, he opted for aged pear wood rather than rigid timber. This particular wood was exceptionally sturdy, its density nearly equivalent to that of a human skull. Consequently, the claws of the vengeful children could not penetrate the door, which is why they obediently awaited on the deck. Had anyone else awoken first and opened the door, the result would have been a horrifying onslaught, leaving no survivors. The claws of these creatures were incredibly sharp, capable of unleashing their full destructive potential in the confined space of the cabin. Gradually, the others began to awaken, peering through the gaps to glimpse the vengeful children on the deck. "Brother Feng, what do we do?" Shonen exclaimed, terror etched across his face, nearly losing control of himself. "First, ignite the torches, and one of you grab the oil barrel. The rest should load their bullets and aim at the entrance of the dining hall. When I give the signal, Susan will pull open the door. Remember, the moment the door swings open, everyone must fire simultaneously, targeting the heads. Only a shot to the head will incapacitate these fiends. Shots to the body or legs are largely ineffective," Ye Feng instructed, ensuring his voice remained undetected by those on the deck. "Understood." The group swallowed hard, forming 3 rows in the dining area. The first row crouched low, aiming their weapons at the entrance, while the second row half-squatted, mirroring their stance. The third row stood ready. This formation would maximize their firepower, delivering the most significant damage to the vengeful children at the critical moment. Yet Ye Feng felt a lingering unease. The venomous stingers of the creatures were not to be underestimated, and a single hit could disrupt their formation. "Flip the tables over to use as shields," Ye Feng commanded. The group, momentarily stunned, quickly complied. "Brother Feng, do you think we can survive this?" Shunan stuttered, anxiety evident in his voice. Ye Feng cast a glance back at him. With that mindset, survival seems unlikely. Just then, Long Wu unexpectedly approached, leaning against the wall, twin pistols holstered at his waist. "Brother Feng, how could I possibly miss out on this situation? You know my marksmanship," Long Wu declared. "Wu, you take position at the rear. Should any vengeful child breach our firing line, ensure you take them down with a headshot." Ye Feng nodded in agreement. "Watch and learn." Long Wu settled into a chair, drawing his 2 guns and aiming them at the dining hall's entrance. Ye Feng crouched in the center of the second row, the very heart of the firepower network, necessitating his personal presence. After securing his position, he nodded at Susan. Gritting her teeth, Susan withdrew the door bolt, her arms tightening slightly. With a clang, the 2-meter-wide hatch swung open. On the foredeck, the vengeful children immediately detected the breach. They surged towards the hatch like a tidal wave. Fire! The sound of gunfire erupted, a relentless barrage of bullets forming a torrent of steel directed at the hatch. The leading vengeful children were reduced to mere sieves, their bodies either perforated or obliterated. Yet, a greater number of them surged forward, and the once quiet deck was soon painted with their green blood. The powerful impact of the bullets sent their diminutive bodies flying backward. Ye Feng quickly exhausted his handgun's ammunition, swiftly reloading to sustain a continuous barrage. Within less than a minute, the corpses of the vengeful children piled high on the foredeck, their grotesque stench carried into the dining area by the river breeze. Ugh! Ding Tuanshuan immediately retched. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of vengeful children's footsteps echoed from the rooftop, likely reinforcements from the aft deck. Suddenly, one of the vengeful children leaped into the air, executing a perfect arc while clutching a blowpipe in its mouth. Puff! Ah! Ye Feng heard Alice's scream behind him. However, he couldn't afford to turn back and had to intensify his firepower. Puff! A sharp pain shot through his arm, nearly causing him to drop his firearm. A blow-dart needle had struck his arm. Without time to extract it, he gritted his teeth and continued firing. The handgun's barrel quickly heated up, reaching at least 90 degrees, the warmth gradually transferring to the grip. Several people struggled to maintain their hold on their weapons. Water! Ye Feng shouted without looking back. After a moment, Ding Tuanshuan approached with a helmet filled with cool water, dousing each person's hands with a bit. Puff! Another poison needle flew in, and Ding Tuanshuan screamed, collapsing to the ground. Tuanshuan! Ye Feng roared, his crimson gaze fixed on the vengeful children outside. In the corner, Heli incessantly loosed arrows, but their effectiveness was limited. Unless they struck the vengeful children's heads, they would have little impact. Long Wu had refrained from firing, his role being to eliminate any vengeful children that breached the dining area, thus conserving his bullets for critical moments. The river breeze howled, and the vengeful children's green blood flowed across the deck into the dining area. The table was littered with blow-dart needles, and Ye Feng was already blinded by fury. At that moment, their ammunition ran dry, leaving only Long Wu's dual pistols with a few rounds remaining. Finally, the first vengeful child burst into the dining area, its sharp claws leaving a scratch upon the table. Bang! Long Wu struck, a bullet finding its mark in the creature's head. However, with the firepower suppression lifted, more vengeful children rushed into the dining area in quick succession. Bang, bang, bang! The dual guns of Long Wu began to demonstrate their formidable power, firing 14 bullets with only 2 missing their mark, ultimately dispatching 12 vengeful children. Yet, more of these malevolent beings pressed onto the deck, eager to invade. The sounds of distress echoed. 2 more anguished cries pierced the air. Ye Feng, disregarding everything else, brandished his spear and plunged into the throng of vengeful children. After a moment's hesitation, Heli also grasped a spear and joined the fray. Although she bore 2 poison darts in her arm and abdomen, the effects of ginkgo allowed her to endure, albeit barely. Raimai, take the injured into the dormitory and secure the door, Ye Feng shouted, his spear piercing 2 vengeful children. At that moment, a gory gash appeared on his arm. Raimai collapsed, succumbing to the chaos. Chenin, take them back to the dormitory and ensure the door is shut, Ye Feng yelled, only to feel a chilling sensation at his throat as a claw from a vengeful child nearly slit it. Cursing under his breath, Ye Feng stripped off his upper garment and wielded his daggers, wreaking havoc amidst the horde. Their firearms had already claimed over 60 vengeful children, yet more than 40 remained. Their ferocity magnified in the confined space of the dining hall. Ye Feng had no choice but to fight while retreating. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Susan's arm dangled limply from her shoulder, forcing her to engage in close combat with her left hand. Heli retained decent combat capability, her arms still functional as they retreated into the corridor. Ye Feng called out, and the 2 women fought while falling back, ultimately regrouping with him. Chapter 138. Who is crying? You must go directly into the dormitory, close the door tightly, and barricade it with anything you can find. Ye Feng continued to shout, feeling another claw graze his arm. Ye Feng, I will not abandon you, Heli called from behind. Susan pulled her inside. I have a plan to deal with these vengeful children, Hurry, or I won't last much longer. Ye Feng roared in anguish, using the narrow corridor to hold back nearly 40 vengeful children. In the midst of the chaos, he glanced back to see Susan pulling Helly into the dormitory, followed by the sound of the door slamming shut. You foul creatures, now it is my turn to engage you alone. Ye Feng rolled forward, charging into the throng of vengeful children, sustaining several hits in the process. However, he managed to seize a barrel of linseed oil and douse the front line with it. The oil coated the vengeful children from head to toe. After drenching them, Ye Feng dashed out of the dining hall, racing to close the door behind him. Alas, a few corpses obstructed the entrance. Left with no choice, he braved the poisoned darts of the vengeful children and cleared the bodies away. With a resounding crash, the hatch was finally secured. He retrieved 2 flint stones and struck them together, igniting a flame which he used to set his clothing ablaze, thrusting it through the small window above in the dining hall. Boom! A massive fireball erupted from the hall, followed by a thick plume of smoke. The vengeful children emitted agonizing shrieks within the dining area. With the dormitory door shut, their movement was confined to a long corridor and the modest dining hall. In but a brief moment, the dense smoke enveloped the vengeful children within, leaving them in a state of despair. Ye Feng, drenched in blood, relied solely on the adrenaline surging through his veins. Despite this, his legs trembled uncontrollably, threatening to give way beneath him. At that instant, a vengeful child's head suddenly emerged from the narrow window, unable to withstand the smoke any longer, seeking to escape through the minute opening. With great effort, Ye Feng steadied himself and swung his dagger, sending a monkey's brain tumbling into the river below. Inside the dormitory, a slight haze of smoke seeped in, yet the occupants steadfastly braced against the door, preventing the vengeful children from breaching their sanctuary. Thus, the primary focus of the smoke's assault lay within the dining area and corridor where the vengeful children resided. Fortunately, being a new vessel, it would still retain some moisture. Otherwise, Ye Feng's fiery tactic, while effective in obliterating the vengeful children, could have resulted in the destruction of their grand ship. At this juncture, a second vengeful child thrust its head through the window. Ye Feng repeated his lethal maneuver, another monkey's brain plummeting into the water. Yet, the smoke was overwhelming. Even aware of the grim reaper waiting outside, the vengeful children persisted in their attempts to escape through the diminutive window. This aperture was barely large enough for a head to protrude, rendering the escape of their bodies a far more arduous task. Thud, thud, thud. Ye Feng had severed countless heads, the emerald blood nearly transforming the window's frame into a viscous paste. The sounds of the vengeful children within the dining area grew increasingly sparse and feeble. Some of them hurled their bodies against the cabin door, attempting to force it open. Alas, the door was of a sliding nature, and such brute force would never suffice to breach it. The vengeful children, with their limited intellect, could not grasp the mechanics of a sliding door. After a prolonged wait of several minutes, silence enveloped the cabin. No more whispers or assaults against the door could be heard. Ye Feng felt dizziness wash over him, the world around him becoming a blur. Gritting his teeth, he lightly pricked his thigh with the dagger, using the pain to stave off unconsciousness. Half an hour later, Ye Feng, weary and pale, opened the cabin door. Inside lay the vengeful children, sprawled in disarray, their mouths agape and eyes shut, as if gasping for air. Ye Feng's body was numb, and in a mechanical fashion, he approached the water bucket to extinguish the small flame within. Coughing violently, the dormitory door burst open, and Li and Susan rushed out, swiftly supporting Ye Feng. Heavens! Susan exclaimed, shocked by the wounds adorning Ye Feng's body, tears cascading down her cheeks. Li, more direct in her expression of concern, opened her mouth to assist in cleaning the blood from his wounds. Other survivors emerged, their faces etched with disbelief as they beheld the corpses outside. Clear away these bodies. We must. Ye Feng managed to utter a few words before collapsing into the pool of blood. By the riverbank, the high priest gazed intently at the grand ship moored 200 meters away. High priest, if it becomes necessary, shall I summon more vengeful children? Luke inquired, his expression one of confusion. The plan was indeed flawless, meticulously crafted with multiple layers of preparation, yet the individuals aboard the grand vessel emerged victorious. The high priestess remained immobile, neither nodding nor shaking her head, resembling a carved statue. After a prolonged silence, she raised a slender, alabaster hand, her 5 delicate fingers deftly manipulating air. Could it be him? The high priestess uttered 4 words, her expression transforming for the first time since her appearance. As she gazed in astonishment at the grand ship, "What shall we do, High Priestess? I could summon 100 vengeful spirits. Even if they managed to annihilate all the restless souls on deck, they would undoubtedly suffer severe losses. This presents an opportunity," Luke continued. "That will not be necessary. Return and prepare for the grand sacrifice," the High Priestess declared, gracefully lifting her jade-like leg to settle into a petite palanquin. In an instant, the natives along the shore vanished into the thickets, leaving only Mas Kong and Wang Tao, alongside a colossal crossbow. "Let us depart, General Ma. We still require these natives," Wang Tao urged, tugging at Mas Kong. "Alas, that rascal Ye Feng possesses an extraordinary fate." Mas Kong sighed heavily before disappearing into the woods. On the shore, only the enormous crossbow remained, neglected and forlorn. After all, its range had been tested, merely 150 meters. While its power was formidable, it was ill-suited for deployment in the jungle. However, mounted at the vessel's prow, it could become a formidable weapon, capable of even taking down smaller dinosaurs. Ye Feng found himself ensnared in a peculiar dream, where the rainforest morphed into a desolate gobi, teeming with writhing worms that engulfed the world. After what felt like an eternity, Ye Feng slowly opened his eyes. He beheld Bai Chuxue, who was resting her head upon his thigh, seemingly tending to something. "Chuxue." Ye Feng's voice emerged, raspy and aged, startling him. Bai Chuxue quickly lifted her head, assisting him in adjusting his trousers. "Your wound was inflicted with numerous poison darts. I have extracted the venom," she informed him, her lips tinged with a deep blue hue. Indeed, Ye Feng felt a heaviness in his limbs, struggling to sit upright. Through various crevices, he discerned muffled sobs. "Who is weeping?" Ye Feng inquired. "Someone has perished. There are those who mourn," Bai Chuxue replied, her expression darkening. Chapter 139. Excessive blood loss. A jolt of alarm surged through Ye Feng. What of Tuan Tuan? Is she all right? In his heart, despite her perceived inadequacies, he regarded Ding Tuan Tuan as one of his own, for her unwavering loyalty was abundantly clear and profoundly sincere. "She has been unconscious for 6 days. However, I managed to halt the toxin spread. Whether she survives now lies in the hands of fate," Bai Chuxue explained. "Then, who has died?" Ye Feng pressed, attempting to rise. Though his legs betrayed him, a clear indication of his prolonged confinement to the bed. "Alice. I wish to save her, but her main artery has been struck by a poisoned dart. And you see his brow too has been pierced by a dart." Bai Chuxue enumerated 6 names in succession. "Are you saying they are already?" Ye Feng could not bear to finish the thought. This time, the deceased were all significant figures. "Indeed, the body has been consigned to the sea 3 days ago. I had intended to wait for your awakening. Yet the corpse would inevitably attract vermin and emit a foul stench, posing a risk of plague," Bai Chuxue said cautiously. "Ah!" A sharp pain pierced my chest. Ye Feng cried out, collapsing back onto the bed. This time, he slumbered for 5 hours before rousing, feeling capable of walking unaided. He used his rifle as a makeshift cane and gradually made his way to Ding Tuanshuan's dormitory. She shared room number 1 with Susan Raimai. He found Raimai and Tuanshuan lying flat on their beds. Raimai's complexion was a sickly shade of blue, while Bai Chuxue was diligently wiping the sweat from her brow. Tuanshuan's pallor mirrored Raimai's. Had it not been for the faint sound of her breathing, Ye Feng might have thought she was lifeless. "Brother Feng." For the first time, Bai Chuxue addressed him as brother. The memories of the battle a week prior were still vivid. Had it not been for Ye Feng's desperate efforts to protect everyone, they would surely have perished. This sparked a genuine respect for him within her heart. "Brother Feng." Zhang Yin approached, supporting Ye Feng's arm. She too altered her address, changing a Feng to Brother Feng. Ye Feng glanced at Raimai's face, anxiety gripping his heart. Raimai was mature and prudent, her foresight often surpassing even Susan's. Her demise would be the gravest loss for the team. "You all should step outside," Ye Feng said without turning. His confidence had perhaps been misplaced. He believed that with the large ship and modern weaponry, he could easily contend with the natives. Yet, he had not anticipated the multitude of their cunning tactics, which had allowed the vengeful child to board undetected, resulting in the loss of 3 sentinels without a shot fired. The 2 women obediently exited the dormitory. Closing the door behind them, Ye Feng knelt beside Raimai, observing her purplish lips when a sudden epiphany struck him. His body possessed an inherent resistance to toxins. If he were to provide his blood to Raimai, might she recover? With this thought, Ye Feng swiftly extended his wrist and drew forth a dagger. With a swift motion, a white gash appeared on his wrist, yet not a single drop of blood flowed forth. What could be the matter? Ye Feng's expression shifted in alarm, fearing he had succumbed to some peculiar ailment, for his wound bore no blood. However, he quickly realized that the battle with the vengeful child 7 days prior had likely drained much of his blood. If there was no blood, perhaps other bodily fluids could suffice? With this notion, Ye Feng licked his lips and aimed directly at Raimai's mouth. After what felt like an eternity, their lips parted. Ye Feng meticulously observed Raimai's complexion. Indeed, this method bore some efficacy. The bluish tint on her face seemed to diminish, and her eyelashes fluttered slightly. I understand now. This tactic is effective. Saliva can indeed aid. Ye Feng rejoiced and proceeded to ding Tuanshuan's side. A sweet essence filled his mouth as he began to tend to Tuanshuan's injuries. Having been struck by a poisoned dart in her arm, her affliction was comparatively milder. In less than 10 minutes, the bluish hue on Tuanshuan's face receded, and she gradually opened her eyes. Brother Yi. She extended her arms, yearning for an embrace. Oh, Tuanshuan, your brother is here. Ye Feng swiftly enveloped Ding Tuanshuan in his gentle embrace. At that moment, Bai Chuxue and He Li Zhongyan entered the room. We have witnessed it. To our astonishment, your saliva can indeed detoxify. Quick, assist the others in detoxification, for there are numerous patients in need. Bai Chuxue grasped Ye Feng's arm. Very well, prepare some fresh water for me. I find myself unable to produce saliva. Shortly thereafter, Ye Feng methodically detoxified each injured individual aboard the vessel. Eventually, it was Chunan's turn, who had only a minor injury. One of his legs had swollen, but the poison had only spread to his knee. Brother Feng, is this really appropriate for 2 grown men? I heard that Healy has also consumed ginkgo. Perhaps she should assist? Chunan's face exhibited reluctance. What is inappropriate about it? However, I can no longer produce saliva and must resort to alternative fluids. Ye Feng stated with gravity. 10 minutes later, Chunan's anguished cries echoed from his dormitory. Take it away, take it away. I would rather die than drink it. Don't force it upon me, ugh. Ye Feng exited Chunan's quarters, adjusting his trousers. It seemed that once his injuries healed completely, he would need to procure more ginkgo. Furthermore, given that the indigenous people were determined to oppose him, he was left with no choice but to seek vengeance. Several of his women had perished at the hands of the natives, and this grievance could not go unavenged. Yet, if the undertaking proved too perilous, potentially costing him his life, Ye Feng would have to deliberate carefully. If revenge was unattainable, he would have to acquire a propeller and set sail for home. Indeed, returning to civilization was his goal. He had initially aspired to lead a life of luxury here, but the harsh reality delivered a bitter blow. The dream of a lavish existence was evidently unfeasible. Even the high priest could render him miserable, let alone the catastrophic events that occurred once every 80 years. Although hope of returning home seemed dim, he could venture into the deep sea aboard a grand ship. If he could return home, that would be ideal. If not, he would resort to harvesting ginkgo here, striving to enhance his strength to its zenith. Ultimately, he would employ every means at his disposal to eradicate the indigenous people, leaving none alive. Moreover, he suddenly recalled that there might still be ammunition within the cave. If he could transport it to the sacred site of the indigenous people's sacrifices, would it not obliterate their fighting force? Ye Feng had an epiphany. First, he must recover. He returned to the deck, intending to fully relax. Only through relaxation could he expedite his healing. Brother Feng, dinner is ready. You have lost considerable blood. Yesterday we hunted a wild boar, and I have prepared some pig liver to replenish your strength. Shi Zhengliang approached. Thank you. Sure, I would appreciate your diligent attention to our meals. Please endeavor to prepare delicious dishes for everyone to recover swiftly. Ye Feng responded politely. Rest assured, it is my duty. You nearly sacrificed yourself for us against those monsters. I, Shi Zhengliang, possess a conscience and will do my utmost to contribute to the team, he concluded, setting down the pig liver soup and returning to the kitchen to continue his work. Chapter 140. A resource for the future within the Ye tribe. The indigenous people were busily preparing sacrificial offerings, imprisoning captives in cages. Some hailed from civilized societies, while others were indigenous, and some were ferocious beasts. Ma Xikong and Wang Tao trembled in fear. Ma, you wouldn't consider us as sacrifices, would you? If things get dire, should we make a run for it? Wang Tao eyed the industrious natives warily. Gulch. Ma Xikong swallowed hard. I too sensed the danger. The gaze of these natives has been unsettling of late, he remarked. What are we waiting for? Let us flee directly, find some firearms in the cave, ideally a machine gun. With that, we would have leverage, Wang Tao urged. Agreed. We shall seize an opportunity to escape, Ma Xikong nodded. The large vessel was tethered to the shore as Ye Feng led Chun In and Susan off the ship. Brother Feng, this device resembles a crossbow, Chun In exclaimed, tapping a discarded vehicle crossbow on the shore. It must be a crossbow. Its power is considerable. It appears to have been left by the natives. Let us summon a few more people to bring it aboard and have the engineer secure it at the bow. Using it as a ship cannon, Ye Feng decisively declared. Immediately, a dozen individuals disembarked, binding the crossbow with ropes and gradually hauling it onto the deck. The installation of this crossbow consumed an entire day. Once it was set up, Ye Feng tested its power. This is quite impressive, capable of dealing with large beasts. But it proves somewhat ineffective against the vengeful children, he sighed. After witnessing the sheer number of vengeful children, he believed it imperative to procure a machine gun from the cave. It surely existed, though he had yet to find it. Following the intense battles on the beach and deck, only about 10 individuals remained capable of movement. Among the men, only 5 were left: Long Wu, Cheng Libin, Shi Zhongliang, Chun In, and Bao Qifeng. The foreign women included Lina, Ilian, and Nairei Maisie, along with the severely injured Dove. The domestic women comprised Susan, Su Yun, Ding Tuanshuan, Zhang Yan, Xiao Mei, and Bai Chuxua. Lastly, there was the indigenous woman, Healy. Ye Feng adeptly maneuvered the crossbow, which could pivot 180 degrees, effectively shielding the front of the ship. It was also capable of vertical movement. The craftsmanship of this crossbow was impressive. Ye Feng had not anticipated such skill from the natives. He nodded in satisfaction. However, Cheng Libin stepped forward, saying, "Something is amiss. The craftsmanship bears my influence. I only showcased my skills to Ma Xikong, leading me to suspect he is allied with the natives. This crossbow is likely his handiwork. Is that so?" Ye Feng furrowed his brow. Dealing with the Gay tribe is already challenging enough. If Ma Xikong is involved, it could exacerbate the situation. It's not merely that Ma Xikong is formidable, but rather that he might teach the natives to wield firearms, revealing our weaponry's range, thus empowering them with defenses. The secrets of our firearms, and even other secrets aboard the ship, could be divulged to the natives through Ma Xikong. After a day of rest, only 3 individuals remained on the ship while the others ventured into the cave. They were tasked with transporting all movable firearms, ammunition, and weapons back to the vessel. Anything too cumbersome to carry was to be destroyed, as it was imperative that nothing fell into the hands of the indigenous savages, lest they face dire consequences. Ye Feng spoke with gravity, aware that his body had recovered to about 50%, while the others had regained roughly 60 to 70% of their strength. However, time was not on their side. If Ma Xikong lured the natives into the cave and absconded with the weapons, subsequently teaching them how to wield firearms, the repercussions would be catastrophic. Even if he possessed a grand ship, it would not spare them from peril. The others, grasping the gravity of the situation, nodded solemnly in understanding. In the dense jungle, Ma Xikong and Wang Tao were sprinting, pursued by a throng of vengeful children of the forest. "Mr. Ma, do not flee. We mean you no harm," came the voices of the natives from behind. "Please, do not run. We will not sacrifice you." Upon hearing this, the 2 men quickened their pace. Such words from the natives were an unmistakable indication of their intentions. A day swiftly passed. At dawn, Ye Feng stood on the deck, reviewing his team. They were devoid of ammunition and thus unarmed, wielding only spears, bows, and daggers. "Chengong, take Ilian on deck and assist in caring for Dove and 5th brother," Ye Feng instructed. "Understood." Cheng Libin nodded, taking Ilian's small hand in his. To the group, he declared, "During this expedition into the cave, each of us shall carry a torch, and we must clear out all weapons and ammunition within. Any oversized weaponry must be destroyed. We cannot leave anything for the enemy." Agreed. Everyone nodded in unison. Once the orders were given, the great ship docked at the riverbank, where a protruding section allowed it to anchor. Ye Feng was the first to descend the rope ladder, assisting the others one by one. Forming a single file line, they swiftly made their way toward the cave. Upon reaching the pile of rubble, Ye Feng distributed the oil torches and struck 2 flintstones together, igniting several torches. "Let us proceed," he urged, leading the charge as everyone leapt through the crevice into the cave. Inside, Chaos reigned with piles of stones marking the site of the previous explosion. Ding Tuanshuan closely followed Ye Feng, while Susan brought up the rear, brandishing a spear. With a clear objective, silence reigned among the group. The only sounds were the crackling of the torches and their labored breaths. Recalling their prior experience, Ye Feng navigated swiftly to the steps, now devoid of standing water, revealing mud and scattered bones, some human, but predominantly animal. "Let us move." Ye Feng's expression grew grave. The presence of so many animal bones in the depths indicated one undeniable truth. A formidable predator lurked within, dragging creatures here for sustenance, hence the remnants scattered about. With a creak, Ye Feng pushed open a decayed door. Inside was a dormitory, furnished with several severely decayed wooden beds, one of which bore a heap of bones. This row undoubtedly belonged to the dormitory. In the future, upon encountering such doors, one should circumvent them. Ye Feng exited the dormitory and ambled toward the opposite side. Creak. Another door swung open, and a foul, sinister odor assailed his senses. Within was a large stove, accompanied by a heavily rusted iron pot. "Sure. Hoist that iron pot onto your back. It may prove useful later," Ye Feng instructed. "Understood." Shi Zhengliang grasped the pot's handle and secured it with a rope, resembling a great turtle. Uffed. Ding Tuanshuan chuckled momentarily, only to sense a shift in the atmosphere. Chapter 141. Essentially intact as Ye Feng prepared to depart, Bao Qifeng seized a handful of smaller iron boxes. "What do we need these for?" "One pot suffices," Ye Feng furrowed his brow, aware that their primary task was to transport munitions. "Brother Feng, once these irons are melted, they can be fashioned into propellers." "Attempting to steal the propellers from a warship is far too perilous," Bao Qifeng explained. "Very well, let us take them along," Ye Feng acquiesced, assisting in carrying 2 iron boxes. After walking for a while, Ye Feng finally arrived at the research room he had previously observed. "Let's circumvent this area." The research room contained no valuables. It was imperative to swiftly locate the armory. As for the previous armory, all the ammunition had been depleted, leaving only damp, rusted bullets that were utterly unusable. "Brother Feng, there's a staircase here. It appears this underground base consists of 2 levels, Chunin remarked, pointing his torch towards an opening. Without further ado, Ye Feng brandished the torch and descended the stairs. With a sudden flicker, Ye Feng's torch began to waver, and the illumination dimmed. "There's a shortage of oxygen below. Let us press onward," he declared, and the group descended the staircase, encountering an abundance of a black, viscous substance identical to that found in the research facility. Meanwhile, the structure of the 3rd layer was notably peculiar, featuring numerous iron constructs. Upon reaching the bottom, they confronted a 2-meter diameter exhaust fan, which was also encrusted with the same viscous substance. "What in the world is this?" Ye Feng asked, gazing at the repulsive material, feeling an indescribable sense of discomfort. Bai Chuxue extended a finger, bringing the viscous matter to her nose for a sniff. "This appears to be a substance formed from corpses incinerated and subsequently soaked in water," she commented. "Human corpses?" Ye Feng's expression shifted dramatically. "I can't say for certain. It simply remains," she replied. Ye Feng surveyed the viscous matter on the ground and walls, pondering how many bodies would be required to produce such a substantial amount. Thousands? Tens of thousands? Or even a million? Regardless, they needed to find the armory. Ye Feng finally fully entered the 3rd layer. After 2 exhaustive hours, the group, disheartened, crawled back to the 2nd underground level, for the 3rd layer was predominantly filled with that black, viscous substance or massive machinery, yielding not a single bullet. "If we thoroughly search and locate the armory, we shall strike it rich," he declared. A dozen torches were scattered, illuminating an area of over 20 meters. After a brief moment, Chunin hurriedly exited a room. "Feng, Brother Feng, the things inside are enormous. You must come and see for yourself." Chen An's voice trembled slightly. Ye Feng quickly raised his torch and made his way over. In the next instant, he too was taken aback, gripping the torch with both hands. For within, there lay an assortment of shells. Several wooden crates contained shells over a meter long, likely remnants of naval artillery. Particularly in the far corner stood a colossal object towering over 3 meters. "Brother Yi, what is this? An atomic bomb?" Ding Tuanshuan stared in astonishment at the massive shell. "Certainly not, but if this were to explode, we would all be buried alive. From now on, Chunin will hold the torch alone. We shouldn't bring too many torches into this room," Ye Feng instructed, handing his torch to Ding Tuanshuan. Utilizing Chun and S torch, He began to inspect the shells. They're all shells, of no use to us. Let us leave. Ye Feng sighed, reluctantly departing from the munitions depot. Men are often drawn to weaponry, and seeing such an abundance of shells without utility was indeed a pity. Brother Feng, why not move a couple onto the ship? We could study them later. Chunin suggested from behind. Are you foolish? If one were to detonate, we'd all be toast, Ye Feng reprimanded. All right. Then, Brother Feng, we could construct a smaller vessel, towed by the larger ship, placing the shells aboard the smaller one, tethered with a long rope. Even if an explosion occurred, it wouldn't affect the larger ship. Chunin persisted. That is not a bad idea, but for now, let us focus on finding firearms and ammunition. Once we've cleared those out, we can consider the shells, Ye Feng concluded. Thus, the group resumed their search. Crash! A wooden crate was smashed open, and Ye Feng pulled aside the straw covering it, revealing a layer of waterproof oil paper beneath. Hiss! As the oil paper was torn, a grin spread across Ye Feng's face as he felt the golden bullets inside. Everyone, what are you waiting for? Help me lift this crate. These bullets are practically brand new, Ye Feng exclaimed, excitement bringing color to his face. Just this crate alone weighed at least 200 kilograms. If transported to the larger ship, it would suffice for a year. I'll do it. Chunin grasped the wooden crate and lifted with all his might. Oh, I can't do it. It's too heavy. Chunin retreated to the side. Fine. I'll leave it here for now. I'll carry it out myself later, Ye Feng said, then smashed open more crates. These are pistol bullets. There are many. Ding Tuanchuan shouted from the corner. Just as she finished her exclamation, a wooden crate fell from above, nearly flattening her. Ye Feng glanced at the crate of pistol bullets. Due to their smaller size, it was likely that this crate contained 4,000 to 5,000 rounds. However, the top and bottom layers had become damp, leaving only the middle section viable. Find some military backpacks and bring them over. Let us extract the bullets that aren't moldy. There's no need to take the defective ones. They probably won't fire, Ye Feng commanded. Several women immediately went to fetch bullets. Ye Feng raised the torch high, gazing towards the uppermost part of the warehouse. Amidst the clutter, one object captured his attention. A machine gun? Ye Feng nearly wept. After all this time in the underground base, they had finally found the main prize. He climbed to a higher vantage point, stepping on and breaking several wooden crates, and finally brought down the machine gun. Weighing over 50 pounds, the barrel was as thick as Ye Feng's arm, while the muzzle was only as thick as a thumb. Was this the famed Maxim machine gun? Ye Feng caressed the gun's body. Being stored aloft, it had escaped the flooding below. A layer of green waterproof paint coated it, preventing rust in the damp environment. Let me take a look. Lena approached to inspect the various components of the machine gun. She possessed a certain understanding of this weapon. This gun is basically intact, she exclaimed joyfully. Quick, search for matching ammunition. Lena, can you operate this type of gun? Ye Feng inquired again. Yes, she replied. All right, everyone, hurry and look for bullets. The rate of fire for this gun must be swift, so we should gather plenty of machine gun ammunition. In an instant, everyone began rummaging through the warehouse. Ding Tuanchuan inadvertently smudged her face, resembling a calico cat. These bullets are so long, they don't look like rifle rounds. Could they be for the machine gun? Chunin remarked, clutching several golden-hued bullets. Chapter 142. The power is tremendous. Ye Feng quickly took them, testing their length against the side of the machine gun. Yet he remained uncertain, having never encountered a Maxim machine gun in reality. He had to rely on Lena. She compared the bullets to the side loading door of the gun and promptly nodded. Quick, drag all these boxes out for me. Discard the bullets that have grown green mold and keep only the useful ones, Ye Feng commanded in a deep voice. The Maxim machine gun is generally suited for fixed-point shooting, as it is too heavy to move easily. However, for Ye Feng, this posed no issue. His strength had reached 1,000 pounds, allowing him to charge forward wielding the heavy machine gun. One must ponder the devastation a mobile heavy machine gun could wreak upon the enemy. With this thought, Ye Feng couldn't help but chuckle softly to himself. Outside the cavern, Ma Xikong and Wang Tao hurriedly squeezed through a gap, pursued by a throng of indigenous people, along with a dense swarm of vengeful spirits. The two men, trapped with no escape route, had no choice but to dive into the cave in search of firearms. Only by finding a weapon could they hope to evade the relentless natives. The tracking skills of these savages were astoundingly proficient. No matter where one hid, they would be discovered. Elder of the Ghost Clan, those two foreign intruders have entered the Ghost Cave. Should we pursue them? A Four Stripes individual inquired. Despite holding a high status among the indigenous people, he still displayed respect in the presence of the Six Stripes Elder. That is the Ghost Cave. The high priest has mentioned that it harbors giant serpents and countless spirits. The elder of the Ghost clan hesitated. However, these two foreign individuals are of paramount importance to us. The high priest has foretold that the one named Masakong will bring advanced weaponry to our tribe. We cannot allow him to escape. For Stripes spoke anxiously. Very well, take 10 men and 30 wailing children inside to track him down. I shall provide support from outside, replied Ghost Clan. In the pitch-black cave, Masakong blew into a bamboo tube. Before long, a bright flame flickered at its opening. This fire tube, acquired from the indigenous tribe, was filled with charcoal and some highly flammable willow fluff. As long as the charcoal retained its temperature, a gentle breath would conjure a flame. Let us proceed. We must locate the firearms. Otherwise, we shall have no choice but to swim home, Masakong declared. The two cautiously descended further. Yet, after traversing less than 20 meters, they were startled by the sound of hurried footsteps outside the cavern, accompanied by the piercing cries of the wailing children. We are doomed. The indigenous people have pursued us. They quickened their pace. Mr. Masakong, our God tribe needs you. Please do not abandon us. For Stripes called out, catching sight of the flickering flame. I can't believe a word you say, Masakong retorted, breaking into a light run, the cave's chilling winds causing the flame to sway precariously. One party pursued while the other fled, swiftly arriving at the underground base, where the accumulated water had been entirely drained, revealing half a foot of sludge. No time to waste. Let us go, Masakong exclaimed, stepping into the muck. Immediately, his eyes widened in shock. Deep within the base, 5 or 6 torches flickered, accompanied by the sound of rustling leaves. With this machine gun, we can truly establish ourselves on this deserted island, but we must be judicious with our ammunition. Its firing rate is alarmingly rapid, 500 rounds per minute. A moment's carelessness could deplete our supply, Leaf Maple noted, his expression suddenly sharpening. He thought he glimpsed a small flame flickering near the steps, but it extinguished quickly. Was it an illusion? He shook his head, realizing that recent severe injuries and excessive blood loss had likely clouded his mind. I must return and have Master Shi prepare some nourishing food to recover swiftly. Masakong and Wang Tao had hidden in the corner of the steps, extinguishing the flame with a single breath. They could only hope to evade detection. Otherwise, they would be caught between two parties. A group, burdened and weary, finally arrived at the steps. Leaf Maple stepped out of the sludge, his foot landing on the solid stairs. The next moment, his expression turned grave. Ever since consuming the silver fruit, his perceptive abilities had heightened. Now, he sensed an unseen presence observing him. Heavens, could it be that giant serpent I encountered last time? Leaf Maple felt a tightening in his core. Quickly, we must hasten our departure. With a Maxim gun slung over his shoulder and a massive ammunition box in hand, he pressed forward, while 4 others struggled under the weight of 2 boxes of machine gun bullets, panting heavily. Chun En and Shi Zhongliang carried rifle ammunition, equally exhausted. The rifle ammunition was carried in backpacks by each individual. Firearms were not a pressing concern, as the large vessel was stocked with numerous rifles and handguns, albeit lacking in ammunition. Thus, during this excursion into the cave, Ye Feng's primary objective was to procure bullets, with machine guns being a secondary priority. Cannons held little utility in the tropical rainforest, unless one were to encounter creatures akin to dinosaurs. Watching the torches gradually recede, Ma Sikong exhaled deeply, only to suddenly touch his neck. Wang Tao, did you just drool on my neck? Ma Sikong inquired. Not at all. I felt something sticky on my neck too. I thought it was your startled drool, Wang Tao replied, equally perplexed. Bad news, we are under attack. Ye Feng swiftly spotted 10 indigenous individuals ahead. This group raised their torches, advancing into the depths of the subterranean base. Clang! The Maxim gun was set down, and Lena quickly inserted the ammunition belt into the side chamber. The indigenous people gazed curiously at the metal object in Ye Feng's hands. It's Ye Feng. Brothers, this is our chance. I command you to unleash all your strength and avenge our fallen kin. The 4 striped warriors raised their spears and planted their torches into the ground. However, in the next moment, sparks erupted from the metal object. A thunderous sound followed. The first 3 indigenous individuals, caught off guard, were instantly torn apart. Indeed, they were shattered. After all, the caliber of the Maxim bullets was substantial, causing them to explode upon striking bone. Oh no, this is an even more terrifying divine crossbow. Just as the four-striped warrior uttered these words, he felt a gaping wound appear in his chest. Ye Feng released the trigger, gazing at the heap of flesh before him. The pungent scent of blood permeated the cave. The power was overwhelming. Chunin gasped for breath, unable to resist the urge to touch the barrel. Ouch! The scorching barrel burned blisters onto my hand. Let us not waste time. We must retreat swiftly. Upon saying this, Ye Feng removed his trousers and urinated into the gun barrel. Just then, from deep within the base, Wang Tao's cries echoed. Oh my goodness, my legs feel weak. Ma, pull me up. Chapter 143. It's up to me. As the voice faded, Ma Xikong and Wang Tao emerged within the flickering light. Ye Feng smirked, aiming the heavy machine gun at the two. What luck! It seems this trip is indeed worthwhile. We have caught two sizable fish. However, in the next moment, Ye Feng's expression shifted dramatically. Behind the two orbs of green light, as large as lanterns, suddenly appeared. These green glows moved toward them through the darkness. Ah! Ding Tuan Tuan rolled her eyes and fainted from fright. The colossal creature finally emerged into the light. Ye Feng gasped in shock. It was an enormous cobra. Its raised upper body towering 5 to 6 meters high, with a girth as thick as a barrel. As for the bulging abdomen, it was thicker than 2 barrels combined. Ye Feng estimated that with a single bite, it could swallow a hefty pig whole without even letting out a belch. Run! Ye Feng bellowed. The others finally snapped out of their shock and rushed toward the cave's exit, crying out in distress. Meanwhile, Ye Feng steadied his heavy machine gun, aiming it at the giant serpent's head. The resounding gunfire echoed, illuminating the stone walls of the cave with flickering light, as spent cartridges clinked on the ground like chimes. After taking 5 or 6 bullets, the serpent coiled up, yet its head remained poised, as if ready to spring at any moment. As Ye Feng continued to fire while retreating, he advanced step by step toward the exit, the muzzle flash guiding his way. Hissing, the serpent bled profusely, its shrieks reverberating throughout the cave. Ma Xikong squinted, suddenly fleeing in the opposite direction. Wang Tao, however, remained oblivious and continued toward Ye Feng. With a thunderous explosion, his body was obliterated, transforming into a mist of blood. Fortunately, armed with the Maxim machine gun, Ye Feng avoided being swallowed whole. After firing several more rounds, the giant serpent could no longer lift its head. It emitted another hiss before unexpectedly turning and fleeing deeper into the cave. Damn it, I'm exhausted. Ye Feng placed the Maxim on the ground and wiped the sweat from his brow. The mingled flesh of Wang Tao and the indigenous people became indistinguishable, blurring the lines between civilization and savagery. Brother Feng, it's bad. There are still many vengeful children at the cave entrance. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng turned to see Chunin and the others rushing back. It's nothing but vengeful children. Just bring the ammunition and keep up with my pace. After driving off the giant serpent, Ye Feng felt a surge of confidence in the Maxim. All right. The group hoisted the ammunition and took cover behind Ye Feng. As they reached the cave's mouth, Ye Feng spotted the group of vengeful children with their eyes glowing green. The heavy gunfire erupted. While these vengeful children might withstand rifle and handgun bullets, the machine gun rounds would explode upon impact, whether striking their torso or head. The vengeful children would immediately lose their ability to move. After eliminating 90% of them, an astonishing scene unfolded before Ye Feng. Were the vengeful children actually fleeing? Were they afraid? Yet, in Ye Feng's recollection, these children had always been fearless. In an instant, clarity dawned upon him. The reason the vengeful children had been so fearless was that psychologically, they looked down upon their enemies, believing that even if they died, their comrades would eradicate the foes. However, once they realized that even if their entire force fell, they could not vanquish their enemies, fear would inevitably set in. And fear, indeed, is contagious. Ha ha ha. Who said the vengeful children are not afraid of death? Look at them running. Chunin pointed outside the cave. Let us go. Ye Feng brandished the Maxim and crawled out of the cave. Just as he caught sight of the sunlight, suddenly, the sky dimmed slightly. What was that? Ye Feng squinted at the sun in the sky. In the next moment, he kicked Chunin back and took refuge behind a rock. A flurry of poisonous needles and arrows descended upon them like raindrops. 2 of the needles struck Ye Feng's shoulder. Outside, a large contingent of indigenous people loomed. After a shout, Ye Feng leaned the Maxim gun against the crevice of the stone. Lena promptly inserted the ammunition belt into the side chamber. Before the cave stood over 30 indigenous warriors, led by the elder Ye Feng. Behind them, at least 200 vengeful spirits gathered. Their reproductive capabilities were alarmingly potent. No matter how many were slain, they never seemed to dwindle. However, the situation had changed. From the depths of hell, tongues of fire erupted from the gun's muzzle. The indigenous people and the vengeful spirits clustered together, effectively becoming living targets. Each bullet claimed 2 to 3 lives. The indigenous warriors were either blown apart or felled by stray bullets, resulting in a domino effect of death. Ye Feng, being an elder, nimbly took cover behind a large tree, his eyes wide with shock at the inferno emerging from the cave. Initially, the vengeful spirits charged fiercely, but against modern firearms. Their ferocity was utterly futile. The grassland ahead was drenched in green blood, as the spirits were mercilessly torn apart by the heavy machine gun's fire. A foul stench rising into the air. In that moment, Ye Feng finally witnessed the terrifying destructive power that millennia of civilization could unleash. Vengeful spirits, retreat. The elder quickly recognized the dire situation and decisively called back the spirits. Although they could reproduce infinitely, this was a crucial moment for the grand sacrifice, and he needed to preserve enough spirits. Otherwise, the grand offering might become a boon for another. The spirits, already terrified, retreated into the woods like a receding tide upon hearing the call. Yet Ye Feng was undeterred, charging out of the shadows with the heavy machine gun in hand. The small thicket ahead was obliterated, leaving a scene of utter devastation. Circling above were over a dozen vultures, drawn to the hellish spectacle below. Ye Feng's expression shifted, prompting him to cease fire. Quickly, bring the bullets aboard. This place is no longer safe. After issuing the command, Ye Feng grabbed a handful of entrails and placed them on the heated barrel. In an instant, the aroma of cooked meat wafted through the air. Lacking water or any other means, he resorted to using the remains to cool the barrel. Otherwise, he would be unable to maintain his grip. Hastily, the group finally returned to the ship. Several heavy boxes of ammunition lay on the deck, causing the wooden boards to creak under the weight. Wow, so many bullets? Chung Li Bean rushed over, his hands caressing the golden cartridges, his eyes filled with delight. I'm exhausted. I can't believe it took nearly a whole day for that trip. Sure, could you please prepare something for us to eat? Everyone is famished. Ye Feng slumped onto the deck. All right, leave it to me. Shi Zhengliang quickly gathered a few women and headed to the kitchen. During this expedition to the base, Ye Feng found himself the most fatigued, while the others fared better, exerting only a modicum of effort when lifting ammunition. Brother Wu, could you please attend to the maintenance of the Maxim machine gun and also sort through the ammunition? We merely conducted a cursory examination, and we ought to meticulously sift through those rounds that are evidently unfit for use, he requested. Certainly, Long Wu replied, propped up by his cane as he settled beside the ammunition. Brother Feng, are we heading back to the underground base tomorrow? Bao Qifeng inquired. What purpose would that serve? That enormous serpent is merely wounded. It has yet to meet its demise. Ye Feng shook his head in response. However, we need to procure more iron to cast into propellers once melted, Bao Qifeng insisted. A sudden headache afflicted Ye Feng as he nearly overlooked this crucial matter. The current vessel relies solely on a lotus leaf propeller for propulsion, its power even inferior to swimming through the river. Everyone is weary today, let us first relax. And we shall ponder these vexing matters tomorrow. Ye Feng waved his hand dismissively. 2 hours later, the deck was alive with a soiree. Thanks to Shi Zhengliang's culinary prowess, the feast was a feast for the senses, visually, gustatorily, and olfactorily. Even Susan, the aloof goddess, showed deference to Shi Zhengliang. Master Shi, might you teach me your techniques in the future? Susan asked politely. Ha, I shan't teach. As the saying goes, teaching a disciple may lead to the master's own starvation. In our line of work, one must learn through their own explorations. My nickname back in the day was Lu Yishou. Do you comprehend? Shi Zhengliang boasted with an air of pride. Master Shi, could you please teach me? I am quite adorable, Ding Tuanshuan chimed in, squeezing her way over. While you are indeed charming, I still refuse to teach. To be frank, my secret is something I wouldn't divulge, even to my own son, Shi Zhengliang declared, his pride swelling as his diminutive stature seemed to grow. Ye Feng squeezed into the gathering as well. Master Shi, surely you could impart some knowledge to me? After all, I saved your life. Brother Feng, I acknowledge your heroism. Your character is beyond reproach. Just tell me what you wish to eat, and I shall prepare it for you any time. However, I still want to teach you. Shi Zhengliang remained resolute, harboring his own calculations. Being the sole chef aboard, He feared that sharing his skills would render him expendable in the future. Let us set aside the teaching for now and focus on enjoyment. Today, I shall serenade you all with a sea of clouds and sky, Ye Feng proclaimed, brandishing a makeshift microphone crafted from bamboo. Please, no, Brother Feng, we are comrades. I implore you to refrain from singing. The crew covered their ears in desperation. I shall take the stage. Chunin stepped forward to the center of the deck. I, who cannot seize love, can only watch as it slips away. After merely 2 lines, Chunin was hastily ushered off the stage. Chunin, your song did not resonate with my heart, so I shall not turn around for you. Ye Feng turned his back to him. After several rounds of elimination, Ye Feng discerned that only Healy possessed a melodious voice. After all, the indigenous people typically favored unaccompanied singing, a trait that became her greatest asset in the primordial forest. Susan and Su Yun sang adequately, yet without accompaniment. Their performances felt somewhat dissonant. On the deck, the island's voice competition was underway. However, along the jungle's edge, a colossal black creature submerged into the depths, gradually making its way toward the grand vessel. I hereby declare that the champion of this season's voice is none other than Ye Feng myself. Let the applause commence. Ye Feng immediately crowned himself the champion. TCH. Ding Tianchuan raised his middle finger in response. As the hour grew late, everyone returned to their respective homes, seeking their mothers. I, too, felt weary. As Ye Feng was about to mention the night watch, Long Wu proactively stepped forward. Brother Feng, since our arrival on the grand ship, I haven't been much help, and with our numbers dwindling, I would like to volunteer for the night watch. Long Wu expressed earnestly. No, Brother Wu. You were injured in the line of duty, and you deserve to rest. I'll assign others to keep watch, Ye Feng urged. Absolutely not. The more you care for me, the more uncomfortable I feel. Please, find me something to do, Long Wu insisted, a determined look in his eyes. Ever since his injury, he had lived in constant trepidation, not out of fear of the indigenous people or the various creatures of the island, but from the anxiety of being marginalized by the team. This was no civilized society. The law of the jungle had become increasingly prevalent. Long Wu sensed that if it weren't for Ye Feng's protection, others would hardly pay him any heed. Although he had previously safeguarded Su Yun, Ding Tianchuan, Zhang Yan, and Li Meizi, their respect had waned over time. Now, they merely exchanged nods, devoid of smiles. Perhaps this was the fate of the long-suffering. Unless he could miraculously regrow a leg, he would inevitably be sidelined. Very well. Who will keep Brother Wu company during the night watch? Ye Feng inquired, looking around at everyone. I will, Chunin volunteered. Thank you both. Ye Feng replied before retiring to his quarters for sleep. He needed to cast aside any distractions. Restoring his health was paramount. Long Wu remained on the deck, his gaze fixed on the shoreline while his hands busily sorted through bullets, discarding the defective ones. Chunin paced back and forth on the deck, occasionally adjusting his marked pistol, aiming toward the jungle's edge. Brother Wu, did you hear that sound of splashing water? Chunin suddenly remarked. The sound of splashing water? Long Wu propped himself up with his cane, scanning the surroundings of the deck. It seemed no indigenous people were approaching by boat. Yet, he thought he had heard a splash, as if something had burst forth from the water's surface. Suddenly, Long Wu raised his torch and peered over the side of the ship. In the next moment, his eyes widened in shock. A gigantic cobra was slithering up alongside the ship, its body seemingly possessing a suction-like grip, firmly adhering to the wooden planks. Look out! A snake! Long Wu shouted, raising his pistol without hesitation. Hiss! The serpent propelled itself forward but lost its grip, tumbling back into the water. Otherwise, its jaws could have easily swallowed Long Wu whole. What kind of snake is that? Chunin charged forward with his rifle, casting a glance at the massive splashes on the side of the boat. With a swift motion, he hurled the torch into the river. Illuminated by the fleeting glow of the torch, he finally discerned the enormous shadow lurking beneath the water. Good heavens! Chunin nearly lost his composure. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy footsteps echoed as Ye Feng, accompanied by the others, rushed onto the deck. Brother Feng, it's the snake from the cavern. It nearly slithered onto the deck just now. Fortunately, fifth brother was sharp-witted. Otherwise, we would have both been engulfed, Chunin stammered. Ye Feng glanced at the colossal splash in the river and threw another torch into the water. Indeed, in the lush underwater vegetation, a massive dark shape glided past. Chapter 145. What do you think? This is dire. I never anticipated that the cobra would hold a grudge. I severely injured it during the day, and now it returns to exact revenge at night. Ye Feng's expression darkened. Had he known, he would have pursued the great serpent relentlessly until it was defeated. Now, besides the natives and the marshal, they faced yet another adversary, the serpent. The most terrifying aspect was its ability to navigate beneath the water. Their vessel lacked a sonar system and was utterly defenseless. Susan, please join the night watch as well. With 3 of us, we can keep a vigilant eye on the sides of the boat with torches, ensuring that creature does not ascend, Ye Feng instructed. Understood. Susan recognized the gravity of the situation and joined the watch team. During the day, human sight could penetrate several kilometers. However, at night, snakes did not rely on sight to hunt. They utilized heat sensors on their tongues to detect prey, making them more suited to life underwater and in pitch-black caverns. After imparting his instructions, Ye Feng returned to his quarters. Yet, in a precautionary measure, he secured the window tightly. What if that enormous snake were to slither through the window? Such a large cobra would undoubtedly possess potent venom. Even if he had consumed the silver fruit, he would likely not withstand a single bite of its toxin. Just then, he heard footsteps in the corridor. Brother Ye, Brother Ye. It was Ding Tianshuan's sweet voice. Calling out in a hushed tone, Ye Feng promptly opened the door, only to find Ding Tianshuan dressed in peculiar attire. Her skirt was pulled up to her thighs, and her face appeared to be adorned with makeup, particularly heavy eyeshadow. Ye Feng recalled that Heli was familiar with some indigenous makeup techniques. It was likely that Ding Tianshuan had learned from her. What brings you here at this hour, little one? Ye Feng inquired. Ding Tianshuan's cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her head in silence, her small hands tightly clasped together, radiating shyness. Speak up. Ye Feng sighed. Brother Ye, I am so small that the snake could swallow me whole, but if we embrace, it cannot devour us both at once. I'm afraid, Ding Tianshuan confessed, her face slightly blushing. Aren't you simply seeking an excuse for me to hold you while you sleep? Ye Feng gazed at the little Tianshuan with a benevolent expression, having already regarded Ding Tianshuan as his own sister in his heart. Without a hint of reserve, Ding Tianshuan leaped into Ye Feng's embrace. All right, tonight I shall hold you while you sleep, and the serpent shall not be able to devour you. With that, Ye Feng closed the door, wrapping his arm around Ding Tianshuan's petite form, cradling her entirely within his embrace. Soft and plump, it felt akin to holding a large, fluffy cat. Time slipped away unnoticed as Ye Feng, inhaling the delicate fragrance of innocence, soon drifted into slumber. Beneath the water's surface, a colossal serpent raised its head, its cold, piercing gaze fixated on the great vessel for an extended period. Eventually, it twisted its massive body and submerged into the river, making its way upstream. Not only it, but also on the opposite bank, dozens of enormous shadows ceased their slumber or feeding, lifting their heads to gaze at the stars above, similarly heading towards the river's upper reaches. Both aquatic and terrestrial creatures were drawn towards the same destination, as if something unseen beckoned them. Suddenly, in a dense thicket along the coastline, a great shadow ascended to the cliff's edge. It leapt off, unfurling its magnificent wings. Susan sat at the stern of the deck, her keen eyes scanning the jungle along the shore. At that moment, she sensed the moonlight dimming. Quickly, she looked up at the sky, witnessing a massive shadow soaring upstream along the river, casting a shadow so vast that it nearly enveloped the entire vessel. Was that an airplane? Uncertain of what she had seen, it did resemble an aircraft, for only a plane could be so immense. Hey, we are here. We are here. She leaped up, waving a torch towards the sky. Yet, the shadow showed no signs of halting and swiftly vanished into the clouds. Shunan lowered his head with difficulty, observing Susan's disappointed expression. Sister Susan, are you sure that was an airplane? To me, it looked more like a bird. He hesitated. Are you foolish? What kind of bird could be so large? Even the ancient pterosaurs were not that massive. It must be a rescue plane, Susan asserted with conviction. Generally speaking, it is a natural tendency for women to possess poorer eyesight than men. Ye Feng, utterly exhausted, had not been roused by Susan's cries the previous night and slept until he awoke naturally. As he opened his eyes, he found Ding Tianshuan staring at him with wide eyes, muttering to herself. Little Tianshuan, have you not risen yet? Ye Feng rubbed his eyes. You are pressing down on me so heavily that I cannot get up. Let me go. I need to use the restroom. Ding Tianshuan exclaimed. Only then did Ye Feng realize that one of his legs was resting on her, pinning her down. My apologies. Do hurry. You wouldn't want to wet the bed. You are the one who will wet the bed. Ding Tianshuan rushed off to the restroom. There was a restroom at the bow for the ladies and another at the stern for the gentlemen. On the deck, a hole was made to allow waste to flow into the river, reasoning that their small number could not possibly pollute such a vast waterway. Ye Feng stepped outside to relieve himself, gazing at the shoreline. A few small birds alighted upon the mast, chirping incessantly, which astonished Ye Feng, as it was the first time he had seen birds on the ship. Simultaneously, the chorus of birds from the bank intensified, merging into a harmonious symphony. For reasons unknown, Ye Feng discerned a note of joy in their calls. "Good morning." Ye Feng greeted those on the deck. "Have you noticed that the birds in the forest are singing more densely than before?" "Indeed, it's because the great sacrifice is about to commence. Even the mightiest raptors and beasts will flock to that area," Heli replied, gesturing upstream. "The great sacrifice? What does it have to do with the migration of beasts?" Ye Feng inquired, curiosity etched on his face, drawing the attention of others around him. "The great sacrifice will not only give rise to formidable beast fighters, but also to powerful exotic creatures. The golden fruit enhances strength not only in humans, but also in beasts," Heli stated with gravity. Ye Feng's mind began to race with possibilities. If the golden fruit could bestow strength, might he also have a chance? His team had grown formidable, equipped with crossbows and a Maxim machine gun, positioning them to partake in the bounty upstream. "Since the golden fruit can enhance humanity, I propose we venture forth and attempt it. We possess a large vessel. If we cannot engage, we can always flee. Moreover, we have a machine gun. What do you all think?" Ye Feng surveyed the group. Chapter 146 Feng. "I don't understand," one voice chimed in. "Brother Feng, I wholeheartedly support your brilliant decision." Chun-En was the first to step forward, excitement radiating from him. "Who wouldn't he wish to grow stronger?" He added, "Brother Feng, could the golden fruit make my legs grow back?" The usually reserved Long Wu spoke up, his eyes gleaming with almost frenzied longing. Ye Feng understood that sometimes a well-placed lie could resonate more profoundly than the truth. "There is a chance it could," he replied slowly. "I too firmly support Brother Feng's decision," Long Wu exclaimed, raising his hands, tears brimming in his eyes. "I support it too," echoed others. A chorus of enthusiasm erupted on the deck as if they had already tasted the golden fruit. After a moment, a cold voice broke through the excitement. "The propeller is broken. If we wish to navigate the large ship upstream, it may take us several months." His words acted as a tranquilizer, quelling their fervor. "All right, now is the time. Who will join me in the underground base to gather iron?" Ye Feng asked. "I will go." "Me too." Everyone responded eagerly, yearning to attain strength akin to Ye Feng's. "In these extraordinary times, I will select 3 individuals to accompany me. Each will carry 100 pounds of iron. 4 of us would total 400 pounds, which should suffice to forge a new propeller," Ye Feng stated. "I must go? For you may not know how to select the iron. Some types are unsuitable for repeated smelting," Bao Qifeng remarked. "Very well, I shall select the individuals. Bao Chun, He Li, the 4 of us will venture into the underground base, striving to procure as much iron as possible. However, I must emphasize the perilous nature of this expedition. The serpent may have retreated within its lair, and it harbors a deep-seated grudge. With its formidable size, a single bite could deliver a lethal dose of venom, leaving us with no chance for reprieve. It is safe to say that this journey into the depths is akin to courting death." Ye Feng spoke gravely. Chun's countenance shifted, and he gradually retreated behind the others. Bao Qifeng narrowed his eyes and suddenly pointed at Chung Li Bean. "Brother Feng, in terms of material selection, Chung is far more adept than I. Thus, I shall graciously relinquish this honorable task to him." "Little Bao, what nonsense are you spouting? I know nothing about raw materials. You should accompany Brother Feng instead." Chung interjected. "After all, weren't you the one who procured all the materials for the engineering department? You even pocketed quite a few kickbacks for it, so it's best if you go." At this, the two began to bicker. Ye Feng felt a headache coming on. As the leader of the team, he could not resort to coercion, for that would undermine the team's cohesion. He hoped for a volunteer to step forward and seek the raw materials. Should they succeed, that individual would be hailed as a hero and would receive a banner crafted personally by him, to inspire voluntary service. It was imperative to instill a sense of collective honor and shame. Yet, all present turned their heads away, feigning ignorance. "Very well, if that is the case, then this descent into the abyss shall be undertaken by myself, He Li, and where is Chun?" Ye Feng realized mid-sentence that Chun had vanished. "Brother Feng, I am in the restroom. I was suddenly struck with a bout of diarrhea and fear I cannot join you." Chen's voice echoed from the lavatory. Ye Feng's expression darkened. "He Li, let us proceed together. Upon our return, I shall transform the 3 tattoos on your arm into 4. All right. Healy nodded emphatically. Ultimately, Ye Feng and Healy armed themselves, taking ropes and torches with them as they approached the location of the cavern. Upon reaching the cave entrance, Ye Feng halted Healy. Before them lay an array of wild beasts, wolves, wild dogs, hyenas, engaged in devouring the remains of indigenous people. Let us not disturb them, Ye Feng urged, gripping his rifle tightly as they tread cautiously towards the pile of debris. Typically, if beasts are preoccupied with food, they will not attack humans, thus allowing the pair to navigate through the remains unscathed. Upon entering the pitch-black cavern, they ignited their torches. Ye Feng led the way, while Healy followed closely behind, the only sounds within the cave being their faint breaths. Recalling their previous experiences, they successfully descended to the depths and discovered a substantial cache of iron. Bao had mentioned that softer iron, with a low carbon content, indicated minimal refining, making it the ideal material. Ye Feng tested a piece of iron with his dagger, assessing its hardness. Generally, the higher the hardness, the greater the carbon content, but Ye Feng sought only the softer iron for their needs. 2 hours later, Ye Feng found himself adorned with an assortment of hammers, axes, and various engineering tools, weighing over 200 kilograms. Given his current physical prowess, bearing such weight posed no challenge for him. Healy, having consumed only a single ginkgo nut, managed to carry a mere 40-odd pounds of iron. Let us proceed, Ye Feng exclaimed, panting heavily as he discarded the torch in his hand. The torch landed directly on the viscous black-gray substance. With a crackle, the substance began to ignite under the torch's flame. Quickly, isolate the surrounding viscous material, or it will detonate the entire underground base. Panic surged through Ye Feng as he hastily cast aside his iron tools and began to shove the sticky matter aside. To his astonishment, a chunk of the viscous substance, roughly the size of a fist, burned for an exceedingly long duration, flaring more intensely as time progressed. It took over half an hour for this fist-sized mass to be completely carbonized. Is this substance truly so combustible? Ye Feng pondered, seemingly grasping a significant revelation. In the next moment, a glimmer of hope illuminated his eyes. Ha ha ha. Healy, we are on the brink of fortune. If we can locate a steam engine aboard the warship, this black-gray material could serve as fuel. We would no longer require manual power. Just one person to periodically feed this material into the furnace would suffice to maintain a continuous source of energy for the vessel, propelling it at incredible speeds, far exceeding manual labor and without wasting human effort. Do you understand? Ye Feng exclaimed, shaking Healy by the shoulders. Feng, I do not comprehend, Healy responded, her expression filled with confusion. It is indeed quite complex. Allow me to gather some containers to bring a sample of this black-gray substance back to the ship. Alas, it is regrettable that the chemical engineer has perished. Had he been alive, he could have elucidated the source of this material. Nevertheless, we can enlist Bai Chuxue for research. She possesses some knowledge in chemistry as well. After speaking, Ye Feng found a container and filled it with the black-gray substance. Let us go. This is truly an unexpected delight, Ye Feng declared, leading the way forward, his face alight with joy. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation had been overheard by an unseen presence lurking in the shadows. Upon exiting the cave, the two returned to the ship without encountering any peril. The journey surreal in its ease. Once on the deck, Ye Feng untied the ropes from his shoulders, allowing a cascade of raw materials to tumble onto the wooden planks. Chapter 147. A day of rest. Clap, clap, clap. Bao Qifeng led the applause, soon followed by the others. The deck resonated with the sound of flesh meeting flesh. Ye Feng raised his hands to quell the adulation. Our descent into the underground base was fraught with peril. The great serpent relentlessly pursued us. Fortunately, with my clever intellect and agile movements, I managed to elude its grasp. Thus, both Healy and I have rendered significant service. Henceforth, Healy shall be promoted to chief administrator. Although the specifics of her duties remain to be determined, essentially, she shall have no responsibilities whatsoever. One can roam about the ship with hands behind their back, and the responsibility for maintaining the dormitory's cleanliness is no longer solely hers, but rather shared among all. No objections, right? Ye Feng stated earnestly. No objections. This time it all relies on Brother Yi and Sister Heli. Ding Tuanshuan was the first to raise her hand in agreement. I have no objections either. Henceforth, let the hygiene of the girls' dormitory be entrusted entirely to me, Chenin. I shall take charge of cleaning the ladies' restroom, Bao Qifeng added. Ye Feng was highly satisfied with this arrangement. Heli had earned merit and would surely reap rewards. for who would strive hard next time otherwise. Simultaneously, he aimed to set an example for the others. Feng, however, we are underground, and we have yet to encounter the great serpent, Heli remarked candidly. Ye Feng responded with a dismissive gesture. Let's not dwell on unhappy matters. Heli must have been so frightened that she lost her memory. During our entry into the underground base, I discovered a treasure. Upon concluding, Ye Feng opened the container and pointed to the viscous, dark gray substance within. Behold, this material, merely the size of a fist, can burn for approximately half an hour, making it entirely suitable as fuel for our grand vessel. However, there exists a prerequisite. We must procure a steam engine system from the warship and install it all aboard the ship. At that point, there will be no need for crew members to stand watch in the hold. Just one individual will suffice to maintain robust power for the ship, potentially achieving speeds of 100 kilometers per hour. Ye Feng's tactic of diverting attention proved effective as the group hastily gathered around, their curiosity piqued by the dark gray substance. Brother Feng, 100 kilometers per hour? Our vessel cannot withstand such strain. It is not crafted from iron. If we truly reached that speed, the ship would fall apart. Chung Li Bean poured cold water on the enthusiasm. Then what is the maximum speed our ship can endure? Ye Feng inquired, a hint of disappointment in his voice. At most, 30 kilometers per hour, and it cannot be maintained frequently. Otherwise, the ship's lifespan will diminish. Chung Li Bean replied. Very well. Henceforth, we shall limit it to 20 kilometers per hour. Even so, that is still a tenfold increase from before, Ye Feng reassured. At that moment, a cry for help suddenly echoed from the shore. Help! Help! Is there anyone aboard the ship? Please save us. Ye Feng squinted his eyes and raised his rifle. On the shore appeared 6 or 7 ragged individuals, their tattered clothing suggesting they were from a civilized society. Just as Ye Feng was about to speak, a long spear flew from the woods, piercing the last woman. The group, disregarding the peril in the water, plunged into the river, desperately swimming toward the ship. Subsequently, a dozen or so indigenous people emerged from the shore. Fire! With a command, rifles and cannons unleashed their fury. The concentrated fire sent the indigenous people scurrying for cover. In less than a minute, 5 or 6 corpses lay on the shore, while the remaining individuals fled in haste. Ye Feng seized a rope and threw it into the river, pulling up the foremost young woman. What are you all standing there for? Bring those individuals up as we urgently require manpower, Ye Feng shouted to Susan. The crowd finally reacted, extending their hands to assist those in the river. In no time, the group was pulled ashore, swiftly shedding their garments to extract the parasitic catfish from their bodies, the scene exceedingly provocative. Thank you for saving us, a weary woman expressed. Ye Feng promptly removed his shirt to cover her. It's nothing. We are all civilized individuals, and assisting one another is a moral obligation, Ye Feng declared with righteous fervor. Behind him, Bai Chushua scoffed. Humph. When you encountered us initially, you certainly did not express such sentiments. Was it not because the large ship was almost empty that you became so benevolent? Were you fleeing from the indigenous tribes? Ye Feng inquired. Indeed, they intended to use us as sacrifices. We had no choice but to escape. However, over 30 managed to flee with us. And now there are only 6 of us left, the woman lamented, her face drained of color. These savage tribesmen are truly despicable for using living beings as sacrifices. Fear not. Aboard my vessel, I shall ensure your safety. Someone, please prepare water and food for our compatriots, Ye Feng called out. I shall take care of it. Shi Zhengliang dashed into the kitchen. 2 hours later, the 6 individuals were finally sated, 4 of them succumbing to deep slumber. Yet, the woman remained awake. My name is Yang Li. She extended her hand. I am Ye Feng, currently the captain, he replied, shaking her hand. Once nourished, Yang Li's countenance brightened, her elegance rivaling most women aboard, only slightly less than Susan and Raimai. Miss Yang, you escaped from the large ship. What is the current situation in the indigenous tribe? Ye Feng asked. Many warriors have escorted the sacrifices upstream. Presently, there are not many fighters left in the tribe. Moreover, those resentful children have nearly all abandoned the dilapidated ship to follow suit, leaving behind only the elderly and the weak. Or else we would not have had the opportunity to escape, Yang Li responded weakly. Oh, Ye Feng stroked his chin, his eyes narrowing. This presented an opportunity. The indigenous people had indeed mobilized upstream for a grand sacrifice. Most significantly, the resentful children aboard were merely the elderly and infirm, which implied he could now attempt to access the propeller. If only he could acquire a complete steam engine system. Those black and gray fuels, when combined with the steam engine, would prove immensely useful. Su-Yun, please escort them to arrange for sleeping quarters so they can rest well. The rest of you, assemble on the deck for a meeting, Ye Feng concluded, leading the way onto the deck. Breezing through the river wind, Ye Feng commenced his address. Do you all comprehend? This is an unparalleled opportunity. There are few resentful children aboard, and the combat-capable indigenous individuals have ventured upstream. Therefore, let us take this day to rest. And at dawn tomorrow, we shall set sail towards the indigenous tribe. Chapter 148. In Ye Feng's eyes. Nothing matters. It is certain that the warship still retains some steam engine equipment. Even if some of it is damaged, I believe it can be repaired and made functional. Especially with the expertise of engineers Chung and Bao at our disposal. No objections? A harmonious agreement resonated among the group. Ye Feng rested momentarily on the deck, and as twilight descended, the 6 individuals gradually awoke, though they appeared quite frail. You should take good care of yourselves aboard the ship. We are a cohesive team, so feel free to voice any concerns. Once you have regained your strength, I shall assign you tasks. Ye Feng gently reassured the 6 survivors. Chung Libin was engrossed in examining the dark gray fuel, while Bao Qifeng sketched designs for the propeller on the deck. The others seemed more relaxed, engaging in light-hearted conversations in pairs. Everything was progressing in a positive direction. Ye Feng resolved that once they acquired the steam engine system, he would reinforce the ship with iron, striving for a speed of 50 kilometers per hour. Additionally, he planned to encircle the vessel with barbed wire once sufficient iron was procured to deter any unwelcome creatures from boarding during the night. Ye Feng, since the ship is ready, why not set sail for home immediately? A portly man approached, evidently having regained some energy. I have my own plans, Ye Feng replied. Raising an eyebrow, he sensed that this man was not to be underestimated. His appearance was unrefined, with a hefty build reminiscent of the rough characters often seen in short videos portraying Northeast gangsters, his voice booming with an unmistakable air of bravado. Dear, this fellow seems unwilling to return home. What shall we do? The rotund man directed his gaze at Yongli. After some deliberation, it became clear that they were married, which explained Ye Feng's discomfort during conversations with Yongli, as the man's scrutinizing gaze seemed a touch inappropriate. Husband, let's not make a fuss. This is their ship. We shall follow their lead, Yongli responded with grace. Very well. The man shot Ye Feng a warning glance before retreating to the cabin to rest. Yongli approached Ye Feng and bowed respectfully. I apologize. My husband has a somewhat volatile temperament due to his past. Please bear with us. Not at all. Ye Feng replied awkwardly, returning the bow. He reflected on the way he had looked at Yongli earlier and understood the rotund man's reaction was quite natural. As night fell, Ye Feng hosted a gathering on the deck, primarily to foster a welcoming atmosphere for the newcomers, ensuring their spirits remained high. While each person showcased their talents, a sudden sharp sound pierced the air. The portly man had struck Yongli hard across the face. Ye Feng frowned, but ultimately decided to refrain from intervening. It was a matter of their domestic affairs. You shameless wretch, are you so easily distracted by handsome men? Let me remind you, in life you are mine, and in death, you shall remain my ghost. From now on, your entire existence shall belong solely to me. The man snarled, gripping Yongli's hair and hurling insults. Zhang Haoyan, you have gone too far. In a marriage, mutual tolerance is essential. Why should Yongli spend her entire life following you? If you treat her poorly, she has every right to seek a divorce. Chung Libin, standing with a sense of righteous indignation, interjected, Old man, keep your mouth shut. Are you interested in my wife or something? Zhang Haoyan, however, pushed Yongli aside and advanced menacingly toward Chung Libin. What nonsense are you spouting? I merely intervened to mediate a conflict, Chung Libin retorted, feeling his breath quicken in the presence of Zhang Haoyan, whose imposing stature of nearly 6 feet and hefty build exuded an intimidating aura. Let us not pretend we don't know what's on your mind. Look at you, half buried in the ground already, yet you still think about matters of the heart. Aren't you ashamed? Zhang Haoyan, adopting a rather roguish demeanor, cornered Chung Libin. Ye Feng, fearing the situation might escalate, signaled to Susan, who nodded and stepped in front of Zhang Haoyan. Zhang Haoyan, Chung is right. You must not lay a hand on your wife any longer, do you understand? Susan stated coldly. Faced with her, Zhang Haoyan's demeanor shifted dramatically. His once threatening visage softened into a facade of charm. You are absolutely correct, Mississippi. I shall amend my ways. But my wife enjoys my roughness. What can I do? How about we get to know each other? I still don't know your name. He extended an unwelcome hand toward her. You need not concern yourself with my identity, Susan replied curtly, retreating to Ye Feng's side. Yet, Zhang Haoyan pursued her, unabashedly attempting to flirt in front of Ye Feng. Miss, I doubt your boyfriend is Ye Feng. I can tell you two haven't been intimate. It wouldn't hurt to be acquaintances, especially on this deserted island. A woman like you might sometimes need a man's assistance. Perhaps I could be of service, he said with a smirk. Susan's expression darkened as she slowly reached for her dagger. Ye Feng immediately restrained her hand. As the leader of the group, he recognized the importance of human resources. Despite Zhang Haoyan's loathsome nature, Ye Feng had evolved beyond the narrow-mindedness of his past. Every individual possesses their own worth. For instance, given Zhang Haoyan's considerable bulk, he could be quite useful in transporting equipment aboard a ship. Even if he cannot serve as a laborer, his physique could serve as an effective shield in battle, making him a valuable asset. Noticing Susan's indifference, Zhang Haoyan shifted his attention to other women. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes, having nearly sentenced this man to his fate, but he recognized that Zhang Haoyan still held potential utility. Yang Li remained silent in the corner, seemingly accustomed to such treatment. Ye Feng sighed, deciding to wrap up the evening's festivities hastily. Let us all retire for the night. There is work to be done tomorrow. With that, he was the first to head off to rest, leaving Susan to manage the night watch. In the middle of the night, Ye Feng was startled awake by piercing screams from the adjoining dormitory. His expression shifted in alarm, fearing that a cobra might have slithered aboard the ship. However, when he burst into dormitory number 1, he was taken aback to find Zhang Haoyan had intruded into the room, completely undressed. Lying on Yang Li's bed while tightly embracing her. Zhang Haoyan, get out. This is a girl's dormitory, Zhang Yin exclaimed angrily. I don't care about the girl's dormitory. My wife is sleeping here, so I will too. Just pretend you haven't seen anything, Zhang Haoyan replied nonchalantly, displaying an attitude of indifference. Ye Feng could no longer contain his fury. He seized Zhang Haoyan by the hair and dragged him out of the dormitory. Damn it, Zhang Haoyan roared, swinging a fist at Ye Feng. However, his meager strength, though formidable to an ordinary person, was nothing in Ye Feng's eyes. Chapter 149. Tread lightly. Ye Feng grasped Zhang Haoyan's wrist and executed a shoulder throw, subduing the hefty intruder effortlessly. Return to your boys' dormitory obediently, or next time, I shall toss you overboard, Ye Feng warned, patting his face. Were it not for the need to move belongings the next day, Ye Feng would have relished the opportunity to throw him overboard immediately. Quantity does not equate to quality in battle, and he saw no reason to indulge such a waste. Seeing he could not match Ye Feng's strength, Zhang Haoyan's expression shifted to one of forced camaraderie. All right, I didn't realize you were so strong. I concede, from now on. I'll heed your words, he said, a deceptive glimmer of malice flickering in his eyes. Having endured numerous challenges on the deserted island, Ye Feng had long since seen through his schemes. From now on, return to your boys' dormitory, and remember, no disturbances, he commanded. Having dealt with Zhang Haoyan, Ye Feng returned to his slumber. The following morning, upon opening his eyes, Ye Feng discovered Ding Tuanshuan nestled in his embrace. Little one, when did you come in? He mused, playfully pinching her chubby cheeks, feeling a surge of tenderness. After all, she was still young, and he bore no inappropriate thoughts. Only the more mature beauties like Zhang Yin and Susan could truly stir his primal desires. On the deck, Ye Feng instructed Shi Zhengliang to prepare breakfast while the 3 night watchmen were sent back to rest. He personally operated the ballista, aiming it toward the shore. Good morning, Feng Ge. Just then, Zhang Haoyan appeared on deck, greeting Ye Feng with an air of friendliness. Good morning to you too, Ye Feng thought inwardly. Smirking at the resemblance he bore to the former Su Jiaying. Feng Ge, I've recently heard about your contributions to the team. I realize now that I was mistaken before. I only respect true leaders who genuinely care for the group, and you are one of them. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. I would go through fire and water for you, Zhang Haoyan declared, thumping his chest with a show of loyalty. Ye Feng gave him a glance. Indeed, I do have some matters that require your assistance. Relax for now, he replied, before exchanging a nod with Chung Li Bin, who acknowledged him with a half-turn of the helm. The large vessel moved at a sluggish pace towards the tributary where the indigenous people resided. Although the distance to the tribe was only a few dozen kilometers, at the current speed of the ship, it would likely take the entire day to reach their destination. This resolutely strengthened Ye Feng's determination to locate the propeller. Chenin, Zhang Haoyan. Healy, you shall remain on deck with me for duty. The rest may return to rest and rejuvenate your spirits. Soon, we shall engage in a formidable battle, Ye Feng commanded. Susan nodded and led the women back to their quarters. Chung Li Bin resumed his navigation of the vessel. However, the men expressed their willingness to stand watch alongside Ye Feng. No need, everyone return, Ye Feng replied, his gaze fixed ahead, not turning back. By noon, Ye Feng's grand ship entered the first tributary. This tributary spanned nearly 10 kilometers in width. As they proceeded upstream, the river narrowed. Engineer Chung, lower the sails to avoid drawing attention, Ye Feng instructed. With a rustle, the immense sails were lowered and folded neatly. After another 2 hours, the ship veered into the second tributary, which was even narrower, measuring just over 5 kilometers. Healy, if we turn into another tributary, it should lead us to your Ga clan settlement, correct? Ye Feng inquired. It was his second visit to the indigenous tribe, and he struggled to recall the route. Indeed, just 5 kilometers ahead, turning into the second small tributary will bring us to our Ga clan settlement, Healy affirmed. Ye Feng found it peculiar. Logically, such an expansive region of the Black Tree River could sustain millions of indigenous people. Surely, there must be more than just the Ga tribe. Yet he had only encountered them. A cursory glance at the settlement suggested it could accommodate no more than 5,000 individuals. Healy, the Black Tree River Basin is replete with resources and an abundance of fish and game. Why are there so few inhabitants? Ye Feng queried, turning to Healy behind him. Well, it is said that long ago, many tribes thrived in the Black Tree River Basin, but repeated calamities drastically reduced the population. According to the high priest, it is the gods who control our numbers in the Black Tree River Basin, Healy explained. Humph. Ye Feng scoffed disdainfully. Those priests merely deceive the masses, and Healy had been severely brainwashed. With a creak, Chung Li Bin made a right turn, and the vessel finally entered the last tributary. The river here was approximately 2 kilometers wide, and as they traveled upstream, the channel grew increasingly narrow. Towering trees nearly obscured the sky above the river. Simultaneously, a multitude of creatures thrived in the constricted waters: leeches, piranhas, crocodiles, and various water snakes, abundant as the blades of grass. Brother Feng, we cannot proceed any further. The aquatic vegetation here is too dense and may entangle the propeller, Chung Li Bin called from the captain's cabin. Very well, go wake everyone. It is time to prepare for work, Ye Feng ordered. Before long, all had gathered on deck. Ye Feng opened the adjacent storage room and began distributing an array of firearms. Commencing now, I shall arm you all. This is a formidable engagement, determining how we shall live for the next decade. Should we fail to acquire the propeller, we will be forced to survive in the Black Tree River Basin. However, if we secure the propeller and steam engine system, we shall enjoy a prosperous life here. Thus, I implore everyone to set aside personal grievances and unite in our efforts. As he spoke, Ye Feng cast a glance at Zhang Haoyan. This time, there was no uniform response. Everyone nodded in agreement, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. The distribution of firearms and ammunition was finally complete, with only a few, including Susan, receiving rifles. The majority were armed with handguns, which, due to their rapid-fire capability, were more suited for close combat than rifles. Susan held onto her rifle because she was to assume the role of a sniper shortly. Let's move out. 2 boxes of machine gun ammunition were lowered to the shore by ropes. Ye Feng, carrying a Maxim machine gun, was the first to step onto solid ground. The moment he reached the bank, he aimed his weapon at the jungle, prepared for any lurking threats. Behind him, the sound of people jumping from the boat echoed. With a dozen individuals landing on the shore, their expressions solemn and their eyes resolute. Forward, form a long, single-file line, and tread lightly, Ye Feng commanded, leading the way while Susan maintained her position at the rear, guarding their flank. After advancing approximately 2 kilometers upstream, Ye Feng halted, instructing everyone to lie low and observe the indigenous tribe. Indeed, the village was not as lively as before. Only a handful of indigenous warriors patrolled the riverbank, while the rest comprised the elderly, women, and children. The dilapidated warship emitted the incessant cries of the wailing children, but it was evident that their cries were considerably weaker than before, lacking the vigor of robust wailing children. Chapter 150. Like a shot of adrenaline, listen carefully. Next, we will ignite our homemade smoke bombs and accurately throw them onto the warship to flush out the remaining wailing children inside. Ye Feng continued, Susan, climb up this fig tree and take on the role of a sniper. Healy, Ding Tuanshuan, you two will stay here and operate the Maxim machine gun. Remember, only fire when the indigenous people charge the warship. Ammunition is precious, so use it sparingly. And then, Yongli, you and this young lady will guard the machine gun with your handguns, ensuring the enemy does not encircle us from behind. With his instructions complete, Ye Feng retrieved the smoke bomb from his waist, and the others followed suit, brandishing their smoke bombs. In the next moment, several bamboo tubes emitting black smoke landed on the enormous warship, with some smoke bombs even tossed through the ship's windows. In a short while, the shrill screams of the wailing children erupted from within the warship. The smoke bombs had been enhanced with a spicy powder, resulting in a remarkable effect. The wailing children could not endure for even 10 seconds before they collectively fled the ship. The indigenous people on the riverbank, noticing the commotion, began to approach the warship. Elder Ye Feng, has the wailing children set the giant ship ablaze? Inquired one of the indigenous leaders. It seems so. These beasts, lacking a priest to control them in the tribe, have become increasingly unruly. Nevertheless, that massive vessel serves little purpose. Let it burn, Elder Ye Feng replied indifferently. Since narrowly escaping from Ye Feng's grasp last time, he had grown cautious. Presently, he was the sole remaining six-feather elder in the tribe. As the other elders had ventured upstream with offerings, likely having traveled dozens of kilometers by now. Now is the time for all men to board the warship, Ye Feng declared, leading the charge toward the vessel. The others echoed his call, falling in step behind him. This is bad. The alien tribesmen are approaching. The indigenous people spotted Ye Feng immediately, and a flurry of spears and arrows soared into the air. Bang, bang, bang. Susan, perched in a tree, fired without hesitation, taking down several bow-wielding native warriors. There are enemies in the trees. Charge with me, a leader shouted, accompanied by 5 or 6 native warriors rushing forward. Unfortunately, they barely entered the woods before Susan eliminated them one by one, without the need for the Maxim machine gun below to engage. The vengeful spirits. The native leader's expression shifted dramatically as he issued commands. Though only the elderly and the vengeful spirits remained aboard the warship, they still possessed a degree of combat effectiveness. In an instant, hundreds of vengeful spirits surged toward the woods like a tidal wave. Help me steady the ammunition belt, Lena instructed Ding Tuanshuan. Understood. Ding Tuanshuan gripped the belt tightly. The heavy gunfire erupted, decimating a small section of the woods. The foremost vengeful spirits were caught off guard, their bodies exploding. Yang Li and another woman raised their handguns. You two, refrain from firing and watch the flanks. Do not let the vengeful spirits encircle us. Lena's voice pierced through the cacophony of gunfire. Yang Li nodded and aimed her handgun toward the sides. The sheer number of vengeful spirits was overwhelming. While Susan executed precise shots at those in the distance, the ones charging into the woods could only be dealt with by the sweeping fire of the machine gun. In an instant, green blood splattered the forest, with vengeful spirits' bodies strewn everywhere. Ding Tuanshuan nearly retched, but knew she had to remain composed in such perilous circumstances. The power of the machine gun finally suppressed the onslaught of the vengeful spirits. The ghostly figures had long taken refuge behind a large rock, staring in shock at the fiery inferno in the woods. Meanwhile, Ye Feng and 7 or 8 men had also made their way inside the warship. From the outside, it did not seem particularly large, but upon entering, its vastness was astonishing. The interior was strewn with hay, likely the nesting materials of the vengeful spirits. A peculiar odor permeated the entire ship. The warship spanned 7 levels, measuring over 80 meters in length and 30 meters in width. Various rooms were neatly arranged, alongside 8 anti-aircraft gun emplacements, most of which had corroded beyond use. Forget about those. We need to descend to the hold via the spiral staircase and focus on locating the propeller and the steam engine system, Ye Feng shouted. The group promptly descended, traversing 5 or 6 flights of stairs before finally reaching the hold. Yi, brother Yi, this steam engine system is enormous. Our ship cannot accommodate such a large steam engine system, Bao Qifeng remarked, his face pale as he gazed at the 4 massive machines in the hold. Can it be simplified? Ye Feng inquired. The simplification proved futile. The installation of the 4 steam engines remained unachievable. Each component likely weighed as much as our grand ship. Despite our efforts to streamline the process, it was in vain. Bao Qifeng's countenance reflected deep concern. Let us search for a smaller vessel and disassemble its propeller. We shall rely on manual power, suggested Ye Feng, who then began to explore the dimly lit hold. After a thorough search, disappointment settled upon them. There was not a single small boat, let alone a diminutive propeller. Brother Feng, it seems our journey was in vain. I propose we return and craft our own propeller, Bao Qifeng remarked. Ye Feng, hearing the gunfire from the shore, pondered how long Susan and the others could fend off their adversaries. Suddenly, he crouched down, feeling the hull of the warship. The bottom is dry. Not a trace of water, he exclaimed. And so what? Bao Qifeng replied, somewhat exasperated. Even in dire circumstances, Ye Feng was concerned about such trivial matters. Do you not comprehend? The absence of water in the hold indicates the integrity of the ship as structure. Perhaps we can maneuver the vessel downstream, Ye Feng elaborated. A wave of realization surged through the group, and they eagerly began to inspect the floor of the hold. Indeed, the hold remains dry. We can certainly navigate the warship downstream. Bao Qifeng responded, his excitement rekindled. Haha, with such a grand vessel, we can frolic on the deck and even host a marathon. Chunin chimed in, equally exhilarated. The warship was far more opulent and sturdy than their previous vessel. I observed earlier that the reason this warship remains anchored in the river, unyielding to the current, is due to some vines ensnaring it. Now, let us ascend to the deck, retrieve our daggers, and sever the vines. Once the ship is free, the force of the water will naturally carry it downstream. We shall then prepare ropes to secure it at the lower end, gradually cleanse the entire vessel, and restore the salvageable steam engines. In less than a year, this warship could traverse the Heishu River with ease, Ye Feng proposed. Onward, to the deck. Charge forth, brothers. The group erupted in enthusiasm, rushing towards the deck. Ye Feng brandished his dagger and fiercely slashed at the ancient vines. Chapter 151. Thank heavens. Those without daggers resorted to pulling and biting the vines with their teeth. In comparison to the colossal warship, the dozen of them resembled mere ants. However, through their relentless efforts, the ship seemed to sway slightly, indicating that a significant number of the vines had been severed. The ship, already being buffeted by the current, would soon break free from the remaining vines with its own buoyancy. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of gunfire from the shore became sporadic, likely due to dwindling ammunition, compelling Lena to fire single shots rather than spray. Some disgruntled youths attempted to flank from behind the trees, but were shot down by Yang Li and another girl. At that moment, a piercing scream erupted from the girl as a poison dart struck her forehead. Susan, perched high in a tree, over 20 meters above the ground, remained impervious to the venomous needles of the vengeful child below. With a single shot, she dispatched the nearby creature. Ye Feng, what on earth are you doing? Susan shouted towards the deck. We need to maneuver the warship downstream. Susan, just hold on a little longer. Ye Feng called back, his voice resonating through the air. Suddenly, a vine snapped with a loud crack, causing the ship to sway more violently, emitting creaks and groans reminiscent of a slumbering giant on the verge of awakening. Damn it. We're moving too slowly. Shoot the vines. We cannot afford to conserve ammunition now, Ye Feng declared as he raised his rifle. The sound of gunfire erupted around the deck. Bang, bang, bang. After more than 30 shots rang out, the warship finally righted itself in the water. The current washed over its massive hull, gradually carrying it downstream. Ha ha ha. Wow ha ha ha. We did it. We succeeded. A group of men embraced in excitement, reveling in the joy of their triumph. However, Bao Qifeng was pacing anxiously on the deck, his demeanor frantic. For heaven's sake, how can you still be laughing? We are losing control of this behemoth. We must jump ship now, or else it will gain speed and collide with something, and we will all be thrown to our deaths on this deck. After voicing his concerns, Bao stepped back several paces, took a running leap, and plunged into the river with a splash. Damn it, I didn't think this through. Ye Feng gritted his teeth and followed suit, leaping off the 10-meter-high deck. His body sliced through the air like an arrow, creating only a small splash upon hitting the water. The faces of the others paled in fear as they too began to jump into the river. It's too high? I can't do it, one man cried, agitatedly pacing the deck. Watching the warship accelerate, he finally steeled himself, closed his eyes, and leaped. With a tremendous splash, water erupted over 4 meters high. However, his body remained still upon the surface of the water. From such a height, without diving skills, the impact with the water could be akin to hitting concrete. It appeared the poor fellow had been knocked unconscious by the force. Ye Feng gritted his teeth and rushed over to rescue him, slapping his face lightly. Are you all right? He inquired. The man slowly opened his eyes, glancing at his crimson chest. He had landed squarely on the water, leaving him bruised. Cough. A mouthful of blood erupted from him. Let us get out of here. We're lucky to escape, he said, unsteadily rising to his feet. Susan. We need to retreat immediately. Do not linger. Ye Feng shouted upstream. Susan swiftly descended from the tree, but halfway down, she was stung in the thigh. Ouch! She cried as she plummeted from the height of 7 or 8 meters. Had it not been for the thick layer of leaves below, the fall could have rendered her incapacitated. Quick, we must leave. Forget the bullets. Grab the Maxim, Susan urged, as she and Lena hoisted the machine gun. With over 200 rounds still left in the box, which they could not carry away for the moment. After Ding Tuanshuan and Yang Li fell back, the woman, struck by a poisoned dart in her brow, was evidently doomed. Ye Feng gazed at the rapidly accelerating warship, a vague sense of foreboding creeping upon him. Yet, he could not conjure a solution in that moment. Feng. Bao Qifeng panted as he hastened towards him. What is the matter? Ye Feng inquired. The speed of this warship is too great, and it lacks directional control. I fear the downstream vessel will be smashed to pieces. Chunggong and Wu Gu are aboard. Bao Qifeng shouted. Damn it. Ye Feng discarded his rifle and propelled himself like an arrow towards the downstream location. After covering 300 meters, a leopard suddenly lunged from the thicket towards him. Die! With a powerful punch, he sent the leopard sprawling, its body plunging into the river with a resounding splash. The warship surged forward with increasing velocity, akin to a colossal beast unleashed. Given the size of the vessel, a collision with the downstream ship would guarantee no survivors aboard. Ye Feng could only hear the wind filling his ears as he sprinted with the agility of a champion, deftly navigating the rainforest trees. At last, he spotted the large ship, where Chung Li Bin was peering through binoculars, his expression one of shock as he beheld the approaching warship. Jump, Chunggong. Take Wu Gu, Ilian, and dove with you. Jump now. Ye Feng felt as if his lungs would burst as he managed to shout a few words. Splash. Chung Li Bin was the first to leap into the water, as the warship was now mere hundreds of meters away. At its speed, it would make contact with the ship in less than half a minute. Long Wu remained on the deck, opting not to jump, but instead rushed into the cabin, straining to hoist Dove onto his shoulder while grasping Ilian with his other hand. Wu Gu, don't worry about it, just jump. It's too late to save her. Ye Feng yelled, collapsing onto the ground. Screech. The warship finally made brutal contact with the large vessel. The two ships scraped against one another violently. Long Wu and the others were catapulted, crashing onto the deck. Fortunately, the warship merely grazed past the larger vessel, leaving a gaping hole in its side. Wooden debris scattering everywhere. Thank heavens. Ye Feng clasped his hands together, bowing his head towards the sky. At that moment, Bao Qifeng and the others finally caught up. Yet they did not see Susan among them. Where's Susan? Ye Feng inquired. The natives are pursuing from behind. Sister Susan is covering the rear with Chun, Un, and the others. Bao Qifeng gasped, the strain evident in his voice. With a thunderous roar, the warship burst forth from the smaller tributary into a larger one, almost capsizing as it turned sideways. But within a minute, it steadied itself, gently drifting downstream. Bang! 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 Gunfire erupted from behind. Ye Feng could no longer concern himself with the warship. He turned and dashed towards Susan. She and her group were retreating, fending off the relentless assault of the vengeful children. Ye Feng drew his pistol, joining the fray. Chapter 152. Awaken. Awaken after firing 5 or 6 shots. Only a handful of bullets remained. Ignoring the pursuing soldiers, we must board the large ship. Upon finishing his words, Ye Feng hoisted Ding Tuanshuan onto his shoulder. He carried her in a manner that allowed her to fire back at the enemies behind him. In a short while, they managed to clamber onto the large vessel with great difficulty. Ye Feng promptly stowed the anchor and set the ship in pursuit of the warship. 30 indigenous people and hundreds of vengeful spirits rushed to the shore, hurling a few feeble spears at the large ship. Farewell, barbarians. Next time, you shall behold our colossal entity. Ye Feng waved his hand towards the shore. Cursed be these foreign entities. A voice erupted from the shore, filled with rage. Elder, these outsiders have seized the treasure ship. Shall we pursue them? One of the leaders inquired. Pursue. These rascals have already exhausted much of their strength while commandeering the treasure ship, and that iron contraption capable of spewing fire seemed to have fallen silent. This is our chance. With that, the leader charged downstream. Chunggong, steer well. Keep close on the warship's trail. Do not let it slip away. Ye Feng commanded from the bow of the ship. Rest assured, I will not lose track of it. Chung Li Bin responded solemnly, his attire soaked. The side of the large ship had been scraped by the warship, leaving a substantial gash. Yet, with some repairs, it could still be of use. The warship had now navigated through a tributary, entering a secondary channel that spanned 10 kilometers in width. At this juncture, the water flow grew tranquil, and the warship's pace had diminished from its prior swiftness. We must devise a method to halt the warship, then repair the steam engine system within, and finally, clean the interior. Bao Qifeng's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the warship, now merely 300 meters ahead. Prepare the ropes, everyone. Twist several strands together and use a tree branch as a claw to secure it to the shore, Ye Feng commanded. The crew on the deck immediately sprang into action, intertwining the ropes. As time flowed steadily, darkness soon enveloped the surroundings, and the large ship surged forward, swiftly entering the main current of the Black Tree River. At this moment, its massive form appeared diminutive. Alas, this rope is far too short. It cannot reach the warship, Ye Feng lamented. Glancing at the less than 30-meter rope and then at the warship, which was over a kilometer away from the shore. Setting aside whether the rope could even secure the warship, it would likely snap under the strain. Nevertheless, I must attempt it. Gritting his teeth, Ye Feng leapt into the river, a thinner rope clenched between his teeth. This thinner rope was connected to the thicker one on the ship. Once he reached the warship, he would pull the thicker rope over and snag the warship's tail, gradually drawing it to the shore. Fortunately, Ye Feng's current stamina was remarkable, and the river's central region was not teeming with creatures. After considerable effort, Ye Feng finally reached the rear of the warship. Taking a deep breath, he submerged into the depths. Beneath the surface lay a colossal propeller, towering 2 stories high. Ye Feng began to tug at the thin rope, drawing the thicker line toward the position of the propeller. Before long, the claw finally latched onto the propeller. He hastily surfaced for air, acutely aware of leeches clinging to his back, yet he had no time to dislodge them. He maneuvered the large ship towards the shore, propelling the warship along. Ye Feng shouted from the water. Chung Li Bin nodded and raised the sail. The vessel came to a sudden halt in the middle of the river. After a brief moment, the thick rope was pulled taut by the warship, guiding the large ship downstream. Engineer Chung, the large ship cannot hold back the warship. What shall we do? Chunin exclaimed anxiously. Fear not. Observe my technique, Chung Li Bin replied, deftly alternating between hard left and right turns, maintaining a steady resistance in the water. Remarkably, he managed to steer the large ship to the shore. Without delay, Chung Li Bin dropped the anchor, securing it to the water plants on the bank. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The immense body of the warship pulled the large ship, the water plants, and the rope into a straight line. Simultaneously, it was affected by inertia, gradually sliding against the water plants along the shore. Ha ha, oh ho ho. The deck erupted in a chorus of jubilation. Let us find a dozen or more old vines to tether the warship to the trees on the bank, lest the large ship bear the entirety of its pull. Ye Feng refrained from celebrating, instead leaping onto the shore. Apart from the elderly and weak, the others swiftly followed suit. They had now reached the lower reaches of the cave, an ideal location for ship repairs. With 2 engineers present, Ye Feng was confident that within 10 days, the power system could be restored. In that time, they might even venture upstream to forcibly participate in the grand sacrifice and procure several golden fruits to replenish their strength. As for the cleaning, it would likely take half a year to thoroughly tidy up every corner. Next would be the restoration of the deck, the cabin, and even the ship's cannons. Ye Feng retrieved various old vines from the forest, securing them to the ship's sides, the cannon platforms, the radio, and the flagpole. They toiled until the dead of night, and a weary group finally returned to the large ship. Though exhausted, hope sparkled in their eyes, accompanied by visions of a brighter future. Tonight, Susan and 5th brother will keep watch. You must not only guard the large ship, but also monitor the warship 30 meters away, ensuring that no ill-intentioned individuals sever the ropes, Ye Feng instructed. Understood. Susan and Longwu nodded in agreement. Everyone has worked hard today. Prepare a simple meal, and then rest to restore your energy. Especially you, Engineer Chung and Engineer Bao. Tomorrow you will need to exert both mind and strength to repair the steam engine's power system. Once restored, we can head to the underground base to procure that type of fuel, Ye Feng continued. All right. This evening, there was no celebration on the deck. Everyone retired to their cabins for sleep. Ye Feng drifted into a beautiful dream, envisioning himself commanding the warship, freely navigating the upper and lower reaches of the Black Tree River, with the cannons restored, launching shells into the indigenous tribes. At last, the indigenous people raised their hands in surrender, with several beautiful priestesses even approaching him, expressing their willingness to bear his children. Hee. Ye Feng emitted a silver laugh in his dreams. Wake up, wake up. What lewd dream are you having? A voice echoed from afar. Ye Feng slowly opened his eyes to find Susan looking at him with evident disdain. I wasn't dreaming. Ye Feng sat up, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth. Upon reaching the dining hall, the others gradually awakened, appearing rather listless. Everyone, muster your spirits. Once we complete the battleship, we shall roam freely through the tropical rainforest, especially with the 8 cannons. Perhaps we can repair 2 of them and obliterate the god tribe. All the men shall be captured as laborers. As for the women, Ye Feng's words trailed off, causing all the men to widen their eyes in anticipation. Brother Feng, what about the women? They urged. Indeed, what purpose do they serve? Chun En and another man leaned in closer. The women shall form a female legion, rescuing them from a patriarchal society, yet they must be controlled to prevent them from becoming the modern-day fairies, Ye Feng said gravely. TCH. The men immediately lost interest. However, you shall undoubtedly become my elders. In due time, I shall select the most beautiful indigenous women for you. Ye Feng paused. Are you saying we will have wives and concubines? Chunin exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. The other men's eyes sparkled with eagerness. They will manage the financial affairs, as we will need to establish a unified system of weights and measures and issue currency once the team grows, Ye Feng stated solemnly. TCH. The men again grew indifferent. Nonetheless, you may choose your preferred girls to become your wives, leading to a warm family life, Ye Feng added. Brother Feng, when we draft the laws, can we consider polygamy? Chunin suddenly inquired. That depends on the circumstances. If there are more men than women, I might just enact such a law, Ye Feng replied. Enough of daydreaming. Hurry and eat. Afterward, we must repair the battleship, Susan said, exasperated. The group promptly settled into their breakfast. Once finished, Ye Feng led most of them to the battleship. The deck was approximately 6 stories high above the water's surface, and they climbed up using ropes. The deck was in disarray, littered with the excrement of disgruntled children, corpses, various stones, mud, and decayed leaves, with a pungent odor permeating the air. Let us head straight to the lower hold, Ye Feng instructed, surveying the vast deck. He would remain on deck as a lookout while the others assisted in repairing the steam engine. Just then, Ye Feng narrowed his eyes, aiming his rifle towards the dense forest. His vision had significantly improved, and he had just caught a glimpse of something moving among the trees. In the next moment, bang! A scream echoed. A burst of crimson erupted from Ye Feng's shoulder, rendering his right arm immobile. Ma Xikong. Ye Feng hastily dropped to the deck, not daring to lift his head. He had witnessed Ma Xikong's marksmanship, which was nearly indistinguishable from that of a master sharpshooter. Bang! Bang! On the large vessel over 30 meters upstream, Long Wu and Susan also opened fire. Though their aim paled in comparison to Ma Xikong's, it managed to exert some degree of suppressive fire. Brother Feng, it must be Ma Xikong, Long Wu shouted from the ship. I am well aware it is Ma Xikong. We must suppress him with our firepower, Ye Feng retorted loudly. The deck erupted with a cacophony of gunfire. Seizing the moment, Ye Feng leaped to the shore and rolled into the thicket of the jungle. With the foliage providing cover, Ma Xikong's shooting prowess would be significantly hampered. Switching his gun to his left hand, Ye Feng hurried towards the position where Ma Xikong had fired. If he did not eliminate this adversary, he would be at risk of being shot at sporadically, and no one could endure such a fate indefinitely. Eventually, he arrived at the spot where Ma Xikong had been, but it was devoid of any presence, save for a spent cartridge. Ye Feng zigzagged through the woods, alternating his running with short bursts of straight sprints. The zigzagging had little effect on Ma Xikong's targeting. Only by employing a stop-and-go strategy could he hope to confuse his opponent's judgment. Bang! Another bullet whizzed by, but it was thwarted by the dense underbrush. The voice of Ma Xikong echoed from a distance. I shall only kill Ye Feng. The rest of you shall be spared. Should you eliminate Ye Feng, upon returning to civilization, a reward of 100 million and a luxurious apartment at Tangchen Pin awaits the one who succeeds. Ye Feng seethed with fury. Damn that scoundrel. He charged forward, gun in hand, pursuing Ma Xikong. Employing a strategy of inciting betrayal, Ma Xikong sought to turn the crew of the ship against Ye Feng. Human nature is inherently greedy. Who could resist 100 million, coupled with a lavish residence? Not only the newly gathered subordinates, but even those who had unwaveringly followed, Ye Feng might be tempted to revolt, as they still clung to a flicker of hope for their return home. After lingering near the cave for an extended period, Ye Feng ultimately ceased his pursuit. Ma Xikong's sharpshooting was too formidable, especially in open spaces where he rarely missed. Slowly, Ye Feng retreated back to the ship, burying his head against the side. "Ah Feng, let me tend to your wound," Susan said, her face etched with concern. "Yes, let us return to the cabin," he replied. Susan shielded Ye Feng as they made their way back inside, while the others stood guard with their weapons, vigilantly watching the jungle's edge. Clearly, with a firearm in Ma Xikong's hands, the danger level had escalated dramatically. After the bandaging was completed, Ye Feng sipped some fresh water. "Gather everyone in the dining room for a meeting. We will leave one person on the deck to keep watch," Ye Feng instructed. "Understood," Susan nodded. Summoning everyone to the dining area, Ye Feng positioned himself in the corner, a strategic choice to shield against bullets that might penetrate through the windows. Due to the towering trees lining the shore, once Mars Kong ascends them, he will have a commanding vantage point to fire upon the grand vessel. Do not be intimidated by Mars Kong. Although he wields a firearm and possesses commendable marksmanship, it is crucial to remember that in this primordial forest, he is utterly alone. If we persist, the one who will ultimately succumb will undoubtedly be him, Ye Feng remarked. "Rest assured, Brother Feng, I shall not heed Mars Kong's provocations. My loyalty lies with you," Zhang Haoyan declared, expressing his allegiance at an inopportune moment. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes, his fingers gently caressing the trigger. Now that the warship has been retrieved, it seems this fellow has little utility left, does he not? Ultimately, Ye Feng refrained from taking action. "Zhang Haoyan, from this moment forth, you will be stationed on the warship. We shall periodically bring you provisions," Ye Feng commanded, his tone laced with menace. Should Zhang Haoyan resist, he would have no choice but to resort to lethal measures. "Very well, Brother Feng, I will comply entirely with your wishes. Wherever you point, I shall strike," Zhang Haoyan replied, his gaze flickering, and he promptly descended the deck, making his way towards the warship. Having dispatched this ticking time bomb, Ye Feng turned his attention to the others. "I must share some unfortunate news. This desolate island is undoubtedly not on Earth. It is possible that we have entered some bizarre magnetic field that has transported us to another world. Thus, do not harbor illusions of a fortune of 100 million or a luxurious residence in Tangchini Pin. To take a step back, Mars Kong is a man devoid of credibility. Even if he were to grant you houses and cash, he possesses 100 ways to reclaim them, or even to default entirely." Ye Feng spoke slowly. Indeed, upon hearing this, several individuals dimmed in spirit, their earlier hopes waning. They were not foolish. Ye Feng's explanation resonated with them. Initially, the allure of the 100 million in cash had been overwhelming, and those accustomed to civilized society are easily swayed in their thinking. "Brother Feng, I have a strategy that could curtail Mars Kong's audacity," Long Wu suddenly interjected. "Oh, Brother Wu, please share. I urgently require the insights of someone with military experience to assist me in devising a tactic." Ye Feng eagerly sought his counsel. "Let us first ensure that everyone disembarks and thoroughly inspect the shoreline adjacent to the warship. Then, we can place 3 to 5 hidden sentries in the trees. Should Mars Kong dare approach the shore again, these sentries will be capable of neutralizing him," Long Wu suggested. "Yet, Mars Kong is an excellent marksman. He could very well be a master of arms," a male voice opposed. After all, the innate fear of death grips all, having witnessed Mars Kong's marksmanship. Even Ye Feng felt a surge of trepidation. His shooting technique has likely been refined under the guidance of an expert, honed by a multitude of rounds. "I have observed his shooting style and believe my speed and accuracy cannot compare. However, he lacks strategic acumen. Tactics cannot be taught. He has scarcely utilized any terrain advantage. Otherwise, he would not have merely incapacitated me with a broken leg, but would have taken my life," Long Wu analytically concluded. Upon hearing Long Wu's words, Ye Feng experienced a moment of clarity, lamenting his lack of military experience. Ma Xikong, amidst the dense jungle, had scarcely utilized the various advantages presented by the terrain. Had Ma Xikong ascended a tree to shoot, Ye Feng would not merely have sustained a shoulder wound. Rather, his torso would have faced devastation. This was due to the fact that Ma Xikong had fired from below, with much of his body shielded by the railings of the deck. Indeed, as Wu Gu suggested, it was time to commence a thorough search along the riverbank. Ye Feng's shoulder wound was superficial, merely breaking the skin without injuring any vital areas. After a quick bandaging, he could move his right arm with some difficulty. Now is the moment, Susan declared, rising with her rifle in hand. With a rustle, the others followed suit. The group made their way to the riverbank, sweeping across its expanse. Although Ma Sikong might eliminate one among them, he would inevitably become a target for the others. After penetrating over a mile into the jungle, approximately 500 meters, the limit of rifle range, Ye Feng pointed towards a spruce tree. Susan nodded and, slinging her rifle on her back, agilely ascended the tree. Soon after, Lena climbed a large tree, camouflaging herself with leaves. After a moment's contemplation, Ye Feng also scaled a banyan tree, sitting atop it and waving at the others below. The group promptly retreated back to the large ship. Ye Feng was roughly 200 meters from Lena, who was similarly distanced from Susan. The three formed a triangle. Should Ma Sikong reveal himself, they would swiftly dispatch him. As time passed slowly, Ye Feng assigned 6 individuals to position sentinels along the riverbank, with 3 in each group. Cheng Li Bin and Bao Qifeng busied themselves with the remaining crew aboard the warship. Through the thick foliage, Ye Feng could still observe plumes of smoke rising from the vessel. Days slipped by, and before long, for days had elapsed. Cheng Li Bin reported significant progress. In his words, the Germans' metallurgical craftsmanship was indeed impressive. Having endured 80 years of wear with only slight corrosion, the hull was entirely constructed of steel, approximately half a meter thick, with the bow exceeding a meter in thickness. In the future, they could simply ram smaller vessels. While all 4 steam engines were malfunctioning, not all were entirely broken. Thus, after some discussion, Cheng Li Bin and Bao Qifeng decided to combine parts from 2 engines into one, effectively resolving a critical issue. On the afternoon of the 7th day, while Ye Feng was on watch in the banyan tree, he suddenly observed splashes at the stern of the warship, accompanied by a thunderous noise emanating from the lower deck. What was happening? Ye Feng lowered his binoculars. 10 minutes later, Cheng Li Bin and the others rushed onto the deck, waving their hands at the ship's position. We did it. The steam engine has activated the ship's propeller. We now have power. They exclaimed. We can finally set sail with the warship. Laughter and cheers erupted from all the men on the deck. A stiff smile broke through Ye Feng's rigid expression. Chapter 155, breathing heavily. They had to expend the effort of 6 men to guard against Ma Sikong on the shore. However, the situation had changed. As long as the warship was operational, their vigilance was rendered moot. They could simply maneuver the vessel a kilometer away from the coast, and unless Ma Sikong managed to procure a modern sniper rifle, he would be unable to lay a finger on the ship. As night fell, someone came to replace Ye Feng. He first enjoyed a restful slumber until midnight. Everyone, wake up. We need to convene in the dining hall, he announced, rousing all from their sleep. A group of weary individuals trudged into the dining room. Brother Feng, why wake us up at this late hour? Chunin yawned, while others appeared equally listless. My dear brothers and sisters, the reason I have summoned you is that I suspect Ma Sikong is hiding in that cave, likely fast asleep at this hour. Therefore, we shall quietly infiltrate the cave. If we manage to eliminate Ma Sikong, that would be ideal. Even if we fail, we could still retrieve a substantial amount of fuel. The warship is ready. If we can bring back a ton of fuel from the lower deck, given its combustibility, it should suffice for several months. What do you think? Ye Feng proposed. Upon hearing this, the group instantly perked up. Brother Feng, what are we waiting for? Let us get moving. Chenin stood up. Having endured torment from the mosquitoes while on watch by the shore, it would be best to move away from the coast, thus avoiding the need to guard against Ma Sikong in the forest. Ah Feng, let us set out. We shouldn't concern ourselves with everyone's energy levels. Securing the fuel is our utmost priority, Susan chimed in. Her stature in the team ranked just below Ye Feng's, owing to her composed nature and aversion to jesting. Ye Feng occasionally indulged in humor to lift spirits, yet on this deserted island, the team placed greater trust in the serious demeanor of Susan. They genuinely liked Ye Feng, but their confidence in him did not quite match that in Susan. All right, Ye Feng nodded, tossing a torch into the woods. All 15 members disembarked, racing toward the cave's location. Outside the cave, 3 sentinels remained vigilant. While these sentries might not capture Ma Sikong, they served as a formidable deterrent, preventing him from approaching the shore carelessly. Upon entering the cave, Ye Feng instructed Zhang Haoyan to carry the torch at the front. With only a single torch illuminating the path, they concealed the rest of the group in darkness, making it difficult for Ma Sikong to launch a surprise attack. Brother Feng, it seems there are 2 operational cannons. Should we not take some shells back to the warship? Those could strike several kilometers away. The natives have yet to see our vessel. They would be obliterated before they knew it, akin to a dimensional strike, Ye Feng suggested suddenly. Do you know how to operate a cannon? Ye Feng countered. Well, I believe it wouldn't be too difficult with a bit of study, Ye Feng replied awkwardly. Seeing his expression, Ye Feng realized he was unfamiliar with using naval artillery. There's no need. Having shells aboard the warship poses a risk. What if they were to detonate? Are we not to destroy our warship? Moreover, we possess the Mark IV machine guns, rendering us invincible in the Heishu River Basin. Therefore, from this moment forth, our primary objective is to retrieve the fuel. We shall not concern ourselves with munitions unless confronted by a more formidable adversary, Ye Feng declared. Understood, Brother Feng. Ye Feng nodded in agreement. Upon reaching the third sublevel, Ye Feng collected some waterproof fabric left behind by the Germans. Everyone, why are you standing idly? Utilize this waterproof fabric to load all the fuel. Let us secure several thousand pounds, Ye Feng instructed. Received, Chen promptly responded, disregarding the grime as he shoveled the viscous, dark substance into the fabric. He fashioned it into a bundle, reminiscent of ancient times, and hoisted it onto his back. Although the volume appeared modest, the weight was substantial. Rather than carrying it, this fabric is quite sturdy. We can lay the fuel upon it and drag it out of the cavern, thereby conserving considerable energy, Ye Feng suddenly suggested. Indeed, why did I not think of that? While one person may carry over 100 pounds, dragging allows for 200 to 300 pounds, or even 500 to 600, the group realized. Spreading the fabric on the ground and piling the semi-solid substance atop, forming several small mounds. Working in pairs, they began to drag the loads outward. After making the suggestion, Ye Feng took it upon himself to drag a mass of the viscous substance, wielding a torch in his other hand. Thus, they continued their labor from midnight until dawn, making 7 trips in total, with each trip transporting approximately 1,000 kilograms, of which Ye Feng alone carried nearly 30%. Brother Feng, I am utterly exhausted. This substantial amount of fuel should suffice for the warship for at least half a month, correct? Chen reclined on the deck, gasping for breath. Chapter 156. A face of fatigued Chung. This must be close to half a ton, right? How long can it last? Ye Feng inquired. If the warship were reduced to 1/30th its size, akin to our wooden vessel, it could last a year. However, this warship is not only 30 times larger, but its weight is several hundred times more than our ship. Thus, this fuel will last roughly a week, Chung Li Bin replied candidly. The steam engine in the lower hold is massive. The diameter of a single furnace exceeds 2 meters. This quantity of fuel is indeed insufficient. Are you referring to full speed? Ye Feng asked. Full speed? We have only managed to fix one of the 4 steam engines in the lower hold. Even if we push the steam engine to its maximum, it would only sustain a speed of 6 knots for an hour, Chung Li Bin explained. 6 knots per hour? What does that mean? Ye Feng queried. A knot is 1 nautical mile, approximately 1,800 meters. Thus, 6 knots translates to roughly 11 kilometers per hour, Chung Li Bin clarified. That's slow? Only 11 kilometers in an hour? Ye Feng's brow furrowed. Brother Feng, are you being too greedy? Is 11 kilometers per hour truly considered slow? The sheer speed attained by such a colossal warship is indeed fearsome. Typically, larger entities exhibit diminished maneuverability. However, this vessel can reach an astonishing speed of 11 kilometers per hour, akin to a spacecraft traversing through primordial forests. Do you understand? Chung Li Bin remarked. Very well. Let us proceed accordingly. We shall rest during the day and return tomorrow night with more fuel, Ye Feng suggested. In the jungle, Mas Kong gazed at the warship poised for departure, his heart a tumult of urgency and frustration. Previously, his financial prowess had never failed him. Yet now it seemed ineffective against Ye Feng's subordinates. Was he truly to allow Ye Feng to sail home in the warship, leaving him stranded on this desolate island? Mas Kong had long sensed that this island was peculiar, unlike any place he had encountered on Earth, yet possessing a fortune of billions in a civilized society. He clung to a flicker of hope. Was he to collaborate with the indigenous people? But would they ever forgive him? Mas Kong wandered restlessly through the jungle. If all else failed, should he set ablaze the fuel stored at the base? No, such an act would render the fuel useless, preventing the warship from ever departing. I cannot engage in a mutually destructive endeavor. Resolving his thoughts, Mas Kong equipped himself with 3 rifles, 5 handguns, and a backpack brimming with ammunition, and set off towards the indigenous tribe. In truth, He had another reason for refraining from igniting the black substance. Should it ignite rapidly, it could potentially detonate the munitions in the arsenal, obliterating everything within a 10-kilometer radius. He was uncertain whether he could escape 10 kilometers after igniting the fuel. As night fell, Ye Feng roused everyone and led them towards the underground cavern. Ever since those formidable creatures ventured upstream, the jungle had grown increasingly perilous. Packs of wolves, hyenas, wild dogs, jungle tigers, and leopards began to appear with alarming frequency. Previously, they had feared the colossal serpent residing within the cavern, which deterred them from foraging brazenly. However, with the dominant creatures having departed upstream, they no longer held any reservations and roamed freely through the jungle. Throughout the night, Ye Feng transported the viscous substance 5 times, which was 2 fewer than the previous night, managing to bring back half a ton. This was partly due to the exhaustion experienced by everyone after a day of labor, and partly because the carnivorous predators in the jungle had begun to cause trouble. Ye Feng had to dispatch 3 wolves, 2 spotted hyenas, and a jungle tiger to ward off the nearby predators. Morning arrived, and Ye Feng, along with the laborers, sat on the deck, devoid of energy for conversation, their expressions weary as they gazed at the shoreline. The warship's deck was vast, yet Ye Feng had managed to clean scarcely 20 square meters of the fore and aft decks, barely sufficient for everyone to find footing. Tomorrow, we shall rotate the workers. Those unable to endure the labor will stand watch on the warship, leaving only Brother Wu aboard, Ye Feng stated. The others nodded in agreement, collapsing onto the deck in exhaustion. For an entire week, Ye Feng diligently transported a total of 5 to 6 tons of fuel. In the words of Chung Li Bin, this fuel should suffice for approximately 2 months. However, should the pace be maintained at 3 knots, it could last around 6 months. Chapter 157. We trust you. Ye Feng gazed at the neatly stacked fuel in the hold, a satisfied expression gracing his features as he returned to the deck. He seated himself nearby, observing his team. After this period of relentless toil, fatigue was etched across their faces, eyes dull and mouths agape. Even the few striking women seemed to have lost their allure, their eyes devoid of sparkle. Most disheartening for Ye Feng was the noticeable weight loss in Ding Tuanshuan's face, transforming her from a cherubic visage to a more angular one. This cannot continue. They must not remain in such exhaustion, or it could prove fatal. I hereby declare a day of rest tomorrow. The day after, we shall embark upstream on our grand vessel to forcibly partake in the barbarians' great sacrifice, Ye Feng declared gravely. The crew exchanged lifeless glances with Ye Feng, their spirits waning, vitality seemingly extinguished. It was evident that after this ordeal, they would require at least half a month's rest to recuperate. Chung Li Bin maneuvered the warship 2 kilometers from the shore, dropping anchor and suspending it in the river's embrace. No festivities graced the deck. Everyone sat in silence, their eyes vacant as they gazed at the shore. During this time, Chef Shi Zhongliang was also on duty, his energy waning. Thus, he could only prepare the most basic meals to satiate their hunger. At that moment, Bao Qifeng approached. Brother Feng, previously, navigating a large ship required merely 4 or 5 individuals working 2 hours a day. However, the situation has changed. With such a colossal warship, it seems we all must toil for 14 to 15 hours daily. Just the routine maintenance and cleaning demand nearly 20 of us working at full capacity, let alone during a state of readiness. Therefore, from now on, we cannot afford to lose a single person. Ye Feng felt a weight in his chest. He had planned to eliminate Zhang Haoyan, but it appeared that he must be retained for the time being, perhaps to serve as a sailor. Once the warship is completed, we shall search the Heishu River basin to see if we can locate more individuals from civilized society to bolster our ranks. Ye Feng nodded solemnly. At that precise moment, over 20 indigenous individuals appeared on the riverbank, followed closely by a throng of resentful children. What do these ruffians want now? Ye Feng clasped his hands behind his back, surveying the distant shore 2 kilometers away. The others mustered their spirits to stand at the rail. After all, with such distance, the indigenous people's weapons could not reach them. Brother Feng, it seems these natives are not yet disheartened, Shannon remarked, raising his rifle. Yet upon assessing the 2,000-meter distance, he lowered it once more. Chung, bring the warship closer to the shore, Ye Feng called out to the captain's quarters. The warship roared to life, slowly gliding towards the bank. Upon seeing the vessel approach, the indigenous people hesitated, retreating into the thicket, appearing fearful. Wait, I now see clearly that those indigenous people are sacrificial offerings, not warriors of the Gata tribe. Yang Li suddenly widened her eyes, intently gazing at the indigenous people on the shore. At this moment, Ye Feng also focused his attention. These indigenous individuals were evidently much shorter than the warriors of the Gaur tribe, with 2 of them adorned in blue dye. I thought as much. The warriors of the Gaur tribe are not foolish enough to come to their own demise at such a time. It turns out they are merely sacrificial offerings of the Gaur tribe. Ye Feng nodded. The enemy's enemy is a friend. Perhaps these indigenous people could offer them salvation, as they have all suffered at the hands of the Gaur tribe and should rightfully stand on the same side. The warship was now only about 200 meters from the shore, unable to approach any closer due to the shallow waters that could not support its massive size. The indigenous people hesitated, retreating into the jungle, yet appeared eager to try their luck. Hey, Tuba, do you remember me? I was locked in the cage next to yours. Zhang Haoyan shouted towards the shore. Upon hearing Zhang Haoyan's voice, the leading indigenous man finally relaxed, stepping forward with a dozen others, no longer evading the warship. Come, board the great ship. Ye Feng slid down the rope onto the deck of the large vessel, while Long Wu maneuvered the ship closer to the water plants. Shortly thereafter, Ye Feng and his companions leaped onto the shore, confronting the indigenous people. These individuals were slender, bearing the appearance of long-term malnutrition, their eyes devoid of the sharpness found in the warriors of the Gaur tribe. Are you not members of the Gaur tribe? Ye Feng inquired, directing his gaze at the foremost figure, Tuba. No, we dwell near the Great Marsh. We have no tribe, we hunt in family units. However, one day the Gaur people captured us and forced us to labor from dawn until dusk. We thought that enduring a little hardship would ensure our survival. But the Gaur tribe still refused to spare us, intending to offer us as sacrifices. We were fortunate. During our transport, the Gaur tribe encountered a gigantic beast. Though the beast was ultimately slain by a multitude of vengeful children, we seized the chaos to escape downstream. Tuba replied candidly, proving our fate is intertwined. Do you see the warship behind us? Are you willing to board? Ye Feng smiled. Will you take us to be sacrificed? Tuba asked warily, gripping his wooden stick tightly. Rest assured, that will never happen. However, our warship requires capable individuals. As long as you are willing to work, I will provide you with food and assist you in seeking revenge, Ye Feng stated solemnly. Tuba nodded and turned to the others. Do you trust him? He asked. The group of indigenous people exchanged hesitant glances before nodding in agreement. Strangers, we place our trust in you. May we now board your ship? Tuba inquired. Indeed. But my ship does not welcome idleness. You must assist in cleaning the warship, clearing away the accumulated mud, leaves, various corpses, and excrement. If you can accomplish this, I will allow you to board the vessel immediately, Ye Feng declared. I, for one, consented to this line of work, which is undoubtedly preferable to mining. Subsequently, Ye Feng utilized a rope to hoist each individual aboard the grand vessel, guiding them to ascend along the tether connecting the ship to the warship, ultimately reaching the expansive deck of the latter. Please take a moment to rest, Ye Feng began. Yet he was taken aback as the group of indigenous people had already commenced their tasks, as if it were second nature to them. Unfazed by the dirt or fatigue, they diligently gathered the excrement from the deck with their bare hands, discarding it into the river. Such conscientiousness was truly heart-wrenching for Ye Feng, who felt a pang of guilt. After 2 hours of labor, these men and women of the wild managed to clear an impressive 20 square meters of the deck. Although remnants remained that required a thorough wash, their pace far surpassed that of Ye Feng and his companions, who, having devoted an entire day, had only managed to clean 40 square meters. The latter group approached their tasks with disdain for the filth, working slowly and begrudgingly. In contrast, the wild folk accomplished their feat in mere 2 hours. Let us take a break, wash our hands, and prepare for a meal. Ye Feng, as a humble laborer, could not bear to see ordinary folk suffer. His benevolence led him to fetch fresh water to assist in washing their hands. Remember this. Your presence on the warship is entirely due to me, Zhang Haoyan. I was the one who discovered the warship, providing you with a refuge. Do you understand? Ye Feng turned to find Zhang Haoyan, hands on his hips, claiming all the credit for himself. What a wretched character, born with a rebellious spirit. Thank you, Lord Haoyan. Tuba Muna nodded, oblivious to the power struggle, genuinely viewing Zhang Haoyan as a savior. Ye Feng decided to overlook Zhang's antics for the time being. As he still held some utility, he intended to have him assist the indigenous people in cleaning the deck. Despite their industriousness, they lacked the knowledge of using tools and relied solely on their hands. Zhang Haoyan, having come from a civilized society, could be sent to the tool room of the warship to retrieve some shovels, teaching the wild folk to utilize these implements to expedite the removal of waste into the river. Bao Gong, could you see if there are any pumps aboard the warship? We will need them for a secondary wash of the deck, Ye Feng suggested. I am uncertain whether the pumps from World War II operate on electricity. If they do, our discovery would be futile. Perhaps we should resort to the most primitive methods, using iron buckets to draw water onto the deck for gradual rinsing, Bao Qifeng replied. That is acceptable. We should strive to minimize labor. How I wish we had a high-pressure washer. Ye Feng sighed. The potential acquisition of a high-pressure washer would significantly aid in removing stubborn stains from the warship. As the days swiftly passed, the industrious wild folk awakened and immediately set to work, which left Ye Feng feeling somewhat embarrassed. No need to exert yourselves so fervently. Prioritize your well-being before laboring further. In the evening, Ye Feng instructed Shi Zhengliang to prepare a delectable meal for them. Tubamuna nearly bit his tongue in anticipation, his eyes wide with excitement. Take your time eating. If it is insufficient, I shall prepare more for you. Ye Feng tirelessly served the indigenous people with dishes. Most individuals from civilized society find such a dirty and laborious task intolerable. Only these savages can endure it. Cheng Li Bean was enthusiastically pouring soup for the wild folk. Brother Feng, come here for a moment. Cheng Li Bean beckoned Ye Feng to the captain's quarters. What is it? Ye Feng inquired. These savages are quite useful. As in the days to come, we will require a substantial workforce for cleaning. As for sailing and maintenance, so long as the ship is not in motion, merely 3 to 5 individuals are needed to manage the warship, ensuring it does not capsize, Cheng Li Bean explained. Based on your estimation, how many workers will be needed for deck cleaning in the future? Ye Feng asked. If we only clean the deck and other critical areas daily, a dozen or so individuals should suffice. However, you must understand, this warship has 7 decks. If we were to clean it every day, even if we all worked 50 hours a day, it would be impossible to finish. Thus, we will focus on cleaning the deck daily, while the less frequented areas will be cleaned once a month, Cheng Li Bean replied. Indeed, prioritizing deck cleaning seems prudent. Ye Feng nodded in agreement. Time swiftly passed to midnight, and Ye Feng lay in his cabin, unable to find sleep. It was his first night aboard the warship, residing in the officers' quarters, albeit in a rather filthy state. The bedroom had been minimally cleaned, with a bare skin and straw hastily laid over the bed. Others were situated nearby, but with over 30 of them, they had scarcely utilized 1% of the ship's space. It seemed necessary to recruit a number of hard-working women from the Ga tribe. If he could bring 50 indigenous women aboard, the cleanliness of both the cabin and deck would greatly improve, Ye Feng mused. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside. Ye Feng opened the heavy iron door to find Zhang Yin approaching, her face adorned with tribal eye paint. Brother Feng, would you like to play handsome man and beast? Zhang Yin smiled seductively. Then let us proceed. Soon, the room was filled with the sounds of playful meowing. Although his body had yet to fully recover, Zhang Yin had made a request, and Ye Feng felt compelled to oblige. After all, they were all in this together and should foster good relations. The night passed in this manner, and Ye Feng awoke from a beautiful dream with Zhang Yin in his embrace. As they reluctantly parted and opened the door, Zhang Yin prepared to sneak back, only to encounter Yang Li. Good morning, Yang Li greeted. Morning, Ye Feng awkwardly replied, hastily pushing Zhang Yin away. Yet, Zhang Yin deliberately brushed against Ye Feng before strutting back to her quarters. She was a clever woman, having learned to rely on powerful figures in civilized society. And on this deserted island, who was the powerful figure? Undoubtedly, it was Ye Feng. Maintaining a good rapport with him would ensure her future comfort. After Zhang Yin departed, Yang Li peeked into Ye Feng's room. Your room is quite messy. It's still early. My husband hasn't risen yet. Would you like me to help you clean up? She suggested, lightly tossing her hair. Women exhibit 2 distinct psychological responses in this scenario, one stemming from insecurity, the other from a desire to allure. This situation is rather inappropriate, considering your husband is still aboard the ship. What if he were to encounter you? Ye Feng hesitated. Are you afraid of him? Yang Li suddenly stepped forward, locking her gaze with Ye Feng's. It's not a matter of fear. We are a team now, and I do not wish to create conflict over trivial matters with anyone in our group. Do you understand? Ye Feng responded earnestly. He had no fear of Zhang Haoyan. It was merely that the warship was vast, necessitating numerous personnel. Otherwise, he would have dismissed Zhang Haoyan yesterday. Rest assured, Even if he were to confront you, I would clarify matters with him. After speaking, Yang Li entered the room without further ado. From behind, Ye Feng observed Yang Li, who was clad in tattered shorts, adorned with leaves to modestly cover her essential areas. Yet, this attire was somewhat counterproductive, as it only served to ignite the most primal instincts in men. Ye Feng inhaled deeply, striving to avert his gaze, but his eyes betrayed him, irresistibly drawn to Yang Li's silhouette. Don't you tidy your bed upon waking? Never mind. I shall assist you. Chapter 159. What nonsense are you spouting? I am hiding your wife. After her remark, Yang Li knelt upon the bed, bending down to arrange the bare skin. Her position was directly aligned with Ye Feng's abdomen. Although Ye Feng resided in an officer's quarters, the space was rather limited. One could say that a mere step forward would bring his abdomen into contact with Yang Li's back. Brother Feng, although I refer to you as brother, you are evidently much younger than I. Henceforth, I shall take care of your daily needs, including laundry, trousers, and even your undergarments, since you saved me. Even if my husband were to discover this, I would have my justification, Yang Li said, her back turned to Ye Feng, not glancing back. Sisterly, please refrain from that. I can manage my own laundry. As for undergarments, I have long ceased to wear any, Ye Feng replied with difficulty. Although he had only recovered about 70% of his strength, his previous foundation remained intact. Faced with Yang Li, a mature and alluring woman, it was challenging for him to suppress his reactions. Indeed, his pants had become quite uncomfortable. At that moment, Yang Li unexpectedly turned her head, a hint of allure glimmering in her eyes. Ye Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. Her action of glancing back seemed vaguely familiar, reminiscent of a scene from an action film he often watched. However, in those films, the protagonist had already reached a fervent climax, with the female lead casting sultry glances. In the next instant, Yang Li's eyes also widened, and she hastily covered her crimson lips. Although she had anticipated this, she did not expect it to be so grand. You? Yang Li gazed at Ye Feng's trousers. What about it? Though she uttered only 3 words, her enchanting eyes conveyed her intent with clarity. Ye Feng took a deep breath. It appeared that Zhang Yan had awakened his latent desires. Now, he truly yearned for something more. Yet the thought of Zhang Haoyan made him hesitate. What if that fellow shouts and creates a scene aboard the warship? Where would I place my face? At that moment, footsteps echoed down the dormitory corridor, accompanied by the cacophonous voice of Zhang Haoyan. The blinding light of righteousness illuminated my heart. The singing was exceedingly discordant, and coupled with Zhang Haoyan's raspy tone, it incited a profound aversion. Ye Feng swiftly closed the door, for the corridor was visible from end to end, and pushing Yang Li out now would surely provoke Zhang Haoyan's loud outburst. Ye Feng was not intimidated by Zhang Haoyan. Rather, he feared the adverse impact it would have, potentially leading others to feel disappointed in him. Yang Li, pale with fright from her history of domestic abuse, harbored a psychological trauma regarding Zhang Haoyan. The two quickly crouched by the peephole to gaze into the corridor. Bang, bang, bang. Zhang Haoyan was pounding on Yang Li's dormitory door, accompanied by the sound of phlegm hitting the ground. Wife, are you not getting up? Hurry, let us go check the lower deck. It's been ages since we had some time alone. Bang, bang, bang. Another series of urgent knocks followed. Clearly, Zhang Haoyan had been pent up for too long. Having already been overnourished, he had regained his vigor after a day of rest on the warship. Creak. The dormitory door must have been opened. Zhang Haoyan, do you not care if people are trying to sleep? Your wife left early. She's probably in the restroom. Do not knock so early next time, understand? It was Susan's voice. Yes, Susan, I understand. Susan, since you've been on this deserted island for so long, do you not feel a sense of emptiness? By the way, there's a fascinating spot on the lower deck. How about I take you to see it? Zhang Haoyan's greasy voice resounded. Bang, slap, ouch. Susan, please do not resort to violence. After hearing a flurry of violent sounds, Ye Feng then heard Zhang Haoyan's pleas for mercy. After a while, Ye Feng finally caught sight of Zhang Haoyan through the peephole. This fellow had developed panda eyes and was standing at his door. Do not knock. Do not knock. Ye Feng silently prayed. Yet, what he dreaded most came to pass. Zhang Haoyan indeed knocked. Feng Ge, have you seen my wife? She left early this morning and hasn't returned. Zhang Haoyan shouted from outside. Ye Feng feigned a yawn. If your wife is missing, why come here? Go check the restroom. She might be in there. Ye Feng replied from within. Well, forget it. I can't be bothered with her. Feng Ge, could you please open the door? I have something to discuss with you. Zhang Haoyin called out. Ye Feng's heart skipped a beat. Could this fellow have sensed something? If he did not open the door now, it would appear suspicious. I haven't even put on my pants yet. Let us discuss it over breakfast, Ye Feng said, gesturing beneath the table, which was covered with leather. If he could just hide beneath it, without someone specifically crouching down to look, he would likely remain unseen. Yang Li gritted her teeth and curled herself into a small ball under the table. Ye Feng hurriedly sat beside the table, using his body to shield it entirely. Feng Gu, what are we two grown men afraid of? Rest assured, my affections lie with women. Why are you so fearful? Are you hiding my wife inside? Zhang Haoyin persisted. Today, he intended to brainwash Ye Feng, seizing the opportunity while others remained asleep. It is worth noting that he was once the king of deceit in short videos, and handling Ye Feng would be a mere trifle for him. Once he successfully indoctrinated Ye Feng, he would ascend to the position of supreme leader within the team. What nonsense are you spouting? Am I hiding your wife? Very well. I shall open the door for you. Ye Feng's face flushed, and he could only pull the door open. The moment he swung the door wide, he hurriedly seated himself at the table, ensuring that the animal skin tablecloth concealed Yang Li beneath it. Zhang Haoyin swiftly darted inside, his keen gaze sweeping across the room, only to reveal a hint of disappointment. Brother Feng, he chuckled, a lewd smile creeping across his face as he promptly locked the door behind him. What brings you here? Ye Feng sat upright in his chair, endeavoring to spread his legs apart, for it was the only way to shield the entire table from view. Yet, Zhang Haoyin seemed to possess an uncanny intuition as he pulled a chair beside Ye Feng. This chair, a relic from the last century, bore signs of wear and tear. Beneath the table, Yang Li felt a tightening in her chest, compelled to inch closer to Ye Feng. In the next instant, she felt her cheek brush against something fervent. Oh, Ye Feng could not suppress a muffled groan. Brother Feng, what is the matter? Zhang Haoyin inquired with keen interest. It's nothing. Just feeling a bit weak lately, Ye Feng explained. No worries, you are still young. Your body will recuperate in due time. There are indeed numerous beautiful women aboard this ship, and within the indigenous tribes, many more await discovery, Zhang Haoyin remarked with insinuation. This fellow, during his days in civilized society, had done little but lounge around, even requiring Yang Li to attend to him during his foot baths, which had led to his surplus of energy. Upon arriving at the deserted island, his true nature had emerged, with his gaze fixated solely on women. Speak plainly, and leave promptly once you're done, Ye Feng urged, sensing that Yang Li had completely pressed her face against his lower abdomen beneath the table. If this man did not take his leave soon, he would be unable to contain himself. Very well, I shall be straightforward. No one understands men better than men. Brother Feng, I believe our thoughts align. We can reign as kings on this deserted island, and with such an abundance of beautiful women, why should we not share? Naturally, the most exquisite shall be reserved for you, and once you grow weary of them, I shall indulge as well. Furthermore, I have encountered the indigenous tribes. They likely remain in a primitive state, their weaponry comparable to that of the Xia dynasty. If we were to procure some explosives from below, we could obliterate the tribe, compelling the indigenous men to surrender. We could seize the opportunity to eliminate the men, and as for the women, Brother Feng, the skin of the indigenous women is remarkably delicate and smooth. While they may not possess the fair complexion of our women, they offer a unique allure. Not to mention the priestesses. My goodness, they are captivating beyond compare. I have heard tales of their high priestess, who is said to be an unparalleled beauty. Certainly, the high priest must undoubtedly belong to you, Feng. I shall only engage with one female priestess and around 50 or 60 indigenous women. What do you think? Zhang Haoyin said with an eager expression. He believed that all men harbor such thoughts, whether they be youthful lads of 18 or venerable gentlemen of 80. They all possess an affinity for beautiful women, and Ye Feng was no exception. Is this why you came here, to tell me this? Ye Feng replied, both anxious and irate, for his trousers had become rather unsightly, and Yang Li's cheek was uncomfortably close. What else could it be? Brother Feng, we are allies. Once we conquer the indigenous tribes, you shall be the emperor, and I shall serve as your chancellor. Together, we can enjoy all the women, of course, you first. I second, and then we must also provide some benefits to the other men, leaving the remaining choices to them. Zhang Haoyin's words were laced with a strong sense of provocation, nearly causing Ye Feng to lose his composure. Zhang Haoyin, you are now a married man. With a wife as virtuous and gentle as Li Jie, shouldn't you cherish her? Ye Feng countered. Under the table, Yang Li's body trembled, her ears perked up. Although she presently harbored a strong dislike for Zhang Haoyin, she had invested so much and wished to hear her husband's evaluation of her in front of others. Surely, he would have a few kind words to say. Are you referring to my wife? TCH, that woman is a fool. Brother Feng, aren't you curious why a man as unattractive as I could marry such a beautiful wife? Zhang Haoyin donned a storytelling demeanor. Well, it is somewhat perplexing. But that is a matter for your household. I do not wish to intrude, Ye Feng replied. TCH, what is there to refrain from hearing? Let me enlighten you. At the time, Yang Li was still in her second year of university, her skin so delicate it seemed to glisten with moisture. I pursued her, but she promptly reported me, resulting in my 7-day stay in detention. However, where there's a will, there's a way. In the end, I enlisted a few brothers to stage a scene where they pretended to assault Yang Li. Just as they were about to disrobe her, I swooped in heroically, shedding my own clothes to cover her. Zhang Haoyin wore a mischievous grin. Is that even plausible? Such a cliché method could actually win her over? You must underestimate the intelligence of modern women, Ye Feng said with skepticism. That was 7 or 8 years ago, back when the internet was not as pervasive as it is now, and Yang Li was a sheltered girl, seldom exposed to the world's realities. Of course, I had more than one trick up my sleeve. I purchased a potion online, known as the Forgetfulness Elixir, and discreetly added it to her cup. After she drank it, she willingly came to embrace me. You cannot imagine how hard I laughed, all while pretending to act nobly, claiming I would take her to the hospital to detoxify her. Yet, before we even reached the hospital, in the car, you might not know this, but despite Yang Li's seemingly docile demeanor, once the excitement hit, I could barely keep up. Under the table, Yang Li felt a mix of shame and fury, realizing she had fallen for Zhang Haoyin's tricks. It was utterly humiliating. She originally had a bright future ahead, but due to an unexpected pregnancy in her second year, she was compelled to withdraw from school and follow that scoundrel, Zhang Haoyin. In truth, when Yang Li helped Ye Feng clean the room that morning, she harbored the intention of endearing herself to him, hoping he would look after her and her husband aboard the warship. At that time, her desire was not genuinely about being intimate with Ye Feng. Their relationship was one of mutual exploitation. However, it now seems that Zhang Haoyin is nothing short of a brute, devoid of any humanity. After serving him faithfully for 7 or 8 years, he repays her with such disdain. A foolish woman? Very well, I shall show you my folly. With this thought, a determined glint flashed in Yang Li's eyes as she suddenly glanced at Ye Feng's trousers. Zhang Haoyin, you are truly a beast. How could a gentle and beautiful woman like Li Jie end up with an ugly creature like you? Your methods are utterly despicable. Ye Feng listened, his anger flaring. Had it not been for the necessity of labor, he would have gladly tossed this scoundrel into the river. Ha ha ha. It's mutual. I am inherently unattractive. And if I did not possess cunning, would I be destined to remain a bachelor for life? Zhang Haoyin dismissed it with arrogance, feigning nonchalance, though he secretly cared deeply for Yang Li. After all, their bond spanned 8 years. Even if he initially toyed with her, such time fostered a peculiar dependence, making it feel incomplete without holding her at night. Even in solitude, one cannot behave in such a manner. Just as Ye Feng was about to continue, his expression shifted suddenly. He felt something beneath the table. Yang Li was there, and with a soft voice, she asked, Brother Feng, why are you so startled? What's wrong? Zhang Haoyin watched Ye Feng with suspicion, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward the tablecloth. Oh, nothing at all. I mean, you scoundrel, hurry and leave. I still wish to catch some more sleep. I'm utterly exhausted and a bit dazed, Ye Feng stammered. All right, Brother Feng, I won't disturb you any longer. I will go find my wife, Zhang Haoyin declared, rising from his seat. Ye Feng let out a sigh of relief. As long as that man was gone, he could proceed with his intentions. But at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Zhang Haoyin suddenly grabbed the tablecloth and yanked it upwards. The next moment, a mortifying scene was etched into Ye Feng's memory forever. There was Yang Li, crouched beneath the table, munching on an ice pop. Wife, tell me I'm dreaming. This cannot be real. Zhang Haoyin stumbled back in shock. Haoyin, this is not my fault. Just now, your wife wandered into my room in a daze, appearing quite hungry. And before I could react, she started eating an ice pop. Ye Feng's face flushed crimson as he adjusted his trousers. Ah! Zhang Haoyin bellowed like a wild beast, charging out of the room with a cacophony of screams echoing in the corridor. Li Jie, you must go and console him. Explain that it's normal for couples to have disagreements, Ye Feng urged, giving Yang Li a gentle push. I am no longer his wife, Feng Ge. If you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me. I no longer recognize the person Zhang Haoyan. With that, Yang Li strode out of the room. What is going on? What a hassle. Ye Feng made his way to the deck. Upon arriving, he spotted Chun and instructing the natives on how to use tools, shoveling the silt off the deck and into the river. Tuber and a dozen others were working vigorously, their faces radiating with the joy of freedom. Reflecting on their past, they had struggled for survival in the Black Tree River Basin, facing not only ferocious beasts but also the warriors of the Gaha tribe, with an average lifespan not surpassing 30 years. But now times had changed. They could work aboard such a large ship without the need to hunt. A day's labor was enough to fill their stomachs, transforming their existence from a grueling 996 to a mere 8-hour workday. Thus, they harbored a profound sense of belonging towards Ye Feng, regarding this military vessel as their home. Since it was their home, they ensured it was kept immaculate, eager to impress Ye Feng in the process. Chinin, have Tuber and the others take a break. Let's pause the cleaning for now and participate in the grand sacrifice upstream first, Ye Feng called out. Understood. Chinin gathered the group of natives and brought them before Ye Feng. Feng Ge, Feng Ge, Feng Ge. Tuber and the others greeted Ye Feng with deep respect. Sit down and rest, Ye Feng said, his heart aching for these poor souls. Just then, Chung Li Bin approached. Old Chung, we can now steer the ship upstream. And we should also tow our old vessel along. Wu Gu is still on board, and we must ensure food is delivered on time, Ye Feng remarked. No need for me to deliver it. It seems Zhang Haoyan has gone to keep Wu Gu company on the large ship. He can take over the timely delivery of meals from now on, Chung Li Bin indicated towards the large vessel trailing behind. Ever since the military ship's power was restored, the large ship no longer required someone to navigate it. A vine was sufficient to tether it, allowing the military vessel to carry it along the Black Tree River. Chung Li Bin and a few others descended to the lower deck, and soon, thick black smoke billowed from the two large chimneys at the stern. With a heavy roar, the military ship emitted a deep growl, and a gust of wind tousled Ye Feng's hair. The behemoth had finally begun its upstream journey. Heli, please head to the captain's cabin and assist Engineer Chung in determining our course, Ye Feng instructed. I only have a general idea of the location. The grand sacrifice should be held in one of the tributaries, though the precise location varies every 3 years. It will be approximately 100 kilometers upstream, Heli replied. It's all right. The military ship can travel 11 kilometers in an hour. It will take us merely 10 hours to reach upstream, and we will have ample time to locate the exact site of the grand sacrifice thereafter, Ye Feng replied calmly. All right, I shall go now. Heli nodded and proceeded to Chung Li Bin's captain's cabin. After a while, Shi Zhengliang, accompanied by several women, brought an array of delectable dishes to the tables on the deck. These iron tables, having withstood 80 years of storms, were only slightly damaged and entirely serviceable. Everyone, stop dawdling and dig in. After Ye Feng finished speaking, he picked up a pair of bamboo chopsticks. However, the dozen or so wild men led by Tuba did not begin to eat. Instead, they raised their hands to the sky and chanted fervently. They expressed gratitude to the gods, the rainforest, Mother Earth, their fathers, their mothers, and even included Ye Feng, Zhang Haoyan, Susan, and Chun and in their acknowledgments. As for the names of the others, they were forgotten. Then, Tuba and the others commenced their meal, eschewing the chopsticks in favor of eating with their hands. Although they had washed their hands after tending to their previous task, Ye Feng couldn't shake off a lingering sense of revulsion. Ha ha ha, you all enjoy. I am quite full, Ye Feng generously declared as he rose. These wild men were indeed adept at physical labor, but their appetites were equally astonishing, with nearly everyone consuming over 2 pounds of fish and more than 2 pounds of meat, finishing off an entire pot of soup with fervor. The warship boasted a fully equipped kitchen, and after a minor repair, Shi Zhengliang was able to ignite a fire there. However, the fuel used was not the unpleasant, viscous black substance, but rather the neatly chopped wood gathered by the riverbank. A skilled chef demands high-quality firewood, favoring fragrant woods that impart their essence to the dishes, or using bamboo for cooking. In terms of culinary artistry, Shi Zhengliang truly opened Ye Feng's eyes. The warship accelerated for 10 minutes, finally reaching a speed of 11 kilometers per hour. Standing at the bow, Ye Feng allowed the river breeze to tousle his hair. Others soon joined him at the front of the ship, their faces alight with delight as they gazed at the receding banks. What exhilarating speed! Chinen exclaimed. unable to contain his excitement. As time flowed steadily by, 3 hours swiftly passed, and only 2/3 of the journey to the grand sacrifice location remained. However, trouble soon arose. Chunin staggered to the edge of the ship, his face flushed and swollen. In a matter of moments, he opened his mouth, and a torrent of vomit erupted, splattering nearly 2 meters away. It wasn't just him. The wild men, too, rushed to the ship's edge, retching uncontrollably and expelling the food they had consumed earlier. What on earth? Ye Feng groaned, rubbing his forehead. The warship had indeed picked up speed, but he had not anticipated that this group would suffer from seasickness. Fortunately, most of the civilized individuals aboard were unaffected, with only Chun and showing signs of weakness. After emptying his stomach, he slumped against the ship's railing, appearing utterly drained of vitality. Previously, aboard the larger vessel, the slow pace and proximity to the shore had masked the motion of the ship. Now, however, the warship sailed 2 kilometers from the bank, navigating turbulent waters that caused it to lurch violently. Not even Ye Feng was immune to a slight queasiness. Only Cheng Li Bin and Bao Qifeng remained unaffected by the seasickness, while the others lacked their previous vigor. "Chunin, are you all right?" Ye Feng glanced at the remnants at the corner of Chun An's mouth, feeling a churn in his stomach. "Brother Feng, I'm so sorry. I'm utterly useless. I've become seasick. I fear my combat effectiveness will be severely diminished shortly," Chunin lamented, his face contorted with discomfort. "Not at all, not at all. The stronger a person is, the more susceptible they are to seasickness. Your seasickness only attests to your robustness. Once you acclimate, you will thrive like a fish in water." Ye Feng hastily reassured him. "Thank you for your comfort, Brother Feng. Hearing you say that, I feel, ugh." Chunin leaned over the railing and retched once more. Ye Feng swallowed hard, his face reflecting considerable distress. Before long, he too found himself bent over the railing. After vomiting once, he felt considerably better, yet a flicker of worry crossed his mind. If he too succumbed to seasickness, would that not imply a lack of combat readiness upon reaching upstream? The group of wild men, Tuba, had already purged themselves 5 or 6 times, leaving only yellow bile, devoid of any food. "Dr. Bai, could you please prescribe some seasickness medication for us?" "Thank you," Ye Feng grasped by Chu Shue's hand. "Where am I to procure medication for you?" However, in civilized society, one might consume oranges when experiencing motion sickness. Yet what oranges could possibly be found on this deserted island? Bai Chushue replied, equally at a loss. In truth, she too felt quite nauseous. But out of concern for her professional image, she refrained from vomiting in front of everyone. She had already succumbed to the urge once below deck. By the way, summon Master Shi. If he can find substitutes for spices, he should also be able to locate substitutes for oranges. Ye Feng promptly dashed into the kitchen. Before long, Shi Zhengliang ascended to the deck, and Ye Feng instructed Cheng Li Bin to bring the warship to shore. "Drop anchor," Cheng Li Bin shouted instinctively, and the iron anchor of the warship plunged to the riverbed, securing the vessel alongside the bank. Ye Feng and his companions, feeling lightheaded, disembarked onto the shore. Shi Zhengliang led the way, intermittently plucking leaves to sniff and extending his tongue to taste the bark, embarking on the process reminiscent of Shinnong, tasting various herbs. "Oh, much better." Chunin stretched and patted his stomach. "Brother Feng, it's so much more comfortable on land. This solid ground feeling is simply delightful, though I sense my stomach is growling again. Hold on. From now on, we should only eat until we are moderately full. We mustn't fill our stomachs to the brim, lest the ship's movement induce another bout of vomiting," Ye Feng replied with resignation. The group nodded vigorously, agreeing to limit their consumption to a mere 3/10 of fullness. After a hearty meal, the sensation of seasickness felt akin to a living hell. "Hey, these fruits taste remarkably similar to oranges, somewhat cold in nature and sweet in flavor." Shi Zhengliang plucked several red fruits. At that moment, Bai Chushue approached and took a bite of the red fruit. It resembles the taste of oranges, albeit not as sweet, possessing a slight astringency. Yet, the more astringent the flavor, the better it suppresses nausea. With that, she quickly devoured the red fruits. "Climb up and gather all these fruits." Tuba and the wild men hollered as they scrambled up the trees. One must admit, the wild men exhibited impressive tree-climbing prowess, earning Ye Feng's admiration. Before long, they had collected several bags and hoisted them onto their shoulders. "Let us head home." Ye Feng's face was alight with excitement as he led the way toward the grand vessel. However, at that moment, Bai Chushue came to an abrupt halt. Her face flushed crimson as if stained by blood. "Chushue, what troubles you?" Ye Feng inquired hastily. The gaze of the others converged upon by Chushua's visage, which now appeared exceedingly alluring, akin to a ripe, red apple. This fruit. Something feels amiss. It seems to have an adverse effect. Bai Chushua managed to articulate with difficulty. Shi Zhengliang exclaimed, having just sampled a bite himself. At this juncture, it falls upon me to assist you in neutralizing the poison, he stated, promptly consuming another red fruit. Master Shi, at your age, you ought to conserve your strength. Let me handle this arduous task, Chenin remarked, seizing 2 red fruits and eagerly devouring them, while casting a gleaming gaze toward Bai Chushua. Ye Feng, I feel exceedingly unwell, Bai Chushua lamented, her face a vivid crimson, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Chenin, Master Shi, please escort these indigenous brethren back to the warship. I shall accompany Chushua into the woods to seek an antidote, Ye Feng declared with gravity. But I have consumed 1 red fruit. Shi Zhengliang stammered in disbelief. Gufeng, you can't do this to me. I've had 2. What shall I do now? I feel quite feverish, Chenin insisted, fanning himself vigorously. Do not fret. I have a plan. Our bond as brothers shall not be forsaken, Ye Feng reassured them. I will venture into the woods shortly. Do not panic. Yet, the 2 men stood in bewilderment, anxious about what to search for in the woods. Their agitation palpable as they reluctantly made their way back to the warship, unable to defy Ye Feng's command. Ye Feng watched them depart, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Bai Chushua, with her pure and pristine demeanor, must not be tainted by any man's transgressions. As the leader of the team, he bore the responsibility to help her find the antidote. Chushua, Ye Feng began, but before he could finish, his lips were silenced by the warmth of hers. Bai Chushua attempted to pry open Ye Feng's mouth, but he remained resolutely tight-lipped. Chushua, let us not rush. We must search for the antidote in the woods. Within 3 steps of the red fruit, there must be a remedy, Ye Feng encouraged, supporting Bai Chushua's weakening form as they made their way back toward the red fruit tree. Yet, Bai Chushua was unable to walk, her body slumping against Ye Feng. Ye Feng, hurry. You must find the antidote, Bai Chushua implored, her embarrassment mingling with urgency. Despite her deep respect for Ye Feng, she harbored an innate pride that had never allowed her to regard any man lightly. Now, however, she found herself reliant on him for salvation. At long last, they arrived beneath the red fruit tree, and Ye Feng scoured the ground within a 3-meter radius. It appears there are no antidote herbs here. Chushua, worry not. I am a man of honor. I would never exploit your vulnerability, he asserted earnestly. But I truly cannot endure this any longer. What shall we do? Bai Chushua's eyes brimmed with tears as she gazed intently at Ye Feng. Chapter 163. I am experiencing excruciating pain. Ye Feng could sense that Bai Chushua resembled a ravenous wolf, unsure if she could withstand the situation. Faced with such circumstances, he felt compelled to assist her in his own manner. Allow me to recite a poem, he declared, hoping to alleviate her troubled thoughts through its lyrical essence. As he began his recitation, Bai Chushua, incensed, could no longer contain herself and lunged at him. 2 hours later, Bai Chushua, her cheeks flushed, donned her clothes and cast a glance at Ye Feng, who was casually picking his teeth. Her irritation flared. Why have you stopped pretending? She inquired, now seeking retribution. Having spent ample time in their team, she had long seen through Ye Feng's lecherous nature, yet when she found herself in need, he feigned virtue, leaving her to take the initiative. The thought ignited her fury. Chushua, I am not pretending. I, Ye Feng, am indeed a man of integrity. What transpired was under duress. I merely assisted you in alleviating your plight, yet you choose to blame me? He tossed aside a twig. You? I ought to thrash you for your misdeeds. Bai Chushua retorted, raising her fists. Hey, cease this at once. Ye Feng quickly grasped her hands. They locked eyes for 3 seconds. An hour later, Bai Chushua nestled gently against Ye Feng's chest and asked, Ah Feng, will you marry me? Rest assured, I shall take responsibility for you, Ye Feng replied, embracing her tightly. Forget the responsibility. I know your heart is not solely mine. However, I intend to stand tall, while other women shall play lesser roles, Bai Chushua cleverly asserted. She had surmised that this deserted island was not of this earth, and that returning home would be a formidable challenge. As a vibrant woman in her 20s, she could not remain in solitude indefinitely. If she was destined to be subjugated by a man, why not choose a formidable one who appealed to her? Ye Feng was the ideal candidate. Yet, she was acutely aware that she could not tether Ye Feng's heart, so she resolved to seize the initiative, instilling a sense of guilt within him. "Swear, can you truly tolerate my involvement with other women?" Ye Feng gazed at her in astonishment. Such a statement from a woman of civilized society was indeed shocking. "I am not the type to be narrow-minded. However, you must not flirt with other women in my presence, understood?" Bai Chuxue gently tugged at Ye Feng's ear. "My dear, whatever you say goes. However, prior to you, I had already established a relationship with Su Yun. Though it is merely nominal, should I return and declare you my wife, Su Yun may struggle to cope, especially considering my striking looks, which could lead her to extreme measures. It would be unfortunate if something were to happen to her," Ye Feng replied with a serious demeanor. "That is a valid point. Leave Su Yun to me. Rest assured, I shall handle the situation delicately and maintain a cordial relationship with her," Bai Chuxue assured him. Ye Feng was her first man, and she felt no hint of arrogance in his words. Instead, she found his reasoning quite sound. "Now, Chuxue, let us depart. Please lend me your support." With great difficulty, Ye Feng managed to rise to his feet. His body had yet to fully recover, and this additional strain was indeed a cruel twist of fate. In contrast, Bai Chuxue appeared radiant, brimming with vitality. "Very well, let us go." Bai Chuxue assisted Ye Feng. Upon arriving aboard the warship, Ye Feng noticed the absence of Chun Un and Shi Zhengliang. "Where are Shi and Chun?" Ye Feng inquired. "Oh, they both went to the restroom together. I have no idea what they are up to," Cheng Libin replied. Ye Feng turned to Tuba. "Tuba, have you all consumed the fruit? We dare not touch it. It seems that consuming this fruit might squander our energy. We are waiting for your return to make a decision," Tuba responded. Chuxue, could you devise a method to extract the aphrodisiac substance from the fruit? Then, we could distribute the pure fruit among everyone," Ye Feng proposed. "Even if extraction were possible, it likely cannot be achieved in a short time. I suggest we refrain from consuming this fruit for now," Bai Chuxue advised. "Then let everyone remain in their stupor. We shall not navigate further today. Let us anchor the warship securely and allow everyone to enjoy a comfortable night while we continue our rest tomorrow," Ye Feng declared. Immediately, a bonfire was kindled on the deck, not directly on the surface but within several stoves placed on the deck. Ye Feng ensured everyone had their fill, advising them to eat until they were 3 parts full, saving room for later. At that moment, Shi Zhengliang approached, appearing somewhat weakened. He exchanged an awkward glance with Chun and before hastily averting his gaze. "Brother Feng, eating meat every day, don't you feel something is missing?" Shi Zhengliang said with a smile. Ye Feng recoiled slightly in distaste. "Missing what? I just sampled that red fruit. It is particularly suited for brewing fruit wine. However, I still need to find hops and utilize my unique recipe to create the yeast. Within half a year, I could brew both beer and liquor, albeit with a lower alcohol content. But we could employ distillation to gradually increase the alcohol level. This, however, would require a substantial amount of raw materials," Shi Zhengliang remarked. "Oh." Ye Feng stepped closer, gripping Shi Zhengliang's shoulder. He too felt that daily barbecues aboard the ship lacked a certain flair. If they could brew alcohol, their future existence would be tenfold, even 100-fold richer. "Wonderful, sure, you are my Han Xian, my Zhang Liang, my Zhuge Kongming," Ye Feng exclaimed, shaking Shi Zhengliang's arm vigorously. "Brother Feng, please stop shaking me. My kidneys are in pain." Shi Zhengliang weakly pushed Ye Feng away. "All right, sure, do take care of yourself. From now on, the cooking can be entrusted to your apprentices," Ye Feng stated. Now, Susan and the other women had all pledged themselves as disciples of Shi Zhengliang. One could only hope this fellow would not engage in any inappropriate conduct, as fairness and justice were paramount at the inception of their team. "Brother Feng, I am not in need of rest. I am merely 40 years old, in the prime of my life. Moreover, alcohol, through repeated purification and distillation, can be transformed into solid alcohol for use as incendiary devices. However, this requires a substantial accumulation of raw materials. Even when our black fuel is exhausted, we can resort to solid alcohol as an alternative fuel source." This declaration from Shi Zhengliang deeply moved Ye Feng. After considerable contemplation, he resolved to find a wife for Shi Zhengliang. After all, there were numerous women in the indigenous tribes, so assigning one to him would be of no consequence. That night, the weather was calm, and Ye Feng slumbered soundly until dawn. The following morning, Cheng Libin once again stowed the anchor, and the warship sped upstream with remarkable swiftness. Roughly estimating, they had already traversed 60 to 70 kilometers into the upper reaches, yet the main river channel remained astonishingly wide, still measuring several dozen kilometers across. It was narrower than the lower reaches, allowing Ye Feng to finally discern the lush, towering trees on the opposite bank. A sense of primal wilderness enveloping him. Heli, have you ever ventured to the opposite bank of the river? Ye Feng inquired. Never. Our canoe cannot withstand the turbulent currents in the middle. To reach the other side, we would have to journey to the very upper reaches and circumvent the vast marshes, which are utterly inhospitable to humans. Even if we made it across, there are formidable exotic beasts on the other side, making it unsuitable for human habitation, Heli replied. Indeed. Ye Feng then turned to Chung Li Bean in the captain's quarters. Engineer Chung, is our warship capable of crossing to the other side? Chung Li Bean did not respond immediately. Instead, he picked up his binoculars to observe the velocity of the water flow in the river's center. It would be unwise. The river is too wide, with currents reaching speeds of several dozen kilometers per hour. Even a warship could capsize under such conditions, he stated seriously. Then let us remain here, content in our safety. Ye Feng nodded, reasoning that there was no need to risk crossing unless the other bank promised an unending supply of golden or silver fruits. Wait a moment. Ye Feng suddenly pondered, looking back at Heli. You mentioned that there are many powerful exotic beasts on the other side. Is that true? Yes. Whenever the weather is fair, we can hear the roars of exotic beasts from across the river. Occasionally, they venture into our waters, but it is of no concern. We have our guardian children, Heli affirmed. Ye Feng nodded, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The exotic beasts must have grown larger over time by consuming those silver or golden fruits. The likelihood of finding such fruits on the opposite bank was significantly higher. He resolved to keep this secret to himself, but he had to visit the other side when the opportunity arose, provided that at least 2 of the steam engines in the lower hold were repaired. If 2 steam engines were restored, the warship could maintain a speed exceeding 20 kilometers per hour for over an hour, allowing it to navigate turbulent waters with some degree of safety. Ideally, they would repair 3 steam engine systems to enhance their safety further. Help! Come quickly! Suddenly, Chunin shouted from the side of the vessel. Startled, Ye Feng hurried over. He found Chunin grappling with a bamboo fishing rod, straining against a creature lurking in the depths below. Observing the situation, Ye Feng promptly grasped the rod to assist. In no time, the waters below surged violently, and a fish, as large as a water buffalo, leapt from the surface. With a sudden snap, the fishing line broke. Good heavens, is that even a carp? Such a massive creature could probably swallow a person whole. Chunin exclaimed, shaken. Tuba and the others were so frightened that they knelt on the deck, referring to the giant carp as a river deity. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes and lifted his rifle. Bang! A shot rang out, and the colossal carp, still struggling in the water, was shattered before it could sink. Yet, demonstrating remarkable vitality, it thrashed for a moment before slowly drifting to the surface. Shall we head to the second deck and retrieve that giant carp? Ye Feng inquired. The group immediately descended, and within 20 minutes, the carcass was laid out on the deck. Tuba and the others, still praying to their river god, were taken aback to see their deity displayed before them. Shi Zhengliang wielded a cleaver, preparing to butcher the carp. The onlookers fell silent, their eyes wide in disbelief. Their god was being dismembered? The god of gods. Tuba prostrated before Ye Feng again. Ye Feng quickly helped him up, saying, Brother Tuba, I am not a deity, but a mere human. However, I can slay the gods you believe in. Follow me, and you too shall ascend to divinity, understand? Understood, god of gods, Tuba replied, gazing at Ye Feng with adoration. What nonsense! Ye Feng couldn't help but slap Tuba on the head. Among his team, as long as they were loyal, he did not wish to deceive them. His aim was to usher the indigenous people into a semi-civilized society. After finishing breakfast, Ye Feng wiped his mouth. Old Chung, proceed at full speed, and disregard those who are seasick. With a roar, the dilapidated warship belched forth black smoke from its chimney and surged upstream. This time, Ye Feng did not pause for a moment, even as the people aboard were retching uncontrollably. The trees along the banks grew shorter, and the river became increasingly narrow, with a web of waters teeming with various creatures. Yet, the distance to the opposite bank remained vast, and the central current was still turbulent beyond measure. Ye Feng took out his binoculars, peering toward the upstream horizon, where he spotted a dark mass rising in the distance, merging with the river. Was it a mountain range? He handed the binoculars to Chung Li Bean. After a glance, Chung nodded gravely. Indeed, the waters of this great river must be fed by the melting snow from the peaks of those mountains. You possess quite a bit of knowledge. Ye Feng remarked with a smile. I still fall far short compared to you, Brother Feng, Cheng Li being flattered. Having been a subordinate for so long, he understood the importance of never overshadowing his superior, otherwise it would spell disaster. In the past, he was superior to Moscong in every aspect. Yet he still chose to behave humbly. This strategy allowed him to remain steadfast within the company. After 2 hours of navigation, the vessel had traversed well over 100 kilometers upstream. Brother Feng, I can see that spruce tree. It was beneath that very tree where the grand sacrifice took place 3 years ago. However, life abounds here, indicating that the high priest and the chieftain have not yet reached upstream, said Heli. Ye Feng nodded in satisfaction. Traveling by water was undoubtedly swifter than by land. The various tributaries on land would hinder the indigenous people, requiring them at least 7 to 8 days to reach upstream, while they needed merely a few hours. This exemplified the significance of speed. Old Cheng, steer the warship into that tributary and utilize the towering trees to conceal the entire vessel. We must not allow the indigenous people to spot us, Ye Feng commanded. Chapter 165, Rest When Tired. Understood. The warship roared as it headed towards a tributary approximately 3 kilometers wide, swiftly hidden among the tall trees. The rainforest downstream resembled the lush, smooth hair of youth, while the midstream foliage appeared slightly sparser, yet robust and towering, akin to the hair of middle age. Ye Feng glanced upstream, where the trees clustered sporadically like a balding elder, occasionally leaving small clearings within the rainforest. In contrast, the opposite bank remained dense, strong, and towering from downstream to midstream, unaffected by the terrain or climate. Perhaps there were abundant white fruits, silver fruits, or even golden ones on that side. Once the warship was anchored, Ye Feng was the first to leap onto the shore, followed by the others in succession. The warship was left with Heli, the machine gunner, who could provide suppressive fire against the indigenous people if necessary. The appearance of golden fruits would undoubtedly herald a fierce battle. Although Ye Feng was confident, he was not so naive as to believe he could confront 800 indigenous warriors with merely a dozen men. Moreover, the indigenous people had raised numerous vengeful spirits, numbering in the thousands, which could not be countered by mere civilization. Were it not for the warship, Ye Feng would not dare to confront the Gay tribe in the Black Tree River Basin. Heli, where will the grand sacrifice take place? Please specify the exact location. Ye Feng inquired. Feng, I truly do not know. The location for the grand sacrifice is not fixed, but based on my experience from the previous 2 sacrifices, it should be around here, Heli replied. Very well, from now on, we will use this 100-meter-high spruce tree as our center. Each of you should find a tree to conceal yourselves behind. Ready your rifles. When the golden fruits appear, we will first overpower the indigenous people and seize all those golden fruits. Once we have collected them, we shall not linger but make a direct dash towards the warship. As long as we approach the vessel, the machine guns aboard will provide us with cover, Ye Feng commanded. Yes, understood. All right. A cacophony of responses echoed back. Lacking any unified standard, Ye Feng contemplated that when time permitted, he would provide training for this group, instilling in them a unified tactical standard. With such a standard in place, their 30-member team, bolstered by civilized weaponry, could unleash the combat prowess of hundreds, if not thousands. However, that moment was not yet upon them. Ye Feng led the group along a tributary for 100 meters. Susan, ascend that tree, he instructed. Susan nodded and skillfully climbed the large tree. Afterward, Ye Feng guided the group further upstream for another 100 meters. Yangli, you take that tree, he commanded. Yangli nodded and, shouldering her rifle, began her ascent. The trees in the midstream area twisted and turned, unlike the straight trunks found downstream, which any normal person could climb, except for Long Wu. Thus, with every 100 meters Ye Feng traversed, he stationed a lookout in a tree, eventually reaching a towering spruce. Ye Feng slowly raised his gaze, bending his neck at a near 90-degree angle to catch sight of the treetop. What a magnificent spruce, over 100 meters tall. He marveled, running his hand over the tree's bark. The bark was remarkably hard, akin to iron, requiring 10 people to encircle it hand in hand. I need one person to accompany me up this spruce, preferably an adept climber, Ye Feng announced, scanning the crowd. I shall go, Tuba volunteered. Very well, Tuba. Since you are unaccustomed to firearms, take your bow and arrows. They will surely prove invaluable. As for the rest, continue upstream along the tributary, leaving a lookout every 100 meters. Each lookout must be in sight of the next, and be sure to crush some leaves to camouflage your faces. blending as seamlessly as possible with nature, Ye Feng commanded. Understood. The remaining members responded, continuing their ascent, while Ye Feng grasped the gnarled bark of the ancient tree, laboriously making his way toward the spruce's crown. Beneath the canopy, the ground was nearly barren, with faint traces of animal bones visible, likely remnants of a grand sacrifice from 3 years prior. Tuba's stamina could not match Ye Feng's, yet his climbing skills were exceptional. He took periodic rests on footholds to recover before continuing his ascent. Having consumed the silver fruit, Ye Feng did not require breaks. After climbing approximately 40 meters, he glanced downward, his legs feeling somewhat weak. This height equated to over a dozen stories, and the bones below appeared as diminutive as ants. In contrast, Tuba had only scaled 30 meters. Gritting his teeth, Ye Feng persevered. At last, he reached a height of over 70 meters, where branches began to protrude, providing him with stable footholds. Settling on a branch, he secured himself with a rope before looking toward Tuba, who was laboring at a distance of 40 meters. Tuba's chest rose and fell rapidly, clearly on the verge of exhaustion. "Brother Tuba, if you are weary, take a moment to rest," Ye Feng called out. Tuba lifted his gaze, flashing a broad smile, and continued his ascent. The wild man possessed a pride of his own. He could acknowledge his folly but would never concede to being weak. The young indigenous people take great pride in their strength, and he certainly did not wish to be outdone by Ye Feng, at the very least not in a humiliating manner. The final 30 meters proved to be a strenuous endeavor for Tuba, taking him a full hour to reach Ye Feng's side. He gasped for breath, his mouth agape and tongue lolling out to aid in cooling his exhausted body. Ye Feng hastily secured a rope around him, fearing that this earnest fellow might tumble from the tree. 70 meters was equivalent to over 20 stories. Should Tuba fall, or even Ye Feng himself, it would spell certain death. Yet, at this height, the various weapons of the Ye tribe posed no threat to Ye Feng. After 5 minutes of catching his breath, Tuba finally mustered the strength to speak. "Brother Feng, the brilliance of my life, this is bestowed upon me by you. This is my first time climbing such a high tree." Tuba's face radiated excitement as he surveyed the expanse of 5 to 6 kilometers around him. In the next moment, his eyes widened in alarm. "Oh no, the Ye tribe." Tuba pointed downstream. Elevated as they were, he quickly spotted a multitude of indigenous people making their way towards them. Ye Feng followed Tuba's gaze, and indeed, in the distance of 5 to 6 kilometers, flocks of birds took to the sky, while on the ground, at least 500 to 600 indigenous individuals moved in a disorganized formation, each quartet lifting a cage. In addition to the indigenous people, a swarm of resentful children leaped through the woods, occasionally bringing their blowpipes to their lips. Chapter 166, A Misguided Decision. In their wake, countless animals suffered, struck down or injured by poisoned darts. Even the birds soaring above were not spared from calamity. With a swift motion, Ye Feng brandished his dagger, severing a branch and camouflaging his body with leaves. Not yet satisfied, he chewed the leaves into a paste and painted his face in camouflage, adorning his head with additional foliage. Do not underestimate the distance of 5 to 6 kilometers. At least 2 tributaries and 6 or 7 water networks lay in between. Thus, the Ye people did not traverse in a straight line, but rather meandered in circles. 5 to 6 kilometers could occupy them for an entire day. Observing the sluggish pace of the indigenous people, Ye Feng decided to take a brief nap in the tree. Tuba, noticing this, instinctively placed a hand on Ye Feng, as if fearing he might fall. Though wild men are often unteachable, once they pledge their loyalty to someone, they would defend that person with their very lives. After a brief slumber, the afternoon had arrived. Ye Feng rubbed the corners of his eyes and glanced downstream. To his astonishment, the indigenous people had set up camp to rest 4 kilometers away. Clearly, he had overestimated their speed. They were not endowed with infinite stamina and required rest amidst their meandering journey. This indicated that it would be at least until noon the following day before this group of indigenous people could reach the spruce. However, Ye Feng could not remain in the tree for such an extended period. He needed to drink water, to eat. "Tuba, you stay up here and keep watch. I shall make a trip to the ship to prepare some jerky and a jug of fresh water for everyone," Ye Feng instructed. "Brother Feng, perhaps I should go down instead?" Tuba suggested. "No, although your skills in climbing trees surpass mine, your stamina is not as formidable," Ye Feng remarked, gradually descending the tree. The phrase ascending a tree is easy, but descending is arduous rang true as it took him an entire hour to finally reach the ground. During his descent, he inadvertently grasped a decaying piece of bark, nearly causing a calamity for the entire crew. Upon boarding the warship, Ye Feng scavenged for military canteens left behind by the Germans, filling them with boiling water for each member of the crew. He then instructed Shi Zhengliang to prepare some meat rations. Exercise caution aboard the warship. Its vast size makes it susceptible to detection by the Ga tribe. Should they spot us, they will undoubtedly launch an assault, as the grand sacrifice appears to hold great significance for them, and they will not tolerate any interference. Ye Feng warned. Ha ha ha. Fear not, Cheng Li Bin replied, patting the heavy machine gun. Ye Feng nodded and proceeded further down the ship. For every 100 meters he traversed, he distributed a canteen of hot water and some jerky to those perched in the trees, advising them to consume sparingly and to avoid defecating beneath the branches to evade the attention of the indigenous people. After all, the distinction between human and animal waste is stark, and the Ga tribe members could easily discern the difference, thereby exposing their position. Brother Feng, what if one cannot hold it in? Chunin inquired from a banyan tree. Wrap it in leaves and secure it with bark, then hang it on a branch. Ye Feng responded impatiently. And what if it's diarrhea? Chunin pressed further. In that case, descend swiftly, dig a hole, and relieve yourself therein, covering it with soil afterward. Ye Feng replied with evident disdain. What if there's no time? Chunin questioned again. Are you looking for trouble? Ultimately, Ye Feng chose to ignore Chunin and moved on to other tasks, not finishing the distribution of food and fresh water until darkness enveloped the area. After completing his duties, Ye Feng strapped 2 canteens and a large bag of jerky to himself and began the arduous climb towards the spruce tree. Under the setting sun, Tuba watched Ye Feng with a look of apprehension. Fortunately, the peril was but a fleeting shadow, as Ye Feng successfully ascended to a height of 70 meters, sharing the fresh water and jerky with Tuba. After Tuba consumed the jerky, Ye Feng took a sip of water and addressed him. Brother Tuba, if you're weary, take a rest. I shall support you. No worries, Brother Feng. We could go 3 days and nights without sleep, Tuba replied, his eyelids heavy. Sleep now. Ye Feng sighed. This was not the time for bravado. If one was fatigued, rest was essential to muster the energy needed for their mission against the Ga tribe the next day. As midnight cloaked the land in darkness, Ye Feng found himself equally fatigued while Tuba remained asleep. Reluctant to wake him, Ye Feng forced himself to stay alert, supporting Tuba's back. Suddenly, a tremendous sound of rushing water echoed from the tributary below. Ye Feng's eyes widened as he strained to discern the situation beneath. But visibility was poor. He sensed something emerging from the water, and judging by the startled birds taking flight, whatever it was could not be small. Could it be that creature? Ye Feng's expression shifted dramatically. The colossal serpent was an adept climber, capable of coiling around the spruce tree and ascending to the canopy with ease. After waiting for a while, the creature seemed to move further back, for the sound of startled birds took flight from behind the spruce trees. Brother Feng, I felt quite suffocated just now. Tuba had awakened, but Li Feng could not discern his face, only catching a glimpse of his large white teeth. Are you awake? It's my turn to sleep now. Li Feng leaned his back against the main trunk, and Tuba instinctively wrapped his arm around his waist. Just as he closed his eyes, a sudden series of booming sounds erupted from beneath the spruce trees. It seemed as if some colossal being was slowly approaching. What on earth is that? Li Feng widened his eyes, striving to comprehend the situation below. Unfortunately, the dense canopy obscured the moonlight entirely, rendering the ground pitch dark. However, from the tremors transmitted from the spruce, he deduced that the creature below was likely larger than an elephant. Is it a beast from another realm? Li Feng quickly arrived at the truth. It should be on, but Heli had mentioned that the vengeful children could contend with, and we merely need to bide our time. Li Feng reassured him. What? Tuba looked puzzled. Clearly, he did not grasp the meaning behind Li Feng's idiomatic expressions. In essence, we should refrain from acting for now, and observe from the tree until the creature and the natives have engaged in battle, then we shall act. Li Feng elucidated. Understood, Brother Feng, Tuba finally comprehended. Li Feng yawned and fell into a deep slumber, but scarcely had 2 hours passed when he heard a sudden whoosh. He slowly opened his eyes, gazing vacantly at the sky. Feng, Brother Feng, there's a divine bird, a divine bird. Tuba stammered, pointing towards the upstream direction. Li Feng hastily rose to his feet and directed his gaze upstream. In the next moment, he was left utterly astonished. A gigantic bird soared towards the full moon, casting an immense shadow across the rainforest. Surely, Even a dinosaur cannot be this large. Ye Feng was completely taken aback, feeling that his decision to venture upstream had been a grave mistake. Chapter 167. A glimmer of fear, but now the arrow was on the string. If he descended now, he would likely encounter those colossal creatures lurking in the jungle, and they would all be swallowed whole. Let fate take its course. When the soldiers come, we shall confront them. When the waters rise, we shall endure. I refuse to be daunted, Ye Feng declared, casting his gaze once more into the distance. The enormous shadow had already vanished from sight. Brother Feng, the divine bird possesses a crystal core. The elders say that consuming the crystal core can transform one into a formidable beast fighter. Tuba suddenly remarked. Is this within the realm of fantasy? A crystal core? Have you ever consumed one? Ye Feng retorted. No. Tuba shook his head. Well, setting aside the reliability of this information, even if it is true, what of it? That creature's size means we would only stand a chance of defeating it with a Maxim machine gun if we were to engage it up close. Otherwise, it reigns as an invincible presence in the rainforest. We ought to keep a low profile. Ye Feng sighed, at this moment gradually grasping the terrifying nature of the Black Tree River Basin. It was no wonder several German divisions had met their demise here. It was likely not solely at the hands of the vengeful children, but rather, most had been devoured by various. As for the vengeful children, they can at most serve the purpose of clearing the battlefield. It is inconceivable that they could truly vanquish fully armed soldiers. After all, there are still numerous naval cannons in the underground base, and those formidable weapons should not be underestimated. Should the vengeful children dare to employ a tactic of human waves, a single shot could reduce them to mere remnants. Time passed slowly, and Ye Feng found himself in a restless slumber, frequently roused by tremendous noises. At last, dawn broke, and he slowly opened his eyes, staring blankly towards a point 4 kilometers downstream. The Ge tribe was also awakening, gradually writhing upstream. Ye Feng had overestimated their pace. It was likely they would not reach the spruce trees by the end of the day. Among the indigenous forces, for vengeful children carried a palanquin. Inside sat a breathtaking beauty, her face partially veiled. Yet, at that moment, the high priestess bore a look of unease. She extended her long, delicate fingers, fidgeting incessantly. Little did she anticipate that this grand sacrifice would evoke the emergence of multiple factions. Malika, come here, she beckoned to a nearby priestess. Malika approached respectfully. Despite both being priestesses, their statuses resembled that of a consort and a maid. High priestess, what is your command? Malika inquired. You shall remain with 300 vengeful children. The high priestess whispered next. Yes, high priestess, Malika acknowledged, staying behind while the others advanced upstream, 300 vengeful children accompanying her. After a while, the high priestess summoned another priestess, leaving yet another 300 vengeful children in place. 10 kilometers downstream, Masikong jogged through the forest, burdened with an array of weapons. He had wised up, following the footprints of the Ge tribe, where the passage of the vengeful children left the ground barren. All formidable beasts either slain by poisoned darts or frightened away, ensuring his safety from wild animals. However, progress remained arduous. The rainforest was thick with mosquitoes, and creeping caterpillars and toxic plants abounded. Ye Feng, I know you are upstream. I even spotted your warships the day before yesterday. This time, I shall take you down with a single shot, Masikong declared, retrieving one of his rifles. This rifle, unlike ordinary ones, featured a longer barrel, signifying a greater effective range. A chilling scream pierced the rainforest. Ye Feng swiftly grasped his rifle, aiming at a tree upstream. What is happening? Ye Feng's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed the tree collapsing at an alarming rate, accompanied by the agonizing cries of an indigenous brother. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out, and then tranquility enveloped the rainforest once more. Ye Feng bit his lip tightly, straining to discern what had attacked his men. However, the dense foliage below obscured his view. All he could see was a tree falling. It could either be a monstrous beast or the great serpent, for only entities of such caliber could bring down a large tree. Tuba clenched his fists, his eyes reddened with rage. That is my brother, Heger. He is gone. Tuba's voice trembled with suppressed sobs. Alas, there is no hope for rescue now, and we cannot descend from the tree, lest we become prey to those creatures. We must await the arrival of the Ge tribe to engage them in battle. During their confrontation, if we can procure the golden fruit, it would be ideal. If not, we should make our escape, boarding the warship, for those aberrations cannot harm us. Ye Feng exhaled a deep sigh, realizing he had overestimated his capabilities. While the warship may afford him some measure of safety on the Black Tree River, to aspire to dominate the entire region was rather naive. Unless he could acquire something akin to a fighter jet. By the way, regardless of success, once we return to the cave, we must transfer those shells onto the warship and have Engineer Chung and his team attempt to repair the ship's cannons. Otherwise, should we encounter the beasts again, we would be utterly defenseless. As time gradually passed, afternoon approached, and Ye Feng felt a pressing urge to relieve himself, yet he restrained himself, fearing that the scent might attract the attention of the creatures below. Suddenly, he caught sight of a colossal footprint beneath the spruce tree, illuminated by the slanting rays of the sun. The footprint appeared to be hoof-shaped, approximately 3 meters in length and 2.5 meters in width. Judging by the size of the hoof, that creature must be comparable to the largest African elephant. However, unlike the round prints of an African elephant, this hoofprint was deeper and somewhat elongated. Moo! At that moment, Ye Feng quickly turned his head towards the depths of the forest. He observed a massive section of trees crashing down, as if a fierce battle was raging. Wow! Ye Feng stared in astonishment, finally catching a glimpse of a beast's upper body. A pair of enormous horns swept side to side, toppling the trees with ease. Simultaneously, it was entwined by a gigantic snake, the very serpent known as the Glass's giant snake. The clash between the snake and the bull-like creature was tumultuous, with the occasional sight of a colossal tail striking the ground, causing a resounding boom. Ye Feng wished to observe further, but darkness began to descend, and the mooing sounds ceased. Was the giant snake engaged in combat with the bull-headed monster? Ye Feng swallowed hard, a flicker of trepidation crossing his eyes. This was truly terrifying. No, once the Gay tribe reached upstream, I must hastily lead my companions to flee. Some things are not meant for me to covet. That night was anything but tranquil, as thunderous roars echoed from all directions. Within a radius of several kilometers, aside from those formidable creatures, no other beasts dared to remain, fleeing to distant realms. Tuba touched his ear and then placed his hand to his mouth to taste the blood. Chapter 168. More terrifying than slaying them directly, Brother Feng. My ears are bleeding from the shock. Tuba trembled as he spoke. Ye Feng also touched his own ear, relieved to find no blood. Perhaps he was simply more robust. Find some leaves to plug your ears. Others are likely faring no better, Ye Feng replied with difficulty. 2 kilometers downstream, a palanquin came to a halt at the riverbank. The high priestess emerged from her sedan, her delicate, snow-white feet gently touching the dark earth. With 2 fingers, she snapped a twig and focused intently upon it. After a moment's pause, she slowly lifted her gaze towards the upstream direction. Is something amiss, High Priestess? Inquired a cautious priestess behind her. There are some exotic beasts that have arrived at this location at least 3 days prior. Their hiding places remain unknown, the High Priestess replied, lightly touching her forehead as a river breeze swept by, causing her veil to flutter and inadvertently revealing her rosy lips and elegant nose. What shall we do, then? Asked Chief Ruck of the God tribe, his voice tinged with anxiety, for he held the High Priestess's words in utmost regard. Fear not. If these beasts do not approach, our plan cannot unfold. Thus, I deliberately delayed our arrival at the grand sacrificial site by a few days, she declared, casting the twig into the river and glancing towards the spruce tree. To onlookers, she appeared as if she possessed divine insight, seemingly able to communicate with the gods. In truth, her prowess stemmed from an extensive accumulation of knowledge. She had recently observed that the twig was infested with 5 or 6 pests, gnawing away at the leaves, indicating the absence of birds in the vicinity to prey upon them. This led her to infer that the exotic beasts had reached upstream, scaring all the birds away, resulting in a minor infestation. Such remarkable deductions, while seemingly mystical, were merely the product of accumulated rainforest wisdom, lacking any true arcane nature. Ye Feng and his companions had spent the entire day waiting by the spruce tree. As dusk approached, Ye Feng cast a glance towards the God tribe's assembly. Why the delay? He wondered, anxiety replacing his earlier confidence, especially after witnessing a wild brother's anguished scream earlier in the day, a clear indication of the beast's presence. As night fell, the beasts became increasingly active, and he feared for the safety of his companions. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed. Ye Feng's expression shifted dramatically as he looked down from the tree. He saw Chun and hastily fleeing towards the warship, firing his weapon as he ran. Then came a thunderous sound as a large shadow moved towards Chun An's position. Is that? Ye Feng gasped, his mouth agape, having not fully grasped the size of the colossal serpent in the caverns before. He now beheld its entirety, at least 30 meters in length, with a diameter exceeding 2 meters. Terrified, Chun An abandoned his rifle and sprinted towards the warship. Fire! Fire! He shouted, his eyes wide with fear as he finally caught sight of the vessel. On the deck, Lena also stared in shock at the monstrous serpent trailing behind Chun An. Quick! Fire! Urged Chung Li Bin. Realizing the urgency, Lena swiftly loaded the ammunition belt into the machine gun, aiming for the serpent's head and prepared to pull the trigger. However, in the next instant, the serpent raised its head and, with a swift motion, retreated into the forest. Quick! Use the rope ladder to pull Brother Chun An up. Chung Li Bin called out to Long Wu on the larger ship. Long Wu set down his pistol and, alongside Zhang Haoyan, cast the rope ladder down. Yet, Chun An had succumbed to fear, collapsing on the ladder, motionless. With a concerted effort, the two managed to hoist Chun An onto the deck. Oh my goodness! We must not linger here. I've wet my pants, Chun An exclaimed, his face paling as he touched his trousers. From a distance, Ye Feng observed Chun An board the large ship, finally allowing himself to breathe easy. Turning his head, Ye Feng gazed towards the base of the spruce tree. Suddenly, countless torches ignited across the opposite bank, illuminating the area within a kilometer. The other side revealed a flat riverbank strewn with pebbles and sand. Within Ye Feng's view, the high priestess slowly positioned herself amidst the crowd, raising her hands high as she recited a lengthy incantation. Surrounding the riverbank stood no fewer than 600 indigenous warriors, their expressions solemn as they placed the cages firmly on the ground. Ye Feng glanced at the cages below, densely packed, some containing people, others housing animals, making it impossible to count them all. Darkness enveloped the sky, yet with Ye Feng's keen eyesight, he could discern details within a kilometer's reach. Upon finishing her incantation, the high priestess produced a feather and blew towards the heavens. In an instant, the feather danced with the wind, gently settling on a patch of sand. This is the spot, she indicated, retreating several steps as the throngs of vengeful spirits encircled her protectively. Then it was Rook's turn. He stepped forward and thrust a spear into the location where the feather had landed. The sacrifice begins, echoed a weighty voice imbued with a chilling aura. The first cage was opened, releasing a jungle tiger, bound by several thick vines, restrained by 8 indigenous men who held its massive form in place against the spear. Observing this, Rook brandished a black dagger. With a swift thrust, the dagger plunged into the tiger, eliciting a mournful roar as blood sprayed several feet away. The creature thrashing violently. Yet, the 8 indigenous men held it fast with ropes. The scorching tiger blood pooled around the spear, staining a 5 to 6 meter radius crimson. After a minute, the massive jungle tiger succumbed to its wounds, collapsing with a thunderous thud. Inside the cage, the captives erupted into terrified sobs, some so frightened that they lost control of their bodily functions. The sacrifice continued. Rook licked the blood from his dagger and pointed to the next cage. This time, a nearly 2-ton bull was brought forth, larger than any he had ever seen in civilized society, nearly double the size. The bull was restrained by 16 burly indigenous men and led to the spear's location. The bull bellowed, straining against its bonds, instinctively aware of its impending doom. With a swift strike, the dagger pierced its jugular, splattering Rook with warm blood, yet he squinted with delight, relishing the heated bull's blood. After approximately 2 minutes, the bull finally collapsed, its knees buckling beneath it with a resounding crash. "Mama, I want to go home. I want to go home." In the confines of a cage, a man from civilized society wept in terror. His face was adorned with a rugged beard, presenting a distinctly masculine appearance. Yet, in such dire circumstances, even the most stalwart of men could be reduced to a state of utter fear. Ye Feng observed this harrowing scene from a height of over 70 meters, a profound discomfort gnawing at his heart. He felt a deep sympathy for the unfortunate sacrifice within the cage, helplessly witnessing the demise of his comrades. Knowing that he would soon follow, this was a terror far greater than death itself. Chapter 169. The earth trembled slightly. The next sacrifice, declared Luke, gesturing towards another cage. As its door swung open, 2 female savages were thrust forward. Unlike the man, they did not succumb to terror. Their expressions were rather vacant, as if they had resigned themselves to their fate. for towering indigenous warriors escorted them to the position of the spears. With a sickening splatter, blood erupted forth once more. Ye Feng cast a glance at Tuba, who was now wide-eyed and trembling slightly. "The next sacrifice," Luke exclaimed, his gaze fixated on the blood-soaked ground. A hint of urgency in his expression. This time, 30 indigenous warriors were mobilized to open the massive cage. Out lumbered a jungle elephant, weighing between 5 to 6 tons. Its body ensnared by a tangle of thick vines, each held taut by 2 robust warriors. Even with their strength, they struggled to maintain control. As the elephant emerged from the cage, it began to leap about, its colossal trunk twisting like a serpent, desperately attempting to free itself from its bindings. A dagger pierced the creature's main artery, but only a trickle of blood escaped. Frustrated, Luke replaced the dagger with a spear, its tip sharpened from broad, jagged stone. With a resounding thud, blood gushed forth, saturating the riverbank and spreading rapidly, carving a crimson trench that slowly flowed into the river. The jungle elephant fought valiantly for 5 minutes, but ultimately collapsed, its front legs buckling beneath it with a thunderous crash. Luke's eyes widened as he focused on the blood's epicenter. From the sanguine pool, a pale golden sapling emerged, its growth astonishingly rapid, shooting upward almost by the second. In its ascent, the surrounding blood gradually faded, as if it were being absorbed by the burgeoning plant. High Priest, the seedling of the bloodscale fruit. "This is the seedling of the bloodscale fruit," Luke exclaimed, excitement evident as he pointed at the golden sapling. The High Priest remained stoic, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the plant, silent and contemplative. "What are you all waiting for? The next sacrifice must not be delayed. Hurry, the seedling craves blood. Move," Luke urged loudly. Ye Feng observed intently from a kilometer away, noting how the golden sapling thrived rapidly on a bounty of blood, now measuring half a foot in height. The more blood available, the faster it grew. When blood was scarce, its growth slowed, and in extreme scarcity, it even shrank back into the ground. The wonders of this vast world were beyond imagination, and Ye Feng's eyes were opened wide in astonishment. "Tuba, did you catch what that indigenous person called it?" "It must be a sapling of a fruit tree," Ye Feng inquired. "I didn't hear anything," Tuba replied, shaking his head. Ye Feng suddenly realized that his hearing had significantly improved compared to that of an ordinary person, allowing him to faintly perceive sounds that Tuba could not. At that moment, he glanced at his rifle. Its effective range was limited to 300 or 400 meters, while he was positioned at least 1,000 meters away from the sapling, rendering it ineffective. "Never mind. I shall descend from the tree when the fruit is nearly ripe. I must secure the bounty." Ye Feng's eyes sparkled as he gazed across the tributary. At that instant, he felt a tremor coursing through his body and slowly directed his gaze towards the rear of the spruce tree. A few birds took flight, indicating that some colossal creature was steadily approaching through the woods. Clang! Another cage was opened, revealing a 10-meter-long crocodile being dragged out. Luke exchanged his spear for a formidable machete and struck fiercely at the crocodile's neck. With a sickening thud, the creature's skull was cleaved open, and blood splattered everywhere. Strangely, as the blood hit the golden leaves, the surface of the leaves rapidly absorbed it, retaining their pale golden hue, untainted by red. At that moment, the small tree had grown over 2 meters tall, matching Luke's height. Despite the sacrifice of several offerings, the pale golden tree did not rise further, remaining at 2 meters. However, with each offering of blood, its leaves gradually transformed into a rich golden color, and a flower bud began to emerge from its branches. Remarkable! Ye Feng's eyes widened as he closely observed the golden sapling a kilometer away. Half of the sacrificial offerings on the riverbank had been slain. With only a few wild men and civilized individuals left unscathed, the high priestess, who had been seated steadily, suddenly turned her gaze towards the opposite bank of the river. She softly uttered 2 words, "Cursed children." As if responding to her call, the cursed children surged towards the riverbank, forming a formidable line of defense. Almost simultaneously, a heavy thudding sound echoed from the opposite shore. Roar! In the inky darkness of the woods, a pair of bright lantern-like eyes illuminated the scene. A shadowy figure burst forth from the trees. Ye Feng, too, was fixated on the ground beneath the tree. When he discerned the creature below, his heart nearly stopped. Before him stood an enormous black bear, its size 6 or 7 times greater than the one he had encountered by the stream. Most strikingly, its form was more slender than that of an ordinary black bear, and while black bears typically possess short tails, This creature boasted a tail measuring 5 or 6 meters in length. A long tail signifies exceptional speed. Just as he registered this, the aberrant bear leaped beneath the spruce tree, crashing into the tributary with a thunderous splash, and swiftly swam to the opposite riverbank. The cursed children emitted various shrill sounds, simultaneously placing blowpipes to their lips. Then, a cacophony of chirps ensued as a multitude of poisoned darts struck the aberrant bear. Roar! A deafening roar erupted as the creature collapsed onto the riverbank. With a powerful swipe of its massive paw, several cursed children were reduced to mere pulp. Yet, these vengeful children, fearless of death, leaped into the air. Some clambered onto its back, others ascended to its head, while a few sank their teeth into its shaggy fur. Most remarkably, one of the vengeful children clung tightly to its tail, its sharp claws embedded deep into the flesh, anchoring itself firmly. To Ye Feng's eyes, it appeared as though a swarm of ants was assaulting a solitary insect. With a thunderous roar, the beastly bear writhed in agony upon the ground, inadvertently crushing several of the vengeful children. However, this proved futile, for the sheer number of vengeful children was overwhelming, and their reckless nature soon saw them covering its entire body. A few despicable vengeful children audaciously penetrated its rear, causing the bear's backside to become a gruesome mess with just a few swipes. At that moment, Luke grasped a long spear and drew his body back. Whoosh! The spear sliced through the air with a heavy whoosh, striking the beastly bear squarely on the head. Ye Feng stood in stunned silence, deducing that Luke's arm strength undoubtedly exceeded 2,000 pounds, far surpassing his own. The beastly bear, enduring excruciating pain, crawled forward a couple of steps, but alas, the vengeful children had already torn open a gaping wound in its belly, spilling its entrails. A copious amount of blood flowed onto the riverbank, only to be absorbed by the golden sapling. Boom! The earth trembled. Chapter 170, Sparks Fly. The beastly bear finally succumbed to the relentless onslaught of vengeful children, with Luke delivering only a fatal blow. Even had Luke refrained from intervening, the bear would have still been unable to withstand such a multitude of vengeful children. Drag the corpse over, commanded the high priestess, her expression devoid of emotion. The scene of the vengeful children battling the giant bear left all the natives awestruck. Yet the high priestess displayed no signs of surprise. She seemed to possess unwavering confidence in the vengeful children. Thousands of vengeful children formed an organized formation, seizing various parts of the giant bear's body, dragging its massive form beside the golden sapling. Blood cascaded around the sapling like a waterfall. In the next moment, the flower bud that had remained tightly closed began to tremble slightly before slowly unfurling. A captivating fragrance wafted through the air. Whether it be the indigenous warriors, the caged wild men, the civilized folk, or the beasts, all could not help but swallow hard. The beasts, particularly, were more direct, furiously battering against their cages, desperate to break free and feast upon the golden sapling. Continue the sacrifice, Luke commanded with a wave of his hand, and 3 cages swung open simultaneously, releasing over 20 wild men. Thud, thud, thud. Without the slightest pause, a torrent of blood flowed beside the sapling. The flower finally blossomed fully, and the fragrant aroma intensified, wafting through the air, even reaching Ye Feng a kilometer away. He swallowed hard. Tuba, I feel the time is ripe. Having spoken, Ye Feng slung his rifle across his back and began to cautiously descend towards the spruce tree. With so many biological offerings made, it was bound to be a treasure. He could not afford to miss this opportunity, for consuming it might amplify his strength manifold. However, just as Ye Feng had descended less than 10 meters, he heard a shrill cry emanating from beneath the great tree. A colossal shadow silently emerged from the forest, gradually submerging itself into the river. Ye Feng gazed towards the river, where an abundance of torches flickered. From a high vantage point, he could discern its 30-meter-long form gliding towards the opposite bank. Luke, in the river, the high priest suddenly announced. Luke's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly retrieved another spear. With a remarkable leap of over 5 meters, he hurled the spear like a missile, which plunged into the river with a resounding splash. In the next instant, a thunderous cacophony erupted as a massive serpent shot forth from the water, its mouth agape. Rather than targeting Luke, it surged directly towards the golden tree. Wailing children echoed a chorus of shrill cries. The multitude of wailing children, akin to moths drawn to a flame, utilized tubes as poles, leaping 5 to 6 meters into the air. all aiming to dive into the serpent's cavernous maw. One after another, they plunged in an endless stream. The serpent's gaping abyss was swiftly filled, compelling it to thrash its colossal head in an effort to dislodge the wailing children from its jaws. With singular determination, the serpent had initially surged straight for the golden tree, but now, hindered even slightly, the other wailing children clambered onto its back. They clawed and bit, rapidly constricting the serpent until it writhed desperately upon the riverbank, its body thrumming against the ground. Splashes of green blood erupted, enveloping the area in a mist of verdant haze. Ouch! Ye Feng tumbled from a height of 10 meters to the ground. Fortunately, his physical prowess and the soft earth beneath the tree cushioned his fall. Otherwise, he would have been sore for quite some time. Moments later, the serpent lay still, having been dragged beside the golden tree by the wailing children. A nauseating stench of blood wafted from across the river, causing Ye Feng to cough. At that moment, he grasped the true terror of the wailing children. Previously underestimated, their combat potential was unleashed under the high priest's command. Standing atop a large stone on the opposite bank, he peered through the gaps in the crowd and caught sight of the golden tree once more. The flowers atop it were slowly contracting, petals falling away, soon revealing an unripe fruit at the center. Simultaneously, the blood on the riverbank was being absorbed into the soil at an eerie pace. As the absorption intensified, the unripe fruit began to swell, quickly growing to the size of an egg. As the skin expanded, it shifted colors, from green to white, then to silver, before fading to reveal hints of golden light from within. Ye Feng's demeanor darkened. This tributary spanned approximately 200 meters, and he could only speculate how many creatures lurked beneath the surface of the river, setting aside the danger of being ambushed by the river's denizens. Even if he managed to swim to the opposite bank, he would be mercilessly torn apart by the swarm of wailing children, not to mention facing the formidable Luke. Why has the surrounding light dimmed? Ye Feng furrowed his brow and slowly directed his gaze towards the sky. In the next moment, a colossal bird glided down from the heavens, its enormous wings forming a scissor-like shape, seemingly diving toward the earth. A powerful gust of wind caused the trees on the opposite bank to sway violently. Is it the golden rock? 3 years ago it was this creature, and now, once more it has returned? Luke gazed upward, gritting his teeth in frustration. The indigenous people on the riverbank had formed their ranks, each gripping a long spear, all aimed at the sky. As for the vengeful spirits, they assumed the posture of celestial canines gazing at the moon, holding their reed pipes in their mouths. Ye Feng raised his rifle, the fierce wind tousling his hair into a straight line. In a mere 2 seconds, the giant bird descended to a height of 100 meters above the ground. Now is the moment. Whoosh! Hundreds of spears soared into the air, followed closely by a deluge of venomous darts. However, they had miscalculated. This great bird, having reached such an impressive size, evidently possessed intelligence. As its body swooped down to a mere 80 meters, it suddenly veered toward the depths of the forest on the riverbank, narrowly evading the barrage of spears and poisonous needles. This is bad. Quickly, reposition. Luke hastily grasped his spear, while the other indigenous people were not as quick to react. Some had yet to assume their stances when the massive shadow descended from above. Boom! The riverbank erupted in chaos, with sand and stones flying, and some indigenous people were brutally crushed beneath iron claws. With the aid of the tightly clustered torches on the opposite bank, Ye Feng finally discerned the true form of the colossal bird. It bore a resemblance to an eagle, its beak curved and sharp, its eyes glinting with a cold, eerie light. Yet, from the perspective of its feathers, it resembled a chicken, with fiery red plumage that shimmered in a kaleidoscope of colors under the flickering flames. Its claws were a steely blue, unmistakably hard and formidable. A multitude of poisonous darts flew forth, yet nearly all were thwarted by the bird's feathers. The colossal bird showed no sign of hesitation. Its immense claws grasped a small golden tree, along with a large clump of earth beneath it. This is dire. Do not let it escape. Luke, in a state of desperation, hurled his spear. Clang! Unfortunately, the spear struck the bird's claw, producing sparks, yet failing to inflict any damage upon its feathers. However, 5 or 6 vengeful spirits seized the opportunity to latch onto its body. After capturing the small tree, the giant bird crouched its iron legs and with a powerful thrust, took to the skies. Regrettably, the coordination of the vengeful spirits was exceptionally adept, their claws interlinked, their tails entwined, forming a bloody chain that ensnared one of the bird's legs at the riverbank. Thus, the bird barely ascended 10 meters before being yanked back down with a resounding crash, splashing into the river. Caw! The giant bird let out an enraged cry, flapping its wings in the water. Its wings were not oil-coated and thus could not repel water. Upon landing in the river, its feathers absorbed the water, rendering its already massive body even heavier, preventing it from soaring once more. Yet, it was simply too large, as it floundered in the river. It began to swim toward the opposite bank where Ye Feng stood, attempting to evade the indigenous people across the river. "This is bad. Do not come any closer, or I shall be discovered by the vengeful child," Ye Feng exclaimed, his anger palpable as he stamped his feet, quickly taking refuge behind a spruce tree with his firearm clutched tightly. Yet, his efforts proved futile, with the immense size of the giant bird. It merely flapped its wings a few times, and its steel-like talons landed on the riverbank near Ye Feng. Simultaneously, a dozen or so vengeful children clung to its tail and wings. Ye Feng scrutinized the bird's four toes, each measuring approximately 3 meters in length, with the golden sapling wedged between them, accompanied by a mass of thick, blood-red soil beneath the tree. Suddenly, a rich scent of milk wafted through the air. As the giant bird reached the shore, it extended its beak, pecking at the vengeful children on its feathers, bursting them one by one. Breathing heavily behind the tree, Ye Feng sensed an opportunity. While the bird was preoccupied with the vengeful children, it had no time to attend to the golden sapling between its toes. If he dashed out now to seize the fruit, he would have at least a 30% chance of success. In the next moment, Ye Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. The once silver fruit had transformed into a golden one, its skin beginning to degrade, revealing a faint blood glow emanating from within. Without hesitation, Ye Feng dashed forward with lightning speed, snatching the fruit before sprinting toward the position of the warship. After running 50 to 60 meters, the giant bird finally reacted. Its chilling gaze locked onto Ye Feng, its wings unfurling. Unfortunately, its feathers were saturated with water, proving to be a considerable burden for such a colossal creature. Even under normal circumstances, it required a leap from a high cliff to take flight, utilizing gliding force to initiate its ascent. With its feathers drenched, that was no longer an option. A piercing cry echoed, imbued with an indescribable penetrating power that seemed capable of shaking one's very soul. In the next instant, the giant bird began to chase after Ye Feng with its long legs. Goodness, can it run this fast? Ye Feng thought, glancing back at the approaching giant bird, hesitating whether to return the fruit, believing that if he did, the bird might cease its pursuit. However, he decided against it, thinking he could always return it once it caught up. Ye Feng bent low, darting towards a tributary where his warship and heavy machine gun awaited. Suddenly, he felt something unusual in his hand. Looking down, he saw that the fruit had turned a bloody hue, and within that crimson, something appeared to be writhing. "What is this?" Ye Feng's expression changed as he noticed that the blood-colored fruit had adhered to his hand, as if something were seeping into his skin. A sharp sound pierced the air, causing Ye Feng's scalp to prickle. He turned to see a pair of chilling eyes merely 2 meters away. Without warning, the giant bird lunged forward, pecking down without mercy. Ye Feng quickly zigzagged away. As the blood-colored fruit entered his body, an intense hunger enveloped him, an insatiable craving. Yet his spirit felt invigorated, and his vision sharpened significantly. A gunshot echoed from a grand tree, striking the colossal bird in the neck. Although it did not slay the creature, it afforded Ye Feng a fleeting moment of respite. He discerned that the shot originated from Susan's hidden lookout. The others, paralyzed by fear at the sight of the massive bird, dared not reveal themselves. Only Susan, undeterred by the peril of exposure, fired a shot in his defense. The latent potential within him surged forth, and with a swift motion, he veered around a corner. At that moment, he beheld a large vessel 50 meters away and a warship over 200 meters distant. The warship could only anchor in deep waters, 200 meters from shore, as any closer would risk grounding. The larger vessel, being lighter, could linger just a mere 10 meters from the shoreline. "Fifth brother, provide cover fire for me," Ye Feng called out towards the ship. Yet, silence reigned upon the vessel. No sound emerged. "Fifth brother, fire quickly. There's a giant bird behind me, and it seeks to devour me," Ye Feng shouted again, a sense of foreboding gnawing at him. In the next instant, a resounding bang emanated from the bow of the ship, followed by a burst of sparks. A bullet whizzed past, grazing Ye Feng's shoulder and leaving a painful abrasion. "Fifth brother?" Is that you? Ye Feng's eyes widened as he spotted two figures, one tall, one short, at the ship's bow. Ye Feng, do not run this way. I am powerless. Bound by that scoundrel Zhang Haoyan, and he intends to kill you. Long Wu shouted from the ship's bow. Zhang Haoyan, standing at the ship's front, aimed his pistol towards the shore, but the darkness obscured his view, allowing him only to see Ye Feng's silhouette. A resounding slap rang out as he struck Long Wu across the face. However, Long Wu was tightly bound, unable to retaliate. Long Wu, you are truly obstinate. What has Ye Feng offered you to warrant such loyalty? After I ascend to power, I could share all the beauties aboard with you. Yet you refuse such terms. How infuriating. Zhang Haoyan exclaimed, delivering another slap to Long Wu's face. Zhang Haoyan, your demise is imminent. The machine guns aboard the warship will reduce you to ashes. Long Wu seethed through clenched teeth. Ha ha ha, that is precisely why I have you stand with me, so they dare not fire. Zhang Haoyan laughed heartily, then aimed his pistol at Ye Feng once more. At present, Ye Feng found himself in a desperate race against death, dodging the giant bird's beak as he zigzagged left and right while simultaneously evading Zhang Haoyan's bullets. Zhang Haoyan, you vile cur. I should have ended your life long ago. Ye Feng spat in fury, compelled to retreat into the thicket. Swimming to the large ship might offer him a glimmer of hope if someone were to assist him. Yet Zhang Haoyan would not welcome him, but rather send a bullet his way. As for swimming to the warship, that was utterly impossible. It lay 200 meters away, and the aquatic creatures lurking beneath the surface could easily spell his doom. Additionally, the colossal bird would undoubtedly plunge into the water, snatching him up to be devoured. Brother, it is not that I wish to withhold the fruit from you, but my skin has absorbed it entirely. Ye Feng navigated through the dense forest, uttering pleas for mercy. Chapter 172. Lena, what are you waiting for? Indeed, the dense thicket served to hinder the colossal bird's pursuit. Ye Feng, small and agile, could dart through the crevices of various trees, yet he had to carefully avoid them lest he crash into their trunks. This colossal bird was not only swift but also capable of flight. Had its wings not been saturated with water, Ye Feng would have stood no chance of escape. He realized he must devise a plan to eliminate it, for once its wings dried, even taking refuge on a warship would not shield him from a surprise attack. With this thought in mind, Ye Feng suddenly darted between two towering trees, each requiring 3 men to encircle. The giant bird would surely be unable to break through. Whoosh! Ye Feng's body slipped through the gap between the two trees, just as the bird's head followed closely behind, nearly pecking at his back. The momentum caused the creature to become wedged between the trees. A piercing shriek filled the air, making Ye Feng feel as though his ears might burst. The giant bird struggled furiously, causing the trees to sway ominously. Taking a deep breath, Ye Feng crouched low and aimed his rifle at the bird's eyes. Unfortunately, the creature's erratic movements made it impossible for him to take a steady shot. No time to hesitate. Bang! The spent cartridge clattered to the ground. Ye Feng quickly loaded another bullet. Bang! Bang! 3 shots fired, yet none struck the bird's head. Only 2 hit its shoulder bones. However, the damage was mitigated by its iron-like feathers. Creak! The thinner tree emitted a mournful groan, as if on the verge of snapping. Fortunately, the middle tree was not of brittle wood. Otherwise, it would not withstand the massive bird's struggles. Time was slipping away. Ye Feng circled behind the bird, aiming for its softer underbelly, believing he might find a vulnerable spot there. Bang! 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 3 shots found their mark on the bird's rear. The creature let out a chilling cry, thrashing even more violently. It felt as though 3 scorching projectiles had burrowed into its backside, causing it immense pain. Creak! The smaller tree finally gave way, allowing the giant bird to pivot its massive body. Ye Feng, now loading his 4th bullet, recognized the urgency of his situation and took off running once more, this time towards the large ship. He had previously surveyed the area and noted a substantial tree nearby, draped with numerous vines. If he could grasp those vines, he could swing down onto the ship's deck and confront the traitor, Zhang Haoyan. As the giant bird pursued him, Ye Feng sprinted ahead. Compared to him, the bird's speed had noticeably diminished, hindered by the 3 bullets lodged in its rear, causing its gait to falter. With a swift motion, Ye Feng discarded his rifle and swiftly scaled the banyan tree, finally reaching a height of 7 meters. Ye Feng grasped a vine with one hand while drawing his pistol with the other. With a whoosh, the vine swung him down towards the ship's deck. Zhang Haoyan had been intently focused on the front of the ship, completely oblivious to the fact that Ye Feng had soared down from the tree. Indeed, it seemed as though he had taken flight. In an instant, Zhang Haotian pivoted his pistol, unleashing a rapid succession of 5 or 6 shots at Ye Feng, who was suspended in midair. Bang! Ye Feng felt a searing heat in his arm. He must have been struck by a bullet. Fortunately, Zhang Haotian's marksmanship was woefully inadequate, or else a shot to the torso would have spelled his doom. At that moment, a colossal bird had also spotted Ye Feng in mid-flight. With its wings fully extended, it launched itself towards Ye Feng's position. A large and a small figure simultaneously lunged towards the deck of the ship. Bang! Ouch! Ye Feng miscalculated, crashing violently against the ship's railing. Yet, he gritted his teeth against the immense pain, gripping the railing tightly to prevent himself from falling. Zhang Haotian, startled, quickly ducked behind a table, continuing to fire at Ye Feng. Bang, 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 bang. This fellow clearly had little experience with firearms, as he exhausted his ammunition in mere moments, failing to graze Ye Feng even slightly. Zhang Haotian, your time is up. Hearing the deafening thud behind him, Ye Feng clung to the railing and ascended onto the deck. Could it be? Zhang Haotian aimed his pistol at Ye Feng, yet no bullets emerged. With a decisive gesture, he discarded the firearm and knelt upon the deck. Feng, brother Feng, spare me. I was just confused in the moment, and our warship needs manpower. Zhang Haotian knelt with his hands raised high. Do you truly believe that is possible? Ye Feng replied with a cold smile, slowly raising his pistol. Boom. The ship suddenly lurched to one side, propelling Ye Feng forward, colliding directly with Zhang Haotian. Turning back, he beheld a massive wing draped over the ship's railing, followed by the head of the bird descending toward them. Its curved beak latched onto the railing as it exerted force to climb onto the deck. With its enormous size, the ship tilted precariously towards the giant bird. Zhang Haotian, you should go first. With a swift kick, Ye Feng propelled Zhang Haotian away, while he grasped the railing with one hand and unsheathed a dagger to sever Long Wu's bindings. Yet, it was too late. Almost instantaneously, Long Wu slid towards the giant bird. The ship tilted at a 45-degree angle towards the creature. Ye Feng quickly found himself dangling from the railing. Gritting his teeth, he flipped over the side and plunged into the river, swimming toward the warship. At this moment, he could only assist Long Wu in cutting the ropes. Whether they would survive depended solely on Long Wu's fortune. However, in the next instant, the giant bird abruptly released its hold on the ship and began swimming toward Ye Feng. Its target was singular, fixated solely on Ye Feng, leaving no time to deal with Zhang Haotian or Long Wu. Boom. The ship finally righted itself in the water. I told you, that fruit has already been absorbed by my skin. Why do you still pursue me? Ye Feng lamented, his face contorted in despair, as he propelled his arms with the speed of a propeller. Yet, he was still 180 meters from the warship. The colossal bird glided through the water with remarkable speed, propelling itself forward by over 10 meters with each powerful flap of its wings. In contrast, Ye Feng had to swing his arms numerous times to achieve a similar velocity. Suddenly, he felt an unsettling sensation as something burrowed into his pants, while his wounds became infested with various creatures. The sharp pain nearly caused him to lose consciousness. Lina, what are you waiting for? Ye Feng gasped, shouting angrily towards the vessel above. Lina had noticed the giant bird in the river, yet the current angle of the machine gun created a direct line between Ye Feng and the colossal creature. With nightfall upon them, she feared inadvertently striking Ye Feng. Feng, I can't see you. I'm afraid of hitting you. She called out from the battleship. Ye Feng's expression shifted. He realized the danger. Unlike rifle bullets, machine gun rounds could easily obliterate him upon impact. No, I cannot perish here, he thought, gritting his teeth as he submerged himself, opting to swim stealthily towards the ship, aiming to reach the opposite side. Heavy vibrations resonated through the water, indicating that Lina had opened fire. The giant bird attempted to dive as well, but it couldn't allow its back feathers to become waterlogged, otherwise it would sink to the riverbed. Nevertheless, it stubbornly shielded its head with one wing and continued its pursuit of the battleship. After 3 minutes of swimming, Ye Feng collided with a hard object. He explored the area with his hands and discerned that it was the lower hull of the ship. Cautiously, he poked his head above the surface. To his surprise, the giant bird was fixated on him. As rulers of the sky, birds possessed superior vision, allowing the creature to spot Ye Feng's shadow even from its elevated position. With a deep breath, Ye Feng descended beneath the battleship's hull, quickly reaching a depth of over 10 meters. The water surrounding him darkened, and the parasitic catfish clinging to his pants seemed unable to withstand the pressure, abandoning him and inadvertently aiding his escape. At last, Ye Feng reached the bottom of the ship. If he could swim past this barrier, he would emerge on the deck from the opposite side, safely concealed from the giant bird. Without hesitation, he held his breath and hastened towards the other side of the vessel. As he swam, he lost track of time, feeling the ship's bottom above him. Am I destined to be buried alive in this water? He pondered, his breath nearly depleted, relying solely on the mechanical movements of his arms. Gulp! Ye Feng swallowed a mouthful of river water, his breath completely spent. Yet, he refused to succumb, continuing to paddle forward. The sensation of suffocation conjured illusions in his mind. He imagined a mermaid swimming towards him, arms wide open. A mermaid? Ye Feng opened his mouth underwater, releasing the last bubble of air from his lungs. But in an instant, the mermaid transformed into a gargantuan cobra, its massive jaws lunging towards him. Don't eat me. Ye Feng seemed to regain a sliver of consciousness and continued to paddle forward. Splash! It was uncertain how much time had passed, but his head emerged from the opposite side of the warship, revealing the bank of a tributary. Gasping for breath, he inhaled deeply, each breath punctuated by violent coughs that expelled torrents of water from his mouth. Cough, cough, cough. After what felt like an eternity of coughing, Ye Feng finally regained some semblance of clarity. He opened his mouth, intending to call for help from the deck of the warship, yet no sound emerged. It appeared that his vocal cords had been damaged during the recent coughing fit. Chunggong, he finally managed to utter, though his voice was a mere whisper. And the pain in his vocal cords was excruciating, akin to being sliced by a knife. Gasping for air, he glanced up at the towering warship. There was no hope. The vessel was too immense, and his feeble voice could not hope to reach those on the deck. He had to rely on himself. Ye Feng attempted to grasp the warship to climb upward, but the nearest window was over 5 meters away, and in the water, he lacked leverage. After several futile attempts to swing his arms, he found no secure hold. Desperate, he swam anxiously around the warship. Time passed uncertainly until his eyes brightened with hope. In this location, remnants of barnacles clung stubbornly. However, the barnacles themselves could not survive in freshwater, and thus, they were likely dead. Thank heavens, Ye Feng murmured hoarsely, using a finger to grip a barnacle, slowly lifting his body out of the water. It was around 5 or 6 in the morning, and dawn was approaching. Once daylight broke, the giant bird's vision would be at its peak. If he remained in the water, escape would be impossible. With a crack, the fragile barnacle could not withstand Ye Feng's weight and shattered, sending him plunging back into the water. Chung Li Bean and the others were preoccupied on the opposite side of the deck dealing with the giant bird, leaving Ye Feng to rely solely on himself. He seized another barnacle and, using its adhesion, gradually pulled himself upward. At last, half of his body emerged from the water. Could this barnacle support my weight? Ye Feng anxiously observed the warship above, spotting another barnacle. He grasped it cautiously, exerting gradual pressure, mindful not to break the shell. Finally, with careful effort, he managed to lift his entire body above the water's surface. The underside of the warship was inverted. Ye Feng had to employ his fingers to grip the smooth hull, a task more arduous than climbing a vertical cliff. Were it not for Ye Feng's extraordinary arm strength, capable of supporting his full weight with just one finger, ascending would have been utterly impossible. Calculating the distance, he estimated that the nearest window was about 3 meters away. With a bit more effort, he could grasp the ledge. Taking a deep breath, Ye Feng extended a finger towards another barnacle. The moment he latched onto it, his body surged upward by 10 centimeters. The window ledge drew ever closer, and Ye Feng's eyes shone with unwavering focus solely on that ledge. Suddenly, a gunshot reverberated from the dense forest across the way. A jolt coursed through Ye Feng's back, as if something had pierced through his chest. Thud! His body plummeted into the water, crimson blood staining the river's surface. On the opposite bank, Ma Sikong extracted a spent shell and loaded another bullet into his firearm. Ye Feng, in shock, gazed across the river, quickly deducing the identity of his assailant. It could not be Zhang Haoyan, for he was on this side of the tributary. Yet, the distance to the opposing bank was at least 500 meters. Could a rifle truly possess such range? Was it possible that it was a person from modern civilization, equipped with a sniper rifle? Bang! Another shot rang out, leaving Ye Feng's ears ringing and blood seeping from his eardrum. Who could it be? Ye Feng bellowed towards the opposite bank, only to receive another bullet in response. This round emerged from the depths, striking his wrist. If a mirror were at hand, Ye Feng would witness the blood from his ear being absorbed by the skin nearby. Was it Ma Xikong or someone else? Ye Feng eyed the opposite bank warily. He was submerged in water, his back against a warship, utterly devoid of cover. If the shooter possessed a night vision sniper rifle, he would be nothing more than a fish on a chopping board. No, I cannot perish. If I do, what will become of those aboard the ship? Taking a deep breath, Ye Feng once again submerged himself. However, he dared not venture to the other side of the warship, for there lurked a giant bird awaiting him. Instead, he emulated his previous maneuver, swimming across the tributary towards the secondary stream, then veering into the main channel, allowing the tumultuous currents to carry him downstream. Chapter 174. Revitalized in no time after swimming over 10 meters, Ye Feng was compelled to surface for air. A full moon hung in the sky, illuminating the river below. Bang! Another explosion of sparks erupted from the opposite bank. Pain shot through his shoulder, though he could not discern whether it was a scrape or a penetrating wound. Damn! Despicable scoundrel! Ye Feng submerged once more. On the edge of the opposing bank, Ma Xikong followed the current downstream, continuously loading bullets into his chamber. He was certain Ye Feng could not remain submerged for long and was determined to keep his sights trained on him. If he could eliminate Ye Feng, the warship would be left leaderless, allowing him to seize command over the crew. After days of observation, he reluctantly accepted a grim reality. This deserted island was not of this earth. Perhaps the remainder of his life would be spent here, making control of the warship paramount. With that vessel, he could assert his dominance over this forsaken isle. Ye Feng submerged for over 20 meters, feeling as though his lungs might burst. Before he was forced to break the surface, he could faintly discern Ma Xikong on the shore. As the water carried him closer, the distance between them dwindled to approximately 200 meters. At such range, Ma Xikong's marksmanship could easily deliver a fatal shot. Indeed, the figure on the riverbank raised his rifle once more. Exhausted, Ye Feng did not flinch, instead closing his weary eyes. After a night of turmoil, his energy and strength had been utterly depleted. At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened to an impenetrable blackness, rendering visibility nearly impossible. The darkness before dawn? The phrase flickered through Ye Feng's mind, igniting a spark of joy within him. He quickly lay flat in the river, allowing the current to carry him towards a tributary. The figure on the bank, witnessing the inky sky, could not help but curse vehemently. Damn the heavens! In the obscurity, Ye Feng lost track of how long he had been swept away. The world around him was a void, yet he sensed he was drifting downstream. Simultaneously, having floated on the surface for an extended period, various creatures had attached themselves to his body, likely leeches and parasitic catfish, but he was too fatigued to care. After a while, the eastern horizon began to brighten, and Ye Feng could faintly discern his surroundings. He found himself in a larger tributary, at least a kilometer from the shore. Even if the marksmen were exceptional, no rifle from the Second World War could reach such a distance. So weary was he that, liberated from mental burdens,
Ye Feng lay back in the water and drifted into slumber. Time passed unmeasured until he felt his body collide with a piece of wood. Struggling,
he opened his eyes to discover he had been carried into a patch of aquatic vegetation, pain radiating from various wounds. Ouch! Ye Feng staggered towards the shore, pulling off the leeches, parasitic catfish, and even 2 piranhas that clung to him. His skin was now marred and battered. He checked his waist and was relieved to find that one of his handguns remained securely strapped, having not been swept away. Upon reaching the bank, Ye Feng spent another 20 minutes ridding himself of the creatures that had infested him. His body was a canvas of grotesque wounds, and he felt akin to a decaying corpse, drained of all energy. He gazed skyward and realized it was already midday, a fiery sun hanging high above, casting golden rays upon the earth. Gurgle! His stomach sang the song of emptiness, and Ye Feng felt dizzy from hunger. Suddenly, he noticed a leech still clinging to his heel, but this one was a peculiar dark green, its size comparable to an infant's arm. How much blood have you taken from me? Ye Feng thought as he drew his dagger and severed the enormous leech from his skin. Strangely, while ordinary leeches elicited a sensation when they fed on him, this dark green leech was devoid of any feeling. Instinctively, he sensed that this leech was not ordinary. You have drained my blood? Return it to me. A glint of malice flickered in Ye Feng's eyes as he unceremoniously tossed the repulsive leech into his mouth and began to chew. He paid little heed to the taste, driven by an unconscious urge to reclaim the blood it had consumed. Ugh! As Ye Feng swallowed the leech, An overwhelming sensation of hunger enveloped him, causing him to clutch his abdomen and retch violently. This hunger was unlike any ordinary pangs of appetite. It felt as though he could consume an entire cow. Shakily, he rose to his feet and dashed into the woods. After running a mere 20 meters, he encountered a formidable water buffalo. Upon spotting Ye Feng, the creature lowered its head and charged at him. With a resounding thud, the buffalo collapsed to the ground after a trio of shots rang out. Without hesitation, Ye Feng drew his dagger and sliced open the buffalo's wound, devouring chunks of its raw flesh. Any onlooker would have likely mistaken him for a zombie, aiming to put him down with a bullet. After a brief interval of gluttony, Ye Feng paused, casting a perplexed glance at his hands. What is happening? In the aftermath of consuming the raw beef, his hands should have been drenched in blood, yet they bore no traces, save for a few specks on his tattered clothing. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Slowly, he clenched his fist and probed the buffalo's wound. Instantly, the carcass began to convulse, as if on the verge of resurrection. Simultaneously, it shrank rapidly, diminishing by nearly half its size before the twitching ceased. Upon once again cutting into the meat, Ye Feng discovered that there wasn't a single drop of blood remaining within. What sorcery is this? Has consuming that fruit bestowed upon me a vampiric power? A wave of unease washed over him as he swung his arm, effortlessly lifting the buffalo's foreleg and pulling it aside with significant force. It seemed that, after siphoning its blood, his strength and spirit had been substantially replenished. He examined his fist and felt his muscles. Just as he contemplated this newfound power, another buffalo charged forth. Noticing its fallen companion, it lowered its head and barreled towards Ye Feng. Although he had regained some vitality, it was but a fraction of his former prowess, rendering him weaker than an ordinary person. He raised his pistol once more. Bang! The bullet struck the buffalo's head. Yet the beast remained undeterred, ramming its horns into Ye Feng's chest. In the blink of an eye, he felt the impact as blood-red scales erupted upon his skin. But they faded back to their usual hue almost immediately after absorbing most of the damage. Ye Feng was propelled 3 meters backward, but quickly sprang back to his feet. Invigorated, he touched his chest, discovering only 2 bruised marks. Given the force of the buffalo's charge, it should have impaled him with its horns. A realization dawned upon him. Had he mastered the iron cloth technique? It appeared that the fruit had endowed him with enhanced defensive capabilities. After the water buffalo collided with Ye Feng, the bullet's lethal impact caused it to collapse to the ground, its 4 hooves thrashing helplessly in the air as it neared death. Ye Feng, poised with a dagger, contemplated his next move, but, upon reflection, set the blade aside and inserted a finger into the buffalo's wound. In the next moment, the creature convulsed violently, its body rapidly shriveling. 10 minutes later, it had morphed into a desiccated corpse, weighing less than half of its original mass. Ye Feng swung his arm, feeling approximately 30% of his strength and vitality restored. Astonished, he examined his skin, pleased to find that many of his wounds had begun to heal. Although they had yet to scab over, he believed that absorbing more cattle would not pose a problem. With this thought, he glanced at the position of the river. This was already the main channel, and if he rested a while longer, he might drift down to the cavern's location. With only 1 bullet left in his handgun, he knew he must conserve it. He secured the pistol and strode downstream, confident that Susan and the others would be unable to find him but would navigate the warship to rendezvous at the cavern. As if an unspoken understanding had formed among them. Suddenly, a shrill and urgent sound pierced the air. Ye Feng looked up to see a small black dot high in the sky. As it drew closer, it transformed into a colossal creature. His expression shifted dramatically, prompting him to seek refuge in the dense foliage, using the thick canopy to conceal his presence. The sharp cry echoed once more, causing Ye Feng to clutch his head, as if his eardrums might rupture. Yet, the creature circled directly above him, refusing to depart. Had it spotted him? Ye Feng's eyes widened in alarm. Birds of prey possess exceptional vision. Otherwise, they could not detect their quarry from such heights. Taking advantage of the tree cover, he cautiously sprinted downstream, striving to remain silent. After running 400 to 500 meters, he paused to peer through the gaps in the trees at the sky. The giant bird relentlessly pursued him, seemingly endowed with a peculiar ability to accurately discern his location. Flee! Ye Feng disregarded all caution and bolted downstream. Only by reaching the cavern could he employ the scattered rocks to shield himself from the giant bird. Otherwise, confronting it in the rainforest would be futile, as it could soar through the skies with a speed tenfold his own, inevitably leading to his demise. Thus, a relentless chase ensued. One man and one bird racing towards the river's end. Meanwhile, 100 kilometers upstream, Zhang Haoyan stood on the deck, pressing a dagger against Long Wu's neck. Before him stood the treacherous Ma Xikong. The previous night, Ma Xikong had boarded the warship's deck and forged an alliance with the already treacherous Zhang Haoyan. Together, they attempted to stifle Long Wu's cries and stealthily ascend to the warship, only to be discovered by Cheng Libin. Susan, Su Yun, and Ding Tuanshuan remained concealed by the riverbank, too fearful to descend from the tree, as the formidable beasts below were numerous. They could only return to the warship once the creatures had vacated the area. Before them stood Ma Xikong, arms raised high, gazing towards the vessel. Old chum, after 20 years of collaboration, are you truly prepared to betray me? Ma Xikong demanded loudly. Ma Xikong, our relationship is severed. You should leave the ship at once. Once Feng Gu returns, your survival is doubtful, Cheng Libin shouted, his heart racing with unease. Ye Feng, I shot him multiple times last night, every bullet striking true. With all these creatures in the river, do you truly believe he can still be alive? Ma Xikong replied coldly. At this remark, several aboard the warship turned pale. They had never realized Ye Feng's significance until now, and in his absence, chaos reigned. None among them could fill his role. You're speaking nonsense. Ye Feng cannot be dead. Are you attempting to deceive us into accepting you? Lena grasped her Maxim machine gun tightly. Were it not for the presence of Long Wu aboard the ship, she would have pulled the trigger, reducing the wooden vessel to splinters. Moreover, the ship served a crucial function, facilitating the transfer of personnel from the warship to the shore. Unless absolutely necessary, she had no desire to destroy the vessel they had labored to construct. At that moment, Dove emerged onto the deck. She had awakened from her stupor the previous night and was finally regaining her strength. Why waste words with him? Dove said, raising her rifle and aiming at Ma Xikong's position. Bang! The bullet struck the deck of the ship, landing 2 or 3 meters away from Ma Xikong. In terms of marksmanship, she was far inferior to him. If only Long Wu and Susan were also aboard, their sharpshooting skills would surely have dispatched Ma Xikong with ease. She chambered another round, but a moment later, she lowered her rifle. Zhang Haoyan had pushed Long Wu forward, using him as a shield. Dove, Lena, you were once secretaries in my company. I never anticipated your betrayal would come so swiftly. Fear not. Should I become the leader, I will treat you twice as well. Never inferior to Ye Feng. That fellow hails from the lowest echelons, consumed by base instincts. I, however, will seek your consent for any decisions. Furthermore, I will command the team, and those aboard the warship will be elevated, no longer required to stand watch or toil. All duties will fall to those on the shore. I, Ma Xikong, will see my promises fulfilled. Ma Xikong's incendiary voice reverberated through the air. He had observed Ye Feng's team. Each member bore dark circles under their eyes. Their faces ashen, clearly exhausted to the brink. Thus, he employed a psychological tactic of relaxation to sever their ties with Ye Feng. Once aboard the warship, he would effortlessly seize command and pursue Ye Feng downstream, determined to eliminate him once and for all. Do not hesitate. The majority of you are my subordinates. I know you well and recognize that none of you possess the capacity to lead. Only through my command can you thrive comfortably in the tropical rainforest. Ma Xikong continued to incite. Just then, a chilling voice echoed from the warship. Ma Xikong, take this shot. It was Susan, standing on the deck of the warship. As she hefted her rifle and aimed directly at Ma Xikong aboard the large vessel. Alarmed, Ma Xikong swiftly rolled and took cover behind Long Wu. Bang! The bullet struck the very spot where Ma Xikong had just landed, narrowly missing him. Having spent the entire morning on the deck honing his persuasive skills, Ma Xikong was well aware that Susan had been listening intently. Undeterred by the danger, she swam upstream from the river to reach the warship. Without her intervention, the resolve of Cheng Libin and the others could very well have succumbed to Ma Xikong's machinations, leaving Ye Feng unable to return to the warship. Oh, it is the beautiful Susan. Rest assured, once I assume command, you shall be my second in command. Endowed with equal authority, Ma Xikong altered his strategy. Still puzzled by how Susan had boarded the warship. Bang! A bullet struck the side of the large vessel. Brother Ma, we should retreat. Susan is not like Cheng Libin. She is a staunch supporter of Ye Feng. I fear she may disregard the life of this cripple and shoot us both dead. Especially considering that the heavy machine gun has yet to be deployed, Zhang Haoyan remarked as he shielded himself behind Long Wu. Indeed. You take the helm while I operate the throttle below deck, let us maneuver the large vessel away. Though we might not secure the warship, having a sizable ship will suffice, Moscone replied. Agreed. The two immediately collaborated, and the large vessel began to drift slowly toward the narrower upstream. Susan's expression shifted as she urged Chung Li-bin, quickly, start the warship and pursue the large vessel. Wu Guo is still aboard. Chung Li-bin nodded and made his way to the captain's quarters to ignite the warship's engines. The large and small vessels set off in pursuit down a different tributary. The tributary here was even narrower, with water plants densely lining the banks, causing the warship to vibrate intermittently. Susan, we can no longer pursue. The dense water plants on either side pose a risk of entangling the propeller, and moreover, the water level is insufficient to support the warship, Chung Li-bin stated. Susan looked on in desperation as the large vessel vanished into the narrow tributary, feeling helpless. While the water level posed challenges for the warship, it had no detrimental effect on the large vessel, which smoothly veered into the next tributary, completely parting ways with the warship. What should we do, Sister Susan? Chung Li-bin inquired. Retreat. We can only wait for Ye Feng to return and make the decision, Susan replied, her composure faltering. Thus, the warship docked at the edge of the tributary, bringing the hidden sentries aboard. Tragically, one of the indigenous brothers fell prey to a crocodile lurking in the water. With the large vessel gone, their only option to reach the warship was to swim across, significantly increasing the risk of death. Ye Feng, having exhausted his last bullet, felled a jungle tiger. He hurriedly dashed to the tiger's lifeless body, using his dagger to widen the gash, then plunged his entire arm inside. A copious amount of the tiger's blood seeped into Ye Feng's skin, transforming into surges of searing energy. He momentarily bestowed upon this extraordinary ability the name blood-sucking technique. Having reached the spot where he encountered Ilian, he was still about 4 to 5 kilometers away from the cave. Yet, the colossal bird overhead persistently pursued him, emitting various shrill cries from the sky. Ye Feng clenched his fist and glanced at the myriad wounds on his body. These injuries had completely healed, gradually forming scars. He believed that within a day, these scars would shed, revealing fresh, new skin beneath. The giant bird could only flutter in the sky, reluctant to alight in the woods. For with its size, landing would render it exceedingly difficult to take flight again. Ye Feng, in defiance, sat down, withdrawing the dagger and plunging it forcefully into his thigh. With a clang, he finally discerned the truth. At the moment the dagger pierced his thigh, a layer of blood-red scales emerged at the site of impact, absorbing most of the force. However, each time the blood-red scales manifested, Ye Feng felt a slight drain on his mental and physical vitality, indicating that these scales demanded a toll. He gazed at his thigh, noticing merely a slight bruise, the skin unbroken. Contemplating this, Ye Feng looked at his palm. Due to prolonged immersion in blood, the calluses on his hands had vanished, leaving them smooth as jade. Even the scars of old had disappeared. More delicate than a girl's hands. He pondered whether submerging his entire body in blood would restore all his scars, rendering his skin smooth and fair. Just then, his expression shifted abruptly, and he quickly ducked. Yet, it was too late. An arrow shot from behind, making intimate contact with his back. In the next moment, a large patch of blood scales erupted from his back, shattering the stone arrowhead instantly. Turning around, he beheld a robust indigenous man standing there, bow drawn, staring at him in astonishment. The chief of the Ge tribe? Ye Feng immediately recognized Luke's identity and fled upstream without hesitation. If it were only Luke, he might have dared to confront him using the blood-sucking technique. But Luke was not alone. 5 other men accompanied him, each adorned with 6 fierce tattoos on their arms. Did he truly consume the Bloodscales fruit? Pursue him, do not let him escape. Gut him, Luke commanded, leading the charge after Ye Feng. A piercing cry echoed from the sky as the giant bird also soared downstream. After running approximately 30 meters, Ye Feng felt a sharp pain in his back. A spear struck him. Had it not been for the protection of the blood scales, he might have been impaled to the ground. Although the spear did not penetrate his body, the force of the impact sent him sprawling to the ground. He picked up the spear from the ground and, without a moment's hesitation, hurled it back, disregarding whether it struck anyone, and continued to sprint downstream. At last, he arrived at the marsh where crocodiles congregated. With a swift glance, Ye Feng leaped directly into the midst of the crocodiles. Several of the reptiles immediately shook their heads and lunged at him, but he nimbly evaded their attacks. Luke also charged into the fray, brandishing a massive axe that swept left and right. sending the crocodiles flying as if he were a bulldozer. Accompanying him were 5 elder members of the Gaur tribe, among them Ye Feng. "Chief, I will circle around through the woods and intercept him," Ye Feng declared. "Very well. Hurry," Luke nodded, pressing closer to Ye Feng. Presently, Ye Feng dashed through the crocodile swarm in a zigzag pattern, weaving left and right. Luke instructed the others to clear out the crocodiles while he retrieved a spear. Its tip not fashioned from stone, but forged from iron. With a swift pull, the spear emitted a piercing whistle as it cut through the air. With a narrow escape, Ye Feng dodged just in time, but a misfortunate crocodile was pierced clean through. Its body lifted 2 meters into the air with a resounding thud. By heavens! Ye Feng's expression shifted dramatically. The mere sound of the spear's whistle revealed to him the formidable strength of Luke. Chapter 177. A devious plot. This fellow could easily hurl a spear over 200 meters. It is known that even the world champions of civilized society cannot cast a spear beyond 50 meters. How terrifying! Thankfully, it missed. Had it struck true, even the blood scales would not save him. Seizing the moment, Ye Feng rolled and plunged his fist into the crocodile's body. After approximately a minute, the creature's body began to shrink. Thud, thud, thud. 3 arrows struck the crocodile's back. Sensing the time was right, Ye Feng realized he could not completely drain the crocodile of its blood and continued his dash downstream. Almost the instant he leaped out of the marsh, a spear came hurtling toward him from the side. It was Ye Feng from their last encounter. This fellow wielded his spear adeptly, nearly grazing Ye Feng's cheek. Damn! Ye Feng seized the spear, yanking it back with force. To his surprise, Ye Feng relinquished the spear, drawing a short sword from his waist and aiming a strike at Ye Feng's arm. Thus, they engaged in battle. Ye Feng's combat skills were remarkably refined, yet he fell short in both strength and speed compared to Ye Feng. Their clash lasted less than 10 exchanges before Luke and the 4 elders came charging in. Understanding the need to disengage, Ye Feng extended his arm to block Ye Feng's sword. Clang! The short sword struck Ye Feng's arm, and a multitude of blood scales emerged, absorbing the majority of the damage. Seizing this opportunity, Ye Feng swung his dagger toward Ye Feng's neck. Thud! Ye Feng's eyes widened in shock as he dropped his short sword, clutching his neck with both hands. Blood gushed forth like a torrent from between his fingers. Ye Feng! Elder! Luke roared, drawing back his bow amidst the crocodile throng. Ye Feng's countenance shifted dramatically as he sensed his mental and physical energy depleting at an alarming rate. Each time the blood scales manifested, it consumed a portion of his inherent energy. Should this energy be entirely exhausted, his body would no longer exhibit the blood scales. Consequently, he resolutely grasped Ye Feng's neck with one hand, using his physique as a shield. Luke pulled the bowstring taut, his teeth clenched as he glared at Ye Feng. Ye Feng's mouth opened and closed, feeling as if Ye Feng's arm was siphoning the blood from his neck, hastening his vitality's decline. "Chieftain, shoot! Shoot him!" Ye Feng attempted to call out, but the words emerged from his wounds rather than his lips. Ye Feng dragged the severely injured Ye Feng backward, simultaneously absorbing the blood flowing from his neck with his arm. For reasons unknown, Ye Feng's blood proved far more potent than that of the water buffalo or jungle tiger. After retreating a dozen meters, Ye Feng's legs kicked out violently, and he succumbed to death. In truth, even a warrior of his caliber would typically take half an hour to perish completely from a throat slit. However, Ye Feng's skin possessed the ability to absorb blood, leading to Ye Feng's demise in less than a minute. With a sudden whoosh, Luke's arrow was released, striking Ye Feng squarely in the back. This time, the unmistakable blood scales appeared on his back, providing a modicum of protection against the assault. Thud! Another spear struck Ye Feng's back, and the manifestation of blood scales once again drained his energy. For the ensuing 10 minutes, no matter how Ye Feng maneuvered, zigzagging, running in straight lines, or stopping intermittently, he could not evade the indigenous people's arrows and spears. These were the elite of the Ye tribe, their spear throwing and archery skills reaching mastery, making their projectiles seem as if they possessed eyes, rendering Ye Feng unable to escape. Although Ye Feng's skin continued to manifest blood scales upon impact, their color grew increasingly faint. It was likely that the next spear would pierce his body. In truth, with his current blood scales, he could have leaped into the water to evade capture. The parasitic catfish and leeches in the water would not be able to breach his skin. Yet if Luke and the others dared to pursue him into the river, they would surely meet a torturous demise. However, There was another pressing concern. A large shadow loomed above, relentlessly trailing him. Should he leap into the river, he feared it would hasten his death even further. I must run. Ye Feng gritted his teeth, abandoning his zigzagging strategy and sprinting with utmost speed toward the riverbank of the cavern. He gasped for breath, feeling the energy he had just absorbed dissipate once more. After only a few steps, he stumbled over an object, kicking aside the weeds. He immediately spotted the shell he had buried there. It had lain dormant for quite some time, as he recalled burying it upon their arrival at the cavern. Reflecting on this, Ye Feng discarded his dagger and rummaged through the pouch at his waist. 2 flint stones appeared in his hand. Narrowing his eyes, he began to strike the flint together. Whoosh! A spear shot from a distance, narrowly grazing Ye Feng's arm. He quickly dropped to the ground and resumed striking the flint. Bang! A flicker of flame ignited. Ye Feng swiftly set fire to the nearby dry grass and continued to sprint ahead. Luke and the others followed closely, gazing at the blazing bonfire. Why are the otherworldly beings lighting a fire in such circumstances? An elder inquired. Luke furrowed his brow slightly, and in the next moment, his expression shifted drastically as he hastened toward the location of the cave. Boom! From the perspective of the giant bird, a burst of flames erupted from the rainforest, reducing several large trees to splinters. After a cloud of smoke cleared, Luke was the first to rise, though his back had been struck by several stones, and he felt a sweetness in his throat. He did not cough up blood. Elder Heishi? Luke immediately spotted one of the elders. His body sprawled on the ground like a rag, a considerable amount of blood pooling beneath him. The other 3 elders gathered around, each bearing injuries of varying severity. Poof! Elder Heishi spat out a mouthful of blood and succumbed on the spot. Chief, that otherworldly being has already entered the cave. Shall we pursue? One elder asked, his voice trembling. It was known that the elders of the Ge tribe constituted the true decision-making body, and it was shocking that 2 had perished in the pursuit of Ye Feng. This instilled a sense of dread within him. Elder Juri, are you afraid of that otherworldly being? Luke suddenly cast a piercing gaze at Juri. No, we only have 6 elders in total. Now 2 have died. And I am concerned, Juri replied, his voice quivering under Luke's scrutiny. That otherworldly being is hiding in the cave, but it matters not. Juri, since you cowardly refuse to hunt down our adversary, you shall play the errand boy. Go upstream and request the high priest to summon all the vengeful children surrounding that cave until not a single drop can pass through. We need only to wait outside. I do not believe that otherworldly being can remain in the cave for eternity. Luke stated coldly. He himself feared entering the cave, primarily due to the terrifying legends surrounding it. The high priest had declared it the Eye of Hell, from which the vengeful children had emerged 80 years prior. Furthermore, he was wary of Ye Feng's cunning, apprehensive of being ambushed in the pitch-black cavern. Chapter 178. Let it be, hopefully, all will be well. The moment Ye Feng entered the cave, he sat down, resting his back against the stone, and slowly closed his eyes. He paid no mind to whether the enemy would pursue him. He needed to rest for a while, lest he lose the strength to even walk. Yet, upon closing his eyes, Ye Feng unexpectedly slept until nightfall. Through the crevices of the rocky pile, he saw the outside of the cave illuminated by countless torches, accompanied by the piercing screams of the vengeful children. He shook his head and gradually opened his eyes wide. Outside the cave, at least 300 indigenous warriors had gathered, along with 10 times their number in vengeful children. What is this? Ye Feng's eyes widened once more. He finally discerned the high priest's appearance clearly. Previously, from a kilometer away atop a spruce tree, he had only noted her commendable stature and height. However, now it was evident that not only did she possess an admirable figure, but her aura was truly unparalleled. Calm and composed, with the power of life and death firmly in her grasp, the indigenous people beside her regarded her with deep respect, barely daring to meet her gaze. High Priestess, the vengeful child refuses to enter the ghost cave. If we are to eliminate Ye Feng, it falls to us warriors, Rook remarked from the side. Why must we enter the ghost cave? The high priestess replied coolly. How can we kill Ye Feng without entering the ghost cave? Rook inquired, confusion etched on his face. That is not your concern, the high priestess stated, suddenly beckoning one of the vengeful children. The child approached obediently, akin to a compliant student, standing quietly at her side. The high priestess opened a box and placed a slender object beside the child's eye. In the next instant, the slender object seemed to come alive, burrowing directly into the child's eye. Screech, screech, screech. Roar. After a few piercing cries, the child emitted a roar akin to a wild beast. Simultaneously, its body appeared to be under some powerful influence, transforming into a strikingly robust form, shedding black fur while golden strands began to sprout. Go, the high priestess commanded, pointing towards a pile of rubble. The frenzied child, obeying the order, leaped into the debris with astonishing speed. Ye Feng's expression changed dramatically. He sensed that the child's velocity was utterly extraordinary. The child dashed into the cave, and through the sparse glow of the firelight, Ye Feng discerned its form. Though small in stature, its physique was immensely powerful, far surpassing that of an ordinary vengeful child. Humph, what does it matter how strong it is? Ye Feng muttered. But before he could finish, he felt a tightness in his arm. Blood-red scales emerged upon his skin, revealing that the child had executed a rapid assault upon his arm, thwarted only by the protective scales. Ye Feng quickly spread his arms. Should the child attempt another ambush, he would surely seize it and twist off its head. Creak. Another sound of metal grinding echoed. Ye Feng instinctively reached for his neck, feeling a twinge of pain as more blood-red scales manifested. Such speed? Such precision? Ye Feng hastily pulled his arms close, shielding his midsection. Thud, thud, thud. 3 more strikes ensued as Ye Feng grasped at the air. Yet he could not even catch a hair. The child's speed was at least 3 times that of Ye Feng, and while its attacks could not breach his defenses, it retreated effortlessly. Cursed be this. Ye Feng raised his torch and began to retreat deeper into the cavern. This outer area of the cave was relatively spacious, allowing the child to fully employ its agility. Ye Feng calculated that if he could lure the creature into a narrow passage, he would surely be able to capture it. The sound of delicate yet persistent footsteps echoed behind him. As the footsteps drew nearer, Ye Feng suddenly swung the torch back. Bang! Screech, screech, screech. The vengeful child was sent flying 3 meters, crashing violently against the stone. However, its vitality was remarkable. After staggering to its feet, it charged once more toward Ye Feng. With a cold chuckle, Ye Feng feigned retreat, but after merely 3 meters, he abruptly turned around and clasped his arms together. At last, he captured the vengeful child in his embrace. Was the ambush exhilarating? One hand gripped its neck while the other seized its head, twisting forcefully. A crack echoed as the vengeful child's head was wrenched off, green blood splattering onto Ye Feng's arm. In the next moment, this verdant ichor was astonishingly absorbed by his skin. Such repugnant blood? Ye Feng grimaced, desperately wiping his body, fearing the toxicity of the green fluid. Yet, it was too late. The blood had thoroughly permeated his skin. Alas, let us hope for the best. Ye Feng plopped down on the ground, gazing at the flickering torch. Although he had injured the vengeful child, the torch was on the verge of extinguishing. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Just then, the voice of another vengeful child echoed from outside the cave. Moments ago, the sound had been 20 meters away, but in the blink of an eye, it was merely 2 meters from Ye Feng. Thud, thud. He was struck once on the face and once on the neck. However, this time, the emerging scales were not crimson, but a sanguine yellow, evidently more resilient than the mere blood-colored scales. Ye Feng felt a mix of surprise and joy. In the dim glow of the torchlight, he discerned 2 more vengeful children circling around him. It seemed the high priest was resolutely intent on ending his life, having nurtured 2 more formidable vengeful children. I must flee. Grasping the torch, Ye Feng sprinted deeper into the cavern. In just 3 minutes, he arrived at the armory, filled with rusted rifles, handguns, and an abundance of ammunition. Although the 2 vengeful children were swift, their intellect paled in comparison to that of humans, allowing them to dash into the cramped room. Ye Feng had been waiting behind the door. As soon as they entered, he swiftly shut the door and barricaded it with a heavy crate. Squeak. The vengeful children seemed to sense something amiss, but it was too late. 3 minutes later, Ye Feng crushed the last vengeful child's head underfoot, green blood splattering across his leg. Within moments, the ichor was absorbed back into his skin. So, the amalgamation of blood enhances one's defenses? Ye Feng glanced at his arm, kicking the 2 corpses aside. At that moment, the torch finally ran out of fuel and extinguished. Yet, this posed no challenge for Ye Feng. He picked up a stick and rubbed it against the ground until it was coated in a thick, black substance. A more enduring torch ignited. Although his blood-colored scales had mutated, enabling him to withstand greater impacts, Ye Feng conceded that he could not break through the encirclement outside the cavern. He had no choice but to scour the depths for machine guns or grenades. After a brief exploration, he resolved to venture further underground. Chapter 179. I Need You Now. He believed that the Germans were no fools, having constructed such a vast underground base. It was certain that there would not be merely a single exit, but undoubtedly other escape routes as well. Suddenly, a section above him collapsed with a crash, startling Ye Feng. He felt immensely fatigued and resolved to rest for 3 days and nights upon returning to the warship. Upstream of the Heishu River, Zhang Haoyan maneuvered the vessel to a halt at the end of a tributary. After a while, Ma Xikong emerged from the lower deck. Fortunately, his stamina was commendable, otherwise, turning the wheel alone would have exhausted him. I'm utterly worn out. Next time, I shall take the helm, and you can descend to operate the wheel, Ma Xikong panted. Brother Ma, what shall we do with this cripple? Shall we kill him? Zhang Haoyan inquired. No, this fellow is a good brother of Ye Feng. Keeping him as a hostage would serve us well. Furthermore, when we need to navigate the ship, we can bind him to the wheel and compel him to turn it, thus conserving our strength, Ma Xikong replied. Ah, that is quite a clever ploy, binding him to the wheel like a donkey turning a mill, and then scorching his backside with a red-hot iron to compel him to work. Huh? Zhang Haoyan laughed heartily. Long Wu gritted his teeth, tears nearly brimming in his eyes. The water at the end of the tributary is pristine. Let us procure some fresh water. With that, Ma Xikong and Zhang Haoyan leapt off the deck. In the next moment, their eyes narrowed. Before them stood a small tree, bearing 3 white fruits that exuded a potent fragrance. What a treasure! I'll take 2. And you can have 1, Ma Xikong declared, raising his gun and firing. The small tree was instantly severed, and the 2 men divided the 3 fruits amongst themselves. Meanwhile, in the underground base, Ye Feng gazed at the spiraling staircase ascending before him, his eyes gradually widening. This was the first time he had encountered an upward staircase. Perhaps it was another escape route. Thus, he raised his torch and cautiously ascended. Before long, he reached the first platform, which was littered with various desiccated corpses. Bringing the torch closer revealed that these bodies were enshrouded in cobwebs, most of them belonging to vengeful children. It appeared they had been advancing in a particular direction, yet the corpses lay strewn about the ground. Most of the vengeful children had been shot in the head, meeting their demise on the spot. As he continued to climb, the desiccated bodies of vengeful children increased in number, while the ground became coated in a viscous black-gray substance. I understand now. Chu Xue misjudged the situation. This black-gray viscous matter is the congealed blood of the vengeful children, formed over time, Ye Feng muttered to himself, adding more fuel to his torch. At last, he ascended the spiral staircase to the second platform. Here lay 2 human corpses, their clothing reduced to dust. Clearly, they were a man and a woman. The man was quite tall, while the woman was also of considerable height, yet her abdomen had been brutally sliced open. In the man's hand was a severely corroded handgun. It was likely that 80 years prior, this couple had fled upward, only to be bitten by the vengeful children. Once the man's ammunition was exhausted, he was ultimately overwhelmed by the relentless horde of vengeful children. Ye Feng sighed deeply and continued his ascent, ultimately reaching the pinnacle. However, it appeared that there was no way out. Yet, if there was truly no exit, why construct a staircase here? Contemplating this, Ye Feng drew his dagger and struck the top several times. A number of spots emitted a heavy sound, indicating the presence of solid stone. When he struck the central area, a hollow echo resounded, revealing its weakness. Realizing this, Ye Feng placed the torch on the ground, raised his hands toward the top, and exerted all his strength. A bizarre scene unfolded before him. As he summoned his full power, blood-yellow scales emerged across his body. With a resounding crash, a square iron plate was forcibly pried open by Ye Feng. This metal slab was approximately 20 centimeters thick, with edges spanning over 3 meters and weighing several hundred kilograms. It was no wonder that 80 years prior, a man and a woman could not escape, for their strength was insufficient to budge this iron plate. Ye Feng could truly empathize with the despair they must have felt. Below him lay a multitude of vengeful spirits, yet the iron plate above remained unyielding. A gust of fresh air filled Ye Feng's nostrils, and he greedily inhaled a few breaths before flipping the iron plate back into place, sealing the exit. From now on, he would no longer enter through the cave. Instead, he would access it directly from this spot to transport munitions, which would be far more efficient. Alternatively, he could fashion a long rope to hoist the arms up gradually, conserving even more effort. An idea sparked in Ye Feng's mind, and a smile broke across his face. He estimated that he was roughly 1 or 2 kilometers from the cave entrance. Standing at this location, he could faintly see the flickering torch at the cave's mouth. Now was the time. Ye Feng tossed aside the torch and, aided by the moonlight, sprinted upstream, hoping to encounter a warship along the way. He could not afford to run during the day, for the giant bird possessed excellent vision, capable of spotting him from thousands of meters above. Thus, he opted for a nocturnal existence. As Ye Feng dashed over 200 meters upstream, a leopard suddenly appeared ahead. The creature glanced at him before turning away. Has it learned caution? Ye Feng paused for a moment. Wild animals possess keen instincts, capable of judging the strength of their prey without absolute certainty. They would not engage in a hunt. Clearly, Ye Feng's aura had grown formidable enough to deter even the leopard from making an attempt. You've become cautious, but I require your assistance. Ye Feng murmured to himself, and his dagger slipped from his grasp. Thud! The leopard fell, pierced through the heart. Ye Feng quickly reached into the wound, and after a while, the leopard became a lifeless husk, granting him a slight recovery in stamina. Onward. Throughout his journey, Ye Feng became an unstoppable force, vanquishing every formidable creature in his path, draining their blood entirely. So far, he had regained approximately 40% of his stamina. With this thought, Ye Feng drove the dagger into his thigh, revealing prominent blood-yellow scales. Almost there. Continuing his sprint upstream, Ye Feng soon arrived at the swamp he had visited previously. The population of crocodiles here had diminished significantly, perhaps by nearly half. Despite their cold-blooded nature, certain instincts are deeply ingrained in their genetics, namely, the innate drive to seek profit and avoid harm. This swamp had once been their territory, but it had been plowed several times recently, leading them to subconsciously deem it unfit for habitation and relocate to other strongholds. However, for Ye Feng, even with only half the usual number of crocodiles present, there were still ample opportunities for him to hunt. With this thought in mind, he approached the edge of the swamp where a lone crocodile lay. The creature opened its vertical pupils and lunged at Ye Feng without hesitation. With a swift thrust, the dagger found its mark in the creature's brain, and it struggled briefly before succumbing to death. Ye Feng plunged his fist into the wound. Chapter 180. Do you still wish to? This was a laborious task. He had to avoid alarming the remaining crocodiles, steer clear of their bites, and remain silent. Consequently, after more than 3 hours, he had managed to take down 5 crocodiles. Most of them had been lured into the woods before meeting their end. Another crocodile fell to his blade, and once again, Ye Feng thrust his fist into its wound. This time, however, he noticed something strange. His skin no longer absorbed the crocodile's blood, resulting in his fist becoming drenched in gore. Was it because he had absorbed enough? Or had his ability vanished? Ye Feng's expression changed dramatically, filled with uncertainty. It must be that he had reached his limit. Yes, that had to be it. He reassured himself, circumvented the swamp, and continued his dash upstream. Dawn was only half an hour away. He needed to locate the warship before daylight broke, or else he would once again become prey to the great birds, leaving him with no refuge. "Ah Feng, is that you?" At that moment, he heard Susan's voice emanating from the woods ahead. Ye Feng halted, then gradually moved forward. A lithe figure emerged from the trees, rifle in hand. "Susan," he exclaimed, barely managing to utter her name before rushing toward her. Susan, too, cast aside her rifle and leaped toward him. As their long-estranged bodies were about to collide, Susan unexpectedly slapped Ye Feng across the face. "Where have you been these past few days? Fifth brother has been taken by Zhang Haoyin and Ma Xikong, and they've stolen the ship. Where were you?" she demanded. "Susan, can we put that aside for now? Just hold me," Ye Feng said, his voice frail as he embraced her. Susan's body stiffened momentarily before gradually softening, enveloping Ye Feng in her arms and gently patting his back. Even men have their moments of vulnerability, as was the case for Ye Feng. Since acquiring that fruit, he had faced countless life-threatening situations, and now, at long last, he had found someone he trusted. He craved the comfort of her embrace for a sense of security. After a prolonged hug, Ye Feng finally released Susan. "Where is the warship? Let us board it first, and then we will take down Ma Xikong and Zhang Haoyin." The fragility that once adorned Ye Feng's face vanished, replaced by a glint of ferocity in his eyes. While he could tolerate the antagonism of Ma Xikong, his greatest disdain was reserved for traitors. Capturing Zhang Haoyin, he resolved not to dispatch him immediately, but rather to allow him to experience the depths of despair. Leading the way was Susan, as they turned into a tributary. Before Ye Feng stood a familiar warship, anchored at the center of the stream like a slumbering behemoth. Susan hesitated momentarily, wiping some dirt across her lower abdomen and wrapping her lower body with leaves, before applying a layer of mud to her chest as well. Without the large vessel, we must swim to the warship. It's still over 100 meters away. You should also cover your pants with mud to prevent anything from crawling in, Susan advised. No need, Sister Susan. Allow me to demonstrate the legendary iron cloth pine technique, which I learned in my youth and seems to have awakened now, Ye Feng proclaimed confidently. Iron cloth pine? Susan exclaimed in astonishment. Just watch me. With that, Ye Feng plunged into the river with a splash, his muscles tensing. Instantly, his skin began to exhibit faint yellow scales, though Susan could not discern this in the darkness. After a moment's hesitation, Susan followed suit and jumped into the river. Is that Sister Susan back? Why is there another person? Chung Li Bean inquired from the deck, observing the silhouettes in the water. That's Brother Yi. Can't you see that up close? And you still have binoculars, Ding Tuanshuan remarked, unable to suppress her sarcasm. Ah, you young ones have sharp eyesight, but I am older. What are we all waiting for? Quickly lower the rope ladder. Our pillar of support has returned. 2 ropes were lowered into the river, and Ye Feng first pushed Susan towards the ladder, while the others scrambled to pull her aboard. She still bore 2 leeches on her major artery. I'll head to the cabin first, Susan declared, rushing inside to remove her clothing and rid herself of the parasites. Soon after, Ye Feng was also pulled up. Brother Feng, hurry into the cabin and remove whatever's on you, Chung Li Bean urged. However, Ye Feng calmly replied with a smile, no need. This time, I have activated the fabled 13 Protector's Golden Bell Shield. With the hardness of my skin, leeches and parasitic catfish cannot harm me. After speaking, Ye Feng showcased his skin. The others quickly brought torches closer to inspect. Indeed, there wasn't a single leech on him, as the thickness of his skin thwarted their piercing. That's wonderful. I was going to suggest you assist Susan, but she is already in the cabin now, perhaps completely undressed, Chung Li Bean noted. Oh dear, I feel something on my backside. I must go into the cabin as well. With that, Ye Feng hurried into the cabin, covering his rear. Upon entering, Ye Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. Before him lay a perfect form. Susan posed enticingly, attending to something on her body. Have you seen enough? Susan stared at Leaf Maple with an expressionless face, tossing a parasitic catfish out of the window. Sister Susan, let me assist you, Leaf Maple quickly approached. However, Susan had already donned a leather skirt. As her previous trousers had long since become unwearable, these skirts were crafted aboard the warship. Though they chafed a bit, they at least covered her essential areas. What are you dawdling for? Get out. Do you still want to? Susan cast a displeased glance at Leaf Maple. Oh, then I'll step outside, Leaf Maple said, dejectedly making his way onto the deck. At that moment, Shi Zhengliang approached, holding a military water cup. The German-made steel cup, after 80 years, remained pristine. Inside the cup was a bubbling liquid. Brother Feng, after my efforts, I have finally brewed the first cup of beer. As the leader of our team, you should drink first, Shi Zhengliang said, presenting the steel cup with both hands. Leaf Maple was deeply moved. His kindness towards them had not been in vain, as they were indeed grateful. He accepted the cup, inhaling the faint aroma of the brew. While it was somewhat mild, being able to drink beer on a deserted island was already a blessing. He could not demand a higher alcohol content. Impressive. I never expected you to even create a fermentation starter. You truly deserve the title of chef, Leaf Maple exclaimed as he gulped down the beer. Thank you for the compliment. In truth, I did not create the fermentation starter. I merely utilized an amylase from my saliva to ferment the fruits. The downside is that the alcohol content is a bit low, but the advantage is that the beer can be ready in just 2 days. Chapter 181. Why are you locking the door during daylight? As soon as Shi Zhengliang finished speaking, Leaf Maple sprayed him with a mouthful of beer. Master Shi, are you saying that this fermentation starter was made using your saliva? Leaf Maple shouted in anger. Of course. Did you think it was easy to make a fermentation starter? Shi Zhengliang wiped the beer off his face. Damn, Leaf Maple cursed, disdainfully tossing the steel cup back. Next time you brew beer, do not use your own saliva. Use Susan's or Su Yun's, or better yet, Little Tuan Tuan's. Leaf Maple pointed at the women. Oh, Brother Feng wishes to use the enzymes from women? I have an even better idea. Chop the fruits and let them step on them barefoot. Human feet carry certain bacteria that can survive indefinitely. Once they come into contact with the fruit, they will gradually multiply. This is why many red wines are made by foot treading. As long as the storage temperature is suitable for the bacteria, they will continue to proliferate, which is why many red wines improve with age, Shi Zhenliang proposed another suggestion. That's disgusting. I will never drink red wine again, Su Yun said, covering her mouth, her expression akin to having swallowed a fly. Just then, the entire sky darkened ominously. Oh no, it's about to get light. You all stay on the warship. I must retreat to the cabin. With that, Leaf Maple quickly withdrew. Once daylight broke, that enormous bird would undoubtedly come seeking trouble. While he was not afraid, the people aboard the warship would surely be in peril. The colossal bird can utilize the blinding sunlight as a cover to descend from the heavens, while Lena, the sharpshooter, lacking sunglasses, must remain vigilant of her surroundings. Unable to gaze skyward for long, otherwise, even with shades, she risks becoming blind. Upon returning to the dormitory, Ye Feng collapsed into a deep slumber. Sleeping on the warship felt secure, free from the perils of the outside world. In this profound sleep, Ye Feng was enveloped in darkness. Brother Feng, are you still sleeping? You've been out for 2 days and nights. Ye Feng, in a daze, heard Chun and S voice. He opened his eyes to find Chun and South's large face alarmingly close. Ah! Ye Feng exclaimed, stretching his arms overhead, feeling invigorated, his entire being brimming with explosive energy. Chunin, during my slumber, did any colossal birds come to harass the warship? Ye Feng inquired. Not a single feather was sighted, Brother Feng. I think you're overthinking it, Chunin replied, assisting Ye Feng in putting on his clothes. Once dressed, Ye Feng glanced out the window. The sun had begun its descent, painting the western sky with a splendid fiery hue, while the river rolled like molten gold. It was only now that Ye Feng fully appreciated the beauty of the tropical rainforest. Informed Chung Li Bean to navigate the warship upstream. We must rescue Fifth Brother and reclaim the large vessel, Ye Feng stated, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. Zhang Haoyan and Ma Xikong must perish, otherwise. These two armed individuals pose a significant threat to those aboard the warship. In fact, in a certain sense, their danger surpasses that of the entire indigenous tribes. Understood. Chunin promptly ascended to the deck to relay the orders. Shortly after, Ye Feng observed the large vessel alter its course, heading upstream against the current. At that moment, Yang Li unexpectedly entered, immediately locking the door behind her and peering through the peephole to check outside. Sister Li, what are you sneaking around for? Is something amiss? Ye Feng asked. Brother Feng, I'm sorry. That scoundrel Zhang Haoyan has absconded with the large ship and taken Fifth Brother hostage. I owe you an apology, Yang Li said, bowing deeply to Ye Feng. Ye Feng thought there might be something crucial at hand, only to realize it was this. This is not your fault. No. It is very much related to me. Zhang Haoyan is clearly retaliating against you because of me. Brother Feng, I must atone. Tell me how I should be punished. Yang Li declared, slowly unfastening her leather skirt to reveal her long, slender legs. Ye Feng's resentment towards Zhang Haoyan intensified. That scoundrel had toyed with such a beautiful woman for 8 years. Brother Feng, they're all on deck. No one will know. You need not worry about me. Whatever you require, I am at your service, and I will not speak of this to tarnish your reputation, Yang Li said, gently settling beside Ye Feng. A wave of feminine allure permeated the dormitory. Ye Feng quickly covered himself, for since consuming that fruit, although he had gained unparalleled defensive capabilities, his body had become increasingly honest. Even though he had just recovered from a serious injury, he found it somewhat difficult to restrain himself. Yang Li seemed to have noticed this. Her eyes sparkled as she extended her hand toward him. Oh my! In the next moment, she covered her mouth in astonishment. How extraordinarily strong! The terrifying bounce was pulsating, as if countless lives were eager to burst forth from within. Sisterly, I've mentioned this before. It is not your concern. Have you not already severed ties with Zhang Haoyan? I will not hold it against you. Therefore, you need not sacrifice anything. However, if Sister Li seeks my assistance due to her own emptiness, I could reluctantly acquiesce to that. Ye Feng stated solemnly. He could sense the loyalty emanating from these individuals. In return, he naturally felt compelled to cater to their physical, emotional, and even spiritual needs. After all, he was a leader. With greater power comes greater responsibility. Brother Feng, spare me the words. If you desire, then come forth. Moreover, I have borne 3 children for Zhang Haoyan, and I am no longer capable of bearing more. You need not harbor any concerns, nor worry about me becoming pregnant. Do you grasp my meaning? Yang Li's implication was unmistakable. Ye Feng felt as if his pants were about to burst. Her words suggested that she was open to intimacy. In truth, Yang Li had not always been this type of woman, but upon hearing Zhang Haoyan's assessment of her, She had completely let go. She was not only drawn to Ye Feng, but also sought to retaliate against Zhang Haoyin, aiming to indulge far more than she ever had with him. Brother Feng, what are you still hesitating for? I have told you, you can let go and do as you wish. Unleash all that comes to your mind. I will accommodate you. Yang Li asserted resolutely. Sisterly, if that is the case, then I shall. Ye Feng began, but was interrupted as someone knocked on the dormitory door. Who is it? Ye Feng inquired. It's me, Brother Feng. Why did you lock the door in broad daylight? Came Chun En's voice. Ye Feng took a deep breath and opened the door. Chun En immediately spotted Yang Li sitting on the bed, and it seemed that a blush still lingered on her cheeks. He realized that something illicit had transpired between Brother Feng and Yang Li. Brother Feng. There are natives appearing on the shore, Chun En announced. Chapter 182. Ye Feng, what on earth is happening? Oh. Ye Feng's expression shifted, and he hurried toward the deck. Upon reaching the deck, he saw Alina aiming a machine gun at the shore, while Ding Tuanshuan was inserting a belt of ammunition into the side of the gun. Do not fire just yet. We are running low on machine gun ammunition, and this weapon will be needed for dealing with far more terrifying creatures, Ye Feng advised, glancing at the sky before focusing on the riverbank. There, 300 meters away, stood 5 or 6 members of the Ye tribe. Among them was one elder he recognized, distinguished by 6 stripes. The other 5 bore 4 stripes each, likely of leader rank. Hand me the binoculars. Ye Feng extended his hand, and Chung Li Bin promptly passed them to him. After a moment, he lowered the binoculars. The shore should have been devoid of any indigenous people. Yet why were these few watching us? Were they not afraid of the machine guns? After speaking, Ye Feng shouted towards the shore, What is this? Do you wish to board my warship as guests? The indigenous individuals hesitated for a moment, then suddenly knelt on the ground, bowing their heads in reverence to Ye Feng. Ye Feng, we have been cast out by our tribe. Please take us in. Otherwise, our survival will be exceedingly difficult. If you accept us, I will divulge all the secrets of the Ga tribe. An elder among them shouted. Ye Feng smirked. These Ga tribesmen truly considered themselves fools, attempting to engage with him. A man of intellect, with the wit of savages, an endeavor doomed to failure. Clearly, these individuals were spies sent by the high priest, attempting to infiltrate his ranks with such childish tactics. Old Chung, do we have any chains aboard the warship? Ye Feng inquired. Yes, there are plenty of chains on the second deck, Chung Li Bin replied. Very well. Ye Feng nodded and turned his gaze back to the shore, feigning a tone of regret. He said, Alas, I did not expect your God tribe to be so devoid of humanity. In that case, you should find a way to swim to the warship. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. As long as we share the same resolve, we shall be brothers and sisters henceforth. Upon hearing Ye Feng's words, the individuals on the shore hesitated. They gathered in a huddle, and after some deliberation, it was the elder who finally spoke. Very well, Ye Feng. We shall row over now. With that, the 6 of them retreated into the woods and emerged with a canoe, which they tossed into the water with a splash. Then, they grabbed their paddles and began to row towards the warship. Ye Feng stroked his chin, a hint of derision curling at the corners of his mouth. These indigenous people were so lacking in intellect, they could not even perform a simple act of deception, if they claimed to have been banished. Why had their tribe not provided them with a canoe? Brother Feng, are you really going to let them aboard? They are clearly double agents. Chinen questioned. I am well aware they are double agents, but it matters not. Let them come on board. We could use laborers who can work tirelessly for 24 hours. These fellows are likely of leadership caliber and should be adept at physical tasks, Ye Feng replied with a smile. The others immediately caught on, giving him thumbs up in approval. After a while, the canoe came to a halt beneath the massive warship, appearing as insignificant as ants in comparison. The 6 individuals looked up at Ye Feng on the deck, their eyes betraying a flicker of caution. Ye Feng waited a minute before allowing the rope ladder to be lowered. Knowing they were double agents, he intended to make their ascent as challenging as possible, ensuring they did not have an easy passage. For sometimes, once a situation takes shape, even an unfavorable circumstance may be overturned and become advantageous. 3 of the double agents were pulled aboard, and then it was the elder's turn. Ye Feng recalled his name. It was Zhuang Ri, a name he had faintly heard amidst the chaos of the cavern. Zhuang Ri was swift yet timid, forcibly sent as a spy by the high priest. He finally grasped the rope ladder, and Ye Feng exchanged glances with his crew, prompting them to begin pulling Zhuang Ri upward. However, just as they were halfway through, Ye Feng instructed everyone to cease their efforts, leaving Zhu Ri suspended in midair. Ye Feng, what does this mean? Zhu Ri inquired, glancing up at the deck. Apologies. Our people have exhausted their strength. Please bear with it a little longer, Ye Feng replied with a smile. I see. Then I shall climb up myself, Zhu Ri declared, using both hands and feet to ascend. His prowess was formidable, and in just a few moments, he had scaled 5 or 6 meters. Yet, the rope ladder continued to descend slowly. Zhu Ri's expression changed, and he looked up at Ye Feng once more, questioning. Ye Feng, what is happening? Oh, it's nothing. They've run out of energy, so the rope naturally slips down. Ye Feng continued to smile. Zhu Ri gritted his teeth and summoned all his strength. True to his elder status, he swiftly reached the deck in just a few more movements. Now only 2 individuals remained. Zhu Ri dared not request Ye Feng's assistance, but instead personally pulled the remaining 2 up to the deck. These individuals were no weaklings, each at least of leader caliber, which heightened Ye Feng's vigilance. Susan and the others had long since chambered their bullets, ready to defend against the 6 individuals. Zhu Ri cast a fearful glance at Ye Feng before scanning the other crew members on the deck, his gaze sharpening. As an expert, he could easily discern that among those on the warship, only Ye Feng possessed close-quarters combat capabilities. As for the others, even if they were all tied together, they would not stand a chance against him. From that point on, he only needed to wait for Ye Feng to fall asleep, and he could eliminate everyone aboard the warship. The women were to be spared for his own depraved amusement, and afterward, he would take them back as captives. The high priest had previously mentioned that the last grand sacrifice was merely the beginning. Given the current climate, another bloodscale fruit could sprout upstream. Consuming the bloodscale fruit would transform him into a beast fighter, and with the merits he established, the high priest would undoubtedly allow him to partake in the fruit, thus becoming a true beast fighter. Most importantly, it was rumored that those who became beast fighters could make a single request to the high priest, and he would grant it without question. The mere thought of this sent Zhu Ri into a frenzy of excitement. For decades in the tribe, he had fantasized about the high priest's exquisite form through countless nights. Ye Feng, what role can I play aboard the warship? As an elder of the Ye tribe, I can assist in keeping watch, Zhu Ri proposed. He had devised a plan. Once he obtained the duty roster, he could stealthily capture Ye Feng's entire team, even eliminate Ye Feng in his slumber, consuming his flesh and perhaps absorbing some residual energy from the bloodscale fruit. Zhu Ri, I warmly welcome you to join my team. However, we have a rule. All newcomers must be shackled with iron chains. After 7 days, we shall release you. And then you can assist in keeping watch, Ye Feng chuckled. Susan and the others slowly raised their rifles, aiming at the group. What? Zhu Ri's face flushed crimson, his eyes darting back and forth as he contemplated a countermeasure. Chapter 183. From now on, please cook exclusively for me and Ilian. Very well, please bind us. Zhu Ri concluded, extending his hand voluntarily. Chung Li Bean, filled with elation, dragged the heavy iron chains forward. Just as the chains were about to rest upon the wrist of Zuris, this individual finally erupted. In a swift roll, he propelled himself forward, his dagger slicing across Ye Feng's neck with a fluidity that was almost mesmerizing, completing the motion in less than half a second. Had it been in the past, Ye Feng would have undoubtedly met his demise. Yet, with a resounding thud, a vast expanse of blood scales emerged on Ye Feng's neck, effortlessly absorbing the dagger's lethal intent. Zuris's countenance shifted dramatically as he quickly adapted, transitioning his strike to a thrust that pierced directly into Ye Feng's chest. Again, a surge of blood scales erupted forth. Die! Zuris, now visibly shaken, leaped 2 meters into the air, aiming the dagger at Ye Feng's eyes. However, in the next instant, he felt a constriction at his wrist. Ye Feng had already seized his wrist and pressed downward with formidable strength. It's broken. Zuris thought he could withstand, but Ye Feng's grip was akin to a vice, leaving him no room for resistance. With a resounding crash, Ye Feng delivered a kick to Zuris's chest, shattering at least 5 of his ribs, causing him to crumple to the ground, motionless. Bind him. With a commanding voice, Chung Li Bean and his companions moved to secure the battlefield, wrapping Zuris tightly like a dumpling. The other 5 natives exchanged glances, communicating silently. Ye Feng, Zuris defied your orders. It is his own disgrace. We are willing to be bound by you, hoping that after 7 days, you will liberate us from these chains. The 5 individuals obediently extended their hands. Suddenly, 5 guns were aimed at the backs of their heads. Unlike Zuris, they complied without resistance. Take them down, lock them up. The 6 captives were escorted into a dormitory, constructed entirely of iron, reinforced by German steel, ensuring that even if they managed to break free from their chains, escape from the room would be impossible. Of course, prior to this, Ye Feng had sealed the windows to prevent any attempts to leap into the river. With all matters settled, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Ye Feng clapped his hands and led everyone back to the deck. These individuals are formidable. Let them endure hunger for 7 days. After that, we shall release them to work, providing only 1 meal a day and minimal water. Otherwise, once they regain their strength, they may retaliate at any moment. Understood, came the chorus of voices. Ye Feng immediately felt a headache coming on. Old chum, how far are we from the tributary where the large ship vanished? He inquired. Approximately 30 to 40 kilometers, Chung Li Bean replied. Very well, let us use this time to rehearse our tactics. Call everyone to the deck. As a team, they must fully embody the strategy. Whether we venture to the underground base for arms or procure fuel, having a strategy will maximize the effectiveness of our civilized weaponry. After practicing for a while on the deck, Ye Feng appointed Susan to lead. After all, as a bodyguard, she possessed greater expertise in this area. 2 hours later, the warship reached a midstream position. The petite Ilian, after brandishing her spear a few times, suddenly collapsed to the ground, coughing heavily. Little Ilian, if you're tired, you should rest, Ye Feng said, his heart aching. Cough, cough, cough. Yet, Ilian continued to cough incessantly, as though her very lungs were about to emerge. Chushua, come over quickly and see what's wrong with Ilian, Ye Feng urgently called for by Chushua. However, at that moment, Heli stepped forward, pointing her spear at Ilian. Do not approach her. It seems she has contracted a parasitic infection. Heli's complexion was grave, her spear unwaveringly aimed at Ilian. Uncle Ye Feng. Ilian coughed as she approached him, her small hands outstretched as if seeking a comforting embrace. Ye Feng's heart twisted painfully. He longed to hold her, but feared the possibility of infection. Yet, Bai Chushua bravely advanced to Ilian's side, first examining her eyes, then her tongue. Brother Feng, it appears she truly is ill and needs to be isolated. We should have someone bring her meals daily, Bai Chushua remarked as she turned back. Is that so? Ye Feng's brows knitted together. He had originally envisioned a life of luxury on this deserted island, but calamity seemed to strike in relentless waves. Very well, I shall take her to a room for isolation, but we must ensure there is a hole above, allowing her to see outside and communicate with others. Ye Feng declared as he took Ilian's small hand. Indeed, while infectious diseases are frightful, if everyone were to shun Ilian now, she would surely not survive a month. The psychological toll can be far more devastating than physical ailments. Uncle Ye Feng, please don't hold my hand. I might infect you, Ilian protested, shaking off his grasp. Ye Feng gently patted her head, suddenly lifting her into his arms and striding toward the 4th level of the ship's cabin. Since isolation is necessary, we must move away from the 5th level deck. Little Ilian, you will stay here, and I will move next door. If you feel afraid, just knock on the wall. And I will come to see you, Ye Feng promised, playfully pinching her cheek. Ilian nodded, putting on a brave front. As Ye Feng exited the room and slowly closed the door, Ilian took a few steps toward it, her eyes reflecting a trace of helplessness and despair, akin to a child on the verge of abandonment. That look pierced Ye Feng's heart deeply. Without a second thought, he scooped her back up and returned to the dormitory on the deck. Little Ilian, you will stay with me from now on. At night, I will hold you as you sleep, so you won't be afraid, Ye Feng asserted resolutely. Indeed, the terror in Ilian's eyes dissipated, replaced by a serene calmness. She nodded and fell asleep on Ye Feng's bed. Ye Feng had resolved that, having consumed those fruits, his immunity would surely be stronger than the average person's. And Ilian's illness would not easily be transmitted to him. Upon returning to the deck, Ye Feng shared the news of Ilian staying with him with everyone. This time, silence enveloped the group, heads were bowed, and many seemed hesitant to speak. I understand the thoughts that linger in your minds. If it comes to that, perhaps you should refrain from contacting me in the future and solely prepare meals for me and Ilian, Ye Feng remarked. Very well, Brother Feng. I comprehend that your intentions are for Ilian's benefit, but this approach, sigh. No more discussion. I shall prepare meals exclusively for you and Ilian from now on. Shi Zhengliang nodded, regarding Ye Feng with a look of deep respect. In truth, he had previously harbored doubts about this young man. As the saying goes, a lad without facial hair does not handle matters reliably, and given the current state of affairs, Many young people tended to be rather ostentatious and lacked a sense of responsibility. However, the situation had changed. Ye Feng's actions had convinced Shi Zhengliang that he was indeed a trustworthy individual. Although others may have opposed Ye Feng's emotional decisions, from this moment onward, they began to regard him as their leader. Brother Yi, I am crafting some toys from bamboo for Sister Ilian. Could you kindly deliver them to her? Ding Tuanchuan inquired. Good girl. Ye Feng responded with a satisfied smile, reaching out to pat Ding Tuanchuan's hair, only to withdraw his hand at the last moment. The large vessel continued its journey upstream, finally arriving at the tributary by midnight. Through the moonlight, Ye Feng faintly discerned a tall spruce tree and two enormous skeletons on the opposite bank. Scavenging animals were gnawing at the bones, and the occasional sound of a vulture flapping its wings echoed in the air. Brother Feng, if we turn into the second small tributary, we will reach the location where the large ship vanished. Chung Li Bin pointed ahead. Indeed, when dawn breaks, we shall steer the warship into that small tributary. I refuse to believe that there could be so few waterways within it. At most, there are 10. We shall comb through them one by one until we locate the large vessel, unless those two individuals manage to haul it ashore. Ye Feng declared before returning to his quarters. Little Ilian had already awakened, her wide, terrified eyes surveying the unfamiliar room, clutching tightly to the clothing Ye Feng had worn. It seemed to her that this would provide a sense of security. Little Ilian, I have returned, Ye Feng announced as he opened the door, smiling at her. With a swift motion, Ilian dashed into Ye Feng's embrace like a startled rabbit. That night, Ye Feng fell asleep inhaling the delicate fragrance of little Ilian, fervently hoping that he would not succumb to infection by morning. Otherwise, the contagion would be truly dreadful. The night passed uneventfully, and soon morning arrived. In the middle of the night, Ye Feng had heard Ilian cough a few times, but thereafter, the coughing ceased. Upon waking, he found Ilian sleeping soundly, her pale face now bearing a hint of color. It seemed that psychological factors played a significant role. Sometimes, when an individual contracts an infectious disease, the likelihood of their demise increases if those around them harbor disdain or aversion. Negative emotions can exacerbate one's condition. Yet, Ye Feng did not reject Ilian. On the contrary, he embraced her while they slept, allowing her to feel that she was not an outcast, and that she was enveloped in Ye Feng's love. Ultimately, it proved that love is the most potent remedy for all ailments, more effective than any herbal concoction. Ye Feng planted a gentle kiss on Ilian's cheek before standing by the window, inhaling the fresh air. He sensed no cough nor fever, indicating that the infectious disease was not as dreadful as Heli had suggested. Brother Feng, you're awake so early. Qianan approached, patting Ye Feng on the shoulder. Ye Feng instinctively took a cautious step back. Aren't you afraid of catching it from me? Afraid of what? You and Ilian shared a room without any cough. That proves the disease isn't that fearsome. Besides, I was once impoverished and have consumed countless additives. If parasites dare to invade my body, I shall teach them the true meaning of intestinal survival. Qianan replied nonchalantly. Ha ha, you rascal. Let us head to the deck, Ye Feng declared, slinging his arm over Qianan's shoulder as they made their way to the deck. As they neared, Ye Feng hesitated momentarily, yet resolutely exposed himself to the sunlight. Perhaps the giant bird had given up on him. After all, it hadn't caused any trouble for 3 days. He couldn't remain cooped up in the cabin forever. However, upon reaching the deck, he still loaded his machine gun, just in case. Others observed the camaraderie between Qianan and Ye Feng, offering him enthusiastic thumbs up. Qianan, you're truly courageous. Indeed, I underestimated you before, another chimed in. Brother Qianan, you are braver than I. Amidst the flattery, Qianan was quickly lifted by the praise. Please, no more compliments. I, Qianan, am a modest person, although I may not possess Brother Feng's striking looks. Aside from my robust health, athletic physique, keen intellect, and quick reflexes, I have little else to boast, he responded earnestly. Ye Feng, the crowd, Ding Tuanchuan slowly raised his middle finger. Let us eat. Afterward, we must go ashore to seek the larger vessel. As for the warship, it cannot navigate into the smaller tributaries, Ye Feng stated. As he ate, Ye Feng frequently glanced skyward, his face etched with vigilance. There's no need for fear. That giant bird hasn't appeared in 3 days. It may have given up on you, Susan reassured him. True enough. Let us eat, Ye Feng said, gnawing on a beef leg. Despite the myriad dangers of the tropical rainforest, food was abundantly available, alleviating their concerns about sustenance. However, it was worth noting that their current diet consisted solely of meats, shrimp, and various fish, as they had never consumed carbohydrates such as rice or wheat. This was manageable for a short period, yet over time, it began to feel somewhat unsatisfactory. Half an hour later, everyone had finished their meal. Ye Feng and his companions armed themselves with rifles, handguns, and other weapons, beginning their descent from the rope ladder onto the canoe. This canoe, a gift from Chasing Sun and his crew, proved invaluable, eliminating the need for swimming ashore. Once on land, Ye Feng relayed a few instructions regarding the warship. Sure. Remember, wait 6 days before feeding those indigenous people. Do not show mercy. Compassion could lead to your downfall. Ye Feng shouted. Rest assured. I'm also preparing to poison them. Shi Zhengliang responded loudly from the deck. Satisfied, Ye Feng nodded and motioned for Tuba to lead the way. Tuba had previously resided in the vicinity, thus he possessed a familiarity with the terrain. After advancing approximately 500 to 600 meters, the network of waterways became increasingly dense, primarily consisting of narrow tributaries about 10 meters wide, yet teeming with a plethora of life forms. Crocodiles, leeches, and various species of piranhas were abundantly present. Leaf Maple, feeling exasperated, assumed the role of a porter. He first hoisted Chun and onto his back and, with a running leap, effortlessly cleared the 10-meter gap to the opposite bank. He then repeated the process, carrying the next individual across. Never mind, the rest of you should return. I shall only take Susan, Tuba, Chunin, and Heli with me, lest our progress be unduly delayed. Leaf Maple signaled to Zhang Yin on the opposite shore. A Feng, you must exercise caution and prioritize your safety, Zhang Yin replied, nodding as she led the others back. She was among the earliest members to join Leaf Maple's team, and he held a high level of trust in her, particularly since the others in the group respected her authority. Let us proceed. We shall keep a distance of 3 meters between us to avoid being struck by a single bullet from Mars Kong, Leaf Maple advised. The 4, including Susan, nodded in agreement and gradually distanced themselves from one another. Leaf Maple had his own intentions for bringing these 4 individuals along. Chunin was notably fortunate, consistently managing to turn peril into safety, thus earning the moniker of Lucky Star. Previously, Leaf Maple had been skeptical of such notions, yet under harsh circumstances. Humanity often clings to such beliefs. Indeed, the environment shapes faith. Susan possessed exceptional marksmanship, capable of engaging in a firefight with Mars Kong, which justified her inclusion as well. Heli, a member of the Gaher tribe, exhibited formidable survival skills in the wilderness and had even consumed ginkgo nuts, making her close combat abilities superior to Susan's. Lastly, there was the guide, Tuba. The quartet traversed the entirety of the morning, following any tributaries wider than 200 meters to their respective ends, as only such waterways could support the weight of a large vessel. For tributaries merely 10 meters wide, Leaf Maple would simply carry all 4 individuals across without wasting time by swimming upstream. As afternoon approached, Leaf Maple delivered a powerful punch that felled a large wild boar, subsequently draining its blood entirely using his vampiric technique. Remarkably, he accomplished this while still carrying the 4, for they would undoubtedly develop psychological trauma otherwise. Tuba, you have been clearing the path and must be weary. Please, indulge in this. Leaf Maple offered an entire hind leg of the boar to Tuba, who devoured it eagerly. As Leaf Maple and his companions had brought spices from Shi Zhengliang, which rendered the meat delectably fragrant. Suddenly, a gunshot shattered the tranquility. Leaf Maple lunged forward, feeling a surge of blood pooling on his back. Mars Kong. Susan immediately dropped to the ground, retaliating with 5 to 6 shots toward the source of the gunfire. A Feng. After emptying her magazine, Susan anxiously glanced at Leaf Maple. Slowly, he rose, brushing his hand against his back, dislodging a deformed bullet that had embedded itself in his skin without penetrating it. I've pinpointed the source of the sound. Remain here, Leaf Maple commanded, seizing his rifle and swiftly advancing toward the origin of the shot. He ran intermittently, denying Mars Kong the opportunity to take aim. Bang! Another shot rang out. Ye Feng staggered, a large patch of blood appearing on his chest. Simultaneously, he felt as though his spirit and stamina had diminished by 1/10. Once again, a bullet was dislodged from Ye Feng's body, but this time, it was stained with blood. The blood scales could not entirely absorb the impact of the rifle. Perched on a large tree, Mars Kong, with his face painted in camouflage, gazed at Ye Feng in astonishment. Does this scoundrel possess a bulletproof vest? Acting swiftly, Kong descended from the tree and sprinted towards the location of the large ship. However, having barely covered 20 meters, he spotted a figure rushing towards him. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive shots rang out, all striking Ye Feng squarely in the chest. Yet, Ye Feng pressed on, resembling an indomitable warrior. Curse it! The previously composed Kong began to feel the tension rise within him. His trembling hand inadvertently jammed the gun's mechanism as he pulled the trigger. Damn it! He discarded the firearm and drew his pistol, firing several shots backward, yet they proved ineffective. Ye Feng continued his relentless advance, not pausing for a moment. Had this man become a zombie? Crouching low, Kong took a deep breath and aimed his handgun at Ye Feng's forehead. Bang! In the next instant, as if sensing the impending danger, Ye Feng instinctively shielded his face with his arm. The bullet struck his arm, drawing forth a trickle of blood. The blood scales were nearing their limit, and Ye Feng understood that he could no longer afford to delay. He raised his pistol and charged at Kong. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang. The barrage of bullets forced Kong into a zigzag retreat. For Ye Feng, the erratic movements made it difficult to aim, and soon he had exhausted his ammunition. Kong, you shall not survive. Ye Feng discarded his pistol and brandished a dagger as he pressed on. Damn it! Kong was exerting all his strength to flee. Yet Ye Feng was closing the distance. At this rate, he feared he would be caught before reaching the ship. In a moment of desperation, he abruptly changed direction and darted into the thicket. Thud! Ye Feng's dagger flew from his hand, embedding itself in Kong's shoulder. A piercing scream echoed as Kong, still bearing the dagger, vanished into the woods. Today, I shall ensure your demise. Ye Feng summoned all his strength and continued his pursuit of Kong. Suddenly, a shadow flashed before him. A massive club, as thick as a thigh, swung towards his chest. Ye Feng was sent flying 5 meters, blood gushing from his mouth. The blood scales could not withstand such a terrifying force. Kong slowly emerged before him, bending down to grasp the dagger. Oh! After a series of agonized cries, he extracted the dagger and advanced slowly towards Ye Feng. Both were injured, but Ye Feng's wounds were more severe, leading Kong to mistakenly believe he could defeat him. Fool! Do you think I, Kong, am so naive as to not set traps in the woods? This is the consequence of your relentless pursuit. Ma Sikuin pointed to the tree pole, which he had just set up yesterday. In truth, there were several other traps laid out, but they were unnecessary. The first trap alone had nearly incapacitated Ye Feng. Ah, Ma Sikuin, you have escaped me several times, but if you manage to evade again this time, I shall write my name, Ye Feng, in reverse. After uttering these words, Ye Feng slowly rose to his feet. The distance between the two was now merely 3 meters. Even if Ma Sikuin were to be cautious, he could not evade this encounter. Are you still dreaming? Ma Sikuin exclaimed, gripping his dagger in a reverse hold, his left leg advancing slowly into a standard thrusting stance. Die! The dagger sliced towards Ye Feng's throat. The two soon engaged in combat. By the 10th exchange, Ma Sikuin was utterly astonished. He realized that his techniques were superior to Ye Feng's. However, Ye Feng's speed exceeded his by more than threefold. No matter what maneuver he employed, Ye Feng was always a step ahead in countering. Clang! The dagger finally pierced Ye Feng's chest, producing a sound akin to metal scraping. You fool! In truth, this was a deliberate feint by Ye Feng, who swiftly seized Ma Sikuin's arm, applying pressure with his fingers. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed. Ah! Ma Sikuin screamed in agony, rolling away to a distance of 3 meters, his face contorted with pain, beads of sweat cascading down his chin and dripping onto the dark soil. Where's the ship? Ye Feng inquired, picking up the dagger from the ground and advancing step by step toward Ma Sikuin. Ma Sikuin's eyes darted furtively, his expression fluctuating between dread and defiance. If you wish to know where Long Wu is, forget it. I would rather die than tell you. As he spoke, Long Wu cradled his arm and began to retreat. Ye Feng had already noticed this subtle maneuver and let out a soft chuckle. Do you believe that trick will work? With that, Ye Feng suddenly lunged forward. The dagger aimed at Ma Sikuin's head. With his current strength, he could easily shatter Ma Sikuin's skull. In the next moment, a whoosh echoed from the riverbank. A 3-meter-long crossbow bolt shot into the woods, halting Ye Feng midair before it thudded to the ground. Chapter 186. A touch of emotion at the bow of the ship. Zhang Haoyan operated the crossbow, his face alight with surprise as he beheld Ye Feng in the woods. Haha, I hit him. Is this my first time using the crossbow and hitting Ye Feng? His delight lasted but 2 seconds before he saw Ye Feng rise, patting the bruise on his chest. You? Ma Sikuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Could even the crossbow not kill Ye Feng? Had he transformed into a monster? In just a second, Ma Sikuan made a wise choice and fled with a whoosh. Ye Feng was about to pursue when another bolt was fired from the large ship. However, this time he was prepared and easily evaded the projectile. You scoundrel! Glancing back at the vanishing Ma Sikuan, Ye Feng turned his blood-red eyes toward the ship. With a swift motion, he dashed toward it. Damn! You? Zhang Haotian fumbled to load another bolt into the groove, hastily cranking the wheel. Unfortunately, it was already too late. A sudden crash echoed beneath the great ship as something emerged from the depths, scaling its way toward the deck. Hurry up! Zhang Haotian finally managed to straighten the winch. However, footsteps were already audible on the deck. Paralyzed by fear, he attempted to turn the crossbow backward, but its original design permitted firing only directly ahead, lacking the capacity for a full 360-degree rotation. Zhang Haotian, you scoundrel! Today I shall turn you into minced meat. Ye Feng charged forward with determination. In a moment of desperation, Zhang Haotian glanced around and leaped into the river. Yet, as he descended merely half a meter, he felt a tightening grip around his neck as Ye Feng yanked him back onto the deck. Brother Feng, let us speak reasonably. I was merely confused for a moment. Spare me, and I shall offer my wife to you. Play with her as you wish. Zhang Haotian pleaded. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes and delivered a brutal kick. Bang! Zhang Haotian was sent sprawling like a ball, rolling across the deck. As he attempted to rise, Ye Feng pressed his foot down upon him, rendering him unable to lift his head. Where is Brother Five? Ye Feng inquired coldly. Brother Five is in the hold. That scoundrel Masakong has him bound to the wheel, forcing him to provide power for the ship. Zhang Haotian shifted all blame onto Masakong. Damn it! Ye Feng seized Zhang Haotian's foot and dragged him toward the hold like a lifeless dog. Upon entering the hold, Ye Feng was met with an unpleasant odor. There, he found Long Wu, his hands bound to the wheel's railing, with sharp spikes attached behind him. If Long Wu halted, the spikes would pierce him. This cruel setup forced Long Wu to keep moving forward, unable to stop without suffering injury. Ye Feng's eyes blazed with fury as he severed the spikes with a single stroke, then swiftly untied Long Wu, limiting his mobility due to a missing leg. Long Wu struggled to turn the wheel, exerting several times the effort of an ordinary person. Brother Five? Ye Feng supported Long Wu, who had endured great suffering. The wound on his backside had festered, infested with maggots. Brother Feng, I can no longer face you. Long Wu trembled. We are brothers. Some things need not be spoken. Ye Feng replied. Rest well, Brother Five. He laid Long Wu flat on the floor and turned his gaze to Zhang Haotian. Are there any bullets or firearms left on the ship? Ye Feng inquired. None. Masakong does not trust me and did not provide me with any weapons. Zhang Haotian responded in terror. Are you saying it was Masakong's idea to bind Brother Five to the wheel? Ye Feng asked coldly. Yes, it was Masakong's idea. However, Long Wu interjected. No, it was a joint scheme of Masakong and himself. He was the executor, employing such despicable means to force me to turn the wheel. Whenever I fell behind, he would scorch my backside with a heated dagger. I fear my rear is ruined. Upon hearing Long Wu's words, Ye Feng's teeth clenched in anger as he forcefully pinned Zhang Haotian against the railing. 5 minutes later, Zhang Haotian found himself bound in the same position, his backside facing Long Wu. Yet, this was not the end. Ye Feng ignited the stove and placed a metal rod inside to heat it until it glowed red. Brother Wu, I shall take the helm above, while you urge him to hasten his efforts below. Should this fellow prove sluggish in his actions, do not hesitate to apply the hot iron to his rear, Ye Feng declared before striding towards the deck. Long Wu nodded, feeling an unexpected surge of vitality despite his previous weakness, invigorated by the prospect of vengeance. Brother Wu, prepare the power, Ye Feng bellowed from the deck. Long Wu retrieved the glowing iron rod from the furnace. Zhang Haotian, paralyzed by fear, summoned all his strength to push the wheel, akin to a donkey turning a millstone. Remarkably, he possessed considerable strength, propelling the wheel with great speed. The grand vessel turned sharply to the right, heading downstream into the tributary. Ye Feng found it curious that the ship was moving so swiftly. It seemed Zhang Haotian's exertions were commendable, making him a viable asset for future endeavors. Having navigated through the first tributary, the ship entered the second. Ye Feng glanced at the sun above, gauging their direction as he steered the vessel downstream. An hour later, he finally spotted a massive warship ahead. Brother Feng, it's Brother Feng returning. Cheng Li Bean exclaimed joyfully, peering through his binoculars. You're getting old. At this distance. Do you still need binoculars? Ding Tuanshuan quipped, playfully mocking him. The grand vessel soon approached within 100 meters of the warship, prompting Ye Feng to shout down to the lower hold. Brother Wu, cease all power. Long Wu nodded, casting a sharp glance at Zhang Haoyan. Oh. Zhang Haoyan sighed in relief, drenched in sweat as he hung limply from the railing. Bound at the wrists, he found himself unable to sit or lie down comfortably. The only way to rest was by suspending his entire weight on his wrists. Long Wu had once endured a similar fate, and he was astonished at how swiftly retribution had arrived. Fortunately, Zhang Haoyan had pushed the millstone with remarkable speed earlier, sparing him from the iron's searing touch. Ding Tuanshuan and the others boarded a canoe, anchoring beneath the grand vessel. Ye Feng lowered the rope ladder, allowing them to ascend to the deck. Although the grand ship could not be compared to the warship, it served as a valuable backup. Should the warship encounter any difficulties, they would have an escape route. As Ding Tuanshuan and her companions stepped onto the deck, they caressed its various parts with a sense of admiration, their eyes filled with affection. After all, it was a vessel crafted with their own hands, imbued with sentiment. Ye Feng then returned to the hold, lifting Long Wu onto the deck. 10 minutes later, Long Wu recounted his ordeal to everyone, eliciting a wave of righteous indignation. Brother Feng, henceforth, I shall oversee the ship's power. If Zhang Haoyan is sluggish in his duties, I shall employ the age-old technique of the heated iron, Chunin declared coldly. The desire for vengeance against Zhang Haoyan was a trivial matter. What mattered more was the opportunity to torment him. Let me handle it. I will scorch his backside flat, Ding Tuanshuan chimed in. Brother Feng, allow me to supervise the lower hold. Rest assured, I won't let him meet his demise, another voice echoed. Brother Feng, permit me to go. A chorus of eager voices clamored to inflict their own brand of punishment upon Zhang Haoyan. Chapter 187. The couple's quarters. This left Ye Feng in a precarious position, as he understood their desire for vengeance on behalf of Long Wu. Yet, he felt the need to maintain fairness among them. Let us take turns supervising, with each person overseeing for a day. However, do keep in mind not to render him lifeless. After all, the great vessel requires its propulsion. Ye Feng shrugged helplessly. I shall go first. Ding Tuanshuan hurriedly dashed into the hold. Ye Feng, startled, entrusted the helm to Bao Qifeng and followed her into the hold, fearing that Ding Tuanshuan might inadvertently bring harm to Zhang Haoyan. Before reaching the hold, Ye Feng was startled by the sound of a donkey braying. Oh dear. Subsequently, an aroma of roasted meat wafted from the hold. Upon entering, Ye Feng was left speechless. He beheld Ding Tuanshuan using a glowing iron rod to administer a rather vigorous assault upon Zhang Haoyan. In pain, Zhang Haoyan propelled the wheel with remarkable speed, proving to be more resilient than a donkey. Little Tuanshuan, what are you doing? I hardly know how to address your actions. Please do not inadvertently cause his demise. Ye Feng cautioned. Oh, I understand. Ding Tuanshuan nodded obediently, her face adorned with an innocent and charming smile. Zhang Haoyan, with wide-open eyes, pushed the wheel at a pace that might rival that of a warship. Old Bao, inform Engineer Cheng that our two vessels, one large and one small, should proceed downstream and anchor near the cave. Then, let us all take a month to rest, indulge in merriment, and feast. After which we shall commence repairs on the ship's artillery and transport ammunition from the underground base, Ye Feng proclaimed loudly. After supervising in the hold for a while longer, Ye Feng brought Ding Tuanshuan up to the deck and revoked her supervisory position. The little girl lacked the necessary restraint, and if she were to inadvertently harm Zhang Haoyan, who would then be left to grind below? Brother Yi, I shall be more gentle next time. Allow someone else to supervise, Ding Tuanshuan pleaded. You little rascal, your actions are far too reckless. If you truly cause harm, we may all have to take turns as laborers, Ye Feng scolded, pinching her chubby cheek. Humph. Ding Tuanshuan turned and walked towards the stern of the ship. Why has the ship's speed diminished again? Zhang Haoyan, it seems, could not change his ways, without supervision. He began to slack off. Chunin, you go down to supervise. I trust you as an adult to handle it with care, Ye Feng remarked. Rest assured, everyone knows my character. I am quite benevolent, Chunin responded before hastily descending to the hold. A more anguished scream echoed from the hold. Ye Feng's expression shifted, and he rushed down to relieve Chun and of his supervisory role. The two vessels drifted downstream, swiftly covering over 30 kilometers. Being carried by the current, Zhang Haoyan found the task considerably easier. Nevertheless, he was utterly exhausted and could not resist resting his head on the railing, succumbing to slumber. It was unclear how long he slept, but upon awakening in a daze, he found Ye Feng gazing at him with a bemused expression. "Brother Feng, I apologize. It was unintentional. I simply could not resist falling asleep." "I will push the wheel immediately," Zhang Haoyan exclaimed, startled, as he struggled to rise. However, Ye Feng gently held his hand. "Are you hungry?" Ye Feng inquired softly, like a kind-hearted leader. "Yes, I am quite famished," Zhang Haoyan replied, gesturing towards his belly. "Allow me to feed you," Ye Feng said with a smile. "Afterward, you may take a brief rest. We have anchored our vessel, and we shall continue our journey tomorrow." "Oh, thank you, Brother Feng." Zhang Haoyan opened his mouth, and Ye Feng filled it with pig feed from the bowl. After completing the feeding, Ye Feng returned to the deck. On the deck of the warship, bonfires blazed as the wild tribesmen, including Tuba, danced around the flames, their throaty howls echoing in the air. Shi Zhengliang stood beside the grill, preparing river shrimp, fish, and shellfish for everyone. The enticing aroma wafted through the deck, gradually permeating the hold below. Zhang Haoyan sniffed the air, unable to suppress his salivation, as tears trickled down his cheeks. "How I wish I had not betrayed Brother Feng. I should be enjoying the feast on the deck now." Once tasted, Shi's culinary delights are unforgettable, yet here I am, reduced to a prisoner, resting in the hold, unable even to sit comfortably. The more he pondered, the more regret filled his heart, and he wept profusely. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the hold, startling him into assuming a grinding position. However, when the firelight illuminated the figure, his heart leaped with joy. "Wife, my dear wife. Oh, please go plead with Brother Feng to spare me. I truly repent. Look at my backside. It's practically half-cooked." "Wah!" Zhang Haoyan cried out. Yang Li entered, carrying several skewers of barbecue, including one made from roasted fruits. "Why speak of such matters? Let us eat something first. After all, we are husband and wife." With that, Yang Li stuffed the skewer of red fruit into Zhang Haoyan's mouth. "Wife, you are the best. I should have treated you better. I am truly a wretch." "A beast," he confessed while chewing. Yet, Yang Li's eyes were filled only with cold amusement. After finishing the fruit skewer, Zhang Haoyan suddenly felt his face flush. Glancing down at his trousers, "Wife, I've realized that I still love you. After eating what you fed me, my trousers seem even more unseemly. How about this? Untie me, and I shall satisfy you once. I promise it will be heavenly." Yang Li smiled faintly and slowly began to remove her clothing, striking an enticing pose before Zhang Haoyan. He was elated and lunged forward, but the ropes binding his hands prevented him from moving even an inch closer. "Wife, could you please step back a bit? I beg of you, move back." Zhang Haoyan felt as if his abdomen would explode from discomfort. "Haoyan, you are the strongest. I believe you can take a step forward," Yang Li taunted coldly. An hour later, Zhang Haoyan emitted a series of anguished howls, his eyes bloodshot. His trousers had become utterly unflattering, yet he could not reach Yang Li, nor could he resort to 5 young lady for relief, as his hands remained bound. 2 hours later, Zhang Haoyan felt as if his trousers were swiftly collapsing, as if they were rendered useless. "Have I become a eunuch?" he murmured to himself. Yang Li slowly donned her clothing, casting a frigid glance at Zhang Haoyan. "Indeed, I intend to render you a eunuch, lest you seize any future opportunities to bring harm to other women. I have suffered at your hands for 8 long years. I cannot allow others to fall victim to your deceit." With that, Yang Li brandished a torch and departed, extinguishing the torches in the lower hold as she went. The entire hold was enveloped in darkness, reminiscent of solitary confinement. Listening to the raucous revelry on the deck, Zhang Haoyan succumbed to a deep slumber. On the deck of the grand vessel, the soiree had finally concluded, and Ye Feng returned to the couple's quarters. Yet, on the battleship's deck, Chung Li Bean and his companions continued their revelry, seemingly intent on releasing the pent-up frustrations of the past few days. Chapter 188. What are you still staring at? Ye Feng, indifferent to their antics, collapsed onto the bed and drifted into sleep. It was now the early autumn season, and the chill in the air was palpable. Half awake and half asleep, Ye Feng felt as though someone was pressing down on him, burying their head in his trousers. "Sisterly, is that you?" Ye Feng gasped in surprise. "Brother Feng, you need not concern yourself with anything. Just leave it to me," came Yang Li's muffled voice. Ye Feng sighed. resigning himself to lying flat on the bed. Time passed, and he slipped back into a deep slumber. Having endured several gunshots from Ma Xikong earlier, his mental and physical energy was thoroughly depleted, and it was somewhat vexing for Yang Li to see him asleep in such a state. After enjoying a popsicle for a while, she departed the couple's quarters to return to her own dormitory to rest. The following afternoon, Ye Feng gradually opened his eyes, feeling that his mental and physical strength had recovered by about 50 to 60%. Oh right, the white fruit. He suddenly recalled, springing up from the bed. He had mastered the method of locating the white and silver fruits. Why not seize the opportunity while the battleship remained mid-voyage to gather more white fruit to share among the team? Consuming the white fruit would bolster their health and make them less susceptible to illness. Yes, that is the plan. On the deck, groups of individuals sat together, engaged in casual conversation. Chunin was boasting when he noticed Ye Feng's arrival. His face flushed, and he obediently took a seat. The food supplies on the ship are dwindling. Today, I will take 3 people hunting, with Chunin among them. After speaking, Ye Feng called out to the battleship, Susan, Heli, prepare to disembark. We are going hunting in the woods. Several heads emerged from the towering battleship, gazing down at Ye Feng. Huh, what did you say? Please repeat that. I said, Susan and Heli, come down. We are going hunting. 10 minutes later, the canoe docked at the shore, and Ye Feng was the first to leap onto the land, followed by 1 man and 2 women. Come, let us follow this tributary to its end. We shall hunt there. With that, Ye Feng led the way, the 4 of them forming a square formation as they advanced toward the tributary's conclusion. Ma Xikong was still alive, and Ye Feng worried that the scoundrel might still have ammunition left. So he insisted on traveling in groups to avoid being picked off one by one. At last, they reached the end of the tributary, where Ye Feng waited for 2 hours. Why hasn't the white fruit appeared? Feng, are you not going hunting? Why are you sitting here? Chunin inquired. Haha, I brought you here to breathe in the fresh air of nature. Now that we have savored enough, let us seek out another tributary, Ye Feng replied, playfully patting Chunin on the head. The 4 of them then proceeded towards the next stream. After waiting 3 hours, Ye Feng squinted his eyes. Indeed, at the spot where the water was crystal clear, a small tree emerged, with 3 white fruits slowly appearing. Ye Feng gestured for silence and swiftly cut the tree down, finally plucking the 3 white fruits. He Li, aware of the fruit's significance, took one and consumed it immediately. With 2 remaining, Chunin and Susan hesitated, uncertain of its safety. Go on, eat it, Ye Feng urged, placing one in Chunin's mouth. Wait, does this not require chewing? It dissolves instantly, Chunin exclaimed, and suddenly his face flushed crimson as a surge of warmth erupted within him. Simultaneously, his slender arms began to swell with muscles. Susan, too, felt the energy coursing through her body. Ah Feng, I sense that this fruit is extraordinary. After consuming it, I feel invigorated both mentally and physically. Is it perhaps a ginseng fruit? Susan remarked gravely. Congratulations on your correct guess. This is indeed a ginseng fruit. It is a precious find. Now, let us continue our search elsewhere, Ye Feng declared, leading the trio further along the tributary. As dusk fell, Ye Feng discovered 3 more white fruits, bringing the total consumed by the group, Ye Feng, He Li, Susan, and Chunin, to 4. They boarded a canoe, with Ye Feng and Chunin on the larger boat, while Susan and He Li took to the military vessel, each pair parting ways. Ye Feng left Susan aboard the military ship to oversee its operations, while he remained on the larger boat to keep an eye on Chunin and Ding Tuanchuan, ensuring they did not harm Zhang Haoyan. That night, a bonfire gathering took place on the deck. In the tropical rainforest, food was abundant, allowing them to feast until they were utterly satisfied. Additionally, Shi Zhengliang presented a delightful offering, freshly brewed fruit wine, clearly labeled with its ingredients. Ye Feng picked up one of the jars, which read, Ingredients, red fruits, hops, Ding Tuanchuan brand yeast. I shall partake of this, Ye Feng declared, removing the clay seal and drinking heartily, perhaps due to psychological influence. He found the wine remarkably fragrant and refreshing, finishing it in one go. He then reached for the next jar, which stated, Ingredients, red fruits, hops, tuba brand yeast. Chunin, come here for a moment, Ye Feng beckoned. What is it, Brother Feng? Chunin hurried over, grateful to Ye Feng for liberating him from his previous inadequacies. This jar of wine is for you. Drink it all, Ye Feng said, handing the jar over. What? This is tuba's yeast wine. I won't drink it, Chunin replied, setting the jar aside. However, Shi Zhongliang approached quietly and whispered to him, "Rest assured, I've marked this haphazardly. I do not know whose spittle it is, but I remember that the tuba pie is actually Zhang Yan's saliva." Chun An's eyes widened in astonishment as he clutched the tuba pie's spittle wine and began to drink heartily. "What a fine wine!" he exclaimed, bursting into a drunken boxing routine on the deck, much to the amusement of everyone present. 2 kilometers away from the warship stood a towering fir tree, its lofty branches home to a colossal bird, which regarded the people on the deck with its icy gaze. This magnificent creature had lived for over a century and possessed its own wisdom. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Ye Feng felt that his physical condition had reached its zenith. Thus, he stood on the deck of the warship, wrapping his arms around the massive cannon barrel. With a mighty roar, the enormous cannon surprisingly shifted its direction. It was noteworthy that this apparatus had not moved for 80 years, its wheels encrusted with rust. Only with over 2,000 pounds of force could it be set in motion. "Shinggong, why are you still standing there? Pour in the oil," Ye Feng urged. "Oh, right. Your earlier performance astonished me so much that I completely forgot to add the lubricant." Cheng Libin hurriedly poured an entire barrel of lubricant into the cannon. This oil was a plant-based concoction extracted through the collaboration of Shi Zhongliang and Bai Chuxue, suitable for both consumption and the maintenance of the warship. Chapter 189. A glimmer of coldness in the eyes simultaneously, they began the repairs on the cannon. The cannon Ye Feng was currently embracing was one of the better preserved pieces, and he believed that with some restoration, it could indeed fire projectiles. Additionally, there was another relatively intact cannon at the bow of the ship that, with some patching, could also be utilized. The warship boasted 8 cannons in total. If only 2 were repaired, they could only ensure firepower on the front and left sides. Should an enemy approach from the right, they would have to rely solely on machine guns and rifles. Moreover, the cannons would only be able to target stationary objectives in the future as the power system was malfunctioning. To adjust the aim, manual calibration would be necessary, requiring at least 7 or 8 ordinary individuals to maneuver the cannon's direction, thus compromising their ability to shoot flexibly. Previously, these cannons were designed to target aircraft, rendering their power systems quite agile. Ye Feng did not hope to restore the power system. He merely wished to strike fixed targets, such as the Gage tribe. This group of savages had gone too far, seemingly intent on eliminating Ye Feng. Thus, he resolved that once the cannons were repaired, he would retrieve shells from the underground base and bombard the Gage tribe with 5 or 6 shells to teach them a lesson. As for exterminating them entirely, Ye Feng deemed that unnecessary. After all, the Blacktree River Basin was sparsely populated, and if only the people aboard their ship remained, it would render the situation rather dull. Furthermore, he would eventually need to recruit some cleaners from the indigenous population, as the current state of hygiene aboard the warship was deplorable, with less than 1% cleaned. Even if they managed to clean it, ongoing maintenance would require a significant number of cleaners. Ye Feng had devised a plan to collaborate with the indigenous people, outsourcing the sanitation duties aboard the warship to them, thus freeing himself from the burdens of their daily lives and retirement concerns. However, any partnership must be founded upon equal footing. Therefore, Ye Feng intended to subdue them with the ship's cannon, demonstrating his might so that they would comprehend their own limitations, thus paving the way for the signing of ceasefire agreements and the like. Goodness, in doing so, was he not ushering these savages into a civilized society? Perhaps a century hence, they might even erect a monument in his honor. Ye Feng couldn't help but chuckle foolishly. In broad daylight, what delightful thoughts were occupying his mind that caused such inexplicable laughter? Shinggong had called out to him several times. He needed to pivot the cannon, allowing the lubricant to seep into the pulleys. Susan nudged Ye Feng. "Oh, right, he stammered, a flush creeping across his face as he exerted himself. The massive cannon began to rotate slowly. After a full day of labor, night fell once more. Following a week of rest, everyone had regained their vigor. Ding Tianchuan's cheeks had once again blossomed with adorable chubbiness, prompting Ye Feng to pinch them each time to ensure the preservation of her bun face. Meanwhile, Xiao Tiango had transformed into a formidable creature. This fellow, indulging in a life free from hunting, had grown to resemble a small calf, consuming food and sleeping in a blissful cycle. "Xiao Tiango, come here," Ye Feng summoned, lifting it by its thick fur. "Goodness, you must weigh over 200 pounds now." After setting Xiao Tiango down, Ye Feng patted its silly head, and it obediently squatted on the deck, akin to a pug with its tongue lolling out. This creature only submitted to being stronger than itself, which is why Ye Feng often lifted it, asserting his dominance. I'll make sure to bring you some fruits to nibble on. You're far too weak, Ye Feng declared from his elevated position. Suddenly, he recalled a critical matter. Those 6 incompetent fools were still locked away, weren't they? Ye Feng slapped his forehead, nearly forgetting this important detail. Due to their confinement on the 2nd level, they had often been overlooked. Oh dear, I nearly forgot about them. Quick, let us see if they're still alive. They represent crucial labor. A group armed with torches rushed toward the 2nd level, which was teeming with an unending swarm of rats. Ye Feng decided to disregard them. Perhaps they could serve as a backup food source in the future. As the cell door swung open, a foul stench assaulted their senses. Inside, excrement was strewn about. And as the door opened, a deluge of waste poured forth. Ugh! Ding Tuanchuan retched immediately. Ye Feng fanned his nose, surveying the 6 disheveled individuals. Only Chasing Sun appeared to be in decent condition. The other 5 were in dire straits, teetering on the brink of starvation, with some even having waste trickling from the corners of their mouths. When desperation strikes, one may resort to eating anything, even feces. Chunin, drag them out. Ugh! Ye Feng echoed his disgust. You 6, keep your distance. I'm about to begin. Chunin brandished a bucket, dousing the 6 with water, followed by a 2nd and a 3rd bucket. Regrettably, Feng, the excrement has already crusted upon them. How about we suspend the 6 of them with an iron chain for 10 minutes and gradually lower them into the river? Chasing Sun, hold tightly to the chain. We cannot afford for you to sink. Alas, your filth is too thick, and I must soak you for 2 hours before I can bring you up for a wash. The one who will perform this task is none other than Chun, and Ye Feng pointed towards Chunin, who stood nearby. Why must it always be me? Chunin responded, speechless. 3 hours later, Chasing Sun and his companions were hoisted back up. They gazed at Ye Feng with feeble expressions, murmuring in dialect as if extending greetings to Ye Feng's family. Yet, Ye Feng chose to disregard them. Sure, prepare food for them. Understood. Shi Zhengliang brought over the dog bowl belonging to the sycophant, pouring a large mass of viscous substance into it. It was the remains of their meal from the previous night, which had been simmered in a pot until it transformed into this gooey concoction. Please, eat. Ye Feng gestured invitingly. Chasing Sun remained still, but the other 5 began to eat. Outsider, you promised to release our chains after 7 days. It is now the 9th day, and you are not keeping your word. Chasing Sun's voice was hoarse. I would indeed like to free you, but I fear that without your bonds, you might unleash a massacre upon the deck. Here's the deal. Reveal a secret unknown to me, and I shall unshackle one of you. Disclose 6 secrets, and I will liberate you all, restoring your freedom, Ye Feng stated with earnest gravity. A secret? What is it that you wish to know? Chasing Sun asked coldly. There are countless things I wish to uncover, so speak freely. Ideally, it should be something rather confidential. If it turns out to be mere common knowledge, my companion Heli will expose you. Ye Feng gestured towards Heli beside him. Chasing Sun glanced at Heli, a flicker of icy disdain in his eyes. Damn that traitorous woman. Fine, here's one. Every 80 years, a great calamity befalls our land, though we remain ignorant of its nature. That does not count, for I was already aware of it. Next topic. You? Very well. Chasing Sun swallowed his indignation. In our tribe, we practice a system of ignorance. The common folk must not know that those white fruits are edible. We deceive the tribe into believing that these fruits are poisonous, thus preventing them from gathering them. This allows us elders, the chieftain, and the priests to enjoy these delicacies exclusively. Chasing Sun finally divulged something of relative value. You despicable wretches. Heli rushed forward, delivering a sharp slap to Chasing Sun's face. She had once taken pride in her tribe, only to discover that the elite manipulated the ordinary people. Very well. Chunin, release that brother's chains, Ye Feng commanded. Chunin approached and skillfully used an axe to sever the chain of one of the leaders. After having eaten, the leader's complexion had improved somewhat. He swung the chain away and stood up abruptly. However, in the next moment, 5 or 6 rifles were aimed at him, compelling him to obediently sit back down. Next secret. Ye Feng nodded in satisfaction, for Healy had finally come to a complete realization. In truth, she had previously harbored a semblance of hope, believing that there existed a grand perspective within the tribe. However, it had become evident that a mere handful were toying with the entire community. The next revelation was that the young women of the tribe, upon reaching maturity, would offer their first experience to men of the chieftain rank or higher. Yet, Their sacrifices did not garner the protection of deities. Rather, it was our lust for their youthful forms that led to their hypnotization. After Zhuangri spoke, he cast a knowing glance at He Li, a smile that was neither fully humorous nor fully mocking. He Li's face flushed crimson, not from shyness, but from the humiliation she felt. When she herself had come of age, she had indeed given her first to the chieftain, believing it was an act of divine protection. How foolish she had been to realize she had been deceived. "I shall slay you, you beast," He Li exclaimed, rushing forward, only to be restrained by Susan and a few others. "Let me ask you again. Is it not a form of deception that the more men a woman accepts in the tribe, the more fortunate she is deemed?" He Li glared at Zhuangri, her eyes ablaze. He. Correct. Your mother and sister, they once entertained 100 men in a single night, ultimately perishing not from fortune, but as punishment for violating taboos, executed by our means, Zhuangri replied with a sinister chuckle. He Li collapsed to the ground, for the memory of her mother and sister's tragic demise resonated painfully within her. Their anguished cries had echoed throughout the tribe for a day and a night. Yet the chieftain had told her those were cries of happiness, assuring her that even in death, their souls would ascend to the palace of the divine, becoming friends of the gods. "Mother, sister, woo-woo," He Li cried, covering her face. "Do not restrain me. I shall chop him to pieces." Shinin, dagger in hand and eyes ablaze, charged at Zhuangri, only to be held back by several natives. Zhuangri raised an eyebrow, confident that Ye Feng would not slay him, for as an elder, he possessed knowledge far exceeding that of the ordinary tribesman. "Shinin, do not act rashly. Zhuangri is an elder. He knows far more secrets and holds great value for us. It would be wise not to use the dagger. However, fists or clubs are acceptable. By the way, is there not a branding iron?" Ye Feng gestured toward the hearth. The others then realized that while they could not kill Zhuangri, they could indeed torment this old pervert. "Ye Feng, what do you mean? I reveal your secrets and you wish to torment me? Do you think I would ever divulge secrets to you again?" Zhuangri glared at Ye Feng. "Oh, I am not the one torturing you. They wish to kill you, and I cannot prevent them. Therefore, I have opted for a lesser evil, allowing them to torment you instead of taking your life. Do you not understand? I am assisting you from the shadows. Otherwise, I cannot quell their fury." Ye Feng shrugged. Chunin and the others rushed at Zhuangri, unleashing a barrage of blows. Ye Feng gazed up at the moon and hastily interjected, "Just 5 more minutes of this, and we shall soon rest. Otherwise, we shall lack the energy to work tomorrow." The crowd dispersed, revealing the bruised and battered chasing Sunday. This fellow truly possessed remarkable strength. After enduring 9 days without sustenance, and now being besieged by numerous assailants, he still maintained an upright posture. Truly, he was a formidable elder. Clang! Another iron chain was unshackled as the second native chief rose to his feet. However, both of these subordinate chiefs cast furious glances at chasing Sunday. Their arms bore only 4 tattoos, indicating they were not part of the decision-making group, and it dawned on them that they had been deceived all along. Once, they too had women at home who were misled into sacrificing their precious first time. The next secret, Ye Feng waved his hand, sending a few hot-headed individuals back to rest. Otherwise, another brawl would ensue. He feared for Chasing Sun's life, as Zhang Haoyan would eventually render him incapacitated, making Chasing Sun the ideal substitute. The third secret concerned the bloodscale fruit. Suddenly, Chasing Sun spoke up. Ye Feng was startled and quickly interrupted him. He turned to Susan and the others. "You all return to rest. Leave me with 2 handguns. I alone shall guard the deck." Susan nodded and led the others away. Once they had all vanished, Ye Feng turned his fervent gaze back to Chasing Sunday. Ever since consuming the bloodscale fruit, many things had eluded his understanding, and having someone of Chasing Sun's caliber elucidate was a boon he could not pass up. "Speak." Ye Feng hesitated momentarily before offering a piece of roasted meat. Chasing Sun inhaled the aroma of the meat before devouring it with gusto. "After consuming the bloodscale fruit, you will gain formidable defensive capabilities. Any spear that strikes you will cause your overall defense to concentrate at that specific point, automatically protecting the area of impact, while simultaneously manifesting a bloodscale at that point," Chasing Sun explained, chewing on the roasted meat. "And what more?" Ye Feng inquired further. "Moreover, to enhance the bloodscale's defense, one must continually consume white fruits, silver fruits, and gold fruits, with the gold fruit being the most effective, though it is exceedingly rare." "Is that so? I must ask, if the body is simultaneously attacked by 100 spears, will bloodscales still manifest?" Ye Feng pressed on. They will. But you will instantly lose your combat effectiveness, as each manifestation of the blood scale consumes energy, including mental and physical stamina. If the assault is too overwhelming, it may even drain a portion of your life force, Jiaying Sun elaborated. Ye Feng ran his fingers through his hair and tugged at it forcefully, pulling out 2 strands of white hair. It was evident that the severity of his previous injuries had not merely depleted his stamina and mental fortitude. A part of his life force had been consumed, for how else could he, at such a young age, have sprouted so many white hairs? Chapter 191, The Substitute. Is there more? Ye Feng urged Jiaying Sun. Ah yes. After consuming the bloodscale fruit, you will be able to absorb the crystal cores of exotic beasts. But those who have not consumed the bloodscale fruit will explode upon ingesting a crystal core, Jiaying Sun continued. Is that so? Are there any other secrets? Ye Feng pressed on, determined to understand why his skin could absorb blood. The bloodscale fruit possesses only a few specific abilities: defense and the absorption of alien beast crystal cores. To enhance one's defense, one must consume the 3 fruits of gold, silver, and white. Jiaying gazed intently at Ye Feng, his expression devoid of deceit. Is there truly no 4th ability? For instance, the ability to absorb stars, air, or water? Ye Feng spoke ambiguously, unwilling to reveal his unique advantage. Ye Feng, if you do not wish to unlock my chains, just say so. Are you deliberately making this difficult for me? Jiaying glared at him. Really, there are no other abilities? Ye Feng, unwilling to yield, sought to deceive Jiaying further. There are none. According to the records, these are the only abilities available, Jiaying replied with a solemn shake of his head. This revelation caused Ye Feng considerable distress. He had gained the ability to siphon blood only after consuming the bloodscale fruit, and post-absorption, his defense, spirit, and stamina had all been fortified. Could he be transforming into a vampire? At that moment, a spark of realization illuminated his mind: the enormous green leech. Could it be that consuming the leech had somehow mutated its blood-sucking capability in conjunction with the bloodscale fruit? If that were the case, how fortunate he would be. Ye Feng, do you intend to unlock my chains or not? Jiaying pressed, his anger palpable. Of course, I will unlock them, but not at this moment. Rest assured. Once you all tidy up the deck, I, Ye Feng, vow to release your chains, he declared, raising his right hand in assurance. Ah, alien, you untrustworthy inferior race. A bellow echoed from the deck. The few indigenous people who had already been freed exchanged glances and suddenly charged at Ye Feng. However, the current Ye Feng was not the same as before. Each punch and kick carried the weight of several thousand pounds. In merely 3 moves, the indigenous individuals were once again restrained. I, Dalha, swear to cleanse my shame with your blood, alien. A corpulent indigenous leader howled. Ye Feng simply stuffed a rag into his mouth. I believe you, but for now, you should remain obediently as prisoners. Once you clean the ship's deck, I promise to release you, Ye Feng stated, forcefully pulling the chains, leading the 6 individuals like a string of meat skewers back to their cell. These individuals had once held significant status within their tribe, exuding a sense of pride. It seemed they could not be subdued in the short term. They would need to be confined for another week. After locking the door, Ye Feng bowed to Jiaying, grateful for the clarity he had provided regarding many of his uncertainties. That night, a bonfire party ignited on the deck, with Tuba's kin dancing wildly around the flames. In the midst of their revelry, the female wildlings shed their garments entirely. 2 of them approached Ye Feng, inviting him to join in their dance. The wildlings' expressions of affection were quite direct, causing Susan and the other women to blush, yet they felt unable to admonish them, for it was their tradition, and respect must be afforded. Ye Feng politely declined the invitation of the wildlings. Although they were relatively youthful and their figures commendable, they paled in comparison to Susan and her companions. 2 female wildlings, unable to entice Ye Feng, turned instead to other men, and Shunan found himself unexpectedly fortunate. He was embraced by the wildlings, who rubbed against him with abandon. Within mere moments, Chun An's face flushed crimson, and his trousers became increasingly uncomfortable. Sensing the opportune moment, the wildlings abruptly led Chun An towards a secluded area at the back of the deck, a place where clandestine activities could unfold. Beautiful ladies, I appreciate your dance. But I, Chun An, am a man of civility. If we are to engage in such matters, I must first be treated to a meal. And allow me a month to mentally prepare. Your directness leaves me feeling rather undervalued. Chunin said with an air of restraint. Upon hearing his words, one wildling caressed his face before turning to wrap her arms around Shi Jingliang's neck. Shi Jingliang, unparticular in his tastes, eagerly followed the wildling to the back of the deck. Hey, me? You? Oh. Chunin was filled with urgency, frustration, and helplessness, his fidgeting demeanor eliciting laughter from those on the deck. Look who is pretending now. Well, this worked out nicely for old Shi, Chung Li Bin remarked, unable to resist the urge to tease. I am still a pure, innocent virgin. Her forwardness is simply too much for me to handle. Yet, I never anticipated that the wildling would so openly pursue the lecherous Shi Jingliang. Chunin lamented, a look of chagrin on his face. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from the opposite bank of the river, causing everyone's eardrums to ring. The revelry ceased as all eyes turned towards the other side. There are many formidable beasts over there, Tubo exclaimed, his face a mask of fear. Ye Feng nodded, a spark igniting in his eyes. Once the ship's cannons are repaired, we must venture across the river to hunt some of these beasts, to see what the crystal cores truly resemble and whether consuming them could grant immortality. After all, life is fleeting. Most do not live beyond 70 years, which is woefully brief. How splendid it would be to live for 1,000 or even 10,000 years. To savor life to its fullest. Tuba, you mentioned that the beasts contain crystal cores. What do they look like? Ye Feng inquired. I do not know, but I have heard from the elders in my clan that these beasts enjoy consuming precious herbs and fruits. These cherished delicacies gradually accumulate within them, the longer they live. The larger and more valuable the crystal cores become, Tuba replied candidly. Ye Feng nodded, pondering whether this was akin to the stones found in a beast's body. If they are akin to kidney stones, I could perhaps accept that. However, if they result from severe constipation, I would find that utterly intolerable. As night fell, Ye Feng declared, it is getting late. Let us all retire for the evening. With that, he made his way back to his quarters. The path from the deck to his room was relatively clean, but the sides were strewn with mud, gravel, and various droppings from birds and animals. Indeed, dozens of birds perched above the warship, contributing daily to the accumulation of refuse on the deck. The bonfire festivities had concluded splendidly. Aside from those on watch, the rest had returned to their slumber. Among the night watch was Ding Tuanshuan, who, after yawning, suddenly had a spark of inspiration. Uncle Bao, I am feeling so drowsy. Would you kindly let me return to sleep? Ding Tuanshuan's face was a picture of innocence. Oh dear, this child, go ahead, ha. Bao Qifeng chuckled and nodded. At over 50 years of age, he had grown soft-hearted, treating Ding Tuanshuan as a substitute for a granddaughter.